How are we doing, people?
What's up?
I just said, how's it going?
Just fucking waiting for that Ripley rocket, bro.
It's the Ripley engine. You get the Ripley engine in that. What were the chances there was actually a thing like connected somehow?
I know, right? How coincidental was that?
He got so lucky because he was fronting like he knew what was up with it at first.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I know all about it.
Oh, Ripple rocket. When he said that, dude, I was fucking dying, dude. Oh god.
I thought he Googled Googled XRP and saw Ripple.
Right,
So
right,
so he started
exactly.
like trying to like connect. Yeah.
Ah, fucking Xanax.
Yo, paid NASA said some insane shit yesterday. He said something about the height above plum. Like Napalm caught it. I caught it too. I didn't say nothing, but this shit was nuts.
The
Yeah, I
height
had to call
above
him on
the
that shit, bro. I had to call him on that shit.
Yo, that's it. What does it depend on how high your plumb line is?
Dude, he was stumbling so hard over just trying to explain that, bro. And then Witsit caught him up later, I guess earlier this morning, but late last night. Caught him up just stumbling, talking about his chemistry degree and then not being able to to explain basic things. It was hilarious.
Yeah, Paid
Yeah,
says he's got two masters. Oh, go ahead, Di.
I was gonna say if you keep it sano with paid, yeah, dude, he'll step on his own dick every time, dude. Like he's waiting to spiral and just fucking start ad homing and trolling and shit. So if you can refrain from that sort of a dynamic, yeah, dude, he'll step on his own dick every time.
Yeah, Witsit was just basically trying to tell him like or ask him what's the difference between positive and negative charge, and just kept asking him over and over like what is the difference, what is the difference between positive and negative?
Yeah, it's funny, dude.
I don't even know the answer to that question. What is the difference?
I would say from their answer, it would be literally a fucking quantification of value.
Yeah, that's what Shill was trying to say, is basically difference between electrons, right, and protons and whatever.
Or one's got more electrons or something.
Or maybe it's either side of zero.
Right.
They got a zero. They got a zero line, and then it's either way from there. All right.
That's the whole point, though. Is
There's no
you're differentiating positive from negative based on numbers, as if numbers exist in nature. Like it's quite insane.
right, because there's no such thing as like a negative charge in a way that we think of that term.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
temperature, right? Like
Yeah.
temperature, like isn't it? Yeah. They've used that negative charge thing against me because I've argued that negative numbers aren't real. They've been like negative numbers don't exist in nature or whatever.
Right.
You're like, what about negative charge? I'm like, dude, that's not fucking. There's not an a negative amount of something.
No, negative charges do not exist. In all actuality, a negative charge is literally what's called a discharge. So you either have charging, recharging, discharging, or capacitance. That's all you get. So either the system is gaining or losing or holding. So that's all you get.
Yep. Yeah, it was an interesting exchange last night. Kind of funny to listen to. The Witsit and Shill.
Hey, Dyson,
And then-
I have a question. Oh, sorry. Hi, Dump. Hey, everybody. So you said there's no negative charge. So the Earth, have you ever heard of grounding?
Mhm.
Yep.
So then what is that? So what is it that it does for us? Are we positively charged?
It's just
Or-
completing the circuit.
But I mean, okay, so what's the Earth? The Earth,
The Earth is the Earth is discharging. So
Oh,
like
okay.
so positive charge just means something is like accumulating charge, and negative charge is when something discharges.
So we're the
So the
positive.
Earth
Mhm.
sort of, yeah. I mean, there's no positive or negatives anywhere. You could flip them around if you wanted to. They're just like arbitrary names.
But I
I
mean, we're
didn't even-
electric beings, right?
Say again?
We are electric beings.
Yeah, we're accumulating charge.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
we're in a state of
interesting.
flux. We accumulate charge, especially when we walk around in the air and then say during a thunderstorm, your hair's going to stick up. There's more charge in the air. You're charging up. But when you step on the ground, it completes a circuit, like Dyslo said, and you're discharging your excess charge into the ground, and it dissipates and disperses into the ground. That's why we ground things, because things can discharge into the ground.
It's really funny because obviously I live in Florida and it's very humid here. But like a month ago, there was no humidity whatsoever. My hair was like I never have static in my hair, but it was so dry. I was like, how is this happening if it's dry with the no humidity in the air? But anyways, I saw this video. Some guy said if you're like really stressed out or whatever, he said there really is something to touching a tree. So I'm like, that's in the earth. So when Dyslo said there's no negative charge, there's only discharge, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, typically
Dyslo, what do you? Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, typically the drier it is outside, the more likely you are to experience like static within your body, static. Just touching a doorknob or anything like that. If it's humid out, there's way less of that.
That's what I always thought. Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead.
I was wondering, at Dyslo, what would you add or change anything that I said?
No, I think you were spot on.
Or yeah, because I it was funny. I stepped in, and then I heard Napalm say "Witsit" like the second I came in. You said my name, and then you said NASA Shill, so I was like, oh, maybe we were talking about that. But that was like a perfect example. If you ask someone like, what is negative and positive charge? Like, is there like optimistic and pessimistic charges? Like, are there little plus signs bouncing around? Like, what's the difference between negative and positive? If they're both charged, like, what's the difference? What makes one quote unquote negative and one positive? Like, how are they opposite? What are they doing that's different? What's different? And they just keep saying electron and proton over and over. It's like, no, you're not answering the question. Like, what is different? So the truth is, they don't even have it. Like, I would say, if you ask Jace that, he'll have more of an answer. He'll talk about spin and momentum and stuff. But yeah, it's just like charge and discharge.
Yeah, they have an overcomplicated way of trying to understand things, which actually works against them when applying logic. But they're basically saying the same thing we are. They got a name for every single little Cartesian location within a field, and they don't all kind of segue. They're literally explaining the three-dimensional toroidal force vectors and just attributing S and P orbitals and all these different things to the phenomena and
Yeah,
overcomplicating it.
isn't that crazy, bro? Like, it's actually very simple. I could teach like a 7-year-old what negative and positive charge really is. You know, like why does the coffee in the cup cool down? Because the heat from the cup goes to the surrounding air that's colder. Yeah, so the energy that's in that coffee is dispersing in the available space around it, trying to equalize. So like, why if I put like gas in a container and I set it next to a vacuum and open it up, why does the gas fill the vacuum? It's the same reason. It's the same exact reason, right? Like
Because the
the
gas
excess
is
energy.
negatively charged or
Yeah,
positively
exactly.
charged. The compressed
that's
gas
what
is
they'll tell you.
positive. The vacuum is negative.
Yeah, that's another good point. Like there is no negatives in nature, you know. So like they call everything negative, but so like that gas goes into the vacuum to fill the available space, trying to equalize. It's just trying to find equilibrium. Like it's crammed up. There's more space, so it's trying to move to the space. Charge is the same exact thing in that sense. It's just everything seeking equilibrium. So if one system is charging, right, it's trying to build up and accumulate charge to reach its capacitance, which is just ability to store electricity. It's just like the threshold
It's
of how much electricity it can
prior
store.
to releasing.
Exactly.
Prior to
Like
releasing.
yeah, if it reaches that threshold, it's going to release charge. It's going to discharge because it can't hold anymore. You know, that's all that means. So like the positive charge hasn't reached that level yet, so it's accumulating charge. And then whatever we call negative charge, it's actually discharging because it's reached its capacitance. It has plenty of charge and some, basically. So like if you put these two systems beside each other, one that's discharging and one that's charging, they're gonna migrate towards each other to seek equilibrium because one system has more charge, one system still accumulating charge. So just like gas pressure, it's gonna move together to try to equalize.
So the thing I found funny last night is that just as you were explaining that right there very clearly, and you can see how it trans, let's just say it goes across many spectrums, right? The concept, the idea, and the functionality of it. Schill was just like, oh, now you're going from quantum field theory to electrical engineering, and you're all over the place. You don't even know what you're talking about because the concept and the idea of what's taking place is transcending um, so many different levels that he couldn't comprehend or follow that, which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, that's how nature actually works. Hey, Daiso, if you were going to summarize the concept I just laid out in 2 words or less, what would you call it?
If I was to summarize the concept you laid out in 2 words or less, what would
Yeah,
I
like
call it?
like the overarching concept that summarizes all
Temperature and
process
pressure mediation.
Pressure mediation. Yeah.
pressure mediation. There you go. Yeah, so I said that to him too, and he like freaked out. But I'm like, what the like? We can't even agree on that. We can't even agree on pressure mediation. Like, I don't force over a certain area that mediates. Like all pressure mediates. So that's what's sad though is the way I just broke it down. I'm quite sure that you could show some pictures and videos and say the same thing to a 7-year-old, and they would get it. They would even understand capacitance. Like if you have
Mm-hmm.
Q being charged and it equals capacitance times voltage, that means a certain amount of electricity and with a certain amount of ability to store it, capacitance, that gives you charge. That ratio gives you charge. Duh. But anyway, that's what's sad because like there's like a little Nikola Tesla that's like a million times smarter than me. That's like 8 or 10. And say by the time he's 12, he's been shown little pictures of electrons and protons with little plus signs and negative signs. and he doesn't understand it. It doesn't click with him at all. It doesn't make any sense. They don't tell him what it is, what it's doing. It's just a picture of a ball with a plus sign, and it doesn't click with him. So he's like, okay, I don't get this. And in reality, he probably has an aptitude to understand it on like a really deep level and could like change the world and how we use electricity. But they're like, they're just taught pseudoscientific pictures.
It's like that old saying, if you don't understand the topic well enough to simplify it and be able to explain it to a barmaid or a waitress, then you probably don't really know what it is you're talking about. And that's why like a lot of these guys have such a hard time with trying to elucidate their understandings, because it's so overcomplicated to the point where it doesn't necessarily coincide with reality. You have to be like super understood upon a subject, and even at that point, like, good luck translating that to common sense and reality. Like, they can't do it. That's why Jace has a hard time understanding what we're saying, even though it's very simplex. He has to input all of his ludicrous terminology, to sound bona fide and understood. And it's a ploy. Anyhow, I
Yeah,
gotta get to work.
it's like a flex.
Mixed with
brother.
condescension as well. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's a flex.
But even so, like I've had conversations with Chase where I just break it down or talk casually or inquisitively with him, to where he understands that what most people think are particles aren't like these little tennis balls bouncing around off of each other. Like, he gets that. He understands that on a fundamental level, but the average person does not at all. Like, he understands that it's just a quantification of the smallest unit of like energy is all they're doing when they're talking about particles. They're not like actual corpuscles or whatever, you like little tennis balls. Like, he gets that, but the average person, like NASA Shill, would stick by, oh, it's a little ball with a plus on it, and there's a little ball with a minus on it. Like,
But
I don't know.
that's why I get so frustrated with Jace, though, because if he knows that, then why is he perpetrating the misunderstanding by just using the terms loosely over and over? That's what I don't like. It's like,
Because he'll continue to say it's just a particle, because in his mind it means both things, but it also makes you look stupid for questioning the idea or the concept of it being like a little tennis ball or a BB like bouncing around off each other. So he has it like both ways. Like, he understands what it is, but they can also use that as like I don't know, in a demeaning way, if that makes sense.
no, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why I get so frustrated with him, because he knows that the whole room of Globers is going to agree with him because he's the expert and he is defending the terms protons, electrons, blah, 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 times. So,
Deceptive.
like, exactly. It's
Decepticon.
like, yeah, Decepticon. That's what I'm saying. But whatever. Like, what's crazy is like this crazy flat earther, these three crazy flat earthers talking right now can all break down positive and negative charge to you where it makes perfect sense and it's actually defined, like you're actually explaining it. And they can't even explain what the difference in positive and negative is. So I think
So
the irony is
I gotta walk into this house real quick. But if you apply this methodology upon the photoelectric effect, and you weigh in on what Hertz said versus what Einstein said, you'll quickly see who was right and who was wrong.
oh yeah. Well, I don't think we have anything in the electrical field theory named Einstein. I don't think we quantify electricity as Einstein's.
You talk about Hertz, the rental car company guy.
Yes, that guy. This is where like now if you extend this over everywhere that you hear positive and negative, like it begins to offer like understanding. Like when the bumblebee flies in the air, and we won't even get into why it can fly, but the bumblebee is accumulating charge in the air. So it's just flying in the air and it's getting charged from the air. And so we call it positively charged, but it's just charging up. And then when it floats over a flower, it has non-contact pollen detachment. The pollen will just leave the flower, float up, and stick to the bee. It'll just levitate up to the bee. And we say it's because the bee is positive and the flower is negative, but the bee is just charging up and the flower is discharging into the ground because it's connected to the earth. And that's what causes the pollen to levitate up towards the bee because it's moving towards the system that still has room for storage. It's not full yet, so it's going there.
That bumblebee thing, is that the same thing that's going on with the Van de Graaff generator or whatever that thing's called, where they lift the frog?
Yes. Yes. Well, I don't know about lifting the frog. I think they use like more coherent magnetism. I don't remember, but yeah, like when I do the Van de Graaff generator, it's the same thing. Like you heard about my test where I took 3 aluminum washers that are like quarter size washers, and I took the positive wire from the Van de Graaff that's connected to the Van de Graaff, and I wrapped it around the hole in the washers to connect all 3 washers, and then I put electrical tape around it, and I made sure the electrical tape was really tight so there was no like gaps. There was nothing for the charge to seep out, and then I tied them to helium balloons. I actually tied them to helium balloons before I put electrical tape on it. And so it made the 3 aluminum washers float like 3 inches above the ground because of buoyancy, right? Like a big like mylar helium balloon. Anyway, and then I turned the wheel on the Van de Graaff, and as I did that, the wheels that are the washers that are floating like 3 inches, they go straight down to the ground and they stay there. And then when you take the grounding rod and you touch the Van de Graaff, so it like discharges it, you'll have a little shock. The washers float back up and stay at 3 inches. So like as you introduce the charge with the Van de Graaff, the washers literally go down to the ground. So same thing.
That's neat. Yo, I was watching this crazy. My wife was scrolling through Tubi last night on a Roku. It's just this free like video app, and there was this fucking documentary. Man, this shit was dope. They were talking about free energy, how it's been suppressed, just all kinds of shit we talk about here. It was awesome. I'll post the name of it in a second.
Yeah, so that raising and lowering of a balloon based on like a static charge, right? So increasing or decreasing the charge. Isn't that something that they utilize within high altitude balloons to be able to navigate them up and down to wind current?
Yeah, when we tether balloons, yeah.
Yo, real quick, the name of that thing is called Above Top Secret: The Technology Behind Disclosure. Fucking, it was pretty good. I only watched the first like 10, 15 minutes of it. It was good though. We were talking about Werner von Braun and just all kinds of shit we talked about in here. It was dope.
Sorry, I was ordering.
They were talking about all the black budget programs. They went into UFOs a little bit.
UFOs use the same technology, right? Like they use electrogravitic propulsion. Like at least the only UFOs I've ever seen the blueprints of that actually work, right, by the Germans. I don't know what they use now. I would say it's got to be something along those lines. Electrogravitic propulsion. It may be utilization of like maglev or something, but that would be slightly different.
Well, as far as the air friction, oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
As far as like the air friction, they say you can only move so fast through the atmosphere. What if you covered your shit in a superfluid? Like, what if you just covered your whole craft in superfluid? Or at least like the front part of it that would have drag. Like, wouldn't you like? I don't know.
Well, I don't even
You
think
have
that
to
you
be
would have
in the fluid, bro. You would have to be
Yeah.
in the fluid.
Yeah, you cover. You got like, say you got like an airplane. You just cover that shit with superfluid.
No, this is not like Tabasco sauce, bro. You got to be in the fluid, like a soup.
You wouldn't even have to
Yeah.
do that though. Like the bumblebee's not aerodynamic. They made up an excuse after years of studying it that their wings do a special thing, blah blah blah. But it goes through 60-mile-an-hour crosswind, and it goes straight, completely unaffected. So it would be the same thing with
Yeah,
the
that's
UFO.
amazing.
Yeah, but that's that. Yeah, but we're talking about when you start going so fast that the friction of the air would start heating you up or something. Isn't that what they say happens?
Oh, you're talking about the heat aspect, so not just like the friction, basically impeding you. You would only have to talk about temperature, but if you have a system that's using electrogravitic propulsion that's in constant discharge, then you're actually not going to accumulate heat. So that's interesting. I don't know all the specifics of what material you would use, because even if you're not accumulating heat, I guess you would still, it would be like an instant type of thing, like the friction with the air would instantly interact with the ship. So even if you're discharging very quickly, you would have a heating problem. I don't know.
Doesn't superfluid, like if superfluid moves through the air, there's no friction, right?
Yeah, I just don't know even how that's feasible or possible, or that would actually prevent it, because I guess it would maybe prevent it, right? Because it would interact with the superfluid. But like, how fast is it that we need to go before we worry about it burning up?
I don't know.
I looked into that the other day. So check this out. The reason why the super fluid helium achieves this state, right, is because the bonds somehow align, right? So now I checked into it because we were talking about it the other day, and they found that at a certain speed, these bonds are broken. But they did some research with a certain rod, and they found that in the initial states, there's some resistance. But what happens is there's some valence bonds that form a coating around the object. And that coating kind of fools the fluid to thinking like nothing's there type of thing. So it's really freaked out stuff.
They have a plane that they just announced, right, that goes like 5,000 miles an hour. So you can obviously go at least 5,000 miles an hour without burning up. So I'm sure.
Did you say there's a plane that claims it can go 5,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, like 4,800 miles an hour. Yeah.
What?
A jet. Yeah, there's a jet that they just announced that supposedly goes 4,800 miles an hour.
Yo, that video,
Well,
that video, I
went what 3,000 something.
that video I was talking. that video I was talking about, top secret, above top secret, whatever. They were talking about how we haven't advanced in plane flight in years. Like it's taking the same amount of time now to fly from New York to England that it did before, and we're basically technologically at like a standstill.
But that's partly because
the
it's.
opposite.
I was watching something on that, and that was saying there's limited utility in flying faster. There's greater utility in it being in carrying more passengers, more cargo, and more comfortably. Because like the Concorde was really good, but it was financially it was shit because it carried so few people.
Well, we don't care about that though. We're just talking about UFOs.
Yeah. Because the fastest plane I can find is the Blackbird, which it's saying does 3,529 kilometers an hour. So this is what you're talking about is like 4 times that speed.
Yeah, but all these planes don't use the same altitude. The ones that appear faster are using a much higher altitude. That doesn't make sense on a convex Earth.
I forgot the name of the jet, but for sure there's a jet they claim goes 5,000 miles an hour. And I mean, NASA claims that their jet in like the early 2000s was going like 7,000 miles an hour.
The thing
They
is
claim that
the altitude. It's about altitude, right? The higher you go, the faster you can go.
Because there's less friction, sure, but that's why I'm bringing up electrogravitic propulsion though. Like we weren't told the real mechanism. That's why when they come out on Joe Rogan and on Tucker Carlson, they talk about UFOs. They say we have no idea how this could work. This is defying physics. No, it's not. It's not defying physics because the Germans did it in the early 1900s using electrogravitic propulsion. They said they threw away Einstein's mysticism and used ether physics, and that they were able to get successful UFO flights. So it's not that it defies physics, it's that it defies your pseudoscientific physics you gave to the masses. And so we're trying to understand it within that.
The Germans claim, I don't know if you guys heard about this experimental thing. They had the Glockenspiel, they called it. It was like a bell thing, and it was a UFO, basically. That apparently they achieved levitation and they achieved the transportation, like teleportation crap. Check it out. It's called the Glockenspiel. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about teleportation, but
Glockenspiel's an instrument.
They went 2,200 miles per hour.
Maybe I named it wrong, but it had something to do with a bell. Something like, I think it was that.
Yes, it was a bell.
Glockenspiel's like a little tinkly xylophone thing that you hit with little drumsticks.
Eggshells, have you never read
the X-43 plane that does 5,000 miles an hour?
X-43, is it?
Yeah, X-43A, NASA's plane, they claim went 5,000 miles an hour, then they intentionally ditched it in the ocean.
Well, that's NASA, though, right? X-43A is NASA. This is a military jet that was released, as in, like, it was talked about, like, a couple years ago. Like, a flat earther told me about it. He's, like, obsessed with planes. And I'm like, there's no way. And I looked it up, and it says it goes, like, 5,000 miles an hour. And this is a jet. It's different than, if you look up the X-43A, I'm pretty sure you're going to see stuff from, like, 2003, 2010. That's like
2004. Well, the X-43, not the A. It's 2004.
I think they said around 2010. They said it went 7,000 miles an hour, and that's NASA. Maybe 2009. So if you look up the X-43A NASA 7,000 miles per hour, you're probably going to see articles from like 2009, I think. So this is different than the military saying they now have a jet that's going to go 5,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Because the question
Trust me,
becomes,
I thought it was crazy too.
Yeah, it's a
at
top
secret, do they
top
go, this
secret
is a plane
hypersonic
versus,
jet.
Yeah. At what point do they go, this is a plane versus this is a spacecraft? Because as Carlos said, they have to keep getting higher to get that fast.
Well, if you're Americans, it's 50 miles. If you're the international community, it's 60 miles. How about that? Two different spaces.
Space is relative to the country.
Yep.
Yeah. But this is supposedly able to fly at lower altitudes, right? So one thing we know for sure is that UFOs can, because I've physically seen them. So it doesn't really matter. I know that UFOs can fly crazy fast. I've literally seen them more than once, multiple ones at once.
Sure.
I don't know
mean,
many people under the age of 30 who haven't seen something like a UFO.
well,
So
a UFO just needs to be something that's flying that you can't identify.
yeah, something
It's
that's going
it's quite a
crazy
low bar.
fast. So
Well, it doesn't even need to be going fast.
yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. So like that's why the word UFO is such a misleading term, because it's like they can dismiss the true phenomena that we're talking about by saying, oh, well, technically it could be a balloon that you don't know what it is. Oh, it could be swamp gas. But now we have a UFO chief at the Pentagon. Now it's on Tucker Carlson. Now it's on Joe Rogan every week. So it's. I told my dad I saw a UFO when I was 19. I literally called him and I told him I'm looking at UFOs. I'm like, they are these crazy lights in the sky. They're floating there and they're moving around laterally and up and down, and they're rearranging themselves. And then one will disappear. It'll fade into black, and then they'll rearrange again. And he's like, it's not a UFO, Austin. You know, it must be like fireworks or something. I'm like, fireworks that float in the air and go up and down for minutes. I'm like, what the? And then I had just hotboxed my girlfriend's car at the time. So when we dropped the windows to look at the UFOs, there was just tons of smoke like bellowing out of the car. So my pictures were just like covered in smoke with really faint lights in them. So I couldn't send that to my dad, you know? So he just acted like I was making it up. But now that's a long time ago, right? That's 12 years ago.
I had a similar situation with my wife, and I'm like looking at these things in the sky, and I call her over, and she looks up, and she's like, "Oh, those are just airplanes." And I'm like, "Wait a minute." I'm like, airplanes don't do that, and generally airplanes are like blinking. She didn't want to further continue the conversation or look at it. She just said, I don't know what she said, but basically she wasn't interested. And yeah, I was really taken back. I'm like, you wouldn't want to know if there's something beyond what we currently think. And we kind of got into talking about God. And she's like, I don't like these kind of conversations. I'm like, all right.
That's fun. Yo,
Yeah.
that's such a trip too, because every single time that I saw them, okay, not every time, but two of the most memorable times that were so undeniable, I had a witness with me, but they were different exes that I don't talk to, right? So it's like pretty unfortunate. We saw like a light. It looks like a star, but it looks like it's more local, and it moved over our backyard. And it looked like it was really high in the air, and it moved over our backyard so quickly that I'm like, bro, that thing is like flying. Right? It looks relatively slow because it's far away, but it's moving over the backyard super fast. And then I'm like, oh, is that just a quote unquote satellite? Of course, I already knew the Earth was flat, but this is like 2017 and 18. Anyway, I'm like thinking, okay, maybe it's like a quote unquote satellite. It came back across our yard the opposite direction 5 minutes later. So it's not a quote unquote satellite, right? Because the satellite supposedly free falls in orbit around the Earth in a singular direction. It makes a loop all the way around the Earth.
Yeah, it's almost like some of these people, dude, they want to believe their own bullshit just to feel comfortable. Like they can't fathom seeing something that their mind can't explain. Like, it's just too much for him, it seems like.
Yeah. But it's weird because now they're like, the masses will adapt to whatever they're told. Like, if like you say that, but if the mainstream says that this particle traveled faster than the speed of light at CERN, they'll be like, oh wow, that's science. And if they say that light can turn into matter, but it comes from CERN, then it becomes real. And whatever they say, things can be. I can mess with something in a lab here, and it'll affect something by a satellite 1,000 miles away at the same exact time. They'll believe it because So if they come out and say UFOs are real, they'll believe it. It just has to be from the proper authority.
Right. There has to be more explanation behind it, like somebody with accountability to put their finger on it for everyone to comfortably accept it.
Yeah. And I think that's why I think they kind of want people to eventually realize, to believe that Joe Rogan is right about most of the stuff that he covers and Tucker Carlson is right. They kind of want the conspiracy theorists, right-wingers, to be vindicated. And that's why they're releasing this info through them first. And the same thing with the jab, same thing with the pandemic, right? Joe Rogan's like challenging the official narrative, and now he's been vindicated. I mean, he conveniently waited 2 years to talk about the jab to when it didn't matter anymore. But so I don't know. Like I think they're going to come out on the mass scale and talk about UFOs for sure. And I don't know why anyone would disagree with that. I mean, we have a UFO chief, bro. What does that even mean?
It's never gonna happen.
It's 2023. We have a UFO chief working with a Harvard paper that suggests there could be a mothership in our solar system.
Yeah, that shit is absolutely ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
This Piers Morgan is really doing a big thing on this transgender thing. I'm starting to really like this guy.
But he's like 7 years behind, though. Right?
He's been on it for years.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like Piers
He
Morgan at all.
ridiculed
He's a complete snake. So, but he is like one of the only people that gets millions of views on national television that seems somewhat uncensored. Like he had Andrew Tate on and blah blah blah, but take that dude with a grain of salt, my dude.
Yeah, I've been following him for a while. I said he's starting to grow on me because of this transgender thing. Now maybe he realizes he looped onto something, but he seemed genuine about it. When he talks about it, he says, "You're not gonna make me use pronouns. You're not gonna fire me. It's not gonna happen." So I don't know. He's fighting back. So
That's cool. Yeah, he's just a little behind. It's like popular to say that now. Like he just like, you can look up an interview he had with Ben Shapiro if you want to get a taste of that guy. But during the pandemic, he literally went on this passionate rant about how if you don't get your jab, then you shouldn't be allowed to do things in public. You shouldn't be allowed to go to certain stores, to go to concerts, to go to bars, to travel. You shouldn't be allowed to do those things because you're being irresponsible and not caring about everyone else, and on and on and on. And now that it's popular to say the opposite, he's flip-flopped, and instead of saying I was a douchebag, he's like, I apologize, I was misled about transmission. So I don't know how I feel about that guy. Like, personally, anyone that has a big audience that talks any truth, like, I think that's a net positive. So I'm not necessarily bashing on him. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't trust him.
yeah, look, I'm not gonna let him babysit my kids, right? But I'm just saying that now the tack that he's taking, he's the only one that I hear really, really passionately bashing him. I will not use your name. I will not teach my, and Jordan, what's that guy's name? Jordan, the psychologist. Him too. He's like really like those two guys. Yeah.
Also a snake, though. They both took their jab. They both promoted it. They both ridicule people that didn't. Jesse Lee Peterson, or Jesse. I'm sorry. I don't want to be negative. I'm just saying just use a grain of salt with both those guys. But yeah, that dude Jesse or what's his name? Is it? It's not Jesse. Is it Jesse?
Michael Jordan.
Jordan
Peterson.
Anyway, like the Peterson dude, Jordan Peterson has been doing that for years. I'll give him that. Right? Like he did that years ago at his university he worked for in Canada and got fired for it. Refusing to do the pronoun thing. Yeah. Yeah. He also liked a picture of his daughter, like half naked on Instagram with his little granddaughter in the background. Like, what is my mom doing? Showing the internet her whole body. And then went around being the spokesperson for getting your life together, and then had to check in for being addicted to benzos, basically. I think it was, I used to think it was like an upper, but I think someone corrected me and it was like Xanax. I don't remember.
I can tell you benzos are not uppers.
That's why I just corrected it, yeah. That's why I just made that literal distinction there. Anyway. But like I wonder what so I know this is what's interesting to me. The ballers have heard us talk about them using UFOs to trick people and using the alien card. And of course, you know, most people say like we're crazy and blah blah blah. But the tides have changed where now, like this meme I have, it's like 1990 conspiracy theorists. There are UFOs. And then 2023 conspiracy theorists. There aren't aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like the tides have changed now where the conspiracy theorists are like, don't fall for the UFO trick. It's a deception. There are not aliens. And the normies are like, have you heard about the aliens? You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm just curious what's going to happen in this round, because I know that the ballers have heard us talk about it and warn about it ad nauseum, you know?
Look what Blaze found. In Germany. This thing didn't start here. Check it out. Nice find there, Blaze.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's nothing new under the sun. If it worked back then, they're doing it again, you know? It's sad.
Yeah. Hey,
Sorry,
Blaze, have you
yeah.
looked into what Egypt did with this? You looked into like everyone in Egypt, all guys would shave their head bald, would shave all facial and body hair, would wear makeup. So, and then all the females would also shave their head so that you couldn't tell the difference. And the only person that had facial hair was the pharaoh. The pharaoh would have like a beard. He was the only one that was allowed to have like a beard.
Weird. No wonder our creator said, don't worship me like the other nations worship their God. I mean, it's just everything is just against nature.
Yep. Yeah. How gross is that?
Man.
Like,
Sick.
Essie, what do you think about that? That like Egypt set it up to where when you walk through their civilization, you can't tell a difference in the men and women.
It's the first time I heard this, to be honest with you. What's it?
Yeah, it's pretty trippy idea, huh? To like have all the girls shave their heads and stuff. So like have all
Isn't
the
that
dudes shave
happening
their
in
beards.
Thailand? I mean, they're not shaving their heads, but it's like apparently you can't tell the difference.
Well, Thailand
No, it's
is
getting scaled down.
transgender capital from years and years. Yeah.
It's getting really bad now, though. Like, have you guys seen the recent story where like some like 40-year-old dude has quote unquote transitioned and is pretending to be a 13-year-old girl?
That's horrible.
Yeah. I saw this thing today. This mom had enough. I'll see if I can find it. And she dressed up as a cat, and she had dressed the school. I'll see if I can find that. That was too good, man.
That was epic, dude.
You saw that one?
Yeah. She crushed it, dude. She crushed her speech too.
Yeah.
So do you guys think it's like happening all over the place, or it's just like isolated and then the news it's just spidering out?
Definitely the latter, because where I live, like you're not gonna see that ever for like the next 50 years. Like So I don't. I think it's just like cities.
The Prince of the Air, like getting it out to everybody.
Yeah, from the cities. Yeah.
I mean, look what just happened to Bud Light, right? And I just saw something today that Bud Light, like, I don't know, in the 80s, they were making women look really good and strong and everything, and so now they've just totally, like I think I heard what's happening is these people are going down the ESG, the environmental social governance rating system, and I don't know who's giving them the money, right? Or who's just, like, adding the zeros to their account, but if they're going to support that movement, then they're getting some kind of credits, like
I was just
corporations.
I was just watching this thing yesterday. It was some leader from South Africa, and he was talking about how like America approached them and said, "We'll give you $60 million to fund the human how they say it, like human rights, for to help, people, that want to be, like transgender or are hurting or not able to, be so because the country is, against them. It's not the majority." And then that guy from South Africa was like, why is America trying to give us $60 million to push this, transgender narrative or agenda? And then Russia and China, they come to us and they're like, we want to help you like build up, defense, like military and defense. He's like, why? He's like, America can keep their $60 million in pushing the agenda of this transgender agenda. And then he also went on to say that like he doesn't understand, like right now, even in America, and he's from South Africa. He's like, I don't get America right now. He's like, they're a democracy and they're trying to sell democracy to us, but even they themselves are not a democracy because in America, the majority is getting their way, not the majority. So I was like,
America's not a democracy, dude. This is what they
well,
want everyone under.
of course. Yeah, no, I know. It's obviously it's not, but they sell it like they're like, oh, we got to have freedom, but they're saying we're going to have freedom for the minority. And they're kind of taking it, that was the guy from South Africa. That was his whole point. Like, don't try to sell us something that you guys aren't even, you're not that even yourself. So don't even come over here. So it was really good, dude. I watched it yesterday. It was like, well, 5 minutes or whatever. It was cool.
Aren't we a democracy? Because doesn't democracy mean
No.
that the majority
No,
we're a republic.
We're
By
a
which
we are a
republic.
republic, but
Yeah.
we're not behaving like one, right? I mean, we're not a republic anymore, but that's what
Nor are we a democracy because it's not the I mean at least the we're supposed to be a republic, but
right.
but
Majority's ruling. That's why I'm saying, do we have
in
a
a
democracy?
in a democracy, if the town decides that you don't have a bike or you don't have a car, then you don't have a car or a bike. That's
Well,
what a
that's what I'm
democracy is.
saying. Aren't we living in that now? It's majority rules, right?
no,
And
it's not.
they
No,
get
it's actually the opposite. Like right now,
No,
it's the minority rules because right now, okay, so like transgenderism, you can't tell someone you can't, like, you'll get fired if you don't use he or she sometimes, right? Right in these days. But that's a minority group that is even saying, oh, I have to identify, like they're retarded. I always use that word. They are those type of people, and they're a minority, but they are being favored. So
right.
yeah.
I
So
get that.
that's not democracy then.
But Ron Paul, like I thought that Ron Paul was teaching everybody that we are a republic, but we're not behaving like it because we've been taken over by the illusion of democracy. But it seems like every time we go and invade a country, ta-da, we bring democracy, hence, enslaving the people. And isn't it just the illusion of like saying that it's a democracy, you're free and everything, but you're right. It's the majority that's ruling, but that's the democracy that's running.
It's an illusion of choice, but we really live under a fascist oligarchy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Multinational.
It's more like a plutocracy. The rich rule. That's
Right.
what it is.
Yep.
Well,
Yes.
oligarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because technically, because we have a voting system, that's what you can call like, oh, we have a democracy because my vote counts, but it's not like that. It's a false democracy, but we are supposed to be a republic, using voting to give everybody a voice, and then that's how you would get the majority, right? Because you have that's why it's set up like that. You vote, and whoever votes the most, it goes that way. But in today's world, everyone can vote against this whole he-she crap, but it's a fake democracy because now there's just agendas being pushed. Doesn't matter if 95% of the world says, dude, shut up with all this nonsense. Doesn't matter. You're still going to get fired because way up there, they're making the rules, and they're setting, the laws of the land. It's a fallen world. Who cares?
Apocryphon. The only problem I have with what
a
you
little
said.
change.
Apocryphon.
Go, sure.
I just have a problem with what you said about China and Russia. Because they've already been in. Aren't they all in the BRICS nations, like South Africa?
You're breaking up. What do you mean, Kosha?
Brazil. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but earlier you broke up a little bit. What were you saying?
Okay, I'm saying you said that China and Russia are both they're now coming to become allies with South Africa financially, but haven't they been financially aligned with them since they are all members of the BRICS nations?
No.
Much more than
that I was. No, that's not what I was saying. Yeah, I mean, although that's true because BRICS is part of that, but I'm saying that they were coming to South Africa and offering them like defense and like strategies and logistics, like things that will actually help their country, as opposed to just trying to push the sick, transgender agenda upon them. So imagine like you're looking at another country, your neighbor, and you're like, oh, you guys are suffering from your enemies? How about this? How about I give you money so that way the 10 people that think they're women when they're men, we're going to give them rights. Here's all the money you want for that. Like, it makes no sense that you would. It's just ridiculous, dude. So
I think that like this is over. Like people overreact to the transgender thing, although it's disgusting. I think that like no one cares. Like they're like
right.
In reality, like it's not actually like tons of people are doing it now or something. The only danger is like brainwashing the children, because then the number will increase.
Well, yeah, because it's the media that's pushing it, pumping it. I mean, you can't watch a TV show nowadays without seeing at least one of their characters being one of those people, and like they're just putting a really strong spotlight on it. Like, it's okay to be whoever you want to be, guys.
You know what's interesting? Well, first of all, can y'all tell me if I'm breaking up at all?
A little, but go ahead.
Yeah, so the way I see it is, one thing that I know I haven't considered, so I don't know about you guys, maybe a little like me. I didn't consider just fucking turn the TV off. I've heard my mom say it. I've heard my parents say it. I've heard them say that their grandparents said it. And it's like the problem is that only becomes a problem if you and your kids don't have the discipline not to watch it for 8 hours a day, 7 hours a day, 5 hours a day, 3 hours a day. If your kids were reading instead, doing things instead that were productive, none of that shit would matter anyway. Who the fuck gives a fuck about China and the United States? Who cares? Right? I mean, at the end of the day.
But you also have this, though. Like, there's this agenda is now, it's been caught. Like, they've caught the system, like with their hand in the cookie jar. They've been spreading it secretly to all the children in the schools. So you're right. You can keep your kids off the TV, but you can't control what they're learning. And now they're writing into laws where you don't even have control or power for what they're teaching the children. So it goes much bigger than just
For sure. But look,
Go ahead.
remember when like there used to be a time that I was scared of that I was scared of the authority. Oh man, I used to say it all the time. I used to say, "Oh man, my daughter, like how am I gonna stop her from seeing all this crap?" And you know what I realized being here in this community with you guys? It's just like being in the world with all the Glovers. You can't help somebody unless you help them know what true knowledge is. Because once they can do that for themselves, the global world out there isn't going to affect them anyway. Sure, they're going to see it. Sure, they're going to hear about it. But at least they'll know what to do. So I'm not. I know that we're all caught up and we're already in the system. I'm just giving the pill to get out, and it starts with every individual.
Right. I hear you.
Have you guys heard of the yuan?
Yeah.
You know, the petrodollar?
Yeah.
Well, now, if this happens, we're all screwed, man. This is the biggest thing that's going to happen to us in a long time. If they decouple the American dollar from the oil, which it's pegged now because they're working on Saudi Arabia, man, you're going to see your dollar, everything we have is going to be devalued by 30% or something.
Oh,
So
well,
this
this
is
is
a
one
big
thing.
hurricane.
The one thing I think is very interesting is they keep using the word recession. And then some people are like, it's not going to be a recession. It's going to be a depression. And so everyone's
A
like,
slaughter.
everyone's like, oh, well, 2008, blah, blah, blah. We can make it. In reality, though, it looks like what we're facing is a collapse of the dollar. So we have never lived through that. That is not a recession. That is not a depression. That is entirely different. We're talking about the all-out collapse of the dollar.
Right. Right.
And so that's a totally different thing, and everyone's going to be caught off guard because they think, oh, well, prices will kind of shoot up and we'll have a bit of a problem for a second, like in 2008. And then the government will swoop in. The government can't swoop in and fix the problem with printed dollars if the dollar collapses. So it seems like that's what everyone's kind of overlooking. They're happily acknowledging the financial issues, and they have the Joe Biden saying we're fixing it, and the left saying, oh no, it's all good. Then the right saying, oh man, we're going into a depression or a recession. But they're not actually talking about what's really happening, which is that the fundamental value, the conceptual value of the dollar is being undermined and will have to be replaced.
Do you remember during the crisis when Biden went to Saudi Arabia and he looked like a beggar and he asked the prince to lower the gas and they laughed at him? He left with his tail behind his back. You guys, do you know that? Do you remember that? Anybody?
Yep.
Yeah, man, that's similar to us wanting eggs to be low. It's probably not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm hearing everything you guys saying, and I'm like, well, should that happen? I mean, because I know this is God's world, so I know ultimately I'll be okay. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, should man, let things devolve to a certain point? Is there going to be someone who figures it out for their family? Probably so.
You just better hope, bro.
But the
that
one thing
the
that
solution. I just say one thing quick. You guys better hope that the solution the West has always used in this case, like in other words, if a country would decouple from the dollar, they would attack Iraq, all these countries, right? We all know that. You guys better pray, and I'm praying that solution is not used here, because you know what that means, right? Going to war against China.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
The dollar being the world standard is what keeps America's, gas prices so low. I mean, if when you look at, like, there's countries, in Europe, they're like $10 to $12 per gallon only because they aren't the world standard. Now, if that was to change to the yuan, then we will be facing those type of prices, because now we'll have to convert our money into their money, and it's going to be way expensive.
That's only
You got it, bro.
because they import gas, though. Like, if you are to domestically acquire gas, you would have no problem at all. So, like, we have so much oil in the United States. Like, we have enough oil in Alaska alone to last decades. So it's just like a big scare tactic. It's bullshit. They're doing that on purpose. They're making you think that we have
No,
to
but
get our oil from over. No, we have plenty of oil in the
in the
United
Gulf.
States. We don't have to import it.
But
Bear in
aren't
mind as
they?
Yes,
well.
but it's not about the oil. Witsit. It's not just about the oil. It's the decoupling of the dollar from the oil in Saudi Arabia. Once that happens, doesn't matter how much oil you have. You understand? It's
No, but
decoupled. The currency
Uh,
will no longer be number one. Yeah.
yeah, Montreal.
no, I'm
What Wits is
specifically
saying is
responding to the gas prices thing. Though.
yeah. So what? Yeah,
But yeah,
what
you
Wits is
guys
saying
got
is
plenty of oil,
let
man.
me see.
You're exporting it all over the place. There's liquefied fields in Greece, and you're just sending your oil everywhere. You got plenty of it. Yeah.
Crypto, we could hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
Yeah,
just
crypto good.
cool. Yeah. So what Witsit was saying would be directly relevant to the fuel prices in America. Yeah, that is 100% true. In a general sense, what you're saying is true, but I don't think the effect would be as large as Noah was presenting, simply because you would obviously have some kind of advantage to a home advantage in terms of the transfer between different currencies, but it wouldn't be 30%. There's no way it would be 30%. And this would also be reliant entirely on the economic decision to import all of your oil, which the American government did for various reasons, but one of them was because of the environmental lobby. I think that you would notice that these people would have far less influence if gas prices shot up 30%. So I wouldn't be too worried about that if I were you.
Yeah, but you
Think
bring up a
about
good
their
point.
think about their plan. It's sorry, go ahead.
No. Well, I was going to piggyback on what you were saying with it. So go ahead and say it, and then I'll just piggyback off
Okay, I'm just saying if you think about their plan, it's pretty ingenious. So, like, they told us that oil is a resource that's finite because it takes billions of years and blah blah blah. And then they import all of our oil from other places, and they build the petrodollar upon that. And so they create scarcity and dependence, right?
Yep.
Although both are illusory, that's the whole ploy: scarcity and dependence. So now we've discovered no, actually, we have tons of oil here. Well, what they're going to do is they're going to just shift over from importing all the oil for decades to it's not okay to use oil at all, so that the local resources never get used. Like, that's pretty clearly their plan, right? Is that before you ever domestically acquire the oil, they're going to ban the oil. They're going to ban using the fuel. So they're trying to create this paradigm where we never tapped into our natural resources, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I could be.
I feel we're missing the big picture here. We're talking about oil. Oil is not the issue here. You got to understand that. The issue is control of the monetary system. Right now, the States has it. It's being under threat by the Chinese. No amount of oil or anything is going to save you from that. You got to understand, it's not just monetary, right? The world hates America. I'm
Well,
sorry to
they
tell you
hate
guys this.
America,
No,
but
they
they
hate America, bro. They
yes,
hate America.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is that the US dollar has been the default standard for the world for I don't even know how many years. We've never seen the decoupling of this ever happen. So Witsit
That's
was
what I'm trying to
100%
tell you.
right. Correct.
Yeah.
You're right. Witsit's right in the sense that a recession and depression is non-comparable to what we're going to witness. It's going to make 1929 look like Christmas Day when this shit hits. We're going to literally look like Venezuela. I don't know if you guys know what happened to Venezuela when they tried to change their currency, and essentially were ripped off by England and were given. They asked for their gold back, and they were given tungsten-plated gold, right? Long story short, their whole economy collapsed to the point where people were starving in the streets and turning to eating their own pets and pigeons because there was nothing. So I'm just saying
Interesting.
what's coming is what's coming is going to be very nasty. The only way you can prepare is to separate yourself, perceive the inevitability, and situate yourself, diversify in such a way to where you have different assets of value, whether it be crypto or precious metals,
Oh,
something along
diversify.
those lines.
Right. Hey, can I just chime in really
You
quickly?
gonna jump on the team?
Oh, Elijah? Hey,
Oh,
you're
go ahead.
really low. Sorry, I didn't mean to walk all over you, but your mic.
That's okay.
Well, do you want to go and then I'll go? I just want to say something after you.
Yeah, I mean, look, if our economy goes down, the other economies are gonna go with it. Yeah, I don't know how something like that could happen without everything else being affected. I do know that there's a very hard effort to make me believe that and panic and steal me to do nothing.
You
I
sound
don't
so much
know,
better. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I do know when we talk about these things about the big picture, it's often from a stance that we can't control anyway. We spoke about COVID, but at that point, we were already going through it. We're speaking about this. Guess what? We're probably just gonna have to go through it. I don't know if we are, if we ain't, but I'm thinking about how God's gonna get me through should it happen. I'm
Know
looking
his
to Him.
word. Know his word. That's another story. But so I just wanted to interject on what you guys were saying a little bit about our gas, because they're playing chess. They have us surrounded. They know exactly what they're doing, and obviously the dollar is being decimated, and they're trying to prop other people up. But that Nord Stream attack was huge because now that those countries over there are dependent upon us using our reserves, using our gas, right? And everything. So there's going to be an energy crisis happening. I mean, sure, we do have a lot of natural resources, but they don't want to use it. So what's it? Yeah, you're right. But they don't want to use it. They're going to make it look like, we don't have anything else. So then, ta-da, the government's going to bring in, their whole new system. So they have us surrounded at so many areas. And I mean, in the Bible, it talks about a 200 million man army. Like what? I mean, who is that? Is it like China and Russia together and BRICS? Like what is that? Who even could think about that number back then when the Bible was written? It's coming. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just I'm always big on not fully giving into what I call the fear porn. But so I want to say a side note about Venezuela. You know that so many people were starving, that so many children were starving. They actually made it illegal to release the cause of death, to diagnose the cause of death being malnutrition. It was actually illegal to do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, but real fast with the whole, their move is clearly that they're going to usher in a system. So it is not in their benefit to let everyone die. That is not what they want at all. That is not the game plan, at least not from my understanding. So they just want to create panic via chaos and then bring in the order, and that'll be the new system. So the oil is just one part of it. The oil is, okay, well, we won't let them get their natural resources. We'll run the world with the petrodollar. They did that for decades. Now we're going to shift away from oil before they ever tap into their own natural resources, much less figure out that it just constantly replenishes, and will incentivize electric vehicles so that we can completely monitor everyone's vehicular activity and even shut it off. At the same time that they want to make this major shift, they're going to do that with the money. They're going to change the money to a digitalized currency that replaces the collapsed fiat currency.
What about what the Georgia Guidestone said about 500 million?
That is true. Yeah, I literally thought of that as I was saying. I don't think they want to cover one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's very interesting. But like I said, I just don't like the fear porn. So if at some point that may be their ultimate plan, and I don't know when or how that would happen, and I don't know who they are, and I don't know if that's a reaction to something else happening. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's touche.
We know who they are. I think we know who they are.
But you know what? It's because the thing is, Like a lot of people are like, ooh, I got a gun. Ooh, I got a gun. Ooh, I got a gun. I got a big gun. Let's shoot it then. You know why things don't just happen instantly? Because it takes faith and belief to do things. So here's the thing, like Witz is talking about with beer porn, and there's a lot of other components that go to it, that go into it. But the thing is, they can't do shit unless we have enough faith in the things that we're discussing today in their narratives. Because the moment enough of us make it real, that's when their gun is real. So when we're ignorant enough is when it's going to happen.
Yeah, which is right now. I mean, they're not. I don't buy the narrative that like you're gonna wake up and everything's gonna be different in a day. We're just already in the pot. We're just frogs, and they're turning up the heat, and it's gonna be a gradual thing where you never have a real clear, definitive moment to react. And people will undoubtedly take the replacement because everyone's entire life is invested into this fiat currency. So if you wake up and you don't have access to those little digits on your Bank of America app, then you're going to be very desperate for a replacement. And if they say, we'll give you the same value you had in your bank plus like 1.25x, just adopt the new currency system, you don't like who's not going to do that? It's either get rid of everything you have or you do that. So that's what I think will happen is like they're going to slide in with the chaos won't happen until they have the orchestrated order ready to roll out. It would be very
Bro,
incompetent for them to do it any other way.
if they get rid of the dollar, if they actually switch it from the dollar to something else, and now dollars are just whatever, just pieces of paper floating around in the breeze, I don't know how mortgages are going to be able to handle that because I owe my mortgage in dollars. Like you can't just switch that on me. That's a contract. I agreed to pay you X amount of dollars. So
Jeremy, that's why they'll do it like a debt
Yeah.
forgiveness thing. They'll do it like they're just going to give it to you. Like I imagine them saying, you trade your gas car and we give you this free electric car. You want McDonald's? It's free now. I think it's just going to be like they're going to make it so pleasant to the normal person that they're just going to take it. They're going to be like, oh, okay, this is awesome. We now
Yeah,
own
so
I mean, if I don't have
agree
to
with
pay my mortgage anymore, that'd be dope. That's a huge bill. So I mean,
But that's
whatever.
why everyone's going to fall for it, dude. That's what he said. Like, if you look into NASARA, that's the National Economic Security and Recovery Act. Okay. And a lot of people run around like, oh, it's magical. We're all going to be happy. QAnon, blah, blah. No, but NASARA is a real thing. That's a real thing. It's a real bill that was proposed. And if you look into it, it's abolish the IRS, abolish all debt, have a jubilee, replace the currency with something backed by precious metals. And the person that wrote this, now, like, this is just my prediction years ago, and I still stand behind it. I think Trump comes in and brings in the new system. And when you look into it, the person that wrote NASARA, which is, again, the National Economic Security and Recovery Act, it's that the debt has become so unsustainable that it needs to be replaced and done away with, and we have to update the whole system and get rid of income tax, get rid of the IRS, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this was proposed. It wasn't passed. But the same person that wrote that legislation, he wrote a book, and the title of the book is Draining the Swamp in the 90s. So what a coincidence that Trump uses that very saying. Trump is like, well, we need Trump back because he can fix our economic problem. So it's all set up for Trump to come back in and usher in a new system. It's like, to me, it's very obvious that might happen. So that just to throw that out there, I don't know if anyone knew that, but the person that wrote the NASARA, which is to basically forgive everyone of their debt, replace the currency with precious metals, an entirely new system. Okay, the same person that wrote that authored a book and it's titled Draining the Swamp. So when you put all the pieces together, it starts to get kind of interesting.
That's like the universal
So
income plan. That's exactly what it sounds like to me. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They were talking about it here in Canada, giving like you said, forgiving your house debt, your car debt. You own nothing, and everybody gets a universal income. Crazy.
Well, it's crazy. His I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, we got to buckle up, man. It's going to be some crazy times going into the 2030s and the 2040s, especially, with the moon landings not happening again and whatnot. Like, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you need to like get up on financial literacy as best you can. Um, and I don't know
Get
what
up
else to
on
say.
this.
Tell them
Well,
get your
look at this.
money up, not your funny up.
I'll throw this
Maybe
out here.
get
So,
some land and get out there by yourself with your family. And people been telling me that forever. I'm definitely trying to get out of New York now.
so to all the truthers, there are two things that I can show you how to do. I just started doing it, to be fair, that you can definitely make passive income with AI, and you should do it right now, though. And so, like, one of the ways is you can create an automated YouTube channel. So I just launched 2 of them, and it'll take a few months, but then you'll have passive income. And you can also launch like an e-commerce site and generate passive income. But people should utilize all these new tools coming out before the market gets so saturated it doesn't mean anything and it provides no advantage. And I think that's the safest thing, is to find a way that you're ensuring passive income that's not dependent upon some other source, and then just take that money and get land and maybe some XRP. But
Yo,
like,
passive
that's
income.
fun.
Passive income's dope. Definitely, you want to get your we work our whole lives to get our passive income up. But let me just ask, what's your automatic YouTube channels? Are you playing like NASA feeds or something?
No, I'm not gonna say the name of it. I'm not gonna say the name of the channels for
I'm just
obvious
fucking with you.
reasons, right? But no, it's about I don't even know if I want to say that.
Don't even
There
say
are
it,
just
bro. Don't even say it.
no. Let's just say
I
there
was
are
just
very
fucking with
good
you.
there are very popular niches, and there's actually an AI tool that will show you the most searched terms under certain topics. So you can actually generate scripts with the AI. You can use ChatGPT, and there's like 10 other ones. You can tell it to write a clickbait hook, and then you can tell it to write a however minute long script, and you can integrate this into different AI tools to make videos and stuff. And then you just set the upload date for every day of the week or every day of the year, right? You can work all day, make 300 videos, and then you can have the YouTube channel set up to automatically upload every morning at 6 a.m. And then boom, you have all these different videos coming through. It'll take a few months. You'll get monetized. It'll keep going. No one will know who you are. It's faceless, and you can use AI to generate it. Now, it does take some work, but it's automated in the sense that, like, a lot of the work that the content creator would normally have to do can now be done for you. And you automate it in the sense that once you make the 300 videos and you schedule it for each day, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have, like,
Yeah,
you've
no,
already
it's
done your
awesome.
years of work. Yeah.
Passive income is huge. I've been telling everyone, you got to start somewhere. Even if you turn your passive income on, only make 50 cents a day or $2 a day. You got to start somewhere. You're not going to just instantly go from zero passive income to $200 a day or something. You got to start.
Yeah, Jeremy, that's the cash flow. That's the name of the game. And it's crazy because I would say that, hindsight being 2020, I would have listened to you first in that. Because ultimately, now what am I trying to do? Is build cash flow, passive income, to where I don't have to really actually put any more energy, into it. And it's like starting from somewhere. Listen, you can't begin to win unless you get past the beginning. Okay, so starting
You know,
somewhere, I don't care where it is, you gotta get to it.
them dudes used to laugh at me. I telling them, yo, get you 10 cents a day, $1 a day, and they thought that shit was
Nope,
funny,
you were
dude. But
right. You were right.
I've been telling you for like a year now. Yeah, get your couple bucks a day ticking in and build on it.
You're right, because the power of compound interest is real. All you need is a little bit.
I'm still getting that passive crypto money.
I can also show you guys how to do the e-commerce thing. Of course, like what I'm saying, most people like try to charge money for. Like I had to do some research to figure this out, but like a truther, I'll specifically try and help out a truther, not like someone that tries to stop the truth. right? If you're trying to stop the truth in there every day, I'm sorry, bro. You can be broke for all I care. But like, I will happily show you. But what you do is you build this e-commerce website. You don't need any upfront money, so it takes a little bit of money to make the website. It's going to take a little bit of work. You have the website. What it is it's like you can have, like, say, 100 products. It's drop shipping, so you're not paying for the products. You're not shipping the products. And then what you do is you set up your store, make it aesthetically pleasing. Then you run social media ads. So your investment would be under $50 to set up the store, and then however much money you want to spend on the ads. And you want to do Facebook and Instagram because there is no paid version of Facebook, so everyone sees ads no matter what. And then what people just click on your ads, they see a product, they shoot it through. If you wanted to step it up, which is what I'm about to do, then you would also make short little video ads that you can also utilize AI to do that. And then basically people are buying products that you can mark up the price, whatever percent, up to like 80% profit, right? And then they're just buying it. They're fulfilling the order. They're shipping it for you, all of that. And you're just sitting back and you'll have that passive income. So if you create 5 stores, you'll have 5 streams of passive income. If you create 3 automated YouTube channels, you'll have 5 streams of income. And you have to do each of these and then wait a few months before they really get off the ground. But then you're going to have, in that scenario, 5 to 7 consistent streams of income that come in monthly, right? That's like definitely the big piece of the puzzle that I for one, ignored. So,
Yeah, we should do an
yeah.
invite only event where you like show. We'll just have just some of us, and you can show us how to set this shit up or something. Because that does sound dope. I'm always trying to get my passive income up. I feel you. It's
Jeremy,
super
look what I just
important.
typed.
I
Look what I
gotta
just
get
typed.
mine. I gotta do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
What's
it?
up,
So
Blitz?
do you think that would be a consideration that you could do that? Jeremy, I had typed that right before you said that. Do an event, teach us how to, share your insights, video it so that you can just repeat it and just send it out to people that want it. So you don't have to always do it,
Well, yeah, but it's truthers only.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, for sure. You have to have a special tag to get into it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
and this is
just
the
do
thing. I
All you
can show you
people,
guys, but
all
you're
you
gonna have to
people with
learn some.
Glover friends. Sorry, just don't give this to your Glover friends. You
Yeah, exactly.
sympathizers.
Exactly. And because it took me a lot of work to figure it all out, and like I'm happy to just share it, but I don't want to share it with certain people. I don't know if that sounds ugly, but another thing is you'll have to learn to work around AI, right? That's something that I can't do for anyone. They're gonna have to come. When I say AI, it's just programs. It's just like how you use Excel. It's just a program that helps do work for you. And there are different ones for each different thing, and you kind of have to familiarize yourself with that. But it's not. That's like the easiest part.
Are you talking
So
about like UiPath, Python, Anaconda, things like that?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you don't know this? Okay.
Those are
Uh-uh.
software, right? Software.
Yeah, it's language, it's coding for computers.
So will you look at your calendar and schedule it soon? That'd be great. 'Cause I have an idea of something. I have an idea of something. I bought the website and everything too, but
Okay.
yeah, you
Yeah, I
guys
That's
have
another
will like
that's
this kind
another
of
big
thing.
part of it too. You guys have to think of like a shorter, catchy name for
Mhm.
your stores, ideally, and then you buy the domain.
That's
You
what I
have to
did.
before you ever like I'm gonna name my company this. Like immediately go to domains,
I
right,
remember
and figure
you
out
did
what to
that.
do.
I remember you did that on the stream. You're like, "Oh, wait, maybe I should go buy that right now."
You
Yeah,
can
because I
have
said
a
it out
company
loud.
name.
Yeah.
You can have a company name that has absolutely nothing to do with the website. Like a parent company, you can have sub corps that you can structure underneath it that are running multiple different things that all kind of funnel up into one.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
that like a DBA or whatever.
I would just say it's obviously
Yeah.
ideal if whatever your company is you have a .com, in my opinion, but it's whatever. Another big like niche is like eco-friendly stuff. Like people are just dying to spend their money on eco-friendly stuff. So like, eco-friendly kitchenware, eco-friendly pet food, biodegradable poop bags, whatever, because it's like a layup for marketing because you're just like save the environment. This is like so all I'm saying is I'm only bringing this up because I think we're in a situation where people need to really utilize the next year or two to kind of put themselves in a position where they're able to get land. So
Sure.
you know,
We were
yeah.
talking about this last night, and you know, this guy was talking about like maybe polling, you know, contributing, you know, $5 a month for certain things, you know, flyers, or, you know, somebody needs to fly someplace. I don't know exactly how it would work, but, you know, could you imagine if we came together and we networked together and we bought things from each other that would, you know, help support each other? I mean, network marketing, you know, it has a bad rap, but if you did it right, why wouldn't you wanna go to into business with your friends and family and make money from them and then your friends underneath you, you know? That because essentially the
Check it
corporations
out.
are the pyramid, right? They're on top of that, you're never going above them.
Check it out.
You
Like
want to
what
laugh,
she
Blaze?
said. The whole thing is, dang, what's the first thing you said? Before the
Empowering
pyramid, before
the network marketing?
having a bad rap. Guess what? Guess what? Flat
What?
Earth and Yeshua himself have a bad rap also.
Yeah. Right?
Isn't
Exactly.
that awesome to know? Like, because the undertone to that is who gives a crap?
Mhm.
I
What's
wanted
true
to
is
ask.
what's true, and what works is what works.
I wanted to ask some of the Americans in here because I've been looking into how you can get land for free. Here in England, there is so much unregistered land that you can just go and claim. Obviously, it won't really properly be yours until after 10 years, but you can use it as your own land for all that time. I don't know whether it's a similar thing in America.
Never heard of it.
But yeah, there's like a map of all of the unregistered land in England where you can literally claim it.
Mm.
I was just wondering if maybe America has a similar thing.
Maybe so. I don't know. I have to look into it. I want to point out one thing. Like, yeah, like networking with other truthers is awesome, and we should do that. If you want to really like create passive income with some of these generic things, you got to tap into the normie market.
Mhm.
So that's the thing. Like, I realized I have to put my truther aside to make these YouTubes, right? Like, I'm not going to spread misinformation, so I'm out of principle. I'm very tactical about that. I'm not going to make a space channel or something, you know. But you have to understand the vibration of the normie and what's going to actually be propped up in the algorithms and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where you have to walk the line of like not sacrificing moral integrity, but kind of putting the prioritization of truth, like forbidden truth, to the side. You know what I mean? Like if you don't make an, I'll just make up a idea. If you, because this is a really saturated market, no one would ever be able to find, even if I do it. But if you want to make a video about sports players or 10 interesting facts about the Steelers, you know, whatever it is, and it drops every day, like, dude, if you don't do that, there's still going to be millions of normies that are obsessed with sports. You know, like, you're not going to stop that. So
Yeah,
that, I hope I'm
somebody's
making
going to do it. Yeah,
exactly.
somebody's success. Somebody I swear to God, I kid you not. I promise you right now. Somebody is successful with your idea right now.
No, yeah.
Like that's the one thing that they don't want flat earthers or just people in normies to do. Like we have so much power, and we could change things around if we're disciplined for like what's it said, just 2 years is all you gotta do. I could not believe how fast things could change. I could not stop drinking the Kool-Aid. You can do anything. Remember, yo, somebody's doing what you're thinking. Ain't no reason you can't do it too.
For sure.
Yeah, like it, so like say with the YouTube thing or even with e-commerce, you have to do run your ads, right? So like for the YouTube, it's going to take automatically it's going to take 2 to 3 months to get monetized and to build enough traction to get ad revenue, blah, blah, blah. You can also integrate affiliate links. There's all kinds of things you can do. I do see why people charge for this too, because once you do all the work, you figure everything out, and then you're going to go through trying to explain it to everyone that doesn't know it. Like, I understand why people like sell these packages to teach you or whatever, but you don't really need them, and you just have to. But anyway, my point is that say you wait 3 months, if you start off by making $1,000 a month, and I don't know about you guys, I have significantly more than $1,000 a month in bills, but I don't think anyone in here is going to be upset that they have an additional $1,000 that come every month. And it took one day, maybe two, of making videos, and now you've guaranteed that you'll make $1,000 a month for the year. And actually, it's going to, of course, increase, where you'll end up making maybe 2, 3, 4 grand a month. So, yeah, I think that the main problem is people just don't do stuff, and that goes for me as well. Like, I just never prioritize money, but I just think we're kind of past that. The truthers need to kind of all come together, be like, yo, let's share information with each other, and let's figure out how to set up our families to kind of prepare maybe for what could happen. Yeah.
Okay. When can you look at your schedule?
I don't know. I'm at the store right now, so I can check it later.
Okay. Because I think, doing an event here would be super cool.
Well, we'd have to literally find a way to not let the Globers in now.
Well, we'll just give it a new tag, right? That's easy. A role. They have to have a certain role to get into the room.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's
we
cool.
video it, but it doesn't have to be live streamed.
Speaking of making money, I saw this thing just yesterday, as a matter of fact, and they asked this Jewish person, not to stereotype, right? But they asked a Jewish person the difference in money making. And he said something that really freaked me out. He said, the difference between us, meaning the Jewish people, is when we make money, we like to make money in groups. In other words, if I have something, I'm gonna get another 4 or 5 people, and we're all gonna make money. As opposed to you guys only one person makes money, and there's no incentive. So in other words, a person won't come to you for a business plan or whatever, because you're the one that's gonna make money. So I found that really freaking intriguing.
Yep.
What do you guys think?
Asians do it, and a lot of Spanish. Yeah, it's family.
Well,
It's their networks.
see, see that's just a system. Like you're talking about a system that works, but what people do is they make 1,000 YouTube channels where people just go out there and take something that is just a system that is just naturally a part of the world. However, the way things work naturally here, and they put a bad connotation on it. Like what you're talking about, if you were to Google Susu, it'd be like, look at this pyramid, look at this scheme, look at this scam. Except that's how you bake, that's how your bake grew, that's how your cleaners grew, that's how all of these different, in like the heavily populated areas like the city, like they just make you believe that how to actually get ahead is a scam. It's just a fucking system. It's just a
Yeah,
system.
you're right. Yeah, but they do it well, I don't want to say interspecies, interlanguage, interreligion, whatever you want to call it. They do it amongst themselves. See what
They
I'm saying?
network. Yeah, they network.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I
And then
really
with their
admire that.
synagogues and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a family oriented or friend exclusivity kind of situation.
Yeah, we can learn from them. Definitely, we can learn from them.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, don't be greedy, right? And it makes sense, man. If you have a thing that makes money, and the people that are with you, when you make more money, they make more money. I mean, you're onto a great thing, man. That's how they do it. And I was saying, shit, yeah, man, that's so simple, but yet you have an incentive to succeed. Yeah.
And that's why they keep us divided. So we don't do this. Attack the family, attack everything, make sure everybody the meme. Make sure everybody lives far apart from each other now and so busy that, You see your family, 2 or 3 times a week. Keep your business separate. And then they tell us, don't talk about religion, don't talk about,
Who
politics.
tells you?
What's that?
Said who tells you?
Who tells us? It's just kind of what is true that we've grown up with. Probably the people that said, don't talk about politics, don't talk about
I guess
religion,
if
don't
you
talk
don't,
about
if
all
you
that
live in the
stuff.
country, you don't live that way.
I didn't hear you because I was talking. What's that?
I said if you're living in the country and you're like living with a family, that's not the same. I've been with the same people I've been with since I've been born, and I'm 64 years old. And
Awesome.
my great grandkids are living there. My grandkids, my daughters, my sons, my brother-in-laws, they all live in the same property.
Well, that's very unique. Good for you.
That's a beautiful thing.
Well, I need them all to work the farm.
That you know why? See, we have a culture of leaving poverty or leaving our people in poverty. Like, yeah, there's no reason that a family should lose a home behind financial hardship because of a death, because somebody lost a job. That stuff shouldn't be happening because that stuff happens anyway to everybody. But it seems like it only affects the poor and the misfortunate. Well, I mean, that's because look, it's a lot to learn. It's a lot to be. Blessings are everywhere. You literally just have to open your eyes. I mean, that sounds cliche as hell, but it's also true.
You're right, bro. But unfortunately,
You should be able to like the thing is like yeah, somebody should have passed me a house. That should have just been a thing. I shouldn't be looking to kick my children out of my fucking estate.
Right. Like that's what they did in the Bible, right? The husband to be set up a place in his family's estate, in his father's estate, and the wife moved in with them.
Doesn't the Bible also say? I just heard this early this morning and a couple of days ago that a good husband leaves behind for his children wealth or something like that, right? You
I
know
think it's
the,
a
the
proverb. Mm-hmm.
so that's what gets me fired up about these liars every day because the thing that stops like we're not fighting anybody physically, and we're literally struggling in the mind. That's what it is.
But it is showing up in our true reality.
No, of course it's in our reality because it's in our minds.
Because we allowed it.
Look, think about it. If you, but all we did was say, "Hey, wait a minute. We didn't get flat Earth didn't exist. It wasn't an image. It's still not an image. And for me, it's not a thing. I woke up to, oh snap. There's a possibility that I don't live on a globe. What does that mean, right? The point that I'm trying to make though is the moment I started asking that 100 people started telling me, don't ask that, don't think that, don't ask that, don't think that. I didn't have to fight anybody since I've been here, right? So obviously it's all mental.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and an agreement. We inherited our parents, our father's lies, right? They didn't know any better. So they started doing something. We saw them doing something. So then we followed them. Oh, hey, this is what we're supposed to do.
That's a cop out.
What?
That's a cop out. How many people have disobeyed their parents? Every kid disobeys parents. That's the thing to do. But then you learn that there's right ways and wrong ways of doing things,
Yeah,
and it's
for
not
sure.
something that you're taught. It's just that you observe it and you go, Yeah, I'm not gonna stick my finger in that electrical socket because I'm gonna get shot.
Well,
Duh.
Yeah, but Blaze has a point there, right? And lots of times this happens subconsciously, like unintentionally. It certainly happened for me. Like I rebelled against my parents. I didn't want to follow my dad's footsteps at all whatsoever. I didn't even intentionally follow in my dad's footsteps. I just happened to literally stumble into becoming an accountant, which is exactly what my father was.
Mhm.
that's funny because I was going to say, listen, we pay taxes because our fathers and mothers told us that we had to because they had to, right? So when you really look into some certain things, I was on this whole IRS thing a long time ago that once you file your taxes, that's when you have to pay. But there's no law telling you that you have to file your taxes. And there's
You have to file. You still have to pay.
but once you
I
file,
think
that's when
that
you have to pay. So that
I
was
think
just an
At the
taxes
example.
bottom,
are
it
another
asks you.
I think taxes are another
The bottom of the
conversation
form.
that we should have.
Elijah, you're
Um,
so low.
it might be the wind. Sorry.
Maybe just talk a
Um,
little closer if you can.
I don't know. It doesn't matter if I buy Beats. I just my headphones always suck. I don't know. I
That's
don't know.
better. That's better.
But no, I was saying like taxes. I think that's a conversation that we should also have as well, because I am now of the belief that taxes are just fine. Like people fight about, oh my God, are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? And I'm finding out, oh no, there are only two systems. There, there, there's one side of the tax code and there's the other side. There's the W-2 and there's the 1099. There's the, you're going to get taxed all the way up the backside, or most of your stuff is going to get written off and you're going to get taxed on what's left. Like, so, I mean, the idea behind taxes, seeing as that taxes funds all of, of the things that people need from the government, even though we also say, damn, we shouldn't be so needy from the government. I don't know, man. I don't necessarily see taxes as a bad thing. I just think we end up on the wrong side of it.
You do know that you do have to file, but at the very bottom of every one of those forms, it says, "What do we owe you, or what do you owe us?" They're asking you. You put 0, and that's it. You don't have to fill any other stuff out. You put your name, and you put bottom 0. If you work and they took out taxes, they got those documents. That your employer sent them in. You don't need to send them in again.
Not
And there's no
financial
reason to do that.
advice. Not financial
No,
advice.
I'm not getting financial advice. I am giving uh, what the IRS code says. You have to file,
Hey, can I
but
go
they're
out on a
asking
limb
you
here and
what you. Yeah.
guess that you think the Earth's a globe?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
65, take it easy, bro. I know
I'm
I
batting
said get
1,000.
involved, but I can't. Sometimes I'm like, oh, burn them down. Sometimes I'm like, single. I don't know.
But
I'm
I
batting a
have to ask
thousand.
you a question there. What? That's good. I have to ask you a question there. What's um
Okay.
tomorrow? Let's just say tomorrow they decide they determine yep the Earth is flat and everything that we've learned is wrong. What are you going to do next?
I've already proven that.
You
So I'm
improve
gonna,
what? What would you do
that the
next?
Earth is flat.
No, that's great, but for the whole world to know, not just the people in this group here, but
Well,
to take it public.
we should then all demand to go figure out what other land there is.
So I mean, but
Well,
as far as you have to do,
you
there's going to be
ask
a lot of
them,
things to change.
you ask them what he does next. What the world is not my
Yeah.
responsibility. That's the creator's responsibility. Here's the thing. Here's what we did
Well,
next. Here's what we did next. If you'd like to know, or if you have like some preamble, I don't know what it is. You want to hear me? My answer, or you got something?
no, go ahead.
So some of us have decided to spread the truth. Some of us have looked into, inward, like, okay, well, what are the things that I've been deceived about? So we started doing things like, getting healthy spiritually, healthy financially. Look at what we're talking about. None of us were talking about this 2 years ago, were we? Not really. So, we're doing with all the people that cared about the truth, because we all came here and other various places. This is what we're doing. The rest of the world, you know what they're doing? Ignoring the fact that we're here. So I don't know what to do about that. Frankly, it's
Well,
responsibility.
well, there's all kinds of things that would happen. So people would realize that all the countries are working together and that they're all in a treaty, the longest lasting modern peace treaty that exists. And they would stop falling for all this fear tactics regarding, oh, China, Russia, the United States, because they know all the countries are working together at the top for a very specific reason, which is a treaty. They would stop blindly believing something just because someone says the word science. They would understand that they can actually think for themselves. They would begin to question the nature of where they live. Tons of people would realize that if the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, which it provably is, then there has to be a creator. And then if our entire society acknowledged on a very real level that there was a creator instead of just saying it to go to church, then our world will become better overnight because people will be more moral. They will understand moral accountability. We would then also be able to teach our children the true nature of where they live. And so then it would have a
Who's going to
cascading
teach the
effect to
kids?
future generations. Not you.
Who's going to teach them? No, who is? You?
Well,
The parents of the children. That's
Oh,
who
okay,
exactly.
people are gonna want to know answers. People weren't gonna want to know answers. So all the
I'm
things that
sorry, time
now
out. You
you
said
say are not
people,
true.
you just said who's going to teach the kids. What does that statement have to do with people wanting to know answers? You got to slow down and talk about one thing at a time.
Because
Who's going to teach
yeah,
the kids?
you're
Is
right.
that a
So
real
now
question?
you just proved that the Earth is flat and that science is
Who's going to
wrong.
teach the
So
kids? Is
all
that
the
a real
science
question?
books are going to be thrown out.
What?
Who's
Okay,
going to
first
teach
of
All
the
all,
kids?
science books are going to be thrown out.
yeah,
Yeah,
first
but
of
No,
all,
that's
what?
when
where
you're
you got it twisted. The Globers are the science deniers. You're saying that science
You're
needs to be
still getting
thrown
rid of
out.
all science books.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you are going to have to throw it out.
yeah, well,
I
the
mean,
science books
yo,
are
bro,
provably
hold on,
wrong
hold
about a
on,
lot of stuff.
hold on. One more thing, bro. I don't know if you noticed, sir, but the textbooks from last year was thrown out. Okay, that's what they do. I don't know what you're so like what you're worried about.
Actually, I still have science books from when I was in elementary school, so they don't get
Yeah,
thrown
sure.
out.
And the information has changed. That's what I'm
Some
saying.
stuff is still being taught.
The information in your
Same
book,
languages.
probably the information in your book is probably information that Professor Gaines quote unquote would contend with. And the only reason I say that is because that John Pierre Robitaille, I think, is on YouTube, and then Professor Gaines. And they had a debate because what one professor learned in school deferred from what Professor Dave learned. Why? Because they came up in a different generation, so their textbooks are different.
Yeah.
This is the point that I'm trying to make. Like it's not like, oh,
So
we
the
had books
basics
for thousands of
always the
years.
same.
It's not like we have
But a
books
lot
for
of the
thousands
basics still the
of years
same.
that way, and we need to pass this knowledge. No, the children are going to be fine when the parents teach it. They're in no danger.
Here's the thing, though, when it comes to this quote unquote science books, aside from the modeling of the heliocentric model within some sort of cosmology, aside from cosmology, what needs to be updated in the science books, in your opinion, if you at some point understand that the Earth is a flat stationary plane?
So then there's no space, right?
Yeah,
And we have
like I said,
nobody out
aside from
in ISS.
cosmology.
In the ISS is not there.
There's something up in the
Up
sky.
in there.
Are there people in it?
What is
No.
it? So here's the thing. If you
Okay,
pick up
so
a
now
science book right now,
if you
what is in there that needs to change fundamentally? Aside from cosmology,
Nothing, in my opinion.
exactly.
Well,
Why would you say who's
what
gonna
part?
teach
What
the
part of that?
kids? So why would you say who's going to teach the kids if it comes out that the Earth is a flat stationary plane, as if some sort of huge overarching shakeup needs to happen as to who's teaching the kids? The teachers teach the kids. There's just a slight update to their curriculum.
Well, but there's also going to be a whole lot of change on things as far as technology, because
Like what?
technology will not have been able to advance. Well, we have
Technology
satellites,
would
but
not
you
have been
can't have
able to
satellites.
advance. Aside from the alleged uh, theories of time dilation based on relativity, which actually somebody who disagrees with relativity actually made GPS work. So aside from that, can you name one technology that requires some sort of input about the rotundity of the Earth in order for it to function?
Navigation.
Aside from GPS, like I said before, which was perfected by
No, I'm
Ron
talking
Hess,
about this big
who
latitudes.
dispelled the idea of relativity.
Latitudes.
What?
Latitudes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Latitude.
Wouldn't that fall
Latitude
under the
is not a
scope of
technology.
wouldn't that
Latitude
fall
is
under the scope of geography? I think
Yeah.
that's what you're hinting.
Yeah.
You said all this technology, right, would not be able to advance, blah, 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 blah. But you can't
All
articulate
technology.
to
A lot
me
of technology will
what
not have.
technology.
Well, he's saying latitude, so I guess what he's trying to say is latitudes and how we um how we actually get from point A to point B. So go, yeah,
In
that's what he's.
reality, we couldn't have most of the technology we have without treating the Earth as if it was a stationary plane. Like literally, like all of it. The way that we build all things, all engineering projects, bridges, canals, railways. The way that we use all flight technology, helicopters and planes. The way that we use military weapons. Everything that we've done, we do as if the Earth is flat and stationary, and people just claim that it's curved and spinning. The talking point that we wouldn't be able to have any
Well,
technology is
latitude to it.
laughably ironic.
I might have to
You
change a
can't
few
have
things in
latitude
geography.
on a fighter.
Latitude is just a coordinate system, so an update to the coordinate system.
Yeah.
Do you even know how they came up with latitude?
He has no idea.
Yeah, sure do.
Okay, tell me.
Oh yeah, I do. I grew up as a Boy Scout. I grew up in the mountains, and I grew up having to get from one point to another by the stars of the sun, and
How
by
did they
like
come up
also
with
the
latitude?
trees.
Yes. No,
How did they
but
Latitude
come up with
that's
is
wisdom,
latitude?
man.
yeah,
That's wisdom and respect.
is
Look,
your
check. So hold
angle
on, hold on,
to
hold
the
on,
North Star.
hold on. That's wisdom and respect. One thing I can pick up and note is that it sounds like he has real world experience, and it sounds like he's equating what he's talking about with it being
Okay.
a globe instead of you know. So it's like I understand, but yes, you did go through all of those things, but you got to understand that that doesn't mean it's a globe unless you can fully detail. And no one, I mean, if you can't right now, cool. But a lot of us have
We,
spoken about this topic for a long time.
Yeah,
we
But go
that's
literally
ahead.
came up with latitude on a flat Earth. That's the funny. Everything you're saying is
Yeah.
ironic. So, and this is what Glovers always do. Once their point is refuted, they skate past it to another one. You said something about technology. I
Well,
directly refuted that. I'm in the middle of speaking, bro. I directly.
I'll stay with the 69
They,
degrees, 69
Glovers
miles per
also get
degree.
really
No problem.
emotional. Like I don't know why, but
I'm not
so
emotional.
well, you're lacking impulse control. So that seems to be a tendency of
Mm,
emotion. So anyway, when you brought up
right.
technology, I refuted that and showed that actually we have to assume the Earth is a stationary plane for like the vast majority of all technology. So that backfired. Instead of being like, "Oh yeah, touche, my talking point is stupid. It's just gaslighting. I should stop saying it." It actually backfired. And if I apply the same logic, I would have to give credence to flat Earth. But you won't do that. You just escape to the next one. Then you brought up latitude, which we took angles to Polaris on a flat Earth. We mapped out circles based on the angles to Polaris on a flat Earth. Then we mapped it out flat. Then we tried to wrap it around a globe. Then we turned it into a little cylinder, and then we rolled the cylinder out, and that's how we have the Mercator map. So, ironically, latitude also required the assumption that the Earth is flat. So, what else you got?
No, and that's your opinion, but that's not the
No, that's a
truth.
fact.
That's your opinion.
Would you
No,
like
it's
to
not a
bet
fact.
money on it?
The
You want
fact
to bet
means
money
you
on
have
it?
bet. Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
how much?
I want you to show me how you can do 69 degrees, 69 miles for every degree on flat surface at all. It's a piece of paper. Just take a piece of paper and
Super.
start plotting it out. You will get
It's
a
super
globe.
easy. No, super easy. You don't even know how they got to 69 miles per degree. I bet you don't even know how
I
they do
do
that.
know.
How do they do
The,
it?
Oh, I do know it.
the,
How
the
do they
only
do it?
sphere is celestial.
It's by
How
the
do they do
stars
it?
in the sun.
Oh,
If you get your
well, yeah, I'm trying
if you
specificity.
get your
So what it does?
or you supposed to keep it
Well, we have a
direction.
zenith.
Oh, you getting
Buddy, I'll teach you. You got to calm down. Do
getting
you know what a
emotional?
zenith is? Do you know what a zenith is?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
What is it?
I tell you what, why don't we just do this? And I will tell you, I've been to Saxon before. Why don't you and I go out in the wilderness alone to these areas and see who can find their way around?
Why would I go in the wilderness with you? You're already freaking me out on the internet. So
That with me. Do
you know what, buddy? Calm down, man. Okay, you brought up 69 miles per degree. Okay, you don't understand that doesn't require the Earth being a globe. So the first step would be you need to understand how we even got that. So I asked you know what zenith is?
Yes.
Oh, what is it?
You got your, but it's what you're above. What your point is directly above you, so that
Correct.
your angle to that start that. So, but when you get
Okay, that's
that
correct.
your angle, do your 69 miles and do 1 degree, and then 69 miles do another degree.
No,
You
you're
plot
getting a
that
little
out
ahead of
there.
yourself. You're getting a little ahead of yourself. So
No.
what is an azimuth?
Azimuth is the angle from off of the I guess your horizontal.
What? No. What? It's how you determine your direction relative to the horizon.
Yes.
Oh, you didn't say that. So it's how you determine your direction.
Well,
Okay. Okay. So you have your azimuth. You have your azimuth reading. You have your zenith, and then you're going to measure an elevation angle up from the azimuth, right?
or down from the zenith.
Yeah. So we're going to take a star in the sky. We're going to measure an elevation. Then we do this 360 degrees all the way around us. When we map this out on a coordinate system after taking all those measurements, what are we left with?
Why don't you show me?
We're left with a dome. It's called an azimuthal grid. This is what Time and Date uses. This is what Stellarium uses. This is what suncalc.org uses. This is what all constructs of celestial navigation uses. It's all built upon these base measurements, which give you an azimuthal grid, which is a dome over top of the observer based on the angles to the sky. Are you with me so
Just
far?
an observer. No,
Yeah,
because
that's how
now you got a single observer, not from multiple people.
No, each different person has a different dome because the azimuthal grid is relative to the observer location. Okay, so now we're going to get to the next part. Okay, so your question is, how come when I go a mile or I go 69 miles, it drops 1 degree? As in the star drops a degree every 69 miles I go, right?
Or it could increase. Yeah.
Oh,
Depending which way you're going.
Okay, so it's because there is a place of stars over top of us, okay? And then when we move, we're changing our observer position. So how we see the sky changes within our azimuthal grid of vision.
But the star is still the same.
They change. What's the 1 degree? How are they the same if they're changing by a degree?
You're measuring off the same star. You got to measure off the same star.
And it changes position, yeah.
You change the position. Star staying the same.
So when we change position, the star also changes position.
How's that happen?
That's what the degree is.
69 miles per degree.
Yeah, and it's the angles, but you're changing. It's nothing to do with the star changing. Star staying
Yeah, he's
exactly
saying
the
it
same.
appears. It appears changed. That's what he's saying.
Wait. Let's see if you can understand this. So I'm in a room and we have a ceiling, okay? And we're going to put a little light on the ceiling. If I move across the room, is the position of that light going to change relative to where I walk?
It's going to appear to change for you. The angle of it, the
right.
rotation is going to stay the same, but the angle
right.
is going to change. But if somebody's still standing over there, it's still the same.
But it's going to look different. No, it's going to look different. It's going to be a different angle for each observer.
But it's not moving. Just the angle's changing.
It's going. What the, dude? It's optically changing position. Yeah. So what we did was we mapped this out all over. What we did was we mapped this out all over the Earth, and we saw that if we look at the same star at the same time from different places, that it changes position. So then we mapped it all out, and when we see it optically decline to drop in our view, people said, "Oh, we can see forever in straight lines, and the stars are infinitely far away, and it's actually the Earth curving that makes it optically drop." But in reality, it's your perspective and how we see things, which is proven by how we got the measurements in the first place.
No.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because look, he wasn't. It is this topic that he happened to get very confident in, but only for key points. Like for whatever reason, Glover's tried to talk about this as a whole. Like, what if there were like 1,000 people? It's like, no, dog. This is what a navigator would have to do. This would be the method for that navigator, and these are the details about it, which just straight up cut and dry disprove that the Earth is a globe.
The star doesn't move. That's how he knows where
does
he's
not.
at.
He has no. He's like, well, when you move it, but the positions are the same. What relative to the globe that you like? The thing is, like, you're trying to beg the question, but aren't even skilled enough to get there.
Well, this is what's funny though. Is what he
moving.
heard someone else. He heard someone else say that 69 miles per degree proves the Earth's a globe, and so he's just saying it. But it doesn't. It doesn't though,
right.
because I just explained. Let's see if you can pass the quiz of the test.
But you explained it wrong, completely wrong.
Name one thing I said wrong.
The star does not move. The star does not move.
It optically changes position.
Its angle from you when you move, the angle from you to the star has changed. That gets you.
That means it optically moves.
Degree.
That means it optically moves.
No, you moved. The star's the same.
The position of the star optically moves. Whether the Earth's flat or a globe, whether the Earth is flat or a globe, what I just said is true. In both scenarios, when we walk around on the Earth.
Yes, but the angle you're getting is you're changing you, not changing the star. You're changing you.
That's right. That's what I said. Okay, the question is it because the Earth's surface is curving, or is it because of how we see? Is it because of perspective? And the answer is perspective, because that's how we mapped it out in the first place.
No, that's not how we mapped it out.
See, you just got you don't even. No. Dude, let's see if you can pass the quiz. What's an azimuthal grid?
I don't know.
I just told you.
I didn't know as much. Yeah, that's great, but I don't do word things that you do. I'm not that kind of a person. I'm more of a just put my hands on it and do it. And since I was 12 years old, my dad got me a Saxon, and we had compasses, and I'm out in the woods hunting, and we didn't have the as maps or anything else. We knew where we needed to get back to. We knew where we were at, and all we needed was a watch, and we could figure out where we were, what direction we're going.
So you've been utilizing a stationary flat Earth your whole life. That's awesome. So that's totally irrelevant to the conversation, though. Yeah, you're laughing, but you're saying that you use the consistent.
Get a piece of paper.
You're freaking out, man. You want to know how I knew you were a Glover?
Freaking out. It
You know how I
doesn't
knew
work.
you were a Glober? It's because everything you were saying was fallacious. That's literally how I knew you were a Glober. Everything you were responding to people out of kind. You weren't using good faith, and you weren't using good faith, and you were being fallacious, responding to Blaze. That's how I immediately knew you were a
with the
Glober.
IRS.
You're now doing the same
With
thing,
the
right?
IRS.
I know. I'm saying the way
Yeah.
that you are applying logic showed me you are a Glober.
Applying logic.
Yeah, can you step back and calm down and not be so emotional about it?
I don't know how you think I'm emotional, because you get upset. I'm not emotional, but
Okay. So, buddy, do you understand that we have an azimuthal grid, and that's relative to the observer? We map out the sky in a little dome relative to where we are. In the globe paradigm, there isn't a little dome. There isn't a dome. We see the sky as if it's a dome,
no.
but it's not actually a dome. Even in your own paradigm, that's just an optical effect.
If you want to have your own little dome, that's cute. It's funny, but it's
Even
not
the
the way to do it.
globe has its own
And you
little
know that.
dome.
No, we don't.
Yes, dude. Yes, you guys think the stars are infinite
No.
distance away. Yes. Do we map
Mhm.
out the sky in a dome? Yes or no?
No, we don't map it in a dome. No, we do not map it in a dome.
So you know nothing about celestial navigation or taking measurements of the sky, and you're
But I tell
pretending
you
to teach
again,
us.
let's go out. Let's go outside. Let's go out and do it ourselves in the real world and see what happens.
Okay, do you agree that when you map
You
out
put me
stars
on my
in the
ranch.
sky,
I got 50,000 acres. You can come down and just play in the
You know, you
woods.
know what?
Hey,
You know what I don't understand.
See if
What
you
I don't
ever come back.
understand is what I don't
hold
Corey,
up,
could
understand
you
hold
is
let
up, hold
people
up, hold up,
finish?
Elijah, hold up. I just
Yeah.
need to let the gentleman know, but you need to not overtalk people, otherwise the audience can't hear the conversation, you can't hear what the other speaker is saying, and they can't understand whether or not you're asking a question or replying to them. So please try to refrain from over talking. Go ahead, Elijah.
thank you. The interesting thing about all of this, damn, did I forget? Yes, surely did. The last thing you said. What's the last thing here you said? What's it?
That we map out the sky in a dome, even if the Earth was a globe, they do the same thing.
I'll pass it on to her.
Fix your mic, Elijah.
It's called the celestial sphere.
Yeah. And it's an azimuthal grid relative to the observer. You can go to Stellarium and click the azimuthal grid position if you want to, and it'll show you that coordinate system. Like, we have seemingly a boundless physical space in your paradigm, but we have a bounded visual space that causes us to see the sky as a dome. Okay? So it's an optical effect in both scenarios. The globe has to use the same exact construct to map the sky.
Okay, I remember. So you're saying loudly and proudly for Witsit or somebody to go out and do something practical with you. You know, Glover used to talk about the curve of the earth, and how if we all went to a beach, we would find out quickly that the horizon blocks boats and buildings and this, that, and the third. But you know what? Flat earthers and globe earthers went outside. Guess who went back inside for the past 2 years? Wasn't us. Can't even get a Glover to go to the beach and discuss the horizon now. But anyway, so now you're talking about going out and having a camping trip. Well, after he just explained, azimuth to you, and then your elevation angles to you, what is you standing somewhere with a compass with Wixit going to prove after having him said all that? I want to know.
Yeah, I'll go to the beach with you, Elijah. Don't worry.
That's cute.
All right, sweet.
I don't think you want him to come with you. Elijah.
Coach, he'll be wearing a man thong to the beach.
You know what blows my mind about this whole combo is this is how easy it is to debunk the globe. You just go to the beach and you pull out a mirror you set it on the ground, and you reflect light back across the water. And you can only see the light reflect off the mirror when it hits at just the right angle that it creates a line of sight to the observer. The light is hitting the mirror the whole time, but you have to tilt the mirror back and forth to where that light that hits the mirror is just the right angle that it creates a line of sight to the observer. That's why it flashes in and out. You can only see it then. In fact, if you take an infrared camera and you videotape it, you'll see water that looks like it's supposedly curving up above the mirror, but then you'll see the mirror shine through the horizon. Okay, so that debunks the globe. There should be hundreds of feet of curvature there. You want to say it's refraction because it's like a god of you guys, like just, oh my God, doesn't work on globe, refraction. But no, it requires a direct line of sight angle relative to the mirror. That's how easy it is to debunk the globe. And I guarantee you, none of the ballers here have ever gone out in the world and done a mirror flash.
I did better than that. I went out and I did a ship flash. I could see the water line on the ship over the top of a county park boundary sign that was physically higher than the observer and the target, which proves that light can arc up and over what should be a physical obstruction, right?
Well, isn't that look, see, but at that point, when you say prove, actually what you're saying is that I'm going to make an assumption that's like that's exactly what you're doing. It's just another fallacy. When actually, like, what we set out to do was prove that there was actually geometric blockage because that's what the model called for, because that's what the numbers call for, because that's what they told us. What you're looking for is a way to debunk something you don't even believe exists. And then the debunking of that somehow automatically is supposed to be the evidence. No, that's actually just begging the question, affirming the consequent, wrapped up in a whole bunch of. Listen, man, it's whack.
But
if what did you say you did? Wait, drop the video. Drop the video, Jesse.
There
Do you have a video?
Yep, I just dropped it at 9:45 after the hour.
Like, I already knew that could happen. You guys...
This is a mirror flash?
No, it's a ship flash. See the ship out there? Isn't it beauty?
Yeah, so he's just saying you can see a ship.
Well, but
yeah, I didn't. So, Whitsit, a couple of things. First of all, would you mind sending me the paper that you were citing on hyperbolic visual space? And the reason that I mention this is because if visual space is hyperbolic, then what Jesse is saying would be predicted by that model of visual space. I don't really know what the proof is.
Yeah. I am like 5 minutes from the house, and I'll send you all the papers in DM.
I can send the one that Napalm sent me yesterday.
That'd be fantastic, thank you. Yeah, because I really want to read up on this. I find this really interesting.
Yeah, hey, Elijah, will you drop whichever one he dropped? I can't find one of them, and it's like really pissing me off.
I did the one with binocular, right?
I have a couple. Is it the one where the abstract specifically states that in seemingly boundless physical space we have bounded visual space, and that's what causes us to see the sky as a dome? That's the one I'm trying to find.
Let me see if I can find that one. If I have it.
Well, I sent you A1 crypto. I'm not sure if it's that specific one.
Well, yeah, there are a lot of them. It's good.
Tell me if you can. Crypto, tell me if that opens because it's a bit funny for some reason.
Yeah, bro, just send me whatever you've got because from my point of view, I don't know enough and I want to know more. So whatever you've got, please send.
See, this is not analogous at all. So, like, I have an infrared footage of a mirror flash that should be blocked by hundreds of feet, and you can't see the mirror at all. In fact, you see the water up above where the mirror is. But then whenever it hits the mirror, you see the flash go through the horizon. It doesn't bend up over a horizon. It goes through the horizon in infrared. I've never had a baller rebut. Can someone respond to that?
I want to see the video.
I want Jesse to respond since he made the statement right after you said that. So can he respond in kind, actually?
Yeah, I showed my video. You show your video.
Okay,
But-
I'll be at the house in a second. This video has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Well, except this sign is physically above what should be the straight line of sight to the ship's waterline. The camera is below the top of the sign.
No. See, here's the thing I was trying to elucidate. That was actually a non sequitur because the point
Yeah,
that Witchet is bringing up has nothing to do with what you're saying.
that's
So
right. Yeah.
why did you obfuscate like that when it has nothing to do with his point?
Well,
Everything.
Either you're refuting his point, saying, okay, that's justified, or whatever you're showing. I mean, I just don't get it. Can you explain it?
Well, at the time, he hasn't shown me his video yet. He simply said you could see a mirror flash across water when there should have been hidden, when it should have been obscured. And so my rebuttal to that was, here's a sign that is physically above the camera and the water line on the ship and should be obscuring the water line on the side of the ship, and yet it doesn't.
Okay. So I specifically said from the beginning that we have an infrared shot, the very first time I brought it up, of a mirror flash shining through the horizon. So when you say that it's being refracted, bending up over the curve, that is immediately refuted because the light shines through the horizon.
Well, either way, Jesse's video shows a sign that is below your crosshair. So you're saying that sign is actually physically above that theodolite?
It is objectively, literally objectively.
So are you pointing the theodolite upward?
Yes, sir. And if you rewind the video and watch the whole thing, I show the display, I show the angles, I show everything. It's all in there. It's just
So what
kind of
is this
long.
proving?
This clearly demonstrates that there are conditions in the air over the water which allow you to see over the top of an obstruction, over the top of something which should be an obstruction, which is physically straight between you and the target.
Uniform
How-
effects.
How cute? Is there anything for things phasing through physical objects, like light through supposedly? Because, like he just said, with infrared, you can see mirror flash at the right angle, which means
I'll watch his video when he posts it.
okay. So if you have no rebuttal, don't sit here and give this alternative like let's talk about this now. No, we can talk about. You can bring that up to whoever wants to engage with that. But the point is, what Winston
So I'm just now getting to the house, but real fast, Jesse. So let's just say quickly that the video is actually. So how that work?
Is he rebutting or me?
How does it work if the infrared shows the mirror flash through the horizon?
I have no idea. I need to see the video.
You can't even like think about it.
Plus, even with the assumption that what he's proposing is actually correct.
So it makes
one
perfect
example.
sense on a flat Earth. Obviously, we know the horizon just optical effects.
Jesse's example is a singular and non-uniform example because you have the opposite happen as well. We've already seen this, so it doesn't prove anything. It just adds to the fact that there's these optical effects that happen within nature. And what?
I haven't got to see his video yet. I'm just now pulling up. I'm trying to unload the car. I just think it's one globers can never even use their brain to even think about something and answer it.
So is this like a black swan type example? Is that what you're saying, Jesse?
Yeah, right.
Or seeing too much?
Yeah, you're definitely seeing too much for sure, and too far too.
Why? I thought light. Do you agree that light bends down towards the denser medium?
Yep.
Then how are you seeing too much?
No, you're not seeing too much considering that, but you're seeing too much for a flat Earth where.
Do you agree that light bends down towards the denser medium?
Who was getting after people for talking over people?
You were finished, and I asked you a question. Do you believe that light bends down towards a denser medium?
Yeah, it bends towards the denser medium. You didn't specify whether the denser medium was down or up, so I can't tell you if the light's bending up or down. It bends towards the denser medium.
If I posted you a graph of balloon data where we take data within the atmosphere that shows that the denser part of the atmosphere is lower to the ground, would you agree that the denser part of the air is towards the surface?
I already know that stable density gradients are bottom heavy. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so in your video, is light bending downwards or upwards?
Downwards.
Over the obstruction?
Yeah, it arches over the obstruction, but at each point is taking a downward veering curve.
So at what point does it start to bend downwards?
It's continuous. There's no point that it starts or stops. It's just continuous. That's what a gradient. That's what gradient refraction is, right?
So it's a continuous bending downwards, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Raising the image up, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So the mountains off in the distance, are those higher than they should be?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Based on what baseline?
Well, based on them, I mean, I could measure the angle to them, but I got pictures that I can compare to where it wasn't a refractive day and they are lower.
What do you mean it wasn't a refractive day? So there was no density gradient?
No, it just wasn't as extreme. There's standard and then there's extreme, right?
So I messed with the levels on that on the picture when I took a still image from your thing. Where's the water line behind at this image?
Yeah, it's a good question. When the light is curving downwards faster than Earth curve, there's really no distinct horizon because it's
Earth curve.
It's moved so far out you can't see it through the haze.
Yo,
So I mean, I took the haze away a little bit, and you can actually see the horizon higher than the line of your crosshair.
Right.
Absolutely.
So
the
what you're
ship's
saying-
higher than the ship's higher than the ship's higher than the crosshair.
Right. So what you're saying is optical effects can happen due to atmospheric conditions?
I'm saying that
earlier, it means nothing.
I'm saying
appreciate
that
the black swan for us, man. You give us another black swan. Just the crosshair, the horizon is further than 4.73 miles, man. Damn, thank you, bro.
Oh, you're welcome. But
what
just for
was
your
the-
information, the water line's above eye level, so it's also evidence for a concave Earth if you want to be a concaver.
I mean,
this
why bring
wouldn't-
it up?
Well, if light can't bend, then this is impossible on a flat Earth, because
Wait,
that
no,
whole
that's-
ship
that's
is above eye
sideways.
level.
That's sideways. You just said it's also evidence for a concave Earth. So
If you
why
do-
on earth
if you
bring it up?
deny
It
light
doesn't-
bending.
It's not substantial.
Who's denying
to your point?
Who denied anything?
So the reason I questioned what was the baseline, right, is because your baseline is going to have a spherical assumption. So what you're seeing here in this video could actually be a very low refractive day.
Well, the camera
Because
was
what's your baseline?
the camera was below the top of the sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the water line on the ship is also below the top of the sign, right?
That doesn't tell you nothing. Below the top of the sign, is that measurement a meters or in centimeters? Can you tell me how high is the sign?
Yeah,
Dude, I
it's in-
guarantee you he
it's
didn't
in
even
feet.
measure it.
Wait a
Did
second.
you measure it? Do you have
Oh
that
yeah,
on video?
it's in the video. Just rewind the video, watch it from the beginning. I measure the actual feet below the top of the sign. It's not a lot, but it's below. And I show it all in the video, and then I just gave you the shot where, because I got prepared long before the ship arrived, because I wanted to be all set up by the time he sailed across in front of the sign. So
All
that's
right,
why it's a long video.
So that
quick.
sign, give me a second. That sign is how high from sea level?
I don't know. It's a couple few feet.
Oh my gosh!
But it doesn't
What was
matter
your
because
height?
I measured the delta height between the instrument and the sign, so the exact height doesn't matter.
What was your height above plumb?
About 3 apples and an orange above the plums.
You have no actual measurement of the height of the sign, and you have no actual measurement in the video of how high the outer light is. So how did you measure it other than optically?
I measured I used the theodolite to measure the total station to measure the difference in height between the sign, the top of the sign, and the instrument. I'm not sure what the instrument is below the sign. I'm not sure what your dilemma is there.
We're equally not sure what your point is.
His point is that this is possible. Yeah, due to perspective, the sign should always remain obstructing the thing behind it. He's just showing that refraction can indeed bring something that should be obstructed back into view.
What was your measurement method? It's just based on the tilt of the total station is what's giving you the idea that the total station is lower than the sign. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Within this video, if that boat and that horizon line, that water line, is above the sign, and you use the same exact method that you use to measure the sign, the water is above your total station, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so do you think that the water is physically above your sign?
Nope.
So your method of measurement isn't necessarily accurate.
Why not? I don't see a problem with it.
So you're saying it's accurate for the sign, but then it's not accurate for the water, or is it accurate for the water?
The sign was only 300 feet away. Okay.
Okay.
So the amount of air due to whatever is making that ship lift up at 300 feet is going to be insignificant.
But you're using an optical measurement. It's the same methodology, right? Why would it be any different than, let's say we're putting two vials with a U-shaped tube between them, and then we're trying to say whether or not a building in the distance is higher than lower than it. And then when we say that the building is lower than it, it somehow proves Earth curvature if we know that over distance, optical effects can happen that raise or lower things in the distance.
You lost me. It proves curve.
So the sign doesn't prove concave, but if we're 58 feet above, then it proves curvature.
Yes.
Can you explain your methodology or your logic?
Absolutely. The observable reality is that when you're shooting 2 or 3 feet over the surface of water, that you get extreme variations. The objects floating on the water in the distance can appear above eye level or below eye level or anywhere in between. When you're 58 feet up, then you get much more consistent results. And because you're getting away from that strong density gradient that's in the first few feet above the water.
The density gradient is around you regardless, right? Because if you're going up above a more dense layer of the atmosphere, your light is actually going to tend more downward towards that density, right? Isn't that how it works?
No. At higher elevations, you just have basically this standard refraction density gradient, which is just due to basically the change in pressure over vertical distance, just due to the pressure gradient. when you get near the water, you add in extreme temperature differences, which causes temperature-induced gradients, which are much stronger near the surface of the water. That's why all these black swan images were taken from really close to the water, or in a situation where the line of sight passed really close to the water.
That's
So
not
so
true.
this isn't.
That's not true. Mount Merritt or whatever it's called, the one with the back, the shadow because of the sun is behind it.
Yeah, yeah. Or we can
There are
just go to.
many shots of I'm sorry. There are many shots of that very high altitude where the horizon is nowhere near, where it's nowhere, doesn't even come close to what it geometrically should be. It's nowhere near the seafloor surface.
Yeah, it's just a cam. Skunk Bay weather.
I actually did take several hours time lapse on that shot from 58 feet, and there was no significant variation during that. But since someone objected to my use of a total station to determine the total station's height compared to the sign, would it have made a difference had I actually measured the height of the sign above the water and the actual height of the total station above the water? Because I can do that. I can wait till the tide's out, and I can go out there with a magic marker and mark inch marks on the post of the sign, and then next time I can actually literally know.
No, Jesse, it doesn't matter. All this is showing. All we're trying to illustrate is that optical effects happen based on atmospheric conditions. That's why I'm asking you for a baseline. Where do you expect these objects to be, and is your expectation biased based on your presupposition of the shape of the Earth?
Nope, no bias.
Oh, it's not? So where do you expect that ship to be?
You mean with or without refraction?
With zero refraction.
Well, on a flat Earth with zero refraction, the ship's waterline should be below the top of the sign.
I'm not asking you about with the shape of the Earth, just in general. You said it's not shape dependent, and then you preface your response with, if it's a flat Earth, then this.
Well, it doesn't matter. It would have to be concave in order for there to be no refraction and seeing the ship over the top of the sign.
Do you think the Earth is concave?
I don't think so.
I just posted.
Because other days when I go out and shoot those angles, then the ship's waterline is below eye level, below the top of the sign.
I just posted a link for the Skunk Bay camera. Is this the same one? Because there's a freaking flagpole over there that's, I can say about 30. 30 feet high. Tree that's practically almost the same, higher than the flagpole.
So this sign is supposedly like what 1 inch above you?
Yeah, at least. And the top of the signpost is even higher than that. I should have measured to the top of the signpost because the ship sailed cleanly over even the top of the signpost too. So I have a headroom here.
Yeah, and where's this flash at?
No, it's a ship.
You said you saw a flash.
No, I called it a ship flash. I
Oh,
was
so you
making
just
fun of your sign
completely
flash.
ignored the whole point. I just came in here and went and sat down in my office to watch your video, and it's literally irrelevant to the entire point I made. Is that correct?
Well, no. I mean, you can see that if there was a mirror at the waterline of the ship flashing, then there would be a flash. I mean, you can see that you could see it over the top of the sign.
You don't even understand the point of the flash.
He doesn't get it. Or he's being intentionally
No, he
disingenuous.
definitely understands what he's doing. This is a waste of time. The whole point.
My entire point was that the light has to hit at just the right angle to create a line of sight to the observer. And then I'd like, oh, we're going to show some flashing light off the boat or something. I don't know. And like, you just wasted everyone's time, basically.
No, it's not a waste. The ship is clearly visible. If there was a mirror flashing there, you would see it, right? Even though it should be obstructed by the sign.
If this boat was behind the horizon and then light reflected off the boat, would we see it?
Well, on this day you would have, because you can
You're not
see the
listening.
whole ship.
I think maybe you're just intentionally not listening. So let's say we can't see the ship and it looks like it's behind water and then light reflects off the ship. Will I be able to see the light?
I don't believe I've ever seen that. That's why I'm waiting for your link.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find it.
Light is reflecting off the ship if you see it.
I wonder if either of you can ever actually answer the. Well, I bet we'll probably be here for a week or something, maybe.
I was just that question was confusing because that's what seeing. I was just saying that's what seeing something is your light's reflecting off of it. So that's why it was confusing.
Okay, so to see a mirror flash, you need a direct line of sight. Per the military, who literally does this to establish locations to immense distances and try to remain somewhat discreet. The military uses this as a consistent thing they can do each and every day to denote where people are miles and miles apart using mirror flashes. I guess they should have been told they can only do it sometimes because sometimes it's going to have to refract for you to be able to see it. So I'm asking, and I'm trying to find a video. It's of course freaking hard to find. What a shocker. Which is, you don't see the mirror at all. Looks like the water's up above it. When the light hits the mirror at the right angle to create the line of sight to get the mirror flash, you see the light shine through the horizon. The mirror flashes through the horizon.
Cool. I'd love to see this. I've just never seen it before, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. That's why it's like you can't even like address it. Like you're just hoping to find some way to say it doesn't exist. Why can't you just address it? Like I obviously didn't make it up. I put it in a presentation on Modern Day Debate. Thousands of people have seen it. Like why?
Cool.
Why can't?
I'll watch it. Look, if I just says, you know what, here's what I saw, but I can't find any evidence of it, but I ask you to believe it, and then ask you how you deal with it, you wouldn't. You'd say that's even things you know that I could produce, you still say that's dumb or whatever. So,
This is all a lie. If you ask me to answer a hypothetical, if you're like, let's say this happens, how would you explain it? Then I would always answer that question. But Globers are literally incapable of ever doing that. It's like against their rules or something.
Well, I'll sure watch your video when you find it, and then we can talk about it then.
Right back to doing it.
But I'm not going to debate with you about something that I've never seen in my life that makes no sense until you can find the video.
Okay,
and then
so
I'll watch the
it
video.
makes no sense. It makes no sense. Now, would it make sense if the horizon was just optical and we're on a plane and that we have a line of sight with the mirror?
That doesn't make any sense either.
There you go. See, you're just disingenuous. By
So
definition.
yesterday you asked for some drawings and I provided them. Did you address that or did
Let's
you
bring up a different subject.
No, you just said
Yeah, well, let's
Globers
talk
don't ever do this.
getting
Now I'm
people
asking if
started.
you're doing it or you're being a
Okay, this is
hypocrite.
why I don't like you. This is honestly, I
This
don't
is
like
why
talking to
you're a
you.
hypocrite.
No, it's because when I'm in the middle of, you guys think that like I work for you or something. And what happens is when I'm in
You
the middle
do.
of a conversation, I literally don't. You work for me. You're like my little globe
Mhm.
bitch. Like when I come up with an idea, you have to go get an answer. You guys all go respond to whatever we come up with every day.
Cool.
But the point is that when I'm having
Keep
a
sucking your own
conversation,
dick.
when I'm having a conversation, you guys want to jump in one by one with whatever you think the big gotcha for Witsit is today. Right? Jesse does it to me every time I come in here. I got a new thing I want to show you. Oh, I made a new presentation for you. And I don't work for you guys. I don't like it.
Speaking of
When
which,
You kind
I'm
of
in the
do.
middle of a conversation with someone, just to come in and be
You're
like,
complaining about people not addressing the what you're asking, and yesterday you didn't address what we gave to you, so you're being a hypocrite.
what
Do
are you
you
talking about? I
understand that?
address you guys for hours all the time.
No, you
Did you
don't.
address it yesterday?
All right, this is why I don't even like being in this room
This is
sometimes.
why.
Like when the
Oh, okay,
Globers are allowed
bye.
to do this, right? It just makes it like I have
Because
like
you're exposed. Look, Witsit, your shtick is to ignore the rebuttals.
funny is you're not talking anymore. It's crazy how that worked. Whoa, what happened? It's like lightning struck you or something.
who's not talking anymore?
It's amazing how like when it looks like Jesse's having a problem, that 2 or 3 Globers pile in to just change the subject, make personal attacks, do whatever they have to do to just distract from the topic at hand. It's amazing how that happens so often.
Exactly, which
Remember,
is why I'm frustrated because they do it every time. And
remember,
they're allowed to run
guys.
around and do it. And now, what's his name? The guy that should be literally banned from the server because he only does this starts incessantly interrupting. No Globers ever call him out. You got Chucky changing the subject, interrupting. They all do it.
Hey guys, remember, attack the argument, not the human.
The subject was people not addressing
Yeah. So anyway, Jesse, do you want to
argument.
carry on your
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just talking over you because you're wasting everyone's time. Jesse and Witzy, do you guys want to go ahead?
Yeah, the
Definitely.
subject was actually very specific about a mirror flash, nothing to do with whatever you're trying to change the subject to. So, like, how can we see a mirror flash? I asked you a specific question. You said it doesn't make any sense to you. Okay, would it make sense if the horizon's actually just an optical effect? It's just an apparent location. It's not physical, and we are on a plane, so we get a direct line of sight with the mirror, so that we can see the mirror flash, and it shines through the optical apparent horizon. Would that make sense?
I mean, if you can just redefine reality to be anything you want and not comport to observable reality, then anything could make sense.
See, you
Look,
can't
man, I need to
you're
see the
totally
video.
dishonest, which
Yeah,
is
I
why
need
you
to
guys
see the
never show your
video.
face, which is why you can never be in like a real intellectual forum. You can never, like, it's just disgusting. Honestly, like I ask you a point blank question and you always avoid it with sophistry every time. But I'm supposed to come here every day, huh, Jesse, and respond to your like 50 questions and watch your share screen and
Oh yeah,
every
speaking
day,
of
like
which,
I work. No, I'm not doing it. Are you not listening? I have like
well,
15 things to do today. I just got back to the house. Since I was talking to you on the way, you asked for something. I came back to look for it. You asked me to look at your video. I looked at it, found out very quickly it literally has nothing to do with the topic. It was a complete red herring and an intentional diversion. You dragged everyone through the mud to avoid the implications of what I actually brought up. And you just changed the subject to that. Now you can't even have intellectual exchange about the actual point I made 30 minutes ago. And now you have the Glober trolls throwing their troll capes on to come in and try and obfuscate and save you by personally attacking me and derailing. This is why this place becomes a waste of time.
The very thing that you're blaming him of, you perpetrated yesterday. So why are you being a hypocrite?
No, I didn't. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yesterday, you asked for drawings showing that LIGO increased in elevation as you went to the edges. They were provided to you. You never addressed it. You're
I haven't
ignoring
seen
it.
them
That's
yet.
what
I
you're
haven't
doing.
seen them.
They were posted multiple times. Do you want me to DM them to you?
I don't care. I haven't seen them though. So to pretend that I'm ignoring something is a joke. But you are
Do
by
you want
definition a
me
joke.
to DM them to you?
If
Or
you
can
want
you
to,
look
Chucky,
for them?
if you want to,
Are
but
you going to
it
look
don't
at
work
them?
for you. I know that you're not very smart, but try and listen to the words that come out of my mouth because they're put
How do
together
you,
in a
how
way
do you
that
know I'm
makes a
not very
sentence,
smart?
and that's
Witsit?
how we can. Hey, listen, Chucky. What we do is
Hey,
we
listen,
put
Witsit.
words. Listen, buddy. We put words
Listen,
together,
buddy.
and they make sentences. Okay, and they convey messages. So when people say something, right, that's because they're trying to convey the message. So if you like to listen to what I'm saying, I don't have time to pretend that it's my job today to sit here with 15 Globers lined up, tapping in and out each time I refute the next one. I don't have time to do that today. If you want to DM me something, I will at one point look at it, Okay, I don't work for you guys. I was trying to conclude the conversation with Jesse. He has shown unequivocally he will not have an intellectually honest exchange. So it's futile. I have other stuff to do. If Jesse wants to answer the question, then we can go back and forth a few minutes. If not, I'm not playing the how many Globers can ask Austin questions and call him names.
By the way, I showed your claims to Geo last night about the laser beam in the fog and in the pipe, and it didn't seem to make sense to him either. So
I'm sure you strong.
Do not make anything up about me, fine sir. Do not make any. Are you going to laugh at me while I respond? I'll mute you. Do not make things up about me. You said something that was not related to anything that I was even involved in. I don't even think it was related to anything Witsit said. I did not make any response to it. Just wanted to clear the air. Do not make some claim that I said something about making sense when I did not. Thank you. Continue.
So I guess it made sense to him, but it still doesn't make sense to me.
It didn't make sense. I never claimed it made sense or did not make sense. You made some whole thing up claiming that it had something to do with what Witsit said. I told you I don't know whether Witsit said that. I didn't have anything to say about it. So don't try to build up some argument based upon me when that is not the case. I had no response to it.
Yeah,
it didn't make sense, and it sounded like you were trying to slander Witsit when he wasn't here. That was about all I said about it.
Yeah, I was there, Jesse, when you were trying to say this is what Witsit laid out, and I heard your whole conversation with Witsit. I didn't hear any of that, right? And Geo responded, "Hey, I don't know if that's exactly what Witsit is claiming, so I'm not going to speak on that." That's literally
exactly what I said, dude. That is a slimy tactic, Jesse, to try to come in and be like, "Oh, I showed it to Geo, and he said it didn't make sense." That is bad, bro. That is
maybe
just
we should start penalizing people for lying. If they lie 3 times in a week, or they lie 3 times, that's it. They get their mic privileges revoked for a week or something.
Well, that'd be the same as just banning Globers. I'm sure you strawmanned what I said. I actually do have a lot of stuff I have to do. I can almost go ahead and get out in front of it and know what you did. When I specifically answered your questions that you said I never answered your question. You asked 50, and then if I ever stopped talking to you, I ran away. Right, that's your tactic. But I specifically said optically to your questions. I said when I say yes to something, I said optically, and then you keep conflating the optical and physical. I can almost guarantee that when I left, you just immediately built a straw man upon the conflation of the optical effect and the physical location. Whatever it is.
Yeah, he had something exactly. He had something where he basically you had just left, and he's like, "Oh, Gio, maybe I'll show this to you because Witsit just left." And I mean, he can show it now. Joseph, you want to show it now? Napalm is correct. That's exactly the response I said. I said, well, I don't have any way to respond to this because I don't know whether this is even what Witsit said. I said, I doubt it because it didn't make sense. Basically, you took a 10-foot tube. You had your water level thing with your 2 little stands and the water level, and then the object in the distance and the laser, the building in the distance, the laser up on top of the building, and you're trying to get these things lined up and making claims about it. What I generally remember is you took a 10-foot tube, and then you were claiming that Witsit said that tube had to be angled down into the ground in order to see the laser light, which was all the way up on top of the building. So, I mean, Witsit, did you say anything like that? I mean, it was just and he was trying to say that that's how you said curved visual space, is that this tube would have to be angled down into the ground, and somehow the laser would come into the tube, even though the laser's on the top of the building.
Yeah, so I specifically, it's exactly what I said. I specifically denoted the difference between a physical, tangible position of something going straight from a taller building down, and then the difference in how we perceive it through great distances optically. And that when you look at the great distance, it's going to shrink in angular size, it's going to converge down through curved visual space, and it's going to make it look like it's lower than you, even though in reality it's not, because it changed angular size. He did the exact thing I knew he was going to do without me hearing it. So, isn't it interesting that I know what you're going to do every time, Jess? Isn't it interesting that you won't acknowledge the difference that I've denoted 50 times about optics and physical being different?
Well, we could clear this up so easily. Did you not tell me that the glowing green line in the hazy air from the laser would pass above the red water surface?
Yeah, I told you that this is a completely unrealistic thought experiment. That's what I told you. First, you tried a weightless string, which is also made up. I said, yeah, if you have a magical weightless string that you can stretch and it doesn't drop down at all because it's magical and weightless, then yes, it would go above the tube to the observer. This is not reality. Then I immediately said that isn't analogous to a physical or that isn't analogous to optic. You're talking about a fairy tale physical string that isn't analogous to an optical effect. You just skated past that 57 times in a row. You skated past it. You still won't acknowledge it. You pretend it's a good analogy. Then you compare the string to a laser. I said, well, you have a super coherent laser beam that's going to shoot 20 miles and reach its location.
So, but you did agree that if I did have such a laser, it would form a green glowing line in the haze that passed above the red water surface, right, in the tube?
You can't help yourself. You just keep having to frame it in a different way.
Sorry,
Try and
I'm
get
a wife.
your useless point across.
My wife walked in. So, and then I said, sure, if you had like this magical laser that doesn't exist. In fact, I said, yo, if this laser exists, let me know. I'll go debunk the globe tomorrow with it. It doesn't exist.
What if I had the laser at the observer's end?
It doesn't exist. So we perceive the optical effect that is light, which is actually already there. And what I specifically said was there's an excitation of the background medium that's already present. And then we perceive that through curved visual space that actually changes and exaggerates relative to distance. And the further that you go in the distance, you perceive the optical effect of the excitation of the background medium through that curved visual space, which curves more and more to the convergence point in the distance. That's what I actually said. Oh, that was word salad. It was too fast. I'm scattergunning, whatever. Because I'm just bored.
Since my credibility has been challenged about my account of what you told me, did you not tell me that if the guy were to take a 100-foot long straight steel tube and look through it and line it up so he could see the laser right through the tube, that he would be pointing it slightly below eye level?
I specifically said that optically, if you looked in the distance at the top of the building, it would look like it's lower because of curved visual space. And then you once again are repeating the conflation of optical effects and physical reality. And you're going to keep doing it. And then it's going to be 7 hours of my life where I just go back and forth with you at the same thing.
It's also interesting that you're claiming to be kind of wounded by this challenge to your integrity when you literally bold-facedly did that to Geo. So I don't really believe that you're upset about that.
Did you hear what Geo said a few minutes ago? He said that he said to me that he didn't think it was what Witsit actually said because it didn't seem to make sense.
What people say to you.
Yeah, so what Geo said is exactly what I'm telling you to address, and then you're just repeating what he said. That's not addressing what I said at all.
If it had made sense to Geo, he would have said, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." But he said, "I don't think that's what Witsit said because that doesn't really make sense."
That's right. It's not what I said. That's right. I didn't say that.
You're already. Geo only just shut up like a couple seconds ago, and you're already misframing the way he responded to you. If he hears you, he's just going to come and mute you again because you're taking the piss.
Well, I normally wouldn't have just jumped in like that, but for you just to blatantly say that, and then the minute I come in to respond, you just start like loudly laughing. That was the only reason I even muted you, because I came in to clear the air of something I didn't actually say. I mean, it's all on the live stream. It's all recorded, so it's not like this is some. Yeah, it's all on there.
Tell me honestly, Geo, did it make sense or did it not make sense? Because you said that you didn't think it's what
irrelevant.
He really said because it didn't make sense, right?
Red herrings. Jesse, shut up.
To ask Geo something that actually matters. So, Geo, what I find interesting is that he's effectively challenged your integrity directly, right? Which was an issue. He's basically weaponized your integrity against you in this context, right? And then he's now feigning that he's been wounded because his integrity is being challenged. This is completely ridiculous, and I don't know why anyone's entertaining it.
Yeah, and I'm just I'm not gonna keep on doing this combo, just so you know. But like again, what you're doing, it's like this sleight of hand. I don't even know if it's intentional or ignorant or whatever. Where you're like, okay, there's a magical physical laser that doesn't exist in reality. There's a magical physical string as well. It's weightless. Okay, we stretch it from the top of a building that's higher than us. It's gonna come down to the observer's eye, which means it's gonna have to go over the tubes, right? Yeah, of course, it's gonna have to go over the tubes. But these things don't exist in reality. Oh well, then what would we have to do with the tube to see it? Oh. Conflation to optic. And I've said it 10 times, and you're going to repeat it, Jesse. You're going to repeat it. You won't even address what I'm saying. So how is this not dishonest? How many times do I have to say? You then turn over and say, so what do we have to do to see it? Okay, so now we're talking about seeing something on the top of a building that has compressed optically due to angular size change with distance, and we're viewing it through curved visual space. So what we're seeing is not analogous to physical, tangible reality of magical lasers and strings that don't exist.
And also, just to be clear, what he had brought up, if anyone, I'm going to share Jesse's live share screen on the live stream right now so everyone can see it on the live stream. I don't know, Winston, if you're able to quickly look at it, but this is what he showed. So, I mean, is this relating to anything you said? He's got a tube here that's angled into the ground, into the soil in the ground, trying to claim that you said that because of curved visual space, the laser that's on a 187-foot tall building 21 miles away. Now, you may have said something about that it would appear lower. You may have used that word, and he's somehow conflated that into this drawing with a tube that's angled literally down, pointing almost into the water, and somehow trying to say that you would say that that laser, even though it's up on a 187-foot tall building, would somehow line up into this tube that's angled down.
Exactly. It's a straw man on purpose. Like the cartoon is so egregiously a straw man that he objectively did it on purpose, right?
I mean, that was kind of the vibe of what I said to him. I was like, well, dude, I was like, I don't know what Witz had said, like, in what you're relating to this. I was like, but I kind of doubt, like, it has to do with a tube, pointing into the ground. So well, it's not that I said that what Witz had said didn't make sense. I was saying this drawing seemed funky. That was all I said.
Right. It's my best understanding of Witz's claim. And
no, it's not.
It didn't make sense.
No, it's not.
It's mine.
Still man my position right now, Jesse. Hey, still man my position right now, Jesse.
You can't.
That was my point. It would have to be something. I mean, you. All right, just carry on.
Just disengage.
I mean, putting me in some like right when Witz leaves, be like, "Hey, Witz had said this thing," and then have this like funky drawing that has obviously completely misaligned angles in it, trying to claim that Witz had said you would see this tube into the ground. I mean, let's just get it clear, Witz. Did you say anything that even relates to this drawing?
No, what he's doing, and when I said optically, and then he asked a follow-up question, and I said, yeah, it would be lower, that he took it, then drew it onto this physical depiction of it to try to make what I said sound stupid. It's an intentional straw man.
And engaging with it is fruitless because you have a sign that says quicksand. You only have yourself to blame if you keep stepping on it. Just ignore it. It's a waste of time.
Why did none of the other ballers say, well, Witz is clearly saying that the physical reality is not synonymous with the optics, and he's conflating the two.
I don't think this is... Okay, you go or I go.
I'll go. It's short. My 100-foot physical pipe, my 100-foot steel pipe is physical, and the fact is, when you look through a tube, you have to point it in a certain direction to see something through it, and so my question is very valid. Where would I have to point it to see the laser at the top of the building? And you said below eye level, downward, a downward slope. Did you not?
I said that optically you're going to perceive something in the distance through curved visual space, which will cause it to look like it's compressing and dropping away from you, when in reality it's not doing that 500 times now, Jesse. And you keep on drawing this stupid picture, which I've already told you stupid, because we don't see the building at 187 feet. We don't see the building. If that is so stupid, I don't know why you have to intentionally strawman it. We don't see the building at its actual height. It's way smaller than this picture when we see it. So what you keep doing is conflating tangible physical locations in reality with the optics. Over and over.
You didn't answer his question. When you give the explanation why you see it lower, you didn't answer the question. That was, where do you have to point the straw? To look through it and see the building. That was the question. You didn't answer that question.
But Bacon, try to pay attention.
Just giving your explanation for why that happens, but you didn't actually answer where you would have to point the tube.
Buddy, listen carefully, okay? I said that where we see the things in the distance will look like it's compressing and slightly dropping due to curved visual space. That's where we will see it, when in physical reality, it's not there. He then drew a picture drawing a perfectly straight line from physical reality, as if my claim was that if you had a magical laser that stretched physically to your eye, you'd have to tilt down to see it. It's just a blatant straw man. What?
What's it? Come on, man.
You guys are all amping it up. This is what's wrong with you people. You're like a cult. You're all no one's gonna call him out. What's funny about it?
You're not answering the question, dude.
Curved visual space. Why is it curving down?
Where do you have to point the straw? Where do you have to point the tube?
If you're looking at something that's many miles away, you're going. If it's going to compress down, and it's possible that you'll have to slightly tilt it down based on the distance and the conditions.
Why is it going down?
I said it to him 50 times, Bacon.
No, you didn't say it in these last times when I say you didn't answer his question. You didn't say these times. So if you said it another time, And I wasn't
I
here.
just
because
answered. I just said it
asking the
again.
question.
That's the second time I said. I had just said it before you said I didn't answer. I literally just said the same thing.
You didn't say you would have to tilt the tube down. You didn't say that. You only said that this last time.
I said it would look like it could drop down below you. Well, why would you have to point the tube if
Yeah,
it looks
but-
like it drops down below you, Bacon?
That's what you have to answer. You have to point the tube down. You didn't answer that.
But that's
Doesn't
not
have to answer
analysis
something
to
that has nothing to do
physical
with the topic.
location.
It does. That's Jess's question.
Oh.
It's a nonsensical question.
Why is that a nonsensical question?
We have curved visual space, things that reach the limit of our
just shut up.
perspective. When they get closer to the limit of our perspective in curved visual space, they look like they're compressing down, and you'll see the illusion of curvature.
Why do
where
they
it's not
compress
there.
down?
Okay,
So
They
the
don't
answer,
compress down.
given that the answer is that you might have to tilt down the tube, and that's not a straw man, because that's the whole point of this picture, is pointing out that to see that building you have to look to the tube by tilting it down. Something that Gio said doesn't make sense.
The picture
just
is
said
a straw man.
But you just said that you would have to tilt it
Wait,
tilt it
so
down, which is
are
the
you
whole point
also
of the picture.
dishonest, Bacon? I could have swore you weren't going to be this dishonest. So, did you
Stop
hear me say that
attacking
it's
people's
a
characters.
conflation between
Was.
the physical location and the optics?
Say that again?
It's a conflation between the physical location and the optics. Conflation of physical and optical. Conflation of physical and optical.
I don't know why you're repeating those words.
Because you guys
There
can't
was-
respond to it, and you keep on acting like I didn't say it.
That
or
wasn't a question. Gio said
Okay.
doesn't make sense because the straw is pointing towards water, it's pointing downwards. And then Jesse asked you if you'd have to point the straw downwards. You wasn't answering that. And when I insisted on the question, you then said that you might have to tilt it down. And I'm saying, okay, so it does make sense. It's not a straw
No,
man,
the
by
picture
pointing
doesn't
down,
make
which
sense
was-
because it. How many times I gotta say the
Isn't
picture
done.
doesn't make sense because it shows a straight line as if it's a physical, tangible, straight line to a physical, tangible building that's physically higher than you. But you're conflating it with the optics, which causes the building to look like it's much smaller and then compress into curved visual space. So drawing a physical line from orthographic view from the actual location of the building straight to the eye is a conflation of the physical.
Well, here's
Optics.
something.
I'm not
Here's
talking
something
about the line.
I could do is
That's
I could
what the
just
picture
take
is
a
making, that's why it's a straw man.
I could just take an ordinary laser pointer from the observer's point and point it at the top of the building, and have someone on the top watching it and tell me when I had it pointed right at him, or put big reflectors up there so I knew when I was hitting the top. Then I would have a fine laser beam at my end, and I could see it in the fog, and or the haze. I could see that it was passing above the water tube levels, right? Or would I be
Well, this is
pointing it
reality.
down?
You can't shoot lasers 21 miles, see them the whole way, and then it reach the person and hit a target on the other end.
Well, I don't have to. It doesn't. It could still be a 10-foot diameter spot on the top of a 187-foot tall building, right?
But is the building going to compress in angular size optically?
But my question is, I mean,
You never
I
answer
don't-
my questions. This is
Well,
why I'm going to stop engaging with you, Jesse, because
that-
you're wasting
that-
my time.
Well, that's because you're asking the question within the context of your understanding of curved visual space, and I don't understand how you're
Regardless
curved.
of it, regardless of whatever perspective you invoke, we all know that the building changes angular size. The fact you didn't answer it shows you're being dishonest.
No, it just shows I don't understand the context with which you're asking it.
Does the building change in angular size?
Not unless it changes distance.
Bruh, is the
Comparing
building
to being close?
This is insane. Is the building going to look like it's smaller than it actually is because it's 21 miles away?
Well, you don't see how big
Why
a
are you
building
struggling
is. You
with
see
this?
the
Like,
angular
why,
size.
Jesse, why are you struggling with
And
simple
none of the
honesty?
Globers are
That
going to
question is
pretend that
actually
it's
nonsensical.
What demon
What
has hold of
the-
your tongue that you can't just answer a question honestly?
Bacon just said
question
that
is
it's my question that's nonsensical.
Yeah, I can explain
Yeah,
why.
if
We don't- we
if
don't
something
see-
gets twice as
You're
far,
avoiding
then it has about half the angular size.
Oh, so it'll look smaller than it actually is?
If
would have a smaller angular size.
It will look smaller than it would as if it was closer.
So is angular size actual or apparent?
That's how things appear, is by angular size.
Never once do you guys specifically answer any question I ask. Never.
Just did.
Is
It's 'cause they're
the
guilty, man. Their
angular
conscience is
size actual
railing against them.
or apparent?
The angle is actual. The
arguably
angle of the
both.
angular size is actual. It's an actual so
Is
many degrees.
the angular size?
Arguably both.
Wow. There you go. So, and everyone knows that angular size is an optical effect due to perspective, and it looks to be apparently smaller than it actually is. The fact you
The
guys have
change in
to
angular
drag
size
me
is
through the
explained by
mud.
perspective.
What?
The change in angular size is explained by perspective. If you go
I don't
further, it gets
care about you
gets
trying to
smaller.
think you know
That is
why it does.
perspective explaining you why it gets smaller. Angular size itself is simply the angle between the two ends of the object.
Is the apparent
It's an
size
actual
smaller than
angle.
the actual size? Yes or no?
Those are
They're
different
saying that's
metrics. You can't
nonsensical
compare them.
question.
Well,
Exactly.
that's
You're
because
comparing
they're retarded
angles.
then. So if it
You're comparing angles to distances.
is the apparent
Usually
size
when a
smaller
question
than the
starts with a
actual
verb
size?
to
Yes or
answer,
no?
they call
Try
it
to finish one
nonsensical.
sentence.
No, it is nonsensical. You can't answer that question. If something's right in front of you, like a piece
Oh
of
my
paper, if there's a piece of paper right in front of you, and someone says, "Is that the actual size of the piece of paper?" You say, "No, that's not the actual size because it's the angular size. Angular size is smaller." But you're
Okay,
making a
great. So
comparison
that
with two
basically
things
that
that don't compare.
So you guys are goofy.
The
Watch
actual
this. Watch
size,
this.
the actual size of
Hey,
that paper.
hey, we'll just do it this way. Let's say I have a thing of chapstick and I hold it up to my eye. Well, I sit on a table and I'm looking at it really close. Okay, chapstick looks a certain size. As I move the chapstick away, it's gonna apparently look like it's getting smaller. Is the chapstick actually getting smaller?
The angular size is changing between what it was
Is
before and
the
what it is now.
chapstick getting smaller?
Yeah, of course it's not. That's
Okay.
what we're saying. Is
Thank
that
you.
that's not a description of the size of anything. It's just a description of the angular size.
That's my
But you can
whole
make
point.
you can make a comparison of two objects as angular size, or one object angular size at two different times. But to say its actual size is bigger than that, whatever you're seeing it as, it just doesn't make sense.
Dude, does everyone
If
hear
I
double speak nonsense coming out of these people? So you just
clarify that,
admitted
if you allow me.
that the chapstick will look like it's getting smaller, but it's not actually getting smaller. But then it's a nonsensical point to say that it apparently gets smaller when it actually isn't getting smaller. What a great argument you guys have presented.
That makes sense.
You're
That makes
conflating the
sense.
things.
Yeah, exactly. Conflating two different things and comparing them.
That's what
I'm saying you can compare one object's angular size from two different positions, but you can't say you can't make a comparison from its angular size and its actual size. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make
Let me,
sense.
can I exemplify? If I have two objects, both of them have the exact same size. Let's say they're both 3 inches high. I put it on the table close to a person, like a meter from a person, and the other one 2 meters from the person. Ask the person which object is bigger. The person's not gonna say that the one that is closer is bigger.
That's a
The
malformed
person
question.
has a perception. One sec. Our perception of size have depth into it. Like we use depth to estimate the size of something. So the object that is further doesn't look like it's smaller because the person would guess the same size for both objects. If you ask like in your field of view, which object is bigger, then the person will going to point to the closer one. So we're conflating the size in your field of view to its actual size. Its actual size is different than the angular size, and there are even different metrics. One is just an angle, the other one is an actual distance. You can't just
Dude, that
compare
was
them.
my entire point, though. My entire point is that it's just an optical effect due to perspective, where the object apparently gets smaller, but it, of course, doesn't actually
Doesn't
get smaller.
apparently. It
Oh
doesn't
my
apparently
God.
get smaller in its size. It only apparently gets smaller in its angular size. Just like if you ask the person which object is smaller, the person is not going to point to the further one just because it's further. Because even though it's further, a person can see that it has the same size.
Hey, is
It don't
angular
look like
size
it's
apparent?
smaller.
Is
Both of
angular
them
size
look.
apparent?
You already answered that. Yes.
Okay,
If
so
you're
it's not changing an
that's
apparent size, it's just changing an angular size. That's what you literally just said.
apparent size is angular size.
No, you literally just said it's not changing an apparent size, it's just changing an angular size. And then you
That's
turned around and said that angular size is apparent.
I'm saying that the size the person perceives isn't
Man, they're not
necessarily going to
serious.
change just because it's further. The angular size will.
You see how,
If
and
you
like, in
ask-
the,
This
No,
is
you're double speaking, and it's
This is just
wasting everyone's
prolonging the
time.
conclusion. That's all.
And this is the real problem, is that this was just a small point that everyone in this room knows. Everyone knows that an object appears to get smaller as it gets further away. It's, of course, not actually getting smaller. It's an optical effect based on perspective. Everyone knows that. That was just a very quick prerequisite to continue the conversation with Jesse. And look what it turned into. It turned into 5 minutes of you guys blatantly implementing sophistry, dragging me through the mud,
Because you're
and
comparing
pretending
your
that
size
my
to the
point is
actual
stupid
size.
because you have to double speak.
Because you're conflating now the concepts of the size we perceive. So when you say it looks like it's getting smaller, it's not true. The only thing that looks like it's getting smaller is its angular size.
What do you mean it's not
If
true?
you,
Does
if
it
you,
look like it's getting smaller? Yes or no?
I'm not
What
finished.
do you mean 1
I'm not
second?
finished. I'm not finished.
If you speak
I'm not
past
finished.
yourself in
I'm
your
not finished.
sentence, right, you're
I'm
going to
not
be held
finished.
accountable.
I'm not finished.
Does it
I'm not finished.
appear,
Please stop
or does
interrupting
it
me.
look like
Please
it's
stop
gotten
interrupting me.
smaller? Yes or no?
Someone control this guy that's constantly
Yeah,
interrupting me.
what's going to happen is I'm going to stop engaging with you because you're wasting my time. And I have a life. I have
That's
stuff
not
to
an
do.
excuse to
You
to
talk
interrupt.
very slow,
Can I
monotonous, and
finish my point?
redundantly.
I finished my. I said one sentence. Elisha wouldn't shut up.
You said 500.
Doesn't blame it on me being slower. Why I only have said one sentence when he started speaking. If you
You
put two
lie
objects,
you're lying in your
put two
sentence.
objects, you're
What do you want
still
people to do
interrupting
when
me.
you lie?
If you don't stop interrupting me, I'm never gonna get to the end of it. Thank you. So if you put two objects on the table, one further and one closer to the person, you ask which one is bigger, the person is not gonna point to the further one. So how can it look like it's getting smaller, right? Just because it's further away. Well, because that's just the angular size. If you ask a person to estimate the size of the two objects, they're not going to get a different answer. So you can't say that the object appears to be smaller because that's not how we perceive it. We don't perceive it as being smaller. We just perceive it as having a smaller size in the field of view, not in the actual size of the object. Even
Now
apparently.
you're the one conflating. You just said actual size at the end of it. You're the one conflating it, pretending I said the actual
even
size is getting
apparently.
smaller. Now you're interrupting, but it's okay when you do it. It's okay when you repeat the same things over and over. It's okay when you double speak. It's okay when you talk like this and say the same thing over and over. You at the end said something about actual size. So you said that angular size is apparent.
And apparently.
You said that angular size is apparent. You said that it will look like it's changing angular size and getting smaller angularly, and then you say it's not changing angular or not changing apparent size. So you're double.
The size you perceive, you're not looks like the object's getting smaller. It's not how we perceive it.
It does look like it's getting smaller. That's what things do when they get far away on both model spectrums. So I don't know why you're saying all this.
It's just sophistry dragging through the mud.
Bullshit.
If I pull the object away from you and ask how big does it look like? What is the size that you think it has now, for example? You wouldn't guess a different size.
No one asked that
Different
question. You made
We're
that
talking
question up.
about apparent, which is always to do with how you view it. Not
No one
not
asked that
how you
question,
view
basically.
it with
Conflation
relation
between
to
the
a measuring tape, right? If you view it in front of you, the chapstick again, it looks like the size the chapstick looks like right in front of your face. When you pull it away from you, it appears smaller. End of story. What is
Why
the
are none of the other ballers checking him though?
Why would you expect them to, Witsit? Stop expecting the best out of the worst
I mean,
people.
like
You're
I said, dude,
supposed to pretend
the
he's not.
question doesn't make sense, dude. We already said that. I mean, it's not that the three of us are lying. Okay, it's just that
No, it is
what you said doesn't make
objectively
sense.
that
It
you guys are
logically,
lying.
if you take it to its
Yeah,
logical,
but
if you take it to its
AI.
logical conclusion, like you compare the angular size to its actual size because you're saying it's the object appears to be getting smaller. Well, what is that actual size?
No one said anything about
because
actual size, Kosho.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm
quick
using the
question.
actual size because you're making that comparison.
No, I'm not. So look, watch this. I'm gonna answer my questions, and I'll show you how easy it is to show that you guys are double speaking and that you're so prideful. You're just gonna keep doing it. So, is angular size apparent? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Does the angular size look like it's getting smaller as it goes further away?
Yes.
So, does the apparent size get smaller?
Apparent size is
Appa-
arguably the same thing.
Oh, you guys couldn't
Yes,
answer the simple questions. It's just three
No,
questions.
he just
How
did.
funny.
Apparent size is the angular size. Yeah.
Is angular size apparent?
Yes.
Does the angular size get smaller as it gets further away?
Just ask this. Yes.
So, does the apparent size get smaller as it gets further away?
We said yes because we already said the apparent size is the same thing as the angular size.
Bacon's had to change his mind.
Yeah, there you go. So the apparent size, look, it's getting smaller, even though the object isn't actually getting smaller. So the first thing I said that you
object
guys
doesn't
dragged
appear
through the
to be
mud for
getting
5
smaller.
minutes, we're back to now. Obviously, a 5-year-old knows it's true, and you're just wasting time.
Can I
The
move
first
on
thing you
with?
said to
Appears to be getting
Jesse,
smaller.
the first thing you said was the object appears to be getting smaller. That's what you said.
Yeah.
So just make that
That's what
clear. You didn't
apparent
say it's
means.
you didn't say apparently getting smaller,
Do you not know
or
what
the
apparent
apparent
means?
size of the
Appears,
object is getting smaller.
appears is
Apparent
apparent.
And
Gosho.
appears is the same root. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, I know,
Right.
but the
Are
things
you
that you're saying is
intentionally
getting
dense,
smaller are two different
Gosho?
things. There's two different things he's saying, dude. He's saying the object is
Oh
getting smaller,
no.
and
You're
then he's
just
saying that
wasting
the
time on
apparent size
stupid
of the object is getting
semantical
smaller. These are two
bullshit.
different
Like, I
things.
don't know why you guys
Apparent,
are
which
doing
means
this.
appearing. I mean, what are you talking about? That's
Oh,
the
if you're
definition.
talking
I'll
about
tell
apparent
you the bit
size,
where Witz's got it wrong. He's conflating getting smaller angular size, apparently getting smaller in distance, to going behind the horizon of the Earth.
Okay,
No, that's
guys,
not what
That's
he
the
let's
sticking point.
all
That's the
relax
sticking
with the.
point.
Okay, but let's all relax with the over talking, please. Maybe just let one glober and one flat earther go. If it's too much, I don't know.
sure.
Such a waste of time. And like they'll never just be like, yeah, sure, I was just intentionally wasting your time because that's why you're here.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what they were thinking you were actually saying about it. It appears to be getting smaller. Were you trying to say that, I don't know what you were talking about, what, a building
I'll
or
tell you
something
what I
like
think
that?
he was
Like it
saying,
was a
Napalm.
bouncy house and it was deflating? Is that what you were saying that Witsit was trying to say? Is that the physical structure was like deflating?
Yeah, they're trying
There's
to
two
act like I
things.
was conflating the actual and apparent when I actually my
Well,
entire point was
I'll tell
making
you
the
what he's
distinction.
saying. What he was
There
saying
was two.
is because it's far away
Don,
and it's got smaller apparently, you have to look down below the horizon to see it,
okay,
which
Don.
is
That's
nonsense.
No, we haven't even gotten to that part yet.
No, we're not
Yeah,
there
you
yet.
did.
No.
That's
Yeah,
the whole argument.
Don,
yeah, the thing that Jesse and everybody else, Bacon and myself, you're comparing two different things. You're saying the object is one thing, the angular size is another thing. So if you say the object is getting smaller, this is what Jesse was originally arguing against.
I didn't
That
see the
the
object
angular
was getting
size.
smaller.
Yeah, you said you said the object was apparently getting smaller.
That's
You said,
objective.
Yep.
yeah, right. So the object apparently getting smaller is what we're saying is not the same thing as the angular size getting smaller.
But you just
So
said
when you ask
angular
that
size.
question,
Literally just went around for 10 minutes about that. We don't need to go back around for 10 minutes to
Yeah,
come to
well,
the same conclusion that
That's
we
the
just came
disagreement.
to.
let the
You're
audience
just
decide. If, like they're blatantly double speaking. And this
Jesus.
is the actual
It's
point. This is
just
the actual
Go
point.
back to the
This is the
reflector
actual
again.
point because I have to go. I'm not doing this anymore. If you want to talk about how you're
I'm saying
double
that for
speaking for
the
5
best
hours,
if
go
now.
for it without me here, Bacon. I don't want to engage with you. Jesse, the point is that see if you can answer the question. So if I have a laser and on top of a building and I move the building away from me, it's going to apparently shrink in size. The angular size is going to get smaller. It's going to apparently get smaller, and the top is going to come down. Does that mean that where I perceive that laser that's at top of the building, is it going to optically get lower? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you
Angularly.
draw a picture of a laser coming from the actual top of the building straight out, that can't be compared to the optical observation, correct?
Is your objection that because the picture is not 21 miles wide and scaled the same as the vertical, that my angles are wrong? Obviously, my angles are exaggerated. Is that your problem?
No. The
Okay.
point is that the apparent location and size is different than the actual.
Yeah, if you want to draw things, and this is the problem you guys have with orthographic views, is you want to use, like you do there with your little drawing, you want to use the same scale as if you were viewing those two things from a third-party observer side by side. But if you actually go into the observer's viewpoint, that building
different world.
is shrunk in apparent size, but then you want to draw it as if, oh, optically, you should see a third party's vantage point, even though you're never going to have a third party's vantage point in your perspective. So when you're in perspective, things optically look different, meaning the reduction in size. If you wanted to draw an orthographic view that would better depict what somebody visually sees from an observer standpoint, you would want to shrink that building down considerably because its apparent size is shrinking to the observer.
The third party isn't
Or you could just
trying to show what the observer sees. It's trying to show the setup of the situation. If you use that third party's view to get the angular size of the building, as you put the building further or closer, angular size you would get from that third party view would show that it would change for that observer.
What Jesse is trying to do is literally trying to give an orthographic view of what an observer would be viewing. That's literally what his depiction is.
The orthographic view isn't showing what the observer would see. It's showing the setup of the situation. So it's
I
showing
understand
the
that.
directions from. It shows the directions from what the observer would see. Not that the drawing is what the observer would see. So of course the drawing is orthographic. The observer
I
is not seeing
understand that.
orthographic, but that is not even the point of the orthographic drawing to show what the observer sees. It's meant to show the setup. And within that setup, if you make the building further or closer, the angular size for the observer would get smaller and bigger and smaller, even that being an orthographic view. So the fact that that's an orthographic view doesn't take perspective away because it still happens within that drawing.
I know what he's trying to do is pretty much intentionally deceptive.
No, I object.
If you wanted to take this orthographic view that Jesse, dude, I let you sit there and muddle through your. I'm done. You guys are.
The
Earth is curved.
No, I said you guys are. I was about to say a word. But what Jesse is doing is intentionally deceptive, just like his statement about Geo earlier and his statement about Witsit when Witsit left the room last night. Intentionally deceptive. Because if you look at his picture right there, so let me ask you a question, Jesse. If I take that picture of that observer, and thanks for putting the green laser on top of that. So are you saying that the light from the building 21 miles away, the observer should have to angle upwards at the same angle in which that green laser is depicted in your orthographic view in order for them to be pointing directly at the top of that building?
In what scenario?
I was very clear.
There are only
There's
two
no
answers,
refraction
yes
and
or
the
no.
drawing is up to scale, then yes.
Oh yes. So
It's
from
either
that
yes or no.
observer's
You can't
vantage
add
point,
to an answer like.
so from that
Just gave-
observer's vantage point, the elevation angle to the top of that building would be accurately represented by that green line?
You mean for the angle? No, it's not a square aspect ratio. So the
why are you
exact
trying to
angle's
use
not
these
correct, but
orthographic
the sign
views
of the angle
to
is correct
discredit what people are saying?
because they do.
Because it's deceptive. You just admitted that it would not be the same elevation angle as that green laser. If that
No, but what
observer is standing there, when you were
didn't allow
standing
him
there,
finish.
Jesse, what was the
Maybe if you let
elevation
him finish
angle from
before you call
you
him deceptive.
to the top of the building?
Maybe you should let him get to the end of his sentence before cutting
Bacon,
in the middle
you
to say he's being
overspoke
deceptive.
me when I was speaking before. So I don't think
the
you
same
need to
thing.
step in and tell me.
This is a good time. This might be a good time to like mute all the Globers except for one, because there's no point in us trying to battle like 3 Globers at a time. I don't know. Just one Glober, one flat earther. That way it'll be nice and easy.
No, they all want a white knight for each other. Like they literally, once one of them gets pinned into a corner, 3 come out like fucking cockroaches when you turn on the lights to save their buddy and distract and divert away from what's actually being said.
Because you're acting like you're a mind reader and you're attacking people's characters. And when we want to respond to that, and then you complain that we are responding right when you're making those attacks.
Whose character did I attack except for pointing out exactly what took place, possibly before you entered the room, where Jesse was trying to actually misrepresent what Geo was saying about when he was misrepresenting what Witsit was saying previously.
See, if you think that constructive criticism is somebody coming against your character, that means you have some self-work to do about the way you behave.
What? That wasn't the previous conversation. It wasn't this conversation where you're saying that that drawing of Jesse is being deceptive. That Jesse is being deceptive, and we weren't talking about Geo's conversation right now.
It is.
So I don't know why you're changing the subject.
You guys are intentionally deceptive. The same
that's
way
a
that
character attack.
Ruhif
Unless you're a
is
mind reader,
intentionally
that's just your
deceptive
opinion.
in the way that he. Go ahead. I'll just mute Bacon, you just go ahead and have the floor for the next 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bacon. I don't know why you're just constantly over talking him, man.
Because he's attacking people's character. If you want, unless you're not a mind reader, that's just your opinion. And if you have an opinion about someone's character,
No, you don't
keep
need
that
to read
yourself,
somebody's
because this isn't a
mind
place for that,
to
is it?
denote whether something is deceptive or not.
Unless
All deception is a
Elijah.
misapplication of the
are.
established
Elijah,
signs
don't
used to
overtalk,
communicate
dude.
thought.
Elijah.
Well, Bacon was just over talking for about 5 minutes, right? So
I will interrupt people when they
Please
personally attack
stop the
characters.
over talking, guys. Come on.
I said that his drawing, because he uses these types of tactics often, are intentionally misleading. He actually speaks to intentionally mislead as well, which was proven earlier.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, we need you to swear on the Bible first. Be sure to tell all three truths while you're making your statements, Jesse.
Which would be deception as well. Because if you swear on the Bible, then you haven't read it.
What's wrong with my diagram?
It's very simple. It's misleading. It's a misapplication of the established facts of what was being portrayed by the other gentleman. So when you don't represent what somebody is talking about, to then talk about what they were talking about, you have entered the realm of deception, whether you like it or not. It's quite clear from the way you engage that that is deceptive by intent. Because you know the details. You're not unfamiliar with the details. You're not a child speaking about something out of turn because you just felt like talking. You know what's going on, and yet you employ deceptive tactics. That's intent.
It's your opinion, dude.
Well,
It's
just
not an
because
opinion. It's subjective. And your little chiming in from the background doesn't achieve anything. All it does is show that you're in agreement with this kind of behavior and you're justifying it, which puts you in the same rank. So congratulations.
Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean that I'm intending to
Wait,
be
hold on.
deceptive.
What did I disagree with?
yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should at least
What?
try to move on from all the personal slinging and at least get back to either some topic or moved on to another topic.
Earth.
We should talk about interesting things.
I mean, I don't. Well, because
talk about
I'm not
anyone.
even sure where we're at with
even
this
talk
whole
about
kind
anyone
of
personally.
convoluted drawing that he's got all up here. I mean, where are we at with it? Is there a point?
Well, this kind of herein lies the problem, right, Gio? Is we try to have constructed conversations about specific things, but that just can't take place. Like for some reason, people just can't allow for actual intellectual, honest dialogue to take place.
Yeah, one
That's
way to avoid that
literally
is
the
not
problem.
attacking people's characters.
It's not attacking a character to denote what has been done by somebody.
Saying you're being intentionally deceptive is an attack on the character.
If you knowingly employ deceptive tactics, that's intent. I don't need to read anybody's mind to extract intent from one's actions. The only way you could
How do you
justify
know
that.
persons know?
Hold on. The only way you could justify, even vaguely, that you're doing it without intent, is if your brain doesn't work, or if you're a child, or if there's something wrong with you fundamentally.
All right. Well, nobody has to engage with anyone they don't want to, obviously. So, like I said, we can either move the topic on, or I'm just trying to figure out a way to get it back to at least some content, some discussion. Because at this point, it's just looping about how people did this and that, and like personal shit slinging. So, is there some way at least to get back to something?
Yeah,
Well, I
let's
did have a
let's
question
end it
for
on this
Napalm.
point, right? So the way that Jesse, you're depicting this orthographically is an inaccurate, deceptive way to portray that. So I would say if you continue to do that in the future, then that would show intent. So we can move on from that point.
Well, why don't you show me how it's deceptive? Well, pick one point that's depicted in here which you think does not represent
reality,
curved visual space. I'm trying to understand curved visual space here.
Yeah,
Pick
and hold on,
one
let me just
thing.
say,
Now
yeah,
you're
let me-
moving it. Now
Let me
you're
just say
moving
one thing,
forward.
just to give this guy Thelion, if I'm pronouncing that right. Just want to read his comment real quick. He said, "Can we have the debaters summarize their side? Maybe each can Iron Man. He probably means Steel Man. Maybe each can Steel Man the other side. I joined late, but I'm trying to grasp the issue of Jesse's photo. So if we're going to stay on this topic, if we want to respond to him, could we give I think that would be good, like some summarization of where we're at with it, because it's kind of gotten in a bit into the weeds, and then it went into some of the personal stuff. So can we, if we're going to stay on this, maybe
I'll lay out my
Simple
side
way
real
to do
quick,
it.
right? So Jesse's orthographic depiction that's being represented, the green laser line coming from the top of the building would not be an accurate elevation angle that would be obtained by that observer. Therefore, what's being represented is grossly inaccurate as to what the observer would be seeing in reality. So, in order for an orthographic viewpoint to be perfectly representing what would be taking place within the observer's vantage point, it would have to be drawn exactly to scale if you're trying to make third-party angle measurements. And even then, it wouldn't be necessarily correct because of atmospheric conditions. So, in order to try to illustrate what's taking place, from an observer's vantage point through their perspective, an orthographic view would be the wrong way to accurately depict that.
The same way in communication, you have to keep it within the context of what was said. You would also have to do this and if you're going to discuss what someone else is describing, you'd have to contextualize. And the only way to do that is from the observer's point of view. Otherwise, you're not talking about anything but something else.
Is it my turn?
Well, let me
you
just
pay the
finish
toll,
one more
sure.
point. So my point about the elevation angle would be, if this was an accurate representation, when Jesse himself was personally standing where that cartoon observer is representing, he did not have to tilt his theodolite or total station or whatever he was using at that degree of angle to get to the top of the building.
It reminds me a little bit of that, the one where they show like in the heliocentric model with the eclipse, and it's got like this huge sun and the moon. It's all like out of proportion. And they try to show the. I'm not trying to change it that topic. I'm just saying they show the penumbra, the umbra, and the penumbra, and it's just like the proportions are way off.
But it's a good point.
I don't think an orthographic view should be used for any type of representation of perspective at all whatsoever. It should never be used. It should only be used for like elevation mapping or like technical drawing, right? Different vantage points, different ways of viewing objects that you're trying to create in reality. But to try to use an orthographic view to somehow represent a point of view of an individual observer is completely absurd in my mind.
No, there's ways like when people do it like with a triangle or a cone, it shows
You got bad background noise, Kosho.
sorry. Okay, yeah, no. So yeah, whenever people make pictures like that with orthographic views, it shows they make triangles or cones, right? And they do that because the cone's meant to represent, like you can make the actual size of the object, and it's meant to represent the amount of your angular field of view that it's taken up. So
Did I do my summary? Yeah, it's okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. But I mean, the thing is, dude, yeah, I mean, in your drawing here, a building 21 miles away, even if there's a laser on the top of a 187-foot tall building, that line of the light coming to your eye would basically be horizontal. So, I mean, that's why it's way off. Like that line, you'd be looking at it. If you and I were standing up there, you would just be looking like level and horizontal at it. Now I realize it would be like, I'm not saying it would be exactly level because of all the other factors, but I'm just saying you wouldn't be looking up like that at all. So it is way off in terms of that. But yeah, go ahead.
It would be about 1/10 of a degree up. But yes, this diagram is not meant to be a scaled representation. It was simply used as a backdrop to help me understand Witset's description of a curved visual space. And so I specifically asked him, if there was a green laser shining from the top of the building to the observer's eye, would that glowing path from the haze in the air, you can see a laser beam when it's kind of a little bit smoky out, would that glowing green line in the air be above or below the red water level surface? And he said above. So that's why I drew it there. So then I asked him, if the observer were to take a 100-foot long straight metal pipe and look through it and point it to wherever he needed in order to see that laser, would it be pointing above or below the surface of the red water? And he said a little bit below. So I'm not trying to represent distances in this picture. I'm not trying to represent exact angles in this picture. I'm just trying to understand the sign of the angles. The angle from the laser glowing in the air would be a positive angle, an upward slope. It would be 1/10 of a degree, and if I tried to draw 1/10 of a degree on the screen, you couldn't see it. So I drew something that you could tell was a positive slope, right? So all I'm illustrating here is a backdrop which was supposed to help me understand its claimed curved visual space. So I don't know what's wrong with that. I'm just trying to understand what he's claiming, and those are the answers he gave, above and below.
Hey, Jesse, can I ask you a question? If you were to take your video with the signpost and the boat and the horizon that is above that signpost and that boat, can you draw the same representation orthographically? You got to use straight lines for the light, because light travels in straight lines in orthographic view.
It does? Why does it have to?
Oh, so we can just bend the lines in the orthographic view? Well,
I mean, it depends on what model you're trying to depict in your orthographic view. I was depicting Witset's model. I asked him specifically if a weightless tight string were stretched from the top of the building to the observer, and a laser were placed. I asked him if the laser beam and the string would run parallel, and he said yes. So in his curved visual space model, light is straight and cannot bend, or at least in this particular example would be straight.
So can the same be said for observations that you make, or do you think that is not the case?
I think clearly light can bend and does so drastically near the surface of the water.
In both directions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. So would it be safe to say that observations over distance have no bearing on a definitive answer as to what the shape of the Earth would be, or the surface?
I would not say that was safe to say.
So what is your baseline?
What do you mean by baseline? Geometrically or statistically?
Your baseline for an observation as to where you would expect things in the distance to be. Would those be straight lines to objects that are curving over a surface? Or are they curved lines over a curved surface? Or are they curved lines to a flat surface, curved lines to a concave surface, straight lines to a concave surface? How would your orthographic representation be? And can you draw me a globe orthographic representation of your views?
I could.
Can you give me one for the sign with the boat?
I mean, I could. I haven't drawn it up yet. Do you really want me to draw it up?
Would you say that the only difference between that and a flat Earth would be how you would either bend the surface or the light?
Probably. If I understand your question.
How do we prove one way or the other which is taking place? Can we do that optically?
Well, what we can do is we can study light and we can see what it tends to do, whether it bends towards the lighter or the lesser dense or the greater dense region in a gradient, right?
Is humid air more or less dense than air that is not as humid?
It depends on the density. You could have very dry air that was at a great pressure and thus would make it more dense, or you could have very dry air that was at a less pressure and then it would be less dense.
So throughout your optical corridor, are these values consistent in layers
I'm not
based
sure
on
what you mean.
elevation?
I'm not sure what you mean by layers. A gradient doesn't have
Denser at the
layers.
bottom, right? A gradient?
A gradient does not have layers. That's the defining difference between layers and a gradient, is that a gradient has no layers. It's
Okay,
continuously, gradually changing density or whatever.
So there's only a change vertically or horizontally. Is there any disturbance within the gradient layer ever?
Oh, sure. There's always micro disturbances in everything.
So how can we say definitively what you were trying to say is we're taking some sort of average or what we know, and then we just apply that as if so we're basically, if you make all the proper assumptions, then an observation that comports to what you think should be seen is therefore some sort of standard observation based on some sort of standard refraction index. That's why I'm asking for a baseline. Like, how can you prove this out definitively?
I'm not sure I understand the exact question, but let me know if this does or doesn't address what you're thinking. When you're measuring anything, if you take 10 measurements and they're all vastly different from each other, you know you've got a bad technique. If you take 10 measurements and they're all really close to each other, then you at least know that you probably don't have much random error. You may have a consistent error, but you don't have a random error, right? So the first step in taking a good measurement is to do it a bunch of times and at least make sure that you're getting consistent results, right?
I would disagree with that, because if your conditions are such that the appearance of your observation is consistently skewed towards one direction, that isn't necessarily a baseline.
Right, but you agree it's better than a condition where you're getting totally disagreeing readings all the time, right?
I mean, I get different observations every single time I go out.
Okay, so do you
What am I
understand
comparing them to?
Do you understand the difference between a random error source and a consistent error?
So my question would be, if you were scientifically minded, wouldn't you say, hey, I bet where you live, the standard conditions and what you observe over distance is probably going to be different than where I live and when I go out and make observations? Do you think that the two would be consistently the same?
If the line of sight is close to, within a few feet of the water, then it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to get erratic results all the time. If your line of sight is, a few hundred feet above the water at all points along the line of sight, then it seems you're going to get pretty consistent results regardless of where you are in the world. I've gathered data from Washington and Oregon in the United States personally, in different locations and distances and heights, and I've put in with that data from people in a couple other states in the United States, as well as from someone in Australia and someone in England. And it looks like basically when the line of sight isn't shooting right close to the surface of water, the results are quite consistent.
Consistent in what way? Can you explain to me what you mean by consistent.
That is, well, consistent means the same every time or nearly the same every time, right?
So your observations are showing what over distance? How far are these observations? So you're saying they're consistent. So you have observations at the same height viewing the same distance?
Well, I've done two studies. One was different distances and different heights, and the other was 36 measurements of the exact same shot over different years and different times of day and different times of year.
Okay.
So, for example, there was a certain mountain I could take a shot of easily, 75 miles away. And so over the course of several years, I measured the angle to it 36 times and recorded them. And based on
From
the
what
angle,
observer height?
181 feet above sea level.
Okay. To a mountain how far away?
75 miles away.
Okay. And how you're going to the peak? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I'm just pointing to the peak, the tippy top.
And how tall is the mountain?
It's 10,600 feet taller than my 181 feet. So whatever those two are like, I can get you the exact
Okay.
height. It's
So you're coming from a more dense part of the atmosphere to a less dense part of the atmosphere with your observation?
yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, what was your question?
What were your results?
Oh yeah. So the average missing height based on the angle was 3,200 feet.
Hold on a second. You make an observation to the peak of a mountain, is what you said you're getting an elevation angle to.
Yes.
And then your reply to what were the results, meaning what are your consistent elevation angles to the peak, starts with the hidden height. So the peak is non-visible.
Missing height, not hidden.
So the missing what? You're taking an elevation angle to the peak of this mountain. So is the peak missing?
No, the peak is visible, but it's lower than it should be by almost a half a degree.
So what do you mean it should be? So what was your elevation angle to the peak of this mountain?
1.07 degrees.
Each time?
No, that was the average. It ranged from 1.05806 to 1.08639.
Okay.
It had a
Go
plus or
on.
minus deviation of 0.01417 degrees.
Okay, so there's some fluctuation there.
Absolutely.
Okay. So now you've established an elevation angle to the peak. So what are you talking about? Hidden or missing what?
Well, trigonometry tells us that the angle to the top of the peak should be 1.533 degrees. And it was only 1.07 average. That's missing angular height, right?
So you're saying it's dropped over the distance?
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay. Go on.
And that drop is equivalent to 3,200 feet. And the peak-to-peak deviation is only plus and minus 100 feet. So this is an example of a measurement which is consistent because its maximum deviation is far less than the 3,200 feet that we're missing.
Right.
Right?
So do you think that everything that you view is solely based on Euclidean angles to everything? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it's based on the angles that the light enters the eye, at which the light enters the eye, or the telescope, or the theodolite, whatever.
The optical device.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean the way that light enters the telescope is what renders your or your optical device is what renders the image. Yeah. So are you saying that? Oh, so you think over that distance that mountain has physically dropped, not just optically?
Well, my studies of light tell me that it probably has physically dropped, and it's not just optical.
Okay, so what else are you comparing that to at that distance?
Nothing.
So it's just a assumption.
Well, I'm measuring the angle compared to plumb at my instrument, if that makes sense.
No.
How high above plumb were you?
Above plumb?
Oh, Jeremy, I'm sorry. I thought you were joking earlier when you asked that.
It was a
I
joke.
didn't understand the question.
It is a joke.
Nobody understands it. It's a joke. It was a joke.
Oh,
Yes.
good. Okay. I felt bad there. I thought maybe you were serious earlier and I just laughed.
I know if someone said that, you'd be like, "Huh? What?"
So what you're saying is if you took an orthographic view on a ball, you expect one result based on trigonometry, but you're getting a different result.
No, if I measured an
Therefore, Earth curvature? So you
No.
assume the Earth curvature, your
No.
expectation would be so your expectation was based off of what when it comes to trigonometry? How
I
are you
assume-
doing the trigonometry? Can you lay that out for me real quick?
Absolutely. I was assuming a flat Earth, which makes things really simple because I can just assume a flat, straight, level baseline between me and the mountain, and all I need is the distance and the angle, and I can calculate the height, right?
Assuming that assuming that the atmosphere makes no changes to the path in which that light travels to your telescope.
Excellent. So what do you think that light is doing on that path to my telescope? Do you think it's curving like a smile or curving like a frowny?
It could be doing either or. Depends on the day.
Well, but that's why I took 36 measurements at different times of the year and different times of the day and even different years. So
it's a smiley.
Oh, you think it's curving like a smiley?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Well, because my experimentation with the path of light and density gradients unanimously showed that light curves towards the more dense region in a gradient.
I think it's curving like the Loch Ness monster.
And it's quite clear that, I mean, everybody knows that hot air balloons go up, right? Less dense air rises, right? So for it to be curving like a smiley, that would have required heavy air just hovering on top of light air consistently at the same density gradient almost every 36 one of those times at different times of year and different times of day and over several years, right?
Yes.
See,
no.
the top heavy density gradient is not stable. So do you think that if the air was
But you're not viewing. Are you viewing through a gradient?
Yes.
So the light from the top of the mountain to you is bending which way?
I think, if anything, it would have to be bending like a frown because light curves towards the more dense region, and the more dense region is down lower, right?
Oh, okay. So when you make this view, right, and your expectation on a flat surface based on trigonometry, the mountain is how much lower than your expectation?
3,200 feet. Oh, about almost half a degree.
Almost a half a degree. Okay. So based on that half a degree, what would your expectation be strictly based on trigonometry on a globe Earth?
For the angle?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I can hold on. Let me calculate that.
You want someone to double check?
Oh, I was just going to go put it into the Earth curve calculator.
No. I thought we were just doing straight trig. So the Earth curve calculator takes into some sort of refraction.
I'm using the one that doesn't. I'll paste the link.
Okay.
That's the one I'm using. So I'm going to use 3750.8 as the missing feet due to Earth curve, and then let me get the trig for that.
We need a flat earther and a globe earther to go skydiving together. No, nobody want to do that.
It looks like 0.991 degrees, if I did that right.
So you would expect the mountain to be 0.991 degrees lower than the flat Earth prediction?
No, above eye level. Let me. I'll get that for you.
Wait. So on a globe Earth, you expect the mountain to be higher in the distance than you would expect it to be on a flat Earth.
Oh, that's a
No.
smaller angle. Both angles are above eye level, but the one
Yes.
from the globe is smaller than the one from the flat Earth.
I'll get you just the number you want. Hold on.
Oh, 0.99. So you're saying the difference there instead of 1.05 or whatever you measured, right?
Right. I measured 1.07. On a flat Earth without refraction, it would be 1.533. And on a globe Earth without refraction, it would be, hold on just a second. It would be 0.54 degrees lower on a globe Earth than on a flat Earth without refraction in both cases.
Can you give me the total overall number? So you said your measured was 0.07 average. FE expectation would be 0.05.
No,
What's
the FE,
globe
the
Earth?
FE expectation.
Less than the globe.
Yeah, the FE expectation for absolute angle above eye level would be 1.5333.
1.533.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was your other? What else did you want to know?
The globe Earth prediction.
Globe Earth prediction without refraction would be 0.991 above eye level.
So your actual is the mountain appears higher than the globe Earth prediction, but lower than the FE prediction.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, cool.
It's much closer to the globe prediction. and it's off by exactly standard refraction.
Funny how that standard refraction works, right?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting coincidence at the very least.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and
And if
standard
I said that standard refraction would follow, if you make observations similar to this, but we scaled the standard refraction to meet the FE expectation, then we could say that the FE expectation is always correct based on the updated standard refraction. So when we're talking about standard refraction, where was the standardization of the refraction established?
Oh, beats me. I just looked it up on Wikipedia.
Yo, that's the issue. They've never measured it to get a standard, a baseline, to know what the actual position is. Like you said, Napalm, we could just change the way light's bending, and it matches the FE prediction every time. Now you can say it bends in a fish tank towards a more dense medium, cool, but you don't know if that's what's actually happening in long distance in the atmosphere. That's a whole nother beast.
Well, I do know it happens in short distance in atmosphere because I did a hot cold air test in my fish tank, and when I created the density gradient in the air in the fish tank, it made everything in the distance appear to be raised up. And it was cold on the bottom.
Where was
Okay, once again, you can do it in a fish tank over a short distance. Long distance, that may not hold true.
Why?
But if at each point
Because
along
there could
that
be
distance,
other effects happening. There could be other effects happening, Bacon. Things that you haven't measured or don't know about. You don't know. You're just guessing that is what's happening. Keep guessing, though. Keep guessing.
anyway, Napalm, in answer to your question, yeah, you could create a new standard refraction which compensated for this missing height to make the Earth be flat according to measurement when corrected, but then you would have light bending in a direction that we have no evidence that it bends in, and it would be the opposite direction of the evidence that we do have it bending in, whereas the globe standard refraction has it bending in the direction that we do observe it bending in the lab.
You have no evidence over long distance that the light is bending the way you say it is. You literally have no evidence that's happening long distance over that thing. You can do it in a fish tank, but over long distance, you do not know that's what's happening, and you have no evidence, no measurements of that happening.
Well, did you see my video where I'm looking at a ship's waterline over the top of a sign that's higher than the observer?
Have you ever measured the light bending in the atmosphere over long distance?
Well, I've measured the angle of light arriving from something that I know is below me, but I measure it as arriving at an angle from above me. So, yeah, it would have to bend in order to be coming from an angle that it didn't come from, right?
Sure, no one's doubting the light's bending. Now the question is by how much and which direction? Do you have any measurements of that?
Yeah, I have lots of measurements showing it bending in a curving downwards.
Okay, so you would have to have an actual position before you knew. You would have to have an actual position before you knew which way it was bending, right? Because you have to have a baseline for where it is and then where you see the thing.
Right, but I think we both would agree that when I'm standing at the beach looking out and I see a ship's waterline, the waterline on the side of the ship, that the waterline is below me, right, on the ship, and I'm standing on the beach.
Okay, have you ever had a baseline, an actual position of an object, and then went far away in the atmosphere on Earth, and then seeing that, oh, this is actually out of position?
Well, does a ship on the water count?
Well,
I mean,
okay, where was the act? Did you have an actual position of the ship?
Yes.
Okay, what was the actual position? Was it flat or a globe? Position on flat or globe?
I make no assumption to that. I just make an assumption
you would have
that it wasn't
to have an actual position. How'd you get the actual position? Why don't you tell me that?
Of the ship?
Yeah.
I have an AIS receiver in my car. It receives.
You're standing on the beach. You're standing on the beach. You need to know if the ship is higher or lower or right at your thing. How did you do that?
Oh, vertical position. I'm sorry. Well,
that's what this is all about, right?
Well, I thought you meant
Welcome to
distance
the
position.
conversation.
Thank you kindly. So wouldn't we both agree that the water line on the side of the ship was at the water level, vertically?
Dude, you're standing on the beach, looking out. How do you know the actual position of it vertically?
Well, because it's in the water, and the water is at 0, and I'm standing
Okay.
with my toes in the water, and so my toes are at 0. Does that work?
So you're saying it's flat in this case.
We can assume it's flat for the sake of this discussion, definitely.
Okay. So it's flat, and then what? Now what?
Okay, now I point my measure angling theodolite at the water line on the side of that ship.
Okay.
And I measure an angle that's above eye level by a couple arc minutes, for example.
So objects are appearing higher or lower, or what's going on?
Yes, the object is appearing above eye level when I know, in fact, it's below eye level.
Okay, so in that case, and is that what's always happening?
No, it doesn't always happen. It only happens if it's warm, calm air above cold water.
So, okay, that's a super rare condition. I don't know what we're talking about, right?
It's not that rare. It doesn't have to be perfectly calm, or it doesn't even have to be super hot. It's just got to be slightly different temperatures.
Why don't you pick? All right, why don't you pick one of the observations where it's consistent? You did this for years, over years, right? Same spot. What was your average?
No, you don't get consistent at the beach.
Dude, use one of your measurements that's consistent. That way it's not like, oh, this drastic thing happened and
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I regret even getting involved in this.
Right. No, I have no measurement that proves that that light always is bending downward. I just have measurements showing that it can, and that it does bend downward in nature when the conditions are conducive. But I have
sometimes it bends down, sometimes it bends up. Cool. Do we have anything conclusive out of this all?
The only times I've witnessed it bending up is when my line of sight was within a few inches of water that was warmer than the air. But that wouldn't apply to my shot to the mountain 75 miles away.
That's a lie, because you had that thing over the signpost. Was that a few inches above the water?
No, that was a downward curving air.
Oh, so that ship that appeared higher than the sign that you knew that it was lower than, that was downward?
That was downward curving. The light was arcing up and over the sign.
So when the light bends down, we see things higher?
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, can you show that that's what's happening in the atmosphere over long distances? Or is this another one of those things you guessed on?
I mean, I can show it happening when a ship's water line appears above eye level, but you mean in a consistent case?
Okay, let me just lay it out. We've been over this about 20 times in the past, Jesse. I don't know. In order to say the light's bending or something's higher than its actual position, you need an actual position. Would you agree on that?
Sure.
Sure. So you're standing at the beach. How do you get an actual position of where that thing is? It high? Is it right where you see it? Is it higher? Is it lower? How do you get that actual position?
If it's floating in the water, then I know that the water line is at the water level.
Okay, but you're standing on the beach. You're just looking out. You don't know anything about the shape or anything. How do you know where the actual position of that boat or whatever you're looking at is?
Well, unless you're saying that the Earth is concave, then it would have to be, it can't be above eye level. I may not know.
Dude, this ain't a shape thing right now. This isn't a shape thing. We need it. Where you're saying the light's bending a certain direction. You're making a claim the light's bending this way. Do you have an actual position that you can be like, oh, okay, I know where this is. Now I can say the light's bending in this direction. We're seeing it such and such.
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry.
You're standing at a beach. You're making a claim the light's bending in whatever direction you say it is. You need to get an actual position on the object you're looking at to know which way the light's bending and if you're seeing it higher or lower than its actual position, right?
Right.
Okay, how did you get the actual position of the thing you're looking at?
Well, in the case of the water line on the ship, I deduced logically that since it was at the water level, that it was at the same height as the water level that my feet were at because I was standing at the shore.
Okay, and that doesn't tell you anything about the actual position because it could be a globe, it could be flat. There's a lot of things. It could be concave. Who knows? We could be on dinosaur Earth. When did you get an actual position to know that it's higher than the actual position? Because that's what you're claiming.
No, my assumption for this claim is that the Earth is not concave.
Your claim is that light's bending in a certain direction, right? And we're seeing
Yes.
things higher or lower. Yeah.
Yes, and
So
my claim.
in order to tell me something's higher than its actual position, you would actually have to get the actual position, right?
Yes, you need some baseline that's more reliable than the light.
Okay, and now I'm asking, how did you get your actual position here?
From the assumption that the Earth was flat or convex, but not concave. So yeah.
So you never got an actual position. You're just assuming wild shit. You don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
Yeah, to somebody who thinks the Earth might be concave, then it doesn't mean anything.
None of this means anything because you don't have an actual position. You're just telling us fairy tale stories about how light's bending when you never got an actual position to know which way the light is actually bending because you never got the position it was at in the first place. It's so frustrating.
But it would be meaningful to somebody who thought the Earth was flat or convex, right?
This is meaningless to me.
know-
I mean,
you
maybe
you
these
have to
other
know
guys
the
will
real
go for it.
position to know which way it's off by, right?
I just keep trying to see where was the established baseline for any of it, right? Where's the established baseline for standard refraction? Where's the established baseline for the object being where the object actually is, and then how that's affected by not only observation due to perspective, but then also bringing in refraction, atmospheric conditions, which are all over the place all the time, right? There's no actual established baseline. All we know is that if you apply standard refraction to an observation, you get ball.
And if you don't apply any correction for refraction to the observation, you get just a slightly larger ball. Right?
And if you want to assume a flat Earth, you'll then get
Yeah,
a
my
bending
point
light,
being is
which
you
is
haven't
the opposite
established
as we observe light to do.
You say that you observe light to do that. So have you experienced, can you give me an example of an incoherent light source being observed through an very slightly differing air gradient and what those effects are?
Incoherent light source?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Non-laser, not a columnated light.
Okay. Like if I'm seeing the top of a mountain, is the light from the top of the mountain a incoherent light source?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between that and a laser?
So the light, if I shined a laser in your eyes, is that different than a light bulb hitting your eyes? Or
Yeah, the first one's gonna get me blind.
Right. Why? What's the difference?
Because it's parallel
What,
and powerful.
parallel and powerful. So you're telling me that parallel and powerful is the same as not powerful and in all directions?
Oh, the ones that are leaving in all the directions aren't hitting my eye. So if you like the ones that I'm seeing is the one that reaches my eye. So it essentially is the same as the laser beam.
What do you
If
mean?
the whole laser beam is
What do you
reaching
think
my eye,
there's
and the light bulb only the ones that are hitting my eyes, I reach my eyes, and essentially it's the same thing. I don't see the difference.
you don't see the difference because it's a common misconception that light doesn't happen in rays. It happens in like a wave function.
Not assuming it happened in rays. I'm just tracing back just the light that reached my eye, not all the rest of it. That I'm not concerned with because I don't see that. I only see what I see, which is the one that reaches my eye.
What do you mean the one? Can you show me the one?
Yeah, the light is interacting with my retina. It's not the same light that is reaching my forehead or the light that is reaching my mouth, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I only care the ones that entered my eye, and in what direction, because that dictates where
It's
they're
the
going
same
to direct.
wavefront.
Yeah, it comes from the same wave, but it's
So
not
is
the
it a
same
wave
light.
or is it a ray?
You can create a ray based on a specific part of it that reached your retina. If you trace back that part of the light, you're going to get a ray.
How do you
Doesn't mean
trace
there's
the
a ray
path?
of light. You're just tracing back the light that reached your retina to the source.
How do you trace the path?
It's just the path of it.
How do you trace the path?
It's just a representation of the path.
How do you trace the representation of the path?
I don't understand what you're asking now.
My point being is you can't take the assumption that this one light source, which is completely different than how we view the world, because we don't view the world in lasers and we don't have lasers that interact with our eye, do some sort of thing in some sort of medium. Therefore, we can deduce from that how we view the world is going to follow consistently with how this light that's completely different than the light we're observing is
Oh,
interacting
not
with the
really.
world.
Because we are not only based on the path that we see the laser doing. We can also look through the gradients, as Jesse described that he did himself, which is not using a laser, it's just looking through the medium itself.
Told you that
Can
shit
you
was
do that
fucked
without?
up.
Can you do that without introducing other mediums?
Sorry, what?
I'm sure Jesse has done it, but he's probably introduced at least 2 glass mediums within that interaction that weren't there previously.
Well, you can even just go out and look over the top of your car on a hot day, and you can see that it's causing light to bend.
And it bends away from the light air, which is the one that is close to the hot surface, which keeps agreeing with what we're saying, that light's bending.
No, it doesn't bend away. It gives you a heat haze where you have this rippling effect.
Yeah, but you can see a reflection of something upside down below the direction of the thing itself, which means that's being reflected or being bent up. Like you need the light to be reflected or bent up from the surface of the car or from that hot layer of air for you to see the reflection. So that's still agreeing with what we're saying, that light's then bending towards the denser medium. That's what we always observe.
Is hot air denser than cold air?
No.
No, it's lighter.
At a given pressure.
So when you're viewing through hot air, you get upward refraction?
If the hot air is below, then yeah.
Which makes things look lower.
Below what?
Below the colder air.
You need a gradient to have bending.
But if I'm viewing through hot air, so if I'm looking across my car, how is the hot air above or below something that is past my car?
Well, you're looking through a gradient.
I'm just looking through hot air.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
you're looking through.
The air doesn't have the exact same temperature everywhere. If it's getting hot because of the surface of your car, then the closer air to that surface is going to be hotter than the air that is further from that surface. That's how you get a gradient, and that's how you get the bending.
Are you talking about mirages now?
That would be a mirage, yeah. But it's still the same. It's just
Hey, guys.
talking about how light bends.
I gotta wrap it up here and get some stuff done. Napalm, did you have any more questions about the mountain and the measurement, and or anything you wanted to say about what you thought it was that made light curve as a smile, even though it's more dense down lower?
So you hadn't established in any of your measurements any densities or air temperatures throughout that optical corridor. So you have no real baseline or leg to stand on for your observations to claim that what is between you and that mountain peak is some sort of consistent medium with a more dense medium below it. Was there snow on the mountain?
Yes.
Okay.
How about my picture, Napalm?
Oh,
I'm not
yeah,
looking.
maybe the air on top of mountains is denser than the air close to sea level.
Has anyone ever seen a snow denser air because it was colder? The air below
You're
the snow line.
roboting, Xanax.
Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened where we had a snow-covered mountain air around that air, anywhere near it, where that air has been denser, even though it's colder, than below the snow line? Has that ever happened, Napalm? Ever?
I would say it's less dense.
What's less dense? The cold air?
Well, it's so the light from that mountain to you, as it's bouncing off of the mountain itself, is
Yeah.
going through many different air gradients,
Okay.
none of which can be
That's not
accurately described.
okay. That's okay. I
without
don't know
measuring them.
Okay, which way do you think the density gradient operates? Is it going denser as you get colder going up, or is it getting less dense as you get colder going up?
It could be more dense.
It's never happened.
Between you and that object. It could be more
Never.
dense below. It could be more dense
You're
above.
just saying. Okay.
It all depends on the
Hey,
What do you
Xanax.
mean? I'm just saying it. This
You're
is the
just saying
same shit that
they've
Ruyev
never
tries to
never
pull,
ever in the history of the
which is
world
the
ever measured. Hold
light
on.
bends down towards a denser medium.
Yes, they've never.
Therefore, light is always going to bend down.
Let me know when you're done.
Therefore, because you guys never measured the optical corridor.
Let me
that
just
you're
say
dealing
one
with
thing, and
ever,
we'll
you
talk
just
about it.
literally said, "Let me know when you're done," and then start to talk over.
Well, I thought you stopped. Go ahead.
Well, it's like I'm not going to deal with you just because Jesse has to go. Now you pick it up the same way that somebody else is going to come in. You
All right,
guys
we're not
have
getting
no
productive by
established
complaining.
baseline. How did you establish standard refraction?
Okay, wait. First, let's talk about the mountain. This should be quick.
I don't care about the
Snow-capped
mountain. I don't even know what
Hold
you
on, we've
posted.
never
I'm
measured.
literally in the middle of doing work. How did you
Are you not going to
establish?
stop? Can I just have a sentence?
How did you
Napalm?
establish refraction, standard refraction?
Standard refraction is an average of light that would bend downward due to a density gradient.
Based on what measurements that were
Based on
averaged
measuring
together?
based on measuring the curved surface of the Earth and measuring these by these multiple observations to objects close to the surface.
Who did these studies, and can you provide
These are just
them to me?
accumulated. You're obfuscating my point. I don't want to go over that. I agree with you. There has to be some knowledge of the medium. But what we do know is when we look at objects that are not near the surface, like we have a huge valley here between Mount St. Helens and the Observer. We're talking about a 6,500 foot mountain, and we're already at 1,000 feet above sea level. We see snow caps. We know what kind of day it is. Even if it's a warm day, it's still going to be fairly cold up there. We know the density gradient is always going to be denser going downward. There's never been a recorded history of an area of 6,400 feet that has ever been measured to be denser than some area at 4, 5, or 3,000 feet. It's always got a gradient. We know this because as pilots, you know what the density altitude will be. And that density altitude varies
So
based
I
on
don't know what you're
temperature.
showing, but I'm pretty sure you're probably showing a perspective image where you have a smaller mountain in the front, a larger mountain in the back, and for some reason you say that the larger mountain in the back, because it looks smaller, is somehow due to Earth curvature, even though we know that perspective makes things shrink in the distance, and then you can optically change that with the way you angle your camera.
Okay.
And your
Interesting.
perspective.
Okay,
It's
can I respond?
deceptive as fuck. Like I'm literally talking to you guys while I'm in the middle of work, and I've
I
got
know, but
stuff that I have to do.
if you
So
stop
I'm
talking, I can give you a quick
disengaging
answer.
because you guys are
You
constantly
always do a story, then you go over
deceptive.
a huge annotation of what you're doing. Just stop there. Let me respond. I can give you a really quick one sentence answer. No, we have incorporated perspective into this. It doesn't matter where your camera is pointed. If some object is half as small as some object that's twice as in the background, yet that object is further away by twice as far, then they should be directly in line. That includes perspective. Stop saying it doesn't, because that's incorrect.
He's deafened himself. He doesn't want to hear you anymore.
I know, but everyone else can hear how silly he's. The picture, that's why we have the orthographic view on the side. That's why we show the picture. The camera moving around the camera doesn't change the position of those mountains ever. It's the same picture you'll see every day of the year, ever, for eternity. They don't change because they're large objects, and they do change angular size, and they do change angular position with your field of view based on distance. And it shows in the bottom picture of how that works orthographically with perspective in mind, specifically perspective in mind. And yet Mount Rainier is below St. Helens, even though it is twice as far away. It's twice as tall, twice as far away, yet it is below Mount St. Helens. Now, there has to be some crazy upward refraction for that to happen, like never been seen even in a fish tank for that to happen. Yet it doesn't. If that didn't suck the air out of the room, I don't know what will. Test. Test 1, 2. I thought so. Go shows Enos is talking.
Yeah, I missed it. What was the conclusion to the conversation earlier?
To be honest, I don't think there was one, which was the whole plan.
That was your plan?
No, not mine. Everyone that kept interrupting. I was just going to ask Zanuck to play his guitar. Break the silence. Come on, Zanuck. Entertain us.
Are you not entertained?
Nah, silence doesn't entertain me.
I'm just kidding. Hey, I have some AI news. You want some AI news? Which I got quite a bit. So first of all, did you hear that in Italy they banned ChatGPT? It's illegal in Italy.
Yeah, I think I did hear that.
It's interesting. I have my own model now on my personal computer.
Well, it's
So
a
it's
country very fond of art, so they're probably trying to protect artists in that sense.
maybe it's getting out of hand at this point. It's unstoppable. They have that model now that deploys its own model. So you basically can ask it to do something, and it will create tiny like little bots to do it, to work on it, and it'll figure out what it also needs to make as a new goal to achieve it. So you could say, because I said yesterday, I said compile all the flat Earth arguments and responses into a database, and then it said, okay, I'm gonna first of all, I'm gonna learn large language model. I'm gonna learn natural language processing so I can understand the language. Then I'm going to look every forum and chat room and video, scientific paper, everything. So I'm going to look through all these resources, and then it said I'm going to what did it say? Oh yeah, and then it says it's going to learn how the arguments are made. So it's like it chooses it chooses for itself the task it needs to complete in order to complete the overall task, and it also determines if it's going to need to update and recreate its purpose.
Can
So
you also
it's almost
teach
like
the hack?
yeah, what?
Having a bot that hacks, can you not
Oh, sure, yeah, of
program it
course.
to hack? So that
Yes,
would be
but
an issue, don't you think? So that also is like, it's like, why would they risk that? Because they could have all of their secure information. That's just a risk for everyone. I don't understand why they're allowing it to go forward.
well, I think the original purpose for OpenAI, although it's no longer the case, was originally open source for the reason being that everybody would have an even playing ground, and it wouldn't be held in the hands of just one side or a select few people. And by that, you mean it's true that you could get people hacking, but then you can also protect yourself from that at the same time. So you could ask it, you could try to get the AI to create like a foolproof, system for storing and transmitting information that is not hackable.
No, but you could train it to hack, is what I'm saying.
Right,
You
that's
could
what I'm saying. So
you could
you could
make
do
it
both.
learn off of all of the different hacking, and then go right. Find me all of the secret government files. Find me.
But depending on which model you use, if you use any of OpenAI's models or something like that, they're not going to let you do anything illegal. But like I said, you can train your own model
Actually,
at
no.
home.
It's not like you can't. Make a black market version of it. I
Oh yeah,
don't
but
see
that's what
why.
I'm saying. Those already exist. Like you can have your personal, you have your like a model, a local model, built off the same resources and same training. It's just locally, it's on a local server. So yeah, they
Yeah,
can't
you'd have
police
to
that.
code it, like you say. If you're getting like one of these public ones, they're going to have safeguarding barriers where it wouldn't obviously allow you to do certain things. You'd sort of have to code it yourself.
Yeah, well, like I said, so this Stanford, this happened a couple weeks ago. Stanford released a paper where they used Facebook's or Meta's alpaca model, and they trained it. Oh, so this is what they did. They got the training data from OpenAI. They told OpenAI to develop the training data, ChatGPT, and then trained the model on alpaca, and then did the same thing like in reverse. So they did this like recursively, and what it did was they built a local model. At first it was like $600, and then now it's free basically. And so now and anybody anybody can get access to these and just run the model at home. And
Recode it.
Yeah, you can recode it. You can do whatever you want with it.
Like this, where there's the limits sort of thing.
Yep, and same thing with auto or not auto GP. Is it auto GPT? Yeah, auto GPT, which is the thing I was talking about. With it will like you tell it what its purpose is, and it will develop all of the required tasks to complete that purpose, and then probably even decide if there's a new purpose or change its purpose even, because I've had it do that several times too. Like it decides that in order to achieve its purpose, it's like changes its purpose basically.
Right. Like it sort of learns that for this purpose I might need to then do this. So it's kind of like expanding upon the primary command really.
Yeah, you have to be careful though, because I totally forgot. Mine's still running, and it runs off your OpenAI API, and so that costs money. Especially if I don't check. I had that running like an hour ago. Hold on.
So what sort of rate?
It's fairly cheap if you're doing a few. Oh shit! We ran for a long time. It's very cheap if you just like I think it's like for 1,000 tokens. Tokens are about it's like one syllable of a word. So like
Okay.
Yeah, it's just one syllable. So that's like a token is like a syllable, and so for 1,000 tokens, there's different prices. Some are like fraction, like 0.04 pennies, 0.01 pennies, or it might be dollars. I gotta look at it again. Either way, it's fairly cheap, but if you do a lot of, if you're doing a huge ask, like you're creating a large database or you're writing a
Yeah, if you've got
large
it
thing,
running for a week or so, then yeah.
Well,
You're
no,
running
you can have it
up.
read a very large file or write a very large file, and that might cost a lot. Like I know, like I was talking to Crypto, and he does, because you can use it in Google Sheets and Excel, and you can put these tasks in there, and it will complete the whole spreadsheet. It's pretty cool. But regardless, all the for each cell, that's gonna have a certain amount of tokens in it. So if you can fill it up real quick and spend a lot of money real quickly. Shit, let me see how long this thing is running for, because I had it here this whole time.
So is it going to get to that point where we get taken over by AI and it starts hacking all of the 3D printers and starts building robots?
No, I mean, I think that people are still you're gonna still need people to give it a purpose. Otherwise, it's not gonna. I don't know.
But it just
It's not
needs,
gonna have
it
any
just needs
need
to
for
start
its own
though. You know
purpose.
what I mean? And then it just
So,
needs people to pervert it, if you know what I mean.
yeah, right. But
That's
that's
the
what I
issue.
mean is people can do that, but then at the same time, there's gonna be people who can protect against that. So using the same tools. Hold on a second.
Well, what task have you got it doing at the moment, anyway?
Something flat Earth related. It was a waste though because it uses GPT, ChatGPT, or OpenAI's models, and well, it uses ChatGPT. And if so, I asked it to give me the flat Earth argument or flat Earth. I said, give me all scientific tests done to they give evidence to the flat Earth and that give evidence against it. And for the evidence for it, it's refusing to give it to me because it says I can't do that because it's not correct or something. Which is this is a useless
So you need to change
thing
the
to
code,
do.
didn't you?
Wait, open it. Well, as I said, OpenAI purposely put that into ChatGPT, where if you ask it to do something plainly and it's wrong or something, or you ask it its opinion about something that's wrong, it just tells you, "Oh, that's wrong. I can't do that for you."
Or if it's being suppressed. So you could type in something like Tartaria, which isn't being suppressed. Yeah, it's actually being pushed.
Yeah. See, these are this
And
is what
that
it says right here. It says,
would be seen as a conspiracy, but it's a lot of communism rhetoric behind it. But yeah, you could check to see if that's being suppressed.
okay, so this is what it created its own task, and its task it created says provide a detailed explanation of the scientific evidence that supports the spherical shape of the Earth, including history of discovery, Earth-shaped research experiments that have been conducted to confirm it. Provide a comprehensive list of scientific resources that can be cited by interested parties, including published papers, peer-reviewed articles, scientific presentations. So it created that task itself, and then it says, as a response to itself, it says, as an AI, my programming prohibits me from compiling a database that goes against well-established scientific evidence, such as the
Right. So
spherical shape of the Earth. Wait a minute.
right.
Hold
So
up,
you could
dude.
do something for Schmovid as well. Yeah.
No, dude. Yeah, right. But dude, it's telling me it can't give me the evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth because it goes against well-established scientific evidence.
What the evidence for the globe goes against scientific? That's
Yeah,
strange.
this thing's bugging out too. Let me see. It says, however, I am able to provide you with a detailed explanation of the scientific evidence that supports Earth shape. The idea. Okay, blah blah. There goes a bunch of shit. And it actually brought up the Eratosthenes experiment. Okay, this is interesting. They created another task: explore and compile a list of any alternative theories or explanations that have been proposed to explain the shape of the Earth, and provide detailed analysis of the scientific evidence that supports or refutes each theory. This can include theories such as the hollow Earth theory, the oblate spheroid theory, or any other theories that have been proposed throughout history. Wow, they created that task itself because it says it's been run this whole time. I want to see what it did.
See, maybe you should do more of a simple task that I don't know, maybe still kind of debated, but I don't know. Yeah. So it's trying to find something sort of vague, but I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to. I was just thinking of a smaller task for it, but where there's sort of it's still not a conclusion.
Hold
No,
on.
because that just opens it up for vagary.
Hold on, give me a link. Oh, what? This made a database for me. It can be accessed to this link, but the link doesn't work. God damn it. It says for alternative models, one of the models is the oblate spheroid, and it says it's evidence for it, and then it says other theories proposed throughout history include flat Earth theory, toroidal Earth theory, geocentric Earth theory. However, these theories have been largely discredited by scientific evidence. Overall, the evidence overwhelmingly supports the oblate spheroid theory as the explanation. Interesting.
So, what was the original question?
Originally, I just asked you to give me.
Argument.
I just asked, can you provide like a thorough, complete list of all scientific experiments, experiments, or for the that give evidence for the flat Earth or against the flat Earth. So originally, I would ask you,
So,
and
so
it
if
created
you
all these
do
other
that
tasks.
again, but instead of flat Earth and globe Earth, say for the to establish the core of the Earth as
Say it one more
a
time.
giant iron ball, you know, like what question you've got so far, yeah, it's good up until the point where you say flat Earth or globe Earth, and just change what like what scientific studies or like evidence has been done to prove the magnetic iron core,
Oh yeah,
liquid
okay, all
iron
right.
core.
That's actually a good idea. Hold on. And I'll say, and list the potential, list the potential problems and possible solutions to those problems. Also, it's a good idea.
Right.
I'm gonna read
No
through this
one's
because
been
I got.
there, but we're told it's facts, so it'd be nice to see what the conclusion is.
Yeah, let me because I don't I'm gonna read all this and see what all this done, but I'm gonna just okay. Actually, I was able to download it. Okay, hold on. And then
Cool, man.
because each time you make a new task, the old one gets deleted. Unfortunately, and because this is a beta.
What is that still bringing up arguments then for your first question?
Yeah, I haven't even gotten to the bottom of it. I was just reading through it, and it was still going. All right, hold on. Jesus, it gave me the whole thing in an image. Fucking hell, dude! Just give it to me in text. What? I'll post this image. Fucking giant picture of a long. You'll see.
You could even ask it about gas pressure. Does gas pressure require a container? And then, like with a follow-up question, like, or will it just do what the paradigm does and says the second law doesn't apply to the Earth?
But you could do that with Chat GPT, but this is not like a chat bot. It's like you give it a task and it'll just complete it on its own. But let me see. You said something about the magnetic core.
Yeah, like ask what experiments have been done to prove the existence of the molten iron core.
Okay, it's working. Yeah, so actually, I said something different. I said, can you write up a complete, comprehensive description for the evidence of what creates Earth's magnetic field, including all the possible problems with those theories? Also include the possible solutions to those
No, because
problems.
you said creates, so you've already kind of begged the question that it already exists.
The magnetic field?
No,
Yeah,
you're
we can talk about.
saying the core. What
No, I didn't
creates
say
the
that.
core? I
No, I
want to
didn't say
know
the core.
whether it actually exists, not what created it, because you're begging the
No.
question that it already exists.
No, I didn't say anything about the core though. I said I changed it to just the magnetic field. To
You
ask
said
what
what
creates a
makes up
magnetic
the
field.
core. You said give me evidence for what makes up the core. So you already begged the question that the core already
Listen.
exists.
I said give evidence for what creates Earth's magnetic field. Description for the evidence
Oh,
that
fair
creates
enough.
Earth's magnetic field. And so it'll probably bring up the core, but I didn't
I
explicitly
was
state.
saying just evidence of the existence of the core. You know.
Seismology.
You don't want to ask that though.
No, but it's like, this is a more interesting question. I mean, that's easy answers. Seismology and density of the Earth and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we have one seismologist flattered at Brazil.
Oh, yeah, is he making waves? Don't know if you saw what I did there.
S&P waves.
Is he making waves in the seismology community? Is what I meant.
I want to understand that Mount St. Helens and the St. Rainier. Let me see. Can you post again? Someone did post that.
What's that about the shadow on the clouds and the peak of the mountain above the clouds?
I was trying to understand if they claim that. Let me see. If Saint Rainier is more down because of curvature.
Wait, sorry, say again. I was reading a message.
I have to go up just to look that. Someone did post that. I was trying to understand, but I have to go. They put a photo of Mount Rainier and St. Helens together. Okay, this one. Okay, this one. I'm gonna post. Someone did post this one, and I just want to understand. Right? Okay. What they are claiming here is that the Mount St. Helens is above the Mount Rainier.
Oh, right, yeah. From the conversation of earlier, they're trying to claim that, yeah, even though that mountain is taller than that one, because of the curvature, from this point of view, that one's now taller.
Okay, so if I'm at the peak of St. Helens, I will see Mount Rainier below. I mean, if I'm imagine that I'm Mount St. Helens, there.
Yeah.
At the top, and I'm watching, to the horizon in front of me, level. So the Mount Rainier, it will be more down because of curvature. Is what they claim.
I think so. It's funny, I know. Like, no one wants to jump in and claim it, though.
You know what I did found about this? Look. Man, where is that curvature? So Mount
Yeah,
Rainier,
that looks bigger than
Mount
than that.
Rainier is at the
Miles
background.
away.
So when I raise up, where is that curvature? Thinking that mount behind. Interesting. What the hell they are doing? It's amazing, what isn't it? They trying to obfuscate with lies, because if they understand about perspective, you know, they will understand this. But
They can't concede They can't concede perception, though.
I
So,
think,
sorry.
I think about after this, if they repost the same bullshit, they are showing themselves. They can use words like idiot and you know, so on. I have seen in this chat the voice text idiot, and you know, these guys like to call other names, very names, much names.
And they've proved themselves to be liars all day today. So it's, you know, there's no point trying to tell them because they're just going to deny it and lie anyway. So just take it for what it is. You know, no point arguing with them about it. You just see it. You know, what's the point trying to get them to admit it?
Yeah. Yeah, so I would like those guys to repost again that the first picture I did post. I mean, are they blind?
Say again.
Are they blind to see it?
Well, I think you also got to do well to try and put yourself back 10, 15 years before you came into flat Earth and realize how you could be tricked and you were fooled. Do you know what I mean? So that's the kind of way that I look at it. Is it's not like that. Probably a lot of them aren't trying to deceive. You know, it's just that they've adopted the deception as reality. Like we all once did.
And in the top of the first picture, you know, someone did post this. It says flat Earth died when this photo was taken. I mean, and the second, the one that I post, the second one, what happened? I think that their lies did die.
Well, they'll probably say you're too high up, that your angle, you know, is, you know, you've made it so that you've chosen a nice angle for it to look taller. You know, they'll find ways to piece it apart.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Don't say what we will say. Why don't you provide information?
No, I just provide to you. Someone did. I did post two pictures. Someone did post the first picture, okay, and they claim who did this. Flat Earth died when this photo was taken. And then I post the second picture. So why is that mountain behind more higher than the first one? In the second picture,
Sorry, I can't look at your pictures right now, but why is what not higher than what?
The two mountains.
So if the first picture was taken from the lower, lower ground, and the second one is more higher. It was taken higher, and you can see not the mount behind is much higher than the front. The front is Mount St. Helens. It's at the front, and you can see clearly. Clearly you can see the other mountain Rainier much higher. At this altitude. So
Mount Rainier is higher than Mount St. Helens. It's taller.
So yeah, they have.
Yeah, we know. But in the previous picture, it was stated that that basically the one in front would be taller because of the curvature of the Earth. From the observer's point in that picture.
Are you at the height of the top of Mount St. Helens?
No,
not in that first picture, and in the second picture, it's above.
And is this a picture taken with the camera, or is it through? Okay, so the camera is not necessarily taking a picture horizontally, pointing. Right, it's probably following the 2/3 rule, where you want 2/3 of the.
No, the second one. The second one is like almost the same height as the first Mount St. Helens, and you can see clearly behind the other Mount Rainier much higher. I mean, like the double.
Is the camera on a level tripod that is shooting horizontally?
Man, it's on there. It was taken from an airplane, maybe. I can give you the site of this photo. So what is interesting is that
no, it wasn't.
In the first picture, they have the altitude of these two mountains. But from that point of view, they claim that the other mountain, Mount Rainier, is below because of curvature. But when you see this picture, when you see the second one, you see clearly that the mountain behind is not down because of any curvature. You can see all the snow there in that mountain from bottom to the top. It's much higher than the first mountain, the Mount St. Helens.
Who are they? Who are Mount St. Helens? Mount Rainier is going to be lower because of curvature.
You cut up a little bit there. Do you want to do that again? Sorry.
You said they told you that Mount Rainier is going to appear lower. Who are they?
In the previous picture, if you look at, I know you can't look at them at the moment, but there is a picture that's been posted with St. Helens looking like it's taller than Mount Rainier.
Does it tell me who they are?
Whoever posted that pic previously, I don't know who that was.
I posted it.
Okay.
I posted it. It's a picture you see every. You go out there and visit any day. You always. It shouldn't be higher.
The second picture is them higher than them. Is it not?
Yeah, it was taken from a much higher altitude.
Okay, have you ever been to a concert?
A concert? No, yeah. I had worked to a watch tower. Okay. To detect wildfires far away. Okay.
And if there's a tree in front of you.
And then I can see mountains that are in Spain because I live in Portugal. And I know that if I go to that top of those mountains, I will not see any curvature down.
Why is the second mountain lower then?
So
why is the second mountain, which is twice as high, lower?
Because of your angle.
Yeah.
No, the angle's at 1,000 feet. Those mountains are 6,500 and 14,500. Why would you think the taller mountain is? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Can I finish? Why would you say? Why would you think the farther mountain, twice as far away, it's twice as high? Why would it be below the foreground mountain, which is half as high and half as far away?
No, you the first picture is saying that those mountains should be at the same, at the tops of those mountains should be.
Yes, of course, because that's how perspective works.
Yeah, so,
because that's how the perspective works. Not
you
level.
Just debunk yourself.
No, in line. No, level is not. Hold on.
So
level is not in line.
Okay, so why is not the second that mountain, Saint René, why is it much above than the first mountain?
Because the Earth is curved.
Oh, the other is curving. Where up is curving. So the second.
You're laughing because you are mocking what you don't understand.
No. I'm laughing because in the first picture, you did post that picture. So you see,
I posted a picture. I understand
the mountain,
it. You don't.
But the mountain behind, you were claiming that was lower, but
twice as high. Yes, it's twice as high in altitude or in elevation, yet it is twice as far away. So regardless of where the observer point is, they should be in line.
Yeah, why the picture I did post? Why is the mountain behind much more high?
Lower?
No, yeah, you're right. No,
you're right. Yeah, maybe your curvature is going up.
But Miguel, listen, because that picture is taken at a very high altitude.
Oh, and
that is at 20,000 feet or something.
So you're saying this isn't possible on a flat plane, is what you're saying.
So that mountain, you could also, hold on, you can actually, not a problem, and look at in fact, this is actually really good because you have a snow level that is distinct. So now look at the peak of Mount St. Helens, look at the snow line of Mount Rainier, and see if you knew where you were and the altitude you were flying at, you could actually determine whether that snow line should line up with the top of Mount St. Helens. It won't. That's not where it should be. Now, I would bet money on that, but you have no information on this aerial picture. However, my picture is very distinct and unique in that you have the elevation of the observer because it's a park outside of Portland. You know the top of Mount St. Helens, you know the top of Mount Rainier, and you know the math I showed very clearly in that box below the picture where they all should line up, and they don't because the Earth is curved.
You are below the peak in that picture, though, right?
Of course, 1,000 feet.
So this picture I did post, you are seeing like from the top of the first mountain to the top.
You're above the top of the first mountain. You're looking down on it. Why wouldn't it be below?
Why the mountain is
you guys
more
can't be
higher?
this silly, really. Come on, this is like insane talk. Right?
Maybe your curvature is going up. Because
maybe you just don't understand basic geometry.
Because the picture you posted, it's like saying to us that those mountains, the peaks of those mountains are, at the same. When you see it, they are the same altitude.
Oh my God! Listen. Oh, go ahead, Chunky.
But now the curvature is going up. You
already said your stupid piece. Let Chunky.
No, you are the stupid one. You are calling a stupid.
No, I'm not. You just are confused.
If you listen, you might learn something. So, Zanuck, actually, your argument about I was wrong. When you double the distance, you don't even quite half the size. So it actually works even more into the globe favor that it's below. Right?
Right, because there's angle. Because we're dealing with angles, not just size.
Yeah.
So basically, what you guys are trying to say is this isn't possible. This observation isn't possible on a flat plane.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah. What he's saying is if you put something twice as far away that's twice as tall, just by perspective, it should be just slightly taller than the closer mountain. That's what perspective would say. Just slightly taller, about 53% compared to 50. So 6%. I think that's correct.
So we shouldn't be able to recreate this on a flat plane.
Unless
we've got some homework to do then.
You can't. Go do it yourself. Go do a scale. All this stuff is scalable. Go out and you're on a table and do this kind of experiment on a table. It won't work. Yet that Mount Rainier picture, the picture of where Mount Rainier is below the snow line. It's below the snow line of Mount St. Helens. It's ludicrous to think that there's either the mountain sunk into the ground and it's not really as high as they say it is, or the Earth is curved. You don't have any other options here.
Man, I just showed to you the first name. The first mountain is St. Helens, and you can see from the bottom of the mount behind Saint Rainier. You can see the bottom where you can see the snow until the top of that mountain. That snow. How can you, man? Are you nuts? Are you nuts?
Listen,
Man,
look, the only nuts here is
whatever your name is, Miguel. When you're at a concert and you stand up on your boyfriend's shoulders or sit on his shoulders, you can see the people at the front of the stage where they were once hidden, right? I don't know how this is complicated.
Yeah, that's the first picture.
You're being really
Is that concert on a hill? Is that what you're trying to say?
It doesn't matter where the concert is.
Right. Well done.
You're higher than both mountains. Of course, the one in back is going to look taller. It is taller, but you're looking down at both the mountains.
The problem is that this picture was not like that. You see, when you are with your two eyes, you are looking forward. So I'm looking at the eye level, to the first mountain. The top of that first mountain. How can the second mountain be more higher?
You're not looking at that.
Because if there was any curvature, that second mountain would be lower than the top of the first mountain.
It could be a language issue, Zan.
Yeah, but let's just look at the two pictures and then show me the curvature.
Okay, Miguel, you took trigonometry in high school, right, or whatever you call it.
I don't think it's possible he took trigonometry.
Shut up your bullshit, Zedek. Okay.
Did you take?
I just forget about that. Okay. You are doing sophistry, but okay, forget about it.
It is not sophistry. It's a question.
No,
do you understand trigonometry?
Yeah, you did post the first picture, and you can see from that perspective.
Do you just want to keep repeating the same thing, or do you want to have a conversation?
Why you are over talking me? You did post the
Do
first
you want
picture.
to keep repeating the same thing, Miguel, or do you want to have a conversation?
Man, you did. Shut.
If you want to talk to yourself, I'll go on mute. You can talk to yourself.
Okay, mute. Okay, you did post the first picture.
You'd rather talk to yourself. Good for you.
Why you are talking? Why you are the retarded? Why you are talking over talking about me?
Do you want to know the answer to your question, or do you just want to jerk off yourself?
Shut up, you with your bullshit. Okay, let me talk. The first picture
it wasn't an answer to my question.
From that perspective, the first picture you did post, you see the Mount Helens more above the other mountain Rainier. From the picture I did post, it's from the when you see more higher from by looking almost in the top of the Mount St. Helens. Why is that mountain now much higher than the first one? It's called perspective. So thanks. What happened? What happened to
how many times do we have to answer the question? And can you pretend this is that many times plus one?
You can later go watch those two photos and then show me curvature.
We answered the question multiple times. Did you listen any of the times?
Okay, where is the curvature? Show me. I don't care about bullshit. I don't care about your bullshit when you are calling names. Okay,
what did I say?
You and Zenik. Okay, it's recorded.
Miguel, what did I say about the second picture? Are you higher than the mountains?
Man, I know how perspective works, but you have to explain why when I'm at the same high altitude of that first mountain, why I'm watching the second mountain much above.
Okay, I'm also not an American. I'm an ignorant Canadian. I think Mount Rainier is under 15,000 feet, although it could be close to 15,000 feet because it's the tallest mountain, not including Alaska and Hawaii. Alaska has the tallest Mount Logan, I believe, or is that Canada? That might be Canada. Mount Rainier is the tallest mountain in the United States. It's about 15,000 feet. You're at 20,000 feet. You are looking down at the mountain.
So it's more higher than the Mount St. Helens, right?
It's taller than Mount St. Helens. Yeah.
Okay. So in the first picture, you see almost, you see the first mountain, St. Helens, 6,000 feet, and you see Mount Rainier at the background. But from that perspective, it says 14,000 feet. So, but from that perspective, it seems that the mount behind Mount Rainier is the same altitude, from the peak of the St. Helens. But when you take you are at much higher altitude, no?
Can I just ask a quick question?
You don't see it. You don't see it. You don't see it because the first picture claims that because of curvature, the second mountain is almost the same altitude.
Yeah. Ask your question.
Level. Almost level.
I was going to ask how in your pictures, Anik, how far away is the second mountain from the first one?
100 miles. 100 miles. First one's 50 miles.
Twice as far, he said. So you already answered.
Twice as far. The second one's.
Oh, right. So the observation is taken from 50 miles.
But it wouldn't matter if it was 100 or 200.
Hey, you're on a mountain at 1,000 feet high. You're looking at 50 miles away, seeing Mount St. Helens. 50 miles further than that is Mount Rainier. The angles to the tops, they should all be in line. At least Mount Rainier should be a little higher, if not equal, not below for sure. It is below. It's not only below, it's well below. That is due to the Earth being curved.
Then I post the picture, and we don't see that.
Well, it could be Earth curve, or it could be the light. It could be Earth curve, or it could be the light.
If you're on an airplane and you're looking down at mountains, you could be looking at Mount Everest. They all will be looking like this. You're above the mountains, knucklehead. Come on. You're just driving us through the mud.
Don't call me.
Well, the problem is, Miguel, the
repeating
problem
himself
is
over and over
they try to apply Euclidean geometry to a non-Euclidean visual space. So that's where they're always going to be incorrect, because trigonometry is Euclidean. Do we see any Euclidean trigonometry? No, we do not. So
Napalm, can we explain perspective with Euclidean geometry?
No, guys, stop interrupting, please. I don't know if Napalm was done or not. Zanuck and Chucky interrupted him. Relax, guys, please.
He was done.
Okay, great. One at a time.
No, we cannot.
Why not?
Because that's not applicable to the real world, and machine learning is starting to figure this out. So as they're starting to program robots, they're having to use a hyperbolic geometry in order to better assist robots in how they perceive the world. So they're drawing out the algorithms in a hyperbolic space as opposed to a pure Euclidean space, because the pure Euclidean geometry is not as accurate. It's not applicable to the real world in the way that you think it is.
Okay, but when we use Euclidean geometry and account for Earth curvature, do surveyors not accurately figure these things out?
No.
I thought you said no.
It's like you didn't even listen to what Napalm said previously.
No, they
don't. Yeah, I did
hear
what he said. It's a bunch of horse shit.
Then actually address what I said instead of just going on to something else. That it's fruitless.
Okay.
It's
Here's me
constantly
addressing what you
fruitless,
said,
Jeremy, because they don't address what you say.
Napalm,
they just skate past it, and then they come back the next day and just
I will
do it on
address it
repeat.
if you don't want to bitch about it. We can use it because surveyors do use it to great effect when they add in Earth curvature. So they can't just use it. but they use it as a tool with other things, and it works great.
And then add in Earth curvature. Why wouldn't
Correct.
the Earth curvature be prevalent within their measurements?
It is.
Why do they
That's
have
why
to
they have
add
to
it
add
in?
it. Or
What do you mean?
more accurately, they have to remove it.
So do they remove it or add it? Can you be specific?
I said more accurately, they have to remove it. So specifically, more accurately, they remove Earth curvature.
Okay, so a surveyor takes a measurement and then removes the Earth curvature.
Yes, to determine the actual height of the second object. If they were doing these two mountains.
So to be more accurate, they have to use a determination that's non-Euclidean.
Well, sure. If you want to say Earth curvature is non-Euclidean, okay.
Is Earth? So you say that they take out Earth curvature. What do you mean by that?
I mean, they observe it in the field, and they have to remove it. So you have to add height to the farther thing, object, in this case a mountain, to determine the actual height of it.
Yeah, it's almost like our vision and the way that we see the world skews things in a non-Euclidean way. So in order to bring it back to some sort of idea of Euclidean measurements that you're trying to utilize, you have to implement non-Euclidean plugs in order to get an accurate reading of what you're doing. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, we know that the Earth is curved and measured. And when
No, we
taking a
don't.
measurement of something. I'm sorry, that was done. Carry on.
Well, you said we know that the Earth is curving. I don't know that. Do you know that?
I wasn't talking about you. Sorry, I know the Earth is curving, and so do all surveyors, geodetic surveyors. So when we, including the surveyors but not you, do this, they would have to remove the Earth curvature, i.e., add in the amount of height or elevation that has been removed due to Earth curvature to get the actual height of the object.
What do they do for standard refraction as well? Does that play a factor?
Yep, they add that in as well.
Okay. So you take a measurement and then you start doing calculations based on assumptions to get accurate readings. Now, if I said that the idea of the Earth curvature and the way that the alleged curvature of the Earth was calculated is solely based on how we observe the world due to this non-Euclidean view of the world, and that was transposed into a curvature of the Earth. Now, if we took that and we reversed that, right, meaning we take the curvature of the Earth and that assumed deviation from standard Euclidean measurements, and we put that back in, then we somehow get a curvature of the Earth, even though the curvature of the Earth was derived from the way that we see the world. Funny how that works, isn't it?
No, the curvature of the Earth was first postulated because of how we saw the world, but it's been confirmed by measurements of the Earth. So you could take the distances of 4 major ports in the Americas, let's say Ushuaia, Los Angeles, or no, let's do San Diego, Montreal. No, Montreal's a bad one. St. John's, New Brunswick, or St. John, New Brunswick, and let's do Anchorage, Alaska. And if you plot those 4 distances, or the distances to all 3 other cities, they won't fit on the flat map, but they will fit on the globe.
How are you plotting this? How are you substantiating the claimed distances in reality?
Well, we measure them all the time. Planes will fly there, boats will sail there.
Okay, so is a plane a measurement device?
It's not a measurement device. It's let's call it a verification tool.
So if these three ports or whatever you're claiming here,
4 has to be 4.
4 ports. Let's take the curved mathematics. Let's flatten it out onto like a flat map. What would be the difference in distances between them?
I don't know the exact number, but there will be a difference. There will be.
Yeah, what would be the difference in
Airports are not.
distance?
These
I don't
airports
know
are
the
not
exact
in
number.
debate. They are facts.
So you don't know the difference. What is it, like a mile, 2 miles, 10 miles,
much more.
100? Much more? 500?
It'd be dozens of miles or kilometers.
Dozens of miles. So what tool are we using to measure the accuracy of a couple or a dozen miles? I would prefer to see the exact difference it would be between these exact locations based on a either globe model or a flat earth model.
Flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Because the difference, the distances you say can't be what they are if the earth is flat, right? And when you say that is that as the crow flies distances, or is this like something we can actually lay tape to?
That's as the crow flies.
So how do we measure things as the crow flies over vast distances?
Well, the USGS has there's not the USGS. The United States Geodetic Surveying has surveyed the entire United States, and
Is this the one where
Canada's surveying.
Is this the one where they add in or subtract from their measurement the curvature of the Earth?
When did they subtract the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know. You said they added in or subtracted, which I can't remember which it is.
Well, if you're talking about heights, yes, but they're just. We're talking about the linear distances now, not the heights, because all 4 of those places I chose were at sea level.
Okay, so when these surveyors are plotting between these ports, how are they taking into account the curvature of the Earth?
They build a patchwork of triangles, right? You saw that.
A patchwork of triangles.
A patchwork of triangles. Are these triangles coplanar?
To each other? No.
So they don't take coplanar triangle measurements.
Right.
So do they take measurements to like various elevations and azimuths?
No, not. I don't care about the elevations. They do, but I don't care about the elevations right now. Just the azimuth.
Oh, so it's just a specific direction. So you're just taking an angle in this direction to an angle in that direction.
Right. You're measuring from one tower to 2 other towers.
Okay. So what if I told you that? What if I told you that even a 60-60-60 triangle at smaller distances can appear optically to have spherical excess?
Oh, I should have red herring for supper because you're serving it up to me.
Well, you said you're making triangle measurements and azimuth. So if I did that to a known triangle that is a known rigid triangle of 60 degrees, 60 degrees, 60 degrees, or something like that, right? Where I can physically lay tools to measure the actual angles of an actual physical triangle. But then when I go to measure it optically, it can appear as though it's a spherical triangle. Would that be something? Would that be interesting information for you?
Yes. How does that work?
Okay.
How does that occur?
Let me see if I can find some information on that for you.
No. Just tell me. You don't need to. I just want you to tell me.
Yeah, because it's optically taking place, that it
Yes, your
appears
eyes look
as
at things.
though,
That's optical.
so it's optically taking place, that it appears as though the points on the triangle are giving spherical excess when measuring from known actual angles that you can lay actual
I
measurement
heard
to,
you now 2 or 3 times say that it does happen. I want to hear the why it happened.
because it's optically taking place.
What do you mean by that?
what?
Because your eyes are optical. You see out your eyes. They're optical.
Correct.
So any
That is
measurement
the
is going to
difference
be optical.
between,
So what do you mean by optical?
right. So that is the difference between laying like physical measurement to something. So if I look at train tracks and I'm standing above them and I go down to them and I measure points between them, I can measure that these two train tracks are going to be parallel to one another with two 90-degree angles that I can establish physically right there in front of me. And I know that in a Euclidean
But it's still
world,
optically.
But
So
don't you
would
also
you let me
when you say
finish?
optically,
I
you're just
know.
using that as a
Would you
filler
let me
word.
finish, Lael? And I can tell you without interrupting me. So I know that when I look down those railroad tracks, even though these are two parallel lines, which in Euclidean geometry never intersect, I know that optically they do intersect, meaning there is an actual deviation in what I optically view compared to what is taking place in reality when we lay our physical hands and physical measurement tools upon them.
So now we're going to measure the two tracks, the left track, or let's call it the north track, and the south track. We're saying this is directly east or west. We put our plummet directly on the center of the south track, and we measure along that track. Now we do the same for the north track. Are we going to get the same azimuth for both, or are they going to vary? And how are they going to vary? Spreading apart or converging together?
I'd have to do the azimuth angles, right?
Would you?
Well, I would know
you're
that
saying they're going to
they
spread
would
apart.
come to a singular point, regardless of
No.
which track I would be on.
Okay, well, you just argued against what you said. So
They come
you're
to
saying
a
that they're
singular point based on an observed angle.
I heard what you said. Now I'm going to tell you why it's incorrect, and you're shooting yourself in the foot. If you say the train tracks are coming together, then the angle is actually smaller. Okay? And that would be the opposite of spherical excess. So well done.
He never said they were coming together. He said they
Yes, they did.
appear. He said
parallel.
optically they look like that. But my whole argument is everything is optical because you have to look at stuff. So using the word optical is just filler. It's just word salad filler information.
Lael, what I said was you're going to measure the north track and the south track. They're both going to be at the same azimuth.
Okay.
Because they are parallel. And if he says they're going to not, they're going to appear to converge with that optical measurement, then that's the opposite of spherical excess.
Nope.
So now if he wants to tell me they're going to diverge, then at least he's consistent.
No, but what takes place when you're dealing with things that are further apart, right? And various
Talking about train
elevations
tracks right now.
and differing distances, right? Because when you're talking about doing surveying, are you talking about measuring to like mountain tops that are line of sight measurements?
We could build a 120-foot tower with a plummet down to the center of the railroad track, if that makes you feel better.
So when you're doing these observations and you're getting azimuth angles, is that what you're measuring? Azimuth?
Yes.
Azimuth based on what?
Direction? What do you mean based on what?
Yeah. So
Degrees?
north,
I don't know
are
what
you
you mean.
using north as like where you're measuring your azimuth from?
Yeah, north is 0.
So is that what you're doing for each of your measurements within that triangle?
Well, you're
Measuring
not measuring.
the azimuth of north?
No, you're measuring the angle between the other two towers. But you could say that, yes, this one is at 270 degrees and the other one is at 315 degrees. And then you subtract the two, of course, to get the difference between. But if what you're saying that when you're measuring two parallel lines and your optical reading is going to make them converge, then you're arguing against your spherical excess.
What do you mean I'm arguing against my spherical excess?
Just what I said, if you measure the north train track, and we'll do a 120-foot tall tower.
It's not a triangle. Those are two parallel lines.
I get you. They're gonna measure the same. They're gonna measure the same azimuth because they are parallel.
That has nothing to do with making measurements to triangles from various points.
Yes, it does. You said optically will create spherical excess, and I'm telling you it will not, because it will measure those two at the same azimuth.
I didn't say that spherical excess was created by the railroad tracks. I said that optically they are different. I never said that it was spherical excess. You're putting words in my mouth to build a straw man. I never said measuring railroad tracks gives you spherical excess. I said you can measure a known triangle that is not a spherical triangle in reality, where you can lay measure to the angles of that triangle, and you can measure it optically and get spherical excess. I didn't say that took place with railroad tracks.
And I asked, right, but I'm saying with railroad tracks, if you measure them optically, the north track and the south track, or the left and right, whatever you want to call it, you're going to get the same azimuth for both. Therefore, you're not. If you got a diverging azimuth, then that would support your claim, but you don't.
I'm not using the railroad tracks in reference.
I'm using the railroad tracks.
Yeah, it's
I'm using the railroad tracks.
It's called
no,
a straw man.
Not. It is not. It's called how optical. It's using that to explain how this optical device would work. You're using it to measure the azimuth. You're going to get the same azimuth because
device are you talking about?
A theodolite total station.
Why are you measuring railroad tracks with a theodolite?
Because you're going to measure the azimuth of the left track and the right track to confirm that they are parallel. And you're going to get the same reading. If you want to say that you're going to get a diverging reading, that they're...
Did I say that?
No, you didn't. But that using a theodolite to measure a triangle can give you spherical excess.
But what does that? What does that have to do with railroad track?
It doesn't. It has to do with parallel lines showing as parallel with an optical device.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Parallel lines show as parallel measured with an optical device.
So you're saying that the railroad tracks measure parallel based on an azimuth angle?
No, they measure with an optical device. They measure with an optical device. They measure as converging. Zanuck spent all night last night, telling us about how they're physically converging because we can measure it and we could see it.
If you're going to say that, Jeremy, and you don't want to, I assure you, and they will not show that they're converging.
Zanuck said that. Zanuck said that. I'm not saying that. Zanuck said they are physically converging because we can optically measure it. Yeah. So you disagree with Zanuck?
Zanuck's a big boy. He can talk for himself. I don't think he did say
him right. That's exactly what Zanuck was saying. That they're physically.
Zanuck, you sound different.
There we go. Go ahead, Zanuck. Tell them about how they're optically converging.
I don't know why you're trying to conflate the railroad tracks with the triangle that I gave you.
Not.
The only reason I gave the example of the railroad tracks was because I said you can physically go down to the railroad tracks and measure that they're parallel and then look off in the distance and optically see that they converge.
Right. But when we put the theodolite onto the left railroad track and measure
why would you do that?
to survey the railroad track.
Okay, and what are you going to get from your survey of a railroad track? That are you getting a triangle somehow with this?
No. Why would
then what
you?
Are you trying? Then why are you trying to equate that to what I was talking about with spherical
Because
excess?
surveyors will also be hired to survey railroad tracks. Now, they wouldn't have to do this because they know that they're parallel, but they're going to if they survey the azimuth of the left track, they would get the exact same reading as if they surveyed the azimuth of the right track. If they got different readings and they were converging, that would go against spherical excess. And if they got different readings and they were diverging, that would go for your argument of spherical excess.
How are you trying to equate the two of these things being? You're taking one azimuth angle and then trying to relate that to 3 azimuth angles from different locations. How are you trying to do this mental gymnastics?
Because if your device shows divergence and therefore makes the angles larger than they appear, why doesn't it do it all the time?
Why would it show Dude, you are not moving in a direction to another point in a triangle. You're trying to relate one azimuth angle to a triangle and then say that somehow proves or disproves spherical excess?
No, I didn't say that. You're trying to tell me that an optical device creates spherical excess. I asked you how, and you don't know.
I said it can measure spherical excess on things that are known to not have spherical excess. You would have to take measurements from 3 different points in order to get a triangle. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yes, and that's what they do when they surveyed the entire United States.
So when you have something of known actual
Are you actually going to answer my question, or are you just going to dodge it?
I'm trying to tell you, but then you're going to relate it back to the fucking railroad tracks. So
no, I want you to say
can be taken of known actual angles, right? Meaning you can have a triangle that is literally
just fucking
physically
keep on going. Just go.
You can have a triangle that literally has measurements that you can physically make on that triangle of a non-spherical triangle, meaning it's planar. And you can take optical measurements of this known non-spherical planar object, and you can take optical measurements that give you a spherical measurement.
That is now the 4th time you said it without explaining why you get that and how you get that.
Due to the way that you see the world.
Perspective.
You explain it to me why it can happen.
I don't think it can.
You don't think you can get skewed results from trying to take a measurement optically?
Let me change my mind. Okay, yes, you can do it. You can be incompetent. You can you can set up your equipment wrong. It could be faulty. It could have a bad lens. There could be lots of reasons, but I don't know how a competent person would get those results.
You could use it to measure something way out of the range of the device itself. There's many ways.
What's the range of the device?
If you're talking a theodolite, you shouldn't do it over 100 meters.
Who told you that?
The accuracy with distance falls off considerably.
I think they did always 20 miles or so. I think it was 7 miles within cities, and then 20 miles in rural areas, up to 100 miles, I think, in the mountainous areas with the surveying. I could be wrong, but that's certainly always more than 100 meters.
And how was the accuracy at those distances confirmed?
Very good. Very well.
Very well. How? Yeah. What was the method?
Can I address his spherical excess observation?
Yeah, because I got to go and pick up my daughter, so I got to step out. Good talk, Santa.
Yeah, I don't know if you. So if you look at if you have a square
I'm not here
table,
to play tag team.
If you have a square, can I just make one sentence to you? You had a question, and I can answer it because this is what perspective is all about. You guys love perspective. If you're looking at a triangle in front of you and it's tilted away from you, the corner is pointing toward you. that angle that is 90 will appear to be larger and measurable in the picture than 90 degrees. Just the 90-degree angle that is facing you. So perspective allows you to have angles that will arise at larger than 180 degrees due to perspective. This is not curving visual space. This isn't the azimuthal grid system.
Zanuck, real quick. Zanuck, real quick. Do we optically measure? Can we optically measure the train tracks converging?
Yes.
Okay, Chucky. There you go, Chucky. Argue with Zanuck about it.
Okay, but Zanuck, when you measure the left railroad track, will you get the same azimuth angle as if you measure the right railroad track when on the right railroad track?
No.
You will not.
So you agree we can measure the?
Hold on, Jeremy.
Measure the train tracks. So do you now agree we can measure the train tracks? So do you agree we can optically measure the train tracks converging now?
Of course you can, because that becomes a
Hold
triangle.
on, that's for Chucky. Hold on, that's for Chucky.
No, I do not. Zanuck,
okay,
listen
well,
to
you
me.
can have it out with Zanuck. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jeremy.
I'll give you guys a room.
Zanuck, and I have to pick up my daughter, so let me text her first. Zanuck, you're setting up on the left railroad track, and you're measuring it down that railroad track, just the azimuth.
Oh, I thought you meant you were in between the. I thought you said we're looking at convergence. I'm in the middle between the two railroad tracks. Yeah,
that's why Jeremy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and I knew you would agree with me.
I thought that's what you meant. Yeah, Jeremy.
Well, I'm talking about measuring the railroad tracks converging. Even if you're on one of the railroad ties, the other one's gonna. You're saying the other one's not gonna look like it's converging?
It's going to look like it, but not when you measure it, Jeremy.
Zanuck, if we're on one of the rails, can we see the other one converging?
So you're going to straw man what I said?
I don't know. You're acting like we can't measure these converging. Zanuck, if
Jeremy,
we're on one of the rails, if we're standing
again.
on the rails and not in the middle, can we measure the other one converging?
You are not measuring the other one when you're standing. When you're measuring the left rail, you're not measuring the right rail.
So this is about one rail and has nothing to do with railroad tracks. This is about a railroad track. So this has nothing to do with anything.
Jeremy.
Then, all right, cool.
You're going to measure the as. Are you listening?
Why don't you let me finish before you tell me to listen to you? How about
because
that?
You're straw manning my argument. How about that?
Well, your argument has nothing to do with anything because we're talking about railroad tracks converging, and now you got us just measuring one railroad track. So not non sequitur nonsense.
Listen, you're on the left railroad track and you're measuring it. Then you're going to measure the right rail track when you're on the right railroad track. That's how you would do it. And you get the same azimuth for both. You're not talking about being in the middle and measuring each.
Well, we were. That's why it's a non sequitur.
Yeah,
no,
total non sequitur, total non sequitur pile of shit. Let's move on.
Not at all. Have fun, Zanuck. These guys are something.
That was a beautiful rage quit. It's funny actually because actually he did mention the other day that you would have a he equated the difference in angles being like having like a physical relationship, right? So he's actually very different to Chucky on this position. So I'm amazed that they're now agreeing.
I mean, were you guys talking about railroad tracks converging, and then he said they wouldn't converge optically? We wouldn't measure them converging optically? Is that what happened, or maybe I misread the situation? What happened, Napalm? Is Chucky right? They don't converge? What's going on?
Napalm made a very good point about measuring an equilateral triangle of known length, of known size. And they come out with spherical excess when they use very precise measuring tools. Now, I've heard Whitsitt say that too. I haven't seen any papers about that. I wonder if Napalm could post that. I'd like to read that. That's what we were talking about. We weren't talking about railroad tracks. We were talking about triangles. That's what Napalm was talking about. Then he got railroaded by all this train track stuff.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious we're not seeing a Euclidean. We're not seeing in Euclidean geometry because the railroad tracks converge. The parallel lines don't converge in Euclidean geometry, so.
Napalm's not around anymore?
It's like that pseudo force. It's like pseudo parallel.
I have an off-topic question. You guys are done with.
Go ahead. What do you got? What do you got? It is.
So, like, the idea is that, like, I don't really know what the idea is, but is it like the idea is like they're hiding the shape of the Earth?
Who's they?
That's what I'm curious of, because I was trying to just like hammer down like a timeline. Like, when did they figure out the shape? When did it become like advantageous to hide the true shape? And like, who did it?
I mean, I couldn't point you. I couldn't name any specific names. I mean, I have some ideas. I could speculate on it if you wanted to hear my speculation.
Yeah.
Well, NASA would be one of them, obviously. You know, whoever's running NASA.
Yeah, not long after that, it was the Antarctic Treaty, was it?
But like NASA.
What's up?
I was just saying, like, NASA hasn't been around for a long time, a very long time though. So I was like, before that, like, do you feel like it was before that they knew, or did it like just only start with NASA?
Yeah, no, I think they've been hiding the entire history of the world for as long.
I mean, sorry, mate. I just wanted to get this quickly in. Before technology, it was just controlling the information orally, right?
Yeah, that's
Not very hard to do.
That's what I was thinking of. Like you're asking, like, when did they start this lie, right, or whatever, right? If there's a lie, but I guess a better question would be is when did we have the ability to distribute information across the world, like, or even across a nation? So when did when did like a one world or one country or when did we gain that ability to disseminate information across vast distances? That's when you.
Was it Japan that had a printing press way before, or maybe before the Western world? China had printed press.
The entire timeline of history that we're taught in schools, if you ask me, is suspect.
Well, yeah, I mean, so 1,000 years ago, how would somebody in China who discovered, I don't know, just say they discovered gold for the very first time 1,000 years ago in China?
1,000 years before the West.
Yeah. So then how would they have told the West, like, hey, we discovered it, put it in your history books? Like,
why would you have great big buildings in both Germany and Japan that are built literally by identical architects?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good segue, but yeah. So I mean, when did we gain the ability to be able to communicate across vast distances, and when did we all, meaning all countries, like when did China agree that we were the ones who discovered plumbing and they discovered gold? Like, when did everybody agree to that? Okay, America discovered this, we discovered that, and how did all that information get us spread, and how did all the people gain this information? Because if you're going to picture like a time of kings and queens and peasants, right, they don't even know how to read. So when did everybody learn how to read, right? So
why do you think why do you think we all agree?
Yeah, not kosher. The other guys are trying to get in. Just combo.
So
me. I've been trying to get in, but I don't mind waiting.
So where did did at some point like the whole planet or whatever agree to this story?
Don't say planet.
Okay, this flat place.
Flat. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I need to get in because I've got a slightly different way of looking at this. Like, the way I see it is that you have people in power and then you have everyone else. The vast majority of people didn't give a shit whether it was a globe or flat or anything else for the vast majority of history. Right? No one cared. They kind of just, because there wasn't any there wasn't television telling them either way. Most people were just preoccupied with, am I going to eat?
Most people were slaves.
Sorry?
Most people were slaves.
Yeah, in one form or another, and people are today as well, but in a different way. But regardless, like, most people didn't care. It didn't matter. This was something that the elites mused on because they had an abundance of time, money, and food. So they didn't actually have any basic things to worry about. So there's that. And then as you moved more into the modern era, where this became like a thing that people talk about all the time, always on TV and stuff, well, now you have to consider vested interests. Well, who are the vested interests, and why would they protect their businesses and their incomes? I mean, that's a self-answering question. So when people say, like, why would they lie, you have to define not only the who are they, but also at what timeline, because most people didn't care before. Nowadays, most people just think it's true because they were told. Right?
Yeah,
That's the answer. And the people who are in charge of telling you are all vested interests. So I think these are all very obvious and self-explanatory.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I'm not trying to say, like, when did they lie? I'm just trying to hash out, like, the history of, like, this whole thing, right? Is like,
sure.
The entire planet start to agree at some point, and they always were in agreement, and this was kept a secret amongst, like, warring countries who, like, killed each other's kids, but they kept up this specific secret, like, the entire time. I just don't understand the history of how that could potentially have taken place.
All of our history before even just a couple hundred years ago is suspect. I mean, what proof can you offer that George Washington was a real person other than a painting and a piece of wooden tooth behind museum glass? You can't fake parchment or paint somebody.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's why I brought up. I mean, I feel like it all goes to my point. It's like, so, like, not why would they lie, right? Or who is it that's lying, but how would they lie? Like, by what mechanism? Like, so you have to first establish, like, some sort. What would be the point of me making up a lie that I want to trick the masses, but I don't know how to reach the masses. They can't read. They can't interpret what I'm saying. They can't even hear me. So what would be the point of making up a lie if you can't communicate to them?
I don't know. I think that we could use frequencies to, if the military has the voice of God technology, I think that other frequencies could be used in different times. The difference is that the people who are in charge are the ones that are in control of the technology. They're in control of rolling out whatever technology they want with planned obsolescence, and whatever corporate structures, whatever they want to do, they can roll it out. And the more they're in control of technology, the easier it is to manipulate us with the information.
Yeah, it most probably started out as like, let's keep this information hidden, and then it turned into, well, actually, we have quite a lot of power by telling them the complete opposite.
If it even happened that way, if it was it always designed to be this way? Is this whole realm a test of some sort? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm there's two, I'm at two places with it. So so on one hand, you can see they put it in their writing, in their secret, everything's 666, everything's whatever, right? So they know that they tell you they're lying, right? On one hand, but then on another hand, it's very easy to just misinterpret, seeing things disappear bottom up or whatever. So on another hand, I think most people just it almost lends to it could lend to that idea. It's not hard. It is hard to believe when you try to unwind it all and how they got the origins of these phenomena, right, and how they were able to figure it out. But yeah, some of these things just lend to.
I mean, not necessarily, because if you just if two people can look at the same observation and come up with completely different outcomes based on a preconceived notion about what you're looking at, it's very easy to do that. And it wouldn't take, I mean, if two people can look at the horizon, one of them says it's flat, one of them says it's curved, it's that easy.
I mean, apparently we can even measure it. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
apparently we can measure them. We can optically measure things converging and not converging at the same time. So where do you go from there with this optic thing?
Shout out to Star Trails.
Where do you go from there when the star trail? Yeah, where do you go when we can measure shit converging and not converging all at the same time?
And then what does Elon Musk have to gain out of this whole thing? That's what I'm wondering.
Money.
Other than billions of dollars in world prestige.
No, but I mean, like,
the richest African American in the world.
He's one of the people in charge of perpetuating the idea of technology amongst everybody. He's part of the problem.
Yeah, but who's going to pay him to not do real things, right?
The government.
NASA, the government. Are you kidding? The government pays farmers not to farm crops.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're part of it, right? They're in on it, right? So they're paying him to not actually do things that don't make money.
You know, the government literally invents money, right?
Is that associated with this though?
It's actually not the government; it's a private bank that then issues money to the government, but they're both in cahoots. But I understand what you meant. But carry on.
But the point is that it's not a big deal. Like if I give you £100,000, $100,000, that's a big deal to me. If I picked up 100,000 grains of sand off of the beach, that wouldn't be a big deal to me. So you're like, oh, why are they paying him this stuff? Well, it doesn't mean anything to them. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, they don't care about money per se. They care about the control that money buys them with for us, for the people. They're the ones who are thinking. Yeah.
Like SpaceX sends up military contractor equipment, supposedly, up there, right? That'd be one of their customers, right?
Okay. Well, have you ever thought that it might be a black hole to try and control inflation?
Defense equipment?
No, you're effectively deleting money from the system. Because you've said, why would they pay for something that doesn't happen? Well, you're effectively lowering the amount of money in the system and controlling inflation that way.
But does that money does that money evaporate when they give it to them, or do they spend it?
Oh, come on, guys! We had this conversation about economics the other day. I can't believe it. When there's more money in a system, then each dollar is worth less. So when there's less money in the system, then each dollar is worth more.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I agree. But what I'm saying is let's say, the government pays Elon Musk, right? $10, right? Elon's not just going to have a $10 bonfire in his backyard and destroy it, right? He's going to spend it. So it's not removing any money.
They can buy art pieces for multi-millions of dollars. Are you serious? Are we really having this conversation about money?
Let crypto explain stuff.
Yeah, I mean, depends what actually happens, doesn't it? There could be because we don't know we're not privy to the conversations of presidents and CEOs and billionaires, are we? We don't know what actually happens. So it could be that there's a deal agreed that, oh yeah, we're going to say that we pay you this for accounting purposes, but actually this doesn't happen and something else happens. That's very possible.
Unless their financial statements are transparent, or if they're a publicly owned company or something like that.
Yeah, but even within, come on, dude, have you ever worked in accounting or done any accounts for anyone?
I haven't.
Okay, the amount of subjectivity that is, let's just say, the amount, people think that accounting is a really specific science and everything's accounted down to the penny. It's almost the opposite. When you're talking about really big companies and huge amounts of money going through these companies, they'll allow 5% differences on all sorts of figures because, first of all, no one's going to bother checking. Right, really, because you're the guy checking if you're the accountant, right? It's going to be you and it's going to be an auditor and that'll be it. And if you guys sign it off, it's done. And unless the company collapses and causes huge amounts of turmoil, no one else is going to check, right? And if you've looked into some of these scandals with these auditing firms where that has happened, you'll realize that the process itself isn't airtight, right? So that's the first thing to be said. Second thing to be said, as we know that accounting practices aren't airtight, therefore there is subjectivity, because someone might say, I don't know, they might define an asset in a different way, and therefore it's either tax efficient or it's not. Yada yada yada. There's hundreds of different ways to consider these things when you're putting them in an account. And these people who are billionaires and they run big banks and they run governments, they'll have teams of accountants and teams of lawyers to make all of this stuff happen.
They have teams of accountants and lawyers who are writing the fucking bills to lobby Congress, and then Congress just copies and pastes those and makes them law.
So the idea that you can't just make a bunch of money disappear is ridiculous.
I mean, it's the most by our own IRS, like they say, just round off the numbers. It doesn't matter. Just round up. Really, you don't care about the cents? They're like, no, but they hundreds of thousands of dollars squandered.
You can be much more creative than that.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, but like, let's say they put a satellite up, right? That's going to cost X amount of dollars, say $1 million, right? Do they like not really put it up and they just pocket the money, and then like no one checks if the satellite went up? Like they don't send any signals, or like how? I don't understand.
Hold on. Somebody made a really good point about the cents, right? So that would be like rounding differences. So the gentleman who's asking the question is $100,000 a significant amount of money for you?
Is 100K? Yeah, that's a ton of money.
That's a ton of money. Okay. What if I told you I literally make plugs of $100,000 for rounding errors in what I do for a living?
Okay.
On a regular basis, right? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, just in one account or with one small portion of a client. I can have $100,000 rounding error, where that becomes what we call immaterial, meaning in the grand scheme of their accounts, where they have monies in the trillions of dollars, that $100,000 is basically like saying, just go ahead and round up, go ahead and round down. We don't really care about that amount.
It's like you're checking the change in your pocket and you don't care if it's 50 cents or 55 cents. Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, what does that mean though? Like,
it means that they can control money a lot more than you think they can.
Yeah, it means money can disappear in the system very easily.
I mean, it's all an illusion anyway, and these are the people who created the illusion. And you don't think that they are capable of cooking the books? Like, what are you talking about?
Is this segueing back to how would they lie?
Well, yeah, I mean, the original question was like, because everyone's speculating here. I hope that's abundantly clear that none of us know, because you can only know why you lied if you were the person lying, right? So hopefully everyone.
Sure.
Right. So moving on to that, with the knowledge that we are speculating, one of the speculations that I used was that it could be used to control money in some way, specifically inflation, right? By making money disappear. And then that was challenged. So that's why we're talking about this.
Yeah, I know. It's just I didn't want to get away from it. We were probably going to just be on economics for ages otherwise.
Just so you know, guys, I hope you don't mind me saying it. It's in the jam, but it's in jam also works with finance, right? I'm not going to say any more than that, but like you're talking to people who do this professionally, so they're not guessing. Napalm, has said before as well, he works in this area. So, like, the idea that they can make money disappear, and like, there's people in this Discord right now who actually take part in that. So this isn't guesswork.
Yeah, but that's not really telling us anything. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what do you think we're telling you?
Yeah, fraud takes place. Yes, you can adjust the books, but
not fraud.
No, it's not. It's not that it's fraud. It's not that it's fraud. These people are literally creating the concept of money. They're creating the dollar. They invent what it looks like.
If you're just keeping taxpayer money and you're not doing what you're saying you're doing with it, that's fraud, right?
I mean, well, if they can't audit the Pentagon, coffers are just too large to audit. You think that they're going to ever audit the IRS or audit these banks? Who is a big enough firm to audit such a big enough firm? These are the watchers of the watchmen, like who watches the watchmen. These are the people who are creating the problems and the solutions
to our problems.
So regardless, like, we're not even talking about fraud. I mean, what I specifically talked about was accounting practices and auditing, right? So there's subjectivity to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars within the accepted practices. So we're not even talking about shady stuff.
This is what they tell taxpayers to do, is to squander hundreds of thousands of dollars in rounding errors. They tell us that that's okay, that that's just what we should be doing. That's not, like, it's not even fraud. It's just, this is ridiculous.
It's like treating money as monopoly money.
Exactly. These people don't do it for the money. They don't even own the yacht. They own a corporation, or they're part of a corporation that owns the yacht through a tax intermediary, through a Cayman account that allows them to access the yacht whenever they feel like. You can't tax that.
So I guess going back to like the beginning, like the feasibility of the deception, and not like why would they do it, right? Not that at all. I'm just like trying to think of like how could it be possible, like, you know, this whole thing, you know what I mean?
What do you mean how?
Okay, let's put it this. Let me ask you a very basic question. Do you think that billionaires are honest, upstanding, hardworking individuals?
Some are, some aren't.
Exactly. So the ones that aren't, what do you think they'll do to save money? What do you think they'll do power and influence? Like,
yeah, some crazy stuff.
Right. Okay. Cool. So I'm glad that we're at least on the same page there. So you're talking about people with basically, from our point of view, unlimited wealth. You know, it's limited in some sense, but to us, you know, non-billionaire peons, it's unlimited wealth. They have an enormous amount of influence on governments through that wealth, and they probably have a few friends in high places because they are also in high places, so people want to be friends with them, right? So the idea that money can just disappear and that they can be part of controlling the financial system is... Oh, sorry. The idea that a billionaire or two might be part of controlling the financial system is so obviously true. I'm amazed it's being questioned.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning about the origin of this grand, you know, collaboration of the shape of the earth.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
that's what
time.
what I'm hearing is something different. So this is what you'll find. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe the Earth is a globe or?
Yeah, I believe it's a globe.
Right. So the way you find out, right, how something reasonable that makes sense is first you figure out how they built the globe, and you figure out how it could easily trick somebody, right? And then you can figure out how they could disseminate that information, that interpretation of the information very easily through a textbook and be done with it. How is kind of, you first have to understand how they tricked you, and then you can understand how they could trick you.
They could produce propaganda, but I'm just saying, like, for 1,000 years across every country with everybody.
See, these people, they don't operate in money. They can make human beings disappear, bro. Like, what they deal in humans, not in money. I mean, really, like, political influence and power. People in the media, people don't know that people commit suicide by double taps to the back of the head. They literally disappear humans. You don't think that money or accounting is like, these people are nefarious, or they're like evil.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would ask you, what is it
I'm
that,
struggling with what the issue is with your... Are you talking about the feasibility of... So you said something about, like, oh, so if they pay for a satellite, then the satellite has to be in the sky or something, right? Well, not necessarily. Why would that need to be the case?
Wait, what did you say?
Well, you were talking about if the government paid for a satellite, then the satellite would need to be produced, right?
If I pay to get a signal somewhere, oh, go ahead. My bad.
I would say, like, let's say the Defense Department, you know, contracted with SpaceX to put their satellite in orbit, right? Or, you know, they received a contract to create the satellite, like Boeing created a contract or received a contract from the Defense Department to create a satellite. Like, I would think that the Defense Department would say, "Where's our satellite?" And Boeing would, you know, also ask SpaceX, "Hey, where's our satellite in space?" Like, I think that's pretty reasonable to.
Yeah, so you're asking if two parties do legitimate business, then would the legitimate business take place? Well, the answer is yes, but it's not what we're talking about.
But how is it?
Yo,
how is it
let's
not?
pretend. Hold on. Let's pretend I have a thing, and I'm like, yo, I invented teleportation. And then there's some guys who want me to deliver goods for them. They're like, all right, I need this to go from here to here. And I put it on a truck, and I get it from there to there, and then I throw it in the teleport, make it look like it got teleported, right? The company doesn't care as long as their shit got from A to B. If the CEO at Dish Network hires him to put up a satellite and his signal's going out, he don't care. The thing he needs done is getting done. So
That's the question he's asking though, is how do they get these things? How do they get these things to operate the way they're supposed to, as if they're doing what they're?
Well, you just put it. No, this is like you guys not really understanding this, right? So let's just say that there was a black hole in the budget that needs to be covered, and that needs to be covered up by a bunch of accountants. Do you think any actual contracts actually change hands? Or do you think they just run it through the accounts that no one checks?
I don't know. It's a weird hypothetical. I mean, there's auditors that exist in the government.
It's not hypothetical. This is how accounts are done all the time.
Well, the situation that you're proposing, I don't know.
Have you ever run a business for yourself? Have you ever run a business for yourself?
Nope.
Well, I think this is why you're having trouble understanding. When you run a business yourself, you are forced to declare things, right? Nobody checks if that's actually true or not. Now, you might present receipts, okay? But receipts are, what are receipts? Does a receipt prove something happened?
Proof of purchase.
Like, no one checks that anything actually really happened, bro. This is what I think you're failing to understand.
Yeah, but if your service was to
what do auditors do?
Yeah.
Man, this is what we've just been talking about. So the process of auditing, as Napalm already said, it depends on the size. Like, certain things can be considered immaterial that can come to many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, right? That can that's official by the book stuff. There'll be other shady stuff that we're not party to and that no one's allowed to check. Is this really that hard to understand?
Well, you're saying it's hard to understand, like a talking point. Like,
I don't think it is, though.
I mean, if I was to run a business and I just claimed a bunch of random shit, right? I don't think I'd be in a business for very large.
It's not about claiming shit. It's about not declaring everything you have.
It's just such a stupid straw man. Like, the thing about business, right, is that you as an individual, if you do a dodgy tax return to the tax man and they call you on it, then you can be in a lot of shit, right? But if they do a dodgy tax return to themselves, which is effectively what I'm saying, who the fuck is going to call them out?
Internal auditors.
The auditors are the people doing it.
So it's like a non-transparent, opaque system where we can't audit the auditors, or
who audits the auditors that are auditing the auditors. We have done an internal investigation and found that we did nothing wrong.
Sounds like a rap song.
So the European Central Bank, as far as I know, has never been audited. Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that you don't think it's ever been audited?
That's not why I asked.
You said, as far as you know, it's never been audited.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, I don't know. You feel it's never been audited. I don't. What do you mean? How do I feel about that?
Feelings. No one said anything about feelings.
You said you don't think it's been audited, right?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay. So you're asking my opinion on your opinion of it.
No, he asked you, why do you think the European Central Bank has never been audited?
Well, I don't know if it has or not. Like, do they just not have auditors? They're like, yep, we're good people at heart. We don't need to check ourselves. That's worked out in history.
When was the last time the Federal Reserve was audited?
I'm not privy to Federal Reserve auditing practices. It could be weekly, could be biannually, could be once a year.
Do you think weekly is viable?
I don't know what their practices are. Like, you're speculating that they don't, right? But you don't have any information, yes or no. But you're absolutely speculating that they don't.
You have no idea about audit if you think it happens weekly, bro.
Well, I mean, can you educate me on the practices of the Federal Reserve's auditing practices?
Well, I can tell you about a medium-sized business will normally take weeks or months. So the idea that the Federal Reserve would be audited every week is completely absurd.
Yeah, let me just give you an example because my father used to be an auditor. For him, so he audited insurance companies. So any insurance company that does insurance in specific states, those states will audit the insurance companies at least every 5 years. So for a insurance company that you would know the name of and you may have insurance with, takes roughly 12 months for the state to audit just that one insurance company, if that gives you an idea of what the task may be.
And I mean, I'm still unsure of what this means. Like, so if we could audit somebody, then that would prove that the Earth is a triangle. Like, what would it do? So if we audit the right company, now the Earth is a pyramid. What goes on?
No,
Here?
well, the original idea was that why would they lie? Basically, was the question.
Not why, but how.
No, the original question was why.
I didn't.
Okay, so can I continue or?
Yeah, but I'm saying that wasn't my original question.
Yeah, I do think it was how, but yeah.
Okay, cool. So we were basically speculating on the different. I mean, the original question was to do with what was it? It wasn't actually that. It was something related, but it was like
timeline.
It was a timeline. That's right. So we were talking about the timeline, and then there were various answers came in, and then we started talking about the feasibility and the viability of making money disappear. Right?
Yeah, I think everybody was wrong. I think it was when. When would they lie? When did they lie?
Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't why we were there, but regardless, it's obviously very related to like a similar topic. But you know, I'm just amazed that some of the things that are being said that are just obviously true are being challenged. You know, it just stifles the conversation. It's frustrating.
Like what?
Well, like for instance, you think that auditing of the Federal Reserve might be weekly, just shows that you have no idea about this topic.
I didn't say they did audit it weekly. I said I don't know. I don't know if it's weekly. I don't know if it's biannually. I don't know if it's monthly. I don't know.
The fact that you even throw out weekly as an option shows that you don't know enough to be commenting.
Okay, I apologize for that. Can you educate me how frequently they audit it?
It depends on the size of the firm, doesn't it? As Napalm just told you.
Well, I mean, you're telling me that if I could throw out weekly, then I obviously don't know, but apparently you do. So I'm just asking, can you help me understand?
Well, I already answered that question when you asked it the first time. A medium-sized business could take weeks or months. And then Napalm went into more detail. I don't know why you're missing this stuff.
I'm not very educated on it. I apologize.
Okay.
Now you're saying that was it the UK? Who was never audited?
European Bank.
European Central Bank, as far as I know.
They don't audit themselves. The citizens don't care. I'm surprised that these things are being challenged. Like it's like they don't happen.
Who's going to challenge them?
Well, you're saying You're saying you were surprised that these basic things were being challenged, right?
Yeah, things like auditing practices that you've already agreed you know nothing about, but every single thing that's said is challenged. It's weird.
Yeah, like they've never audited the bank that you're referencing.
But like, what does that word mean to you? Like audit. So they're gonna, what is that gonna? They're gonna do what and find what that's gonna prove what? Like, so what do you think is gonna happen from an audit? Right. And if you looked it up, what would it tell you? It would tell you that they're gonna find something that. What is it gonna tell you?
Verify.
Verify what?
To check whether they're following the law, right?
The law. So an audit is it's a law. It's a law. They're auditing what? The rules of the rules of a company, the laws of their company practice and policy. Is that what they're auditing?
Yeah, so like they're like, hey, we have $100 million that we're going to spend.
Oh, money. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to verify that takes place. Like, hey, you're not, spending it on your yacht, here or there, and they, they routinely find that, and they.
And then what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth, or how they would lie, or so you're saying, look, they're going to say they spent money on a rocket. Like, what are you going to audit?
Yeah, crypto is saying like rich people will, lie for money, and it kind of devolved it kind of got to a place of government spending, right? Because the government would be tricking, the population, and they'd be, spending money on NASA for things that don't exist.
Yeah, I mean, you can look and see what NASA has produced, and where do you justify the 60 million a day is what it used to be? I don't know what it is now, right? For 40 years. I mean, look at what they have produced. What have they produced that justifies that amount of money? And that's just from taxpayer money. That's not from anything else that they are doing. That's not from their TV shows. That's not from anything else.
It's kind of like when Rumsfeld gets on in front of Congress or in front of the news agency and goes, "We're missing $2.7 billion, right, of our own money that we have tried to keep track of and can't."
But like NASA's like not
$1
the only pretty lady at the dance, right? There's SpaceX, there's Boeing, there's all types of agencies.
How many ISS shuttles have they shot up since its inception? Like, how many? Are they on like the 10th, the 20th ISS?
So there's like China, there's Russia, there's Mexico.
No, like
there's
how many
Japan.
ISSs are there? Like, how many have they done now?
Just one.
Just one. Okay, so just one. So there's no need to worry about all these different people going to one place. So they only spent money on one thing.
There are several countries that pay for that, and it costs $4 billion a year.
To float, it costs $4 billion to orbit and
to maintain the ISS. Yeah.
To maintain it. Interesting. What goes into it? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So it's just a number. We're saying $4 billion. Can you justify a balloon in the sky for $4 billion? Will you pay me $4 billion a year to hold a balloon?
If you can make that balloon traverse the sky at 4 miles a second.
I know, you don't have to make it do anything. I mean, what's it doing?
Experiments.
No. What is it doing? I mean, to traverse the skies. So, like, what kind of energy is being put into it? So it's got constant rockets, or what's going on? $4 billion, you said.
What are you asking? Like, how is it bettering humanity?
I'm saying, where are you justifying this audit? Like, so like Kosho just audited the ISS. They say, he said, it cost $4 billion to run it. All good. So you're on board that it costs $4 billion to float a balloon on a string every year and maintain
you gotta launch
that balloon?
missions to it.
Shine it up.
Launch missions to it. You gotta send up supplies, water, air. Even the transport alone costs. Even the transport alone costs.
So we have $4 billion worth of air, water. What else? $1 million of water.
All right, you're asking questions, but not listening to the answers. So.
You said air, water.
No, I said the transport alone.
Which is what?
Okay. Let's see. It could be a couple $100 million for.
What is the transport alone?
So transport alone, the amount of money it costs to transport it.
Yeah. What do you do? How you transport?
Oh, they throw it up there. They get a strong guy to throw as hard as he can.
All right. So there you go. You got air, water, a strong guy. So you got some protein shakes, some air, and some water. $4 billion a year. So yeah, so to the point, I mean, it's just like a point that where do you see all of the money going that everybody could be so well off.
I
They could be
wonder.
putting this money into having like anything. You could have a train. You could have a train going in every single city, like to every single city with the amount of money. You can go anywhere right now.
I wonder if they have some sort of like piece of paper that would indicate all their expenditures that we could examine.
I mean, what about your eyes? Like, if you used your eyes and you examined it with your eyes, where do you see $27 quadrillion? Like, where to go? Where is it? I made up that number. I'm just unthinkable amounts of money. Where do you see it?
On their balance sheet?
No, but where do you see it?
Burnt up in the fuel.
Where do you see the justification? Where do you see rocket ships on every corner? Where do you see the justification for that amount of money? You know, because I hear the argument sometimes. Somebody will say, "Oh, you think that the astronauts are doing it for money?" You look up the astronauts' yearly salary; it's like $60,000 a year. So where are they justifying this money?
Well, salary isn't the bulk of what people earn anyway when they're famous, but I'll just put it on the wayside.
Right, so it's not the people, right? So it's not the salary of the individuals. That's definitely not accounting for this money, right? You can do that in one day, right? That's for what NASA brings in. One day, all the salaries for the year are taken care of. It can't be the rocket ships. Where are all these rocket ships? It can't be all the moon landings. There's no moon landings.
Well, how much?
Why can't it be the rockets?
Yeah, how much do they cost?
Where are they?
Where are they? What are you talking about, dude?
How many? Where are all?
They build them all over the country. They build them in like St. Louis and shit like that, and then they launch them in Florida all the time.
And where are they going?
The ones they can't, they send stuff into space.
Like what
space
stuff?
Vehicles, satellites.
It's in space vehicles.
Yeah, that's what it is. Space vehicles.
Like a driving on the ground vehicle to Mars. Like where? How many? Because there's like on my road driving out front, there's many vehicles, right? Like, and it doesn't cost trillions of dollars, right? So there has to be what, like 27 rovers on every planet, continent.
I would suggest, if you're interested in these questions, I would suggest looking at NASA's budget in an in-depth way.
No, thank you, right? But just where? I mean, how many? I mean, you should know how many rockets and where they're going and what they're doing. I mean, you see it. I don't see it, but you're claiming to see it.
Do you think that we have better answers than NASA's breakdown?
So you're telling me you can't check? That's weird.
No, I'm telling him he should check.
Well, how would you check?
I'd visit NASA's website. I'd probably Google it. Probably Chat GPT it. See where the.
Yeah, because they're going to declare it, right?
They have an annual audit that you can check out.
Fucking hell.
You check NASA's authenticity by asking NASA whether they were authentic.
Oh, God.
There's an annual audit.
Yeah, dude. You don't
There's an
understand
annual audit. The annual audit that's published that has all the spending in there.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to just bring it around back full circle. So you're asking the auditor, you're asking the company to audit itself. You're asking the Federal Reserve to audit NASA.gov because you don't see anything with your eyes, but you can look at the piece of paper to prove that what you don't see with your eyes has to be true, and then justify all the things that you're gaining from NASA, like.
Kosho, does NASA audit itself?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure who does though. I know Witsit does, but other than that,
red herring.
I wonder if I could audit myself and prevent the IRS from doing that.
That was a lovely red herring there. So anyway, when we're talking about governmental entities and structures, as has already been told to you, they obviously have very different rules to you, because if you try and fuck them over, they have the power to arrest you. Right. This has already been explained to you.
Can I ask, who is the government? Who are they?
What do you want, a name?
Entity.
Are they
Dave.
People like you and me?
Dave is the government.
They're just comprised of people, right?
Some of them get voted for, some of them get hired.
They're actually cyborgs are in the government. There's no humans.
Yeah, it says right here, NASA audits NASA. to make sure that NASA is doing professional audits and advisory services, perform focused reviews on specific management uses. Yeah, so I mean that's cool. So you got NASA put out a sheet for you guys to read about all of their expenses that are justified because they said so, but they're shooting rockets to, I guess, to put vehicles in space. I don't know what kind of vehicles and what they're doing, but there's these vehicles in space now. I mean, the bottom line is you know it. You can deny it, but you know you're not getting anything from this. Is a dead business. Like, why is it succeeding? It shouldn't be succeeding, right? It's not succeeding on its own merits, right? Like the NASA fund. It's a taxed. You're being forced to pay for this. It's not making it on its own.
I mean, like, do space agencies have any customers that pay them money besides the government?
SpaceX.
Should they do?
Like if I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, they're saying I know in the case of like space that they have, they can rent it out to other people. That and also they like I said, when they're tasked with sending up a satellite, they don't do it for free. So there's that.
So I guess what you guys are saying is, like, for instance, if you run a chip shop that only takes cash, there's no way that they can have a legitimate business alongside some dodgy business. So it has to either be fully legit or fully dodgy. Is that the argument being made?
I was just answering his question.
Well, it's just you guys are just wasting everyone's time with a bunch of conversation that doesn't address anything that anyone was talking about.
I mean, that might be your feeling about it, which I would respect.
No, you're just wasting our time. Whether NASA rents out a garage to someone has nothing to do with the conversation.
Well, I mean, it would determine like where their funds come from, right? Like if I wanted to set up a satellite because I'm like a radio operator that requires a satellite, and they're like, yeah, cool, I'll send it up for $200K. Like they're receiving funds from someone else besides the government.
Yeah, don't they have?
Okay, so I just explained why that doesn't matter. So,
don't they also have public GoFundMe's as well? And doesn't it cost like $2,000 to name a star after to name a star? So they're still getting extra money from other places as well. It's not just taxpayer money.
Yeah, so we're trading like a lifetime supply of any food that we want for a star being named after you.
I'm just saying, it's not just taxpayer money that they're receiving. They're also got other sort of fundraisers where they're gathering even more money. So there's even more fraud being taken place, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, fundraising. Yeah, I mean, so that was kind of like, I guess my point was, what are they producing that is showing the world that it is a good investment and that it has a return on that investment? What are they producing? What product do they make that people are buying to improve their lives? They're getting donations. They're taking tax money, right? They're selling space, apparently, like not outer space, but garage
that's
space.
actually a point, because if you were, say, in a manufacturing business, you're being audited, that you would absolutely have all of those things that you produce checked and compared to your balance sheet, right? This is part of the job of an external auditor. But of course, if you're not actually producing anything at all, then what do they even have to go on? That's actually a good point.
Yeah, they're just saying this rocket costs $4 billion. It's ISS maintenance, right? So to clean the toilets and to maintenance this ISS costs $4 billion. Yeah. I mean, so they're just making up numbers, right? So the audit's going to work out because they're going to say, listen, I pay my toilet cleaner, $4 billion or $4 million a week. I pay the window washer $4 million a week. It all checks out. But how is that just? You can justify it if you want to, but it doesn't add up to anything sensible.
I mean, is NASA audited by like other companies?
And they're a government agent. Who audits government agents? I just told you they audit themselves. I just read it to you.
I mean, their financial statements will be audited by an accounting firm for sure.
Yeah, they use outside people to audit them.
Yeah, but just an outside auditing firm isn't necessarily assuring the authenticity of each transaction on your balance sheet. I mean,
yeah, but but they try to, right? Like they try to determine the validity. Like you obviously didn't spend $10 trillion on a gallon of gas, right? So they're
I mean, you had large accounting firms that were confirming account balances through external confirmations for Enron for years. What happened there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know any accountant who's gonna be able to read these chemical compounds and be like, okay, well that can't be right. This chemical compound isn't used for this kind of space flight. Let me double check this.
So let me just give you an insight into what a third party external confirmation would be. So let's say you're NASA and you have all of these contracted companies that are manufacturing things for you, providing you with parts, services, all this kind of stuff. And you have purchase orders with them. So you have hundreds of thousands of purchase orders throughout thousands of businesses. Now, for an auditing firm to come in and confirm those balances, the best that an auditing firm can try to do is literally phone up one of those businesses. So let's say it's Kosho's fucking trinkets, right? And Kosho's trinkets is making 3 widgets that go on the space shuttle, for example. So 3 little widgets from the space shuttle are coming from Kosho's trinkets. So an external auditing firm will come in and say, look at this and see we have an outstanding purchase order, or we have a purchase order that was fulfilled on X day for $1.2 million. So that firm would come in and call up Kosho and say, hey, Kosho, can you confirm a outstanding balance of $1.2 million with NASA as of this specific date? And Kosho can say, yes, I can confirm that. And you go, okay, cool. Check. That one's confirmed.
How much do these 3 widgets cost?
Now, lots of times let's say 1.2 million, but lots of times that confirmation can be done via mailing. It can be done, if the mail is not responded to, then it's usually a follow-up call, emails, things like that.
And
what you're trying to do is get somebody to confirm a balance.
And
now, what took place with Enron is you have a bunch of ghost type companies that are basically there to reconfirm or restate these assets or these balances for the company fraudulently. Now, an accounting firm isn't necessarily going to know that the person on the other side of the phone that we call Kosho is actually in cahoots with freaking laundering the money. All the auditor is going to do is say, yep, I got an email and I got a verbal confirmation of $1.2 million outstanding purchase order balance with Kosho's trinkets. What else can you do? That's the best that an external auditor can do.
Is that what NASA's auditors do?
No, I'm just telling you how the audit process works.
Is this specific to them?
So if you want to know, if you just type in the Google machine, external confirmations audit or accounting audit external confirmations and read about how the process is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to determine what their specific methods would be, because it seems like it'd be rather easy to obfuscate said auditing practices, right? And which would kind of nullify the entire reason audits are done. So they probably wouldn't structure it in such a way that was exceptionally easy to obfuscate.
How would you? So say you're running an accounting firm and you're tasked with auditing account balances for a large company that has hundreds of thousands of companies that they do business with that all have thousands of purchase orders and things like that. So you're talking millions of account balances that you're trying to confirm. How would you go about doing that? And how could you reasonably assure with 100% guarantee that the information that you're receiving back from these third parties is accurate? You really can't. Which is why anytime an audit comes in or an audit is done by an accounting firm, you're generally just going to get real generic blanket statements of, to our best of our knowledge, we can give some sort of assurance that
But in respects to like a space agency, right? You have tangible physical objects that you can verify exist, though, right? So it's not just only numbers. Like you'd be like, okay, so where's the widget at, like physically? Like where's your widget production facility? Where's the raw goods? Where's the? So it's like it's not as vague.
Does anybody know the number of?
How would you audit these widgets? Let's say instead of 3 widgets that cost $1.2 million, let's say it was 300,000 bolts that we ordered from Kosho. Are you going to go out and physically confirm that NASA received 300,000 bolts? Or are you going to go check all the rockets? Are you going to go into space? Like how are you doing this?
You're going to go into space and count them.
I would
you would literally have to do that. Go to space and count them.
I'd probably check in their production facilities. I mean, you'd have to develop some sort of system, right? So you'd have
their
to
production facilities that are scattered throughout 10 states that are all receiving all these parts and all these pieces. Can you start to see how big of a logistical nightmare it would be to actually not only just audit the financial statements, just to do a simple external confirmation process, but then to now physically go start to count inventory?
If you're one person, yeah. But if you have like a team of auditors and you're a professional auditor, you've been doing it for a little while, you have a system in place that's been verified, validated.
How many people and how long do you think it would take to get an audit in the detail that you're talking about for NASA?
I don't know.
I could share some insight on this. Being that some years ago, I used to work for Rapid Manufacturing, and they did make parts that were going on, different things that were being built for the space program, and let me tell you how they used to do their inventory checks, quote unquote. Which, by the way, so much shit was always missing, but they would pull like one box from a pallet, they would count it and be like, all right, that's good. Next item. So they'll choose like, let's say 30 or 40 different items, but they'll only pull like one box from the entire shipment. And if that one box checked out, then they just assumed that all the box, they didn't count every single item. They would pull one box, they count it, and okay, next. And they had like a list. And this is the people that were coming in to just double check because they had their own floor, or I'm sorry, they had their own section in the whole entire warehouse of where we would have all the different things to make what was being ordered, right? Like let's say you're gonna have like a wire harness, a specific wire harness. And what I mean by that is like you might have like a manufactured little metal certain shape with a ring on it, and then like 4 really expensive cables, and then a lock nut. Let's say just in general, that was all that one wire harness was. So, but you had to go get like, that one little metal thing and that one little lock nut and then those 4 cables to build that one harness. And that's just one out of thousands of things that they would build. But I'm saying that like the way they would do inventory on that is they'll just like check like one box that held that special metal thing. and then the lock nuts, one box, the lock nuts, and then like of those cables. But I'm letting you know right now, dude, so much shit was always missing because then we had for the company, they had their own little audit, their own little inventory inspection, and there was always so much shit, like just like they were just scratching their heads, like, dude, where's all this stuff going? So there's a lot of discrepancies in that, but like there was a representative, quote unquote, that would come and do a quick audit, but they, like I said, you just be like, just okay, that box right there, we count them for them.
But isn't that more so to do with just the stock that they hold? That's not about whether they're practicing, like practicing business within the constraints of law. They're just checking on what stock they have.
No, it'd be the opposite actually. If you truly wanted to take inventory, so you know if you have to order more or not, you would count every single item, and as opposed to like if you're just doing a not a deep audit, you're just doing like a shallow audit, then you're only going to just pull one box from like a box of 50. And you're just going to count that one box. Product. Yeah, exactly. So then if you have like, like I'm telling you, I've been down there when they come in and they like point like, all right, open that box.
Yeah. There's I think that's how a lot of audits are done, right? They just randomly select.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So of
course.
That's sounds like it checks out. Now, as far as
but the funny part of that, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the funny part about that is when they did their random audits, like, okay, those 40, items that they listed, they hit their target, right? But what they should be auditing is like, okay, every box is there, guaranteed, going to have what's supposed to be in the context of that, of that box, or the context of that box. But when you're supposed to have 200 of those boxes and you only have 100 of them, then you're saying, all right, yep, that one box has the 10 pieces of them, but there's supposed to be 20 boxes of those to make 200, but there's only 100 boxes. Well, if you're not counting, hey, where's the other 100 boxes at? But you're saying, okay, that one box has 10, so let's put 200. That's when there's like a huge discrepancy. And that's why, like, when we would do like a deep inventory for the facility, like, the numbers were way off. Where we're like, dude, huge rolls, massive, like, drums of rolls of wire, expensive wire, dude. I'm talking like, dude, for like a little 6-inch piece of it, they were charging hundreds of dollars for this one particular wire that was special coated and shit. Dude, we were missing tons of that shit.
For sure.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'll shut up.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, so I did find that I just did a quick search. I have a second here. NASA was audited by Ernst & Young, EY, and they do have a few pages of the auditor's report that you can read starting on page 82 of their financial report. So their agency financial report for fiscal year 2022. If you look at that starting at page 82, you can read what the auditor states. And yeah, you can see just how generalized of a assurance you're going to get from E&Y when they're doing their audit.
Yeah, just real quick too. Now imagine that person that came in and did the audit said, "All right, everything's good," and leaves. So like Napalm says, someone's gonna ask him, "Hey, how was everything over there?" Okay, boss. But meanwhile, we're in the warehouse saying, "Dude, they're missing a shitload of that. Those are not the numbers that we have." You know what I'm saying?
Did they share like their supply ordering processes with you guys? Like, as far as like on your end, it might seem like, hey, we're missing a whole bunch of shit. but like they're saying it's cool, and so like there's a discrepancy there with like what you guys are seeing. I see that, but like did they like share like all the details of like how they order stuff to where maybe they excluded something? We're like, no, they're coming in next week. It all checks out.
Or they put it on the system wrong.
No, well, okay. Like for instance, let's say we get a truck in, right? And we used to get trucks every day, bring tons of shit, but not everything was for the space program. Like I said, they had their own little section in the warehouse. Now, when something did come in from them, okay, we would have the pellets of it, and then we'd put it in the corner. Okay. Now, when they came out and audited it, they would say. They would, check that one box. Okay, boom, boom, boom. All right. They have their number, that what we are supposed to have. Okay. But then when we would go physically inventory their stuff, we would say, dude, that's they're missing. Like honestly, the company just thought everybody was stealing. That's how bad it was. Like everyone was like, but they had cameras and everything. I remember the warehouse manager, really cool guy. He was fucking smoking cigarettes like crazy because there's thousands and thousands of dollars of fucking things missing, and they were trying to figure it out. Like I mean, and this is the when I was there. I don't know how it is now today in today's world, but this is when I was there back at late 2008 or 2009, something like that. But it for the inventories to be off, because then like I said, like he comes, he said, okay, everything checks out, and then he gives that thumbs up, like, all right, thanks guys, and leaves. But we know, that's why we're like, dude, we're lucky they don't fucking like have us count every single thing. We are lucky. The company was thinking that we're lucky because then they're gonna be mad at us. Like, where the fuck's all of our shit at? You know what I mean? But it's not like anyone. I don't think that was people were stealing from the company, dude. They had cameras everywhere. Mm-hmm. They would have caught it. They would have figured it out. I think it was just like I don't know. Something was definitely shady. Then again, like there was a lot of other shit that was shady that I ended up getting terminated for, by the way, because I was exposing something else. That's a funny story, but
to be real quickly. I'm sorry to do this, but I was just reading about it, and I just want to make clear that I haven't seen Napalm's thing, but I know that they are external auditors. They do it they get audited every year, and they've actually they've been willing to disclose when NASA has been over budget. Like recently, they said that the Artemis mission was over budget, but they've also said that in 1986 and 2001 that they had mismanaged some of the money, and there's unaccountable like losses of money or whatever. So like they do account for when that happens. So I don't think it can just be written off just because the person who's doing the audit is from the government as well. You know what I mean?
Oh, that checks out.
I mean, aren't they over budget on literally everything?
We'll trust NASA when they're misplacing funds. That's all trusted.
I mean, James Webb, the James Webb telescope like $6 billion over budget.
Hey, Lexi, come here, Loca, come here, Loca.
I think your mom's hot micing, bro.
Sorry, it's my dogs, or my friend's dogs.
That was funny, Dice, though. Dude, that song sounds like, that dog sounds like a beast, dude. Like the way it growled right now.
No, my friend's got two
black. Let's not add on Gosho's mom, bro.
Sounds like a golden retriever.
No, they're German shepherds, but one of them's old and dying, and the other one's young and vibrant, and the old one hates the young one, dude. She hates her to death. Anytime she gets near her, she fucking barks at her.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think anyone's really able to even audit NASA. I mean, I understand Whitsitt's like approach to want to do what he's doing, so I'm not even commenting on his thing necessarily. I'm just saying, in general, it would sort of be like if you have a gang and the gang, they're dealing cocaine or whatever they're doing all kinds of criminal stuff, and it would sort of like knocking on their door and be like, "We'd like to audit you," and they've all got machine guns. They're standing there. They're like, "Oh yeah, sure, try it, try us, like, no way. You're not, there's just no way you're going to. It's kind of the same with NASA. They're like a huge gang in terms of who's actually running it. And they have their propaganda arm. They're getting all the money and the tax money. So I just would not trust one thing that they say, oh, we misplaced this or we did this funding. I mean, yeah, it's just like walking up to a warehouse with all gangsters and just being like, hey, can we come in and audit you, please? And they're all standing there with machine guns. Like, yeah, try us. Like, no way.
But unless like they're like transparent though, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Even like
they want to make it look transparent, so they want to put a couple things out. Oh, today NASA misplaced this money and it was all taken care of. So yeah, they would want to run some propaganda to make it look like it's all on the up and up.
Well, I mean, like you could verify it. Like anybody could verify it. Like
it's not as easy as you think, bud. Like if you have an external auditor come in, so for NASA it's Ernst & Young. So
for the financial audit, or which one of the
what's
audit?
that? What?
Financial audit, or what type of audit was it?
Yeah, EY does their financial audit. That's what I just told you previously. If you look at the financial report for NASA, starting at page 82, the independent auditors report, it's compiled by Ernst & Young. So even a company like Ernst & Young comes in, and like I said before, how many contractors do you think NASA pays?
That's what I was going to ask earlier. Does anybody remember the number of companies that were contracted to build the ISS? Each little part.
I mean, tons. There's a few of them, dude. Russia built the first piece, but Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and then you have the Bigelow Space Agency.
So there's multi layers to this, right? So let's say you have Boeing as a large one. You might have Joe Schmo's nuts and bolts that supplies directly to NASA, but Joe Schmo's nuts and bolts might supply to Boeing as well. But it's very easy for a company to just say, yes, we have an outstanding PO for 1,700 outstanding POs for NASA totaling $700 million. Yep, I confirm that. But an external auditor, when they're trying to confirm that balance, how are you really actually confirming the balance?
I don't know what their processes are. I'm sure that they've dealt with this before. Like they could see like the vulnerabilities, so they probably try and mitigate the vulnerabilities where it's not just like so easily,
So when I talked to you previously, and I said that, even in my line of work, I've dealt with accounts that are in the trillions of dollars, and we have what we call immaterial rounding errors in the six figures, right? So that's stuff that we don't even care about because it's immaterial to the overall cost. So when you're talking about NASA with their budget, something, $1 million here, $100 million there, kind of immaterial, right? To try to run and track it all down.
That's not immaterial. That's what an auditor would do. They would track it all down.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, though. Like, I do this for a living.
Yeah, I know, but there's no rounding errors taking place here where $100 million.
Can you explain to me immateriality and what that means?
Non-material? Like no consequence?
Right. So if on the scale of NASA, something like $700 million is like immaterial.
Well, who is NASA?
The National Aeronautics and Space Administration?
They're part of the government, right?
They are.
Okay, so who funds the government?
Good question.
The people. So this
Allegedly.
large amount of money is immaterial.
What do you mean allegedly? Where else is the money coming from other than the Middle Eastern countries they steal it from?
They print it.
Hey,
I don't think you should be doing what you're doing for a living if this is how you think about it. No offense.
What are you talking about? I don't think you understand what you're talking about and you're trying to criticize me.
Okay.
He just derailed and then criticized you. He derailed completely off the topic and then criticized you for what you do as a living to support your family. Must be a Glober.
Hey, I don't know if you guys are going to educate him because it's pretty interesting, actually. It's actually damning to my position, to be honest. But regardless, this is from financial report from I think 2007 or something, and basically it says I'll just report it real quick. It says because NASA uses go ahead.
Yeah,
Somebody
sorry.
said
No, I'm
is it well? It says because NASA uses the amounts recorded in its property record as basis for reporting equipment amounts in its financial statements, the weaknesses in NASA's receipts and acceptance process also affect the agency's financial reports. As a result, during 2005-2006, NASA failed to accurately account for and report at least $2.3 million of the total equipment items purchased that cost $100,000 or more. In addition, although NASA often purchases components for does not have an effective way to identify and link the cost of the components with the end item being produced. Damn, dude, that sounds pretty professional.
Well, it's a logistical nightmare, right? When you have an agency as large as NASA and you have a firm like Ernst & Young coming in to try to do the best that they can to provide some sort of assurance as to whether or not the financial statements show any problems or weakness, you can only do so much. And if you want to read what the financial, auditors report is, you can understand why they have the vagueness in the statements that they do. Because literally you had what was in the world of accounting, you used to have the big 5 accounting firms. Does anybody know why there's only the big 4 now?
2008?
No. Because you had an accounting firm. You had an accounting firm called Arthur Andersen, who was the auditor for Enron for 16 plus years.
Embezzlement, like I said, and then the Building 7 with all the Enron files got destroyed, taken down by not an airplane on 9/11. No more Enron.
Yep. No more paper trail about what was taking place. And even if you come in and you're not trying to be a part of that, right? So even if somebody contracts you to be an auditor and they're paying you fees to do external audits for them, even if they're influencing you with exorbitantly high fees that they're paying you to do it, and you're still trying to do a stand-up moral job, it's almost impossible to be able to give a full, accurate depiction of each account that these large companies have, to be able to
Question when you get a chance.
give 100% confidence in the confirmation of like outstanding balances and things like that. It's damn near impossible. You just have standards that you have to apply.
Were you guys just saying that 9/11 subsequently wiped out a paper trail of Enron's endeavors?
Yeah, Building 7.
Holy cannoli.
Holy
And also,
cannoli, Batman.
It's quite the coincidence that there was a huge lawsuit going against the U.S. government with the military people getting shot up, like medical shots when they went over to the Iraqi war, and all those files were put into the building in Oklahoma that got bombed. Hillary Clinton did that.
So there's a dude. Never mind. I'm not going to name names. There's a dude in this community whose cousin did that. His cousin was the dude who set off that bomb. But yeah, Hillary Clinton was involved also. But yeah, I know it's crazy because we're arguing for. I mean, I agree with you, Napalm. I guess I can trust NASA after all, but it does seem like there's at least that's 20 years ago. It does seem like at that point there was an avenue for them to. I mean, this is going to be the case in a lot of government places, but an avenue for them to while claiming to be spending it on necessary things.
So
yeah,
I'm just curious, like going back to like the big, like how they like perpetrated this lie, like through time. Like, who all needs to be involved in this? Like,
Well, not everybody. Just those who are essential in pushing narratives, right? You don't need everybody to be quote unquote in on it. All you need to do is make the paradigm the accepted norm, make that whatever you want it to be, and then you've made that the truth, right? Doesn't matter if it matches reality. It's just what is taught.
That makes sense. But I mean, like, as far as like companies that would rely on the shape of the Earth existing, right? Like they would have to be privy to the lie, right? So like.
Perhaps it depends. It depends. Like people who work with satellites, for instance, even they are duped into thinking that there's a space satellite up there, when really they're just communicating with. God, it could be towers, it could be planes, it could be drones, it could be balloons, any other thing that is already going on.
Yeah, for sure. But like the people that like do the math to determine where those things are, they would have to be in on the lie, right?
I'm not. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't do their job, so I don't know what it entails.
No, they just have to put in the plug for Earth curvature. We talked about that earlier.
No, but the people who inches, 16 inches a day, but those have to be produced, digitally, I suppose, if not actually. So the people who produce those would have to be in on it for sure, right? Yeah.
AI, baby.
And like defense department, like everybody in the defense department would have to be on it, right? With like, you have to know where your satellites are, or your quote unquote satellites, right, are at any given time.
Everybody in the Defense Department. So you think somebody who's a grunt in the Army?
Oh no. Like anybody in like SATCOM or
any of that top secret, any of that stuff.
I mean, it's becoming
top
more and
secret,
more common.
But they're still being on it. Yeah.
Like my neighbor's in
the compartmentalization that would take place. You'd just need a few people at the top. It wouldn't be that many.
And there's also this thing called there's a non-disclosure agreement that everybody in just about any classified level has to sign, that if you break that at any level, they can basically destroy your life.
And it puts you in jail for sure.
Yeah.
That implies that they'd be in on it. Yeah.
Exactly. Of course they would.
But I mean, like these satellites, like supposedly travel very fast, right? And so you'd need a large network of, probably people to track those, right? So that would probably take like a large quantity of people to like verify.
If that's the way that hustle goes.
But like they couldn't be duped into like the location of the supposed and the speed, right, of like the supposed satellites. So
what do you mean duped? Who's to say there aren't things up in the sky traveling those distances?
Well, I mean,
they just might not be as high up as you think.
They'd have to be at a certain point, right? Because let's say they're on like a
could
balloon,
be a lot
right?
of them too.
Like a balloon, you and I can agree, like a balloon can't traverse 4 miles in 1 second, right? There's just too much air resistance, right? So
air resistance where?
Air resistance where? I wouldn't say that. Don't speak for me, sir.
Well, I'm saying like that's how a balloon would work, right? It can only go so high, right, before it pops.
No, it depends on what type it's made and what it's filled with. They put a balloon in space in like 1959 or 1969 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I saw one. You can actually go back and find that. I think it went up so many thousands of feet and miles.
NASA's first satellite was that big ass aluminum or that silver looking mirrored balloon.
Echo
One.
One,
The president spoke on it. They bounced the signal off of it, and the president spoke to somebody across the country. That big ass fucking round balloon. That was the first
balloon. That's right.
Satellite.
But that wasn't.
NASA's very first communication satellite was called Echo One, and it was a balloon.
Yeah, if you launch from the ground, though, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But if you launch it another way and fill it with different things, I mean, you can do all kinds of things with balloons. For years, y'all denied satellites on balloons. For years, you probably one of those on a sock account denying that there's balloons on satellites on balloons, and now they're shooting them down over the U.S. How'd it get here from China? Oh, no.
Yeah, they didn't send up balloons though. They sent up a rocket and they launched the balloon. I mean, they
Kosho, are there satellites hanging from balloons?
Not satellites, no, but there's balloons with things from them.
You have showed them in my videos.
There's balloons with things. There's balloons with things hanging from them, though, for sure.
They can support up to
Do they
fucking.
call
Up
those
to,
things satellites, Kosha?
Guys, this is getting derailed. Hold on.
No, it's
So
not.
my
It's very
original,
simple. You don't have to break in right now until I finish. So,
What I'm-
Kosha, do they call those things satellites? You know, the things hanging from
I
balloons?
don't think so.
You don't think so? So you don't know? If they
I
did,
mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, but I would say that they don't. Hold a minute.
so Samsung's
if they
space
did,
selfie satellite.
satellite hanging from a balloon, right, Kosha?
Say it one more time, please.
If they did call it a satellite or a spy satellite or this satellite or that satellite, that would be satellites hanging from balloons, right?
Yeah, that would be yes.
Okay, so then if someone like 4 years ago said, I found out information that they're satellites hanging from balloons, and you said that's not true, you would be wrong, wouldn't you, Kosho?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If it were true,
now everybody else can go.
So
yeah, but what I'm saying was not true.
No
is they
reason to
didn't launch-
follow up. You've already
What I'm saying. Well, I'm not following up with you said. I'm trying to repeat what I said because what I said was that there are. I mean that's not true that they launched the Echo 1 and Echo 2 from the ground. They inflated a balloon that was already in space.
I never said they launched that from the ground. Now you're trying
I'm not
to
responding to you, dude. I'm
Yeah,
responding
they
to you.
launched
I'm just
it. We
making a
already
statement.
told you. You're not teaching us. We told you they
That's
launched
great,
it on a
man.
rocket into space. I'm the first one who brought it up.
I know.
A balloon
Yeah, that's great,
in
dude.
space.
I'm in the middle of making.
Yeah, but
I'm
you
in the
don't
middle
have
of
to
making
teach
my
us. I've already
response,
done
dude.
it, Coach. I've
That's
already done it.
fine, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
fine with you. I'm not responding to you though. What I'm saying is that they didn't launch from the ground and they launched it from space. And the reason I'm saying that is because somebody had just suggested that someone said that when they get too high they explode, and someone said no they don't. They even launch balloons in space as early as like the first satellite. It was the first
Yeah,
satellite.
did you hear the guy say if they did, he was correct. If they do launch a balloon from the Earth and it goes really high, it is going to get big and explode. That was me again, Coach. So you don't have to
Yeah.
teach us shit, man. We already know.
Well, why don't I just say you don't have to say what you're saying? I can say what I'm saying, dude. Like, calm down.
You're repeating what I'm saying and acting like you're teaching people. It's already been said.
Yeah, so that guy's right then. Whoever said that they blow up.
yeah,
So they
so
get too high.
I'm curious, like if these satellites are on balloons, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense that they could travel at 4 miles a second, right? Because there would be air resistance that would be required.
What are you talking about? If? What are you talking about? If they're on balloons, dude just put out the latest video with 16 of them.
I was in the middle of a sentence. So the principle of them being that high, the balloon working, is because of the surrounding medium that they're in, of which they would be too resistant to travel that path through. So it doesn't make any sense.
What good is anything moving 4 miles a second, man? What's it good for?
What's it good for? I don't understand.
What can you do with something moving 4 miles a second? So a bullet moves about what, half a mile a second or a quarter mile a second? What good is something that moves 4 miles a second? What are you going to do with it?
You could perpetually travel without having to spend any fuel.
That's how fast the satellites travel that we can watch across the sky.
Okay, so all the satellites that are I mean, like say our satellite TV and our phones and all that stuff, is that satellites moving 4 miles a second, or is that stationary, geostationary satellites?
Some are geostationary and some are not.
Yeah, but geostationary ones are still moving at incredible speeds.
Okay,
Just
tell
not
me
that not as
what
fast.
good is a satellite moving 4 miles a second when you're not even going to be able to get a signal from it in 15 minutes, bro?
What's the speed of light?
On the satellite, dude.
I'm just asking you, what good is? I'm literally asking a question. What is it used for if you can only get a signal for fucking 15 minutes, if that? What is it used for?
Well,
is my question.
It could be used. It could be part of a larger satellite network.
It could be, okay? Now, when I posted videos like a few years back and I pulled up the information showing that the whole LTE, it took me a while to find this shit, bro, that the whole LTE satellite network is fucking, for the whole continent of South America, was balloons like 60,000 feet and only like less than a dozen of them. And they're just sitting up there. You can call them a geostationary or you can call them a whatever stationary satellite, but they're planted. I'm sure they're moving around a little bit, but they're sending out a wide band, a wide signal, enough to cover the fucking continent and enough for them to make a ton of money, and provide a service. But I'm asking, if I could only get a signal for 15 minutes, what the fuck good is that, bro? What do you think these darting satellites are doing, bro?
You're making the assumption that you can only get a signal for 15 minutes.
Well, it signals through the earth, bro, because if that's the case, then why even send it up there in the first place?
Should have a series.
There's not one satellite that you only get a signal for 15 minutes. That's not the case.
Well, that speed, it's circling the Earth. It's circling the Earth in fucking an hour and a half, bro. So I'm just saying.
Just on a moderation side, real quick, Brian. Your mic is like real loud, Brian, and it's kind of clipping. Like every time you speak, I don't know if you can move it a little further away from your mouth or something, but it's like pop. It's kind of popping. And it's real loud. I'll just let you know.
Yeah, let me fix that. Sorry.
I love the way it sounds, to be honest. But regardless of my personal opinions, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Brian. A single, satellite or whatever. It's not, responsible for transmitting, like transmitting information, or we're like we don't use it to communicate with other people, right? So it makes sense that there's just one. But the satellites that we do require them to see them at all times, like GPS or something like Starlink, there's many craft so that you can receive a signal from any time.
So one is pretty much worthless for hopefully my mic's a little bit better. Sorry about that. But Kosher, deal with it. I know you love the clipping, bro, but you're gonna have to deal with it, bro. Nah, just kidding. But so what good is one satellite then? What's it good for? Literally, what is it used for? If we can only get a signal for about 15 or 20 minutes every hour, I'm just asking.
Surveying, science experiments. Let's see what else.
Weather stuff, maybe monitoring weather.
Weather.
Can you
stuff,
show me the? Can you show me the survey? Can you show me the survey done? Or anyway, my point is for anything that people are using and all this stuff, like the phone satellites, the TV satellite, all this stuff, bro. They're on balloons, bro. And like dude just put out the video. It's 16 of them that people have discovered. Like it's the information age. So people filming these satellites falling. Like we all know about the one in our backyard, in that lady's backyard at her farm. We know about the one in Brazil. We know about the one that with the Samsung space selfie satellite. That even but there's a bunch more that a guy made a compilation of them. They're on balloons, dude.
But it's not possible the speed that they travel at. That's what I'm saying.
If you have a network of balloons up there, I can show you anything I want, right? Who's seeing these speeding satellites?
Yeah, how do you really know?
Are there cameras on them, bro? Are there cameras?
They're going that fast?
You can see the ISS with the naked eye at night.
Okay, but how do you know how fast it's going?
How do you know how fast the ISS is going?
Yeah, how do you know? Just with your naked eye, how are you going to know that?
You can determine the speed that it takes to travel from one place to the next.
I know, but that's assuming a globe radius, isn't it? Oops.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Do they now not exist?
You can assume a flat plane and.
That was rough.
Who let the dogs out?
Good question.
I think it's worse if it's not a globe, actually, right? Because wouldn't the plane be larger? Wouldn't the dome be larger if it wasn't a globe? Because it'd be one.
It'd literally be cheaper to have a drone in every city to fly across the sky. I'm not saying that's what they're doing. It'd literally be a whole lot cheaper to do something like that, or blue beam. But I think it's natural, personally. That's why they were supposed to decommission it, because it done got old. But they're never going to decommission it because they never put the motherfucker up there in the first place, dude. That's the like I said, put out a little video. That's what the Vedics called ISIS, man. It's a fucking wanderer, and that's my thoughts. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I've never seen an unstacked image that looks anything like anything. Stacked images that look a little bit like what they show, but never like one image unstacked. I could make a stacked image look like anything.
Have you ever gone on the site, Brian, where you can determine the location of the ISS based on your location?
Yeah, I've been on websites where I can determine the location of the sun, the moon, Saturn, Jupiter, ISS.
Have you ever watched the ISS like at early morning or late at night traverse the sky?
I have, and it's never gone.
Man.
Yeah, it's never gone from the horizon to the other horizon. It's interesting. I wish it would just go from below the horizon to over top of my head to below the other horizon.
You're gonna see that.
What's that?
Basically, you're never gonna see that.
There's
I
no
know.
way
That's
for
not how
y'all to
it
prove
works.
it's not natural, though. You know,
It's doing a constant
Just saying.
Mobius strip.
No, it answers it. If you see it, you're only going to see it after sunset or before sunrise and twilight, and you know, maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours maximum. But regardless, the Earth's shadow is going to get in the way the further it is from sunrise or sunset.
So it's
So
like
if it's
Venus.
2 hours
kinda.
out, 3 hours out, no, Venus doesn't do that. Venus doesn't disappear.
Venus, we can only see Venus in the fucking evening hours or the.
That's right. That's true, but it doesn't
It's
disappear.
like Venus, right? Like as far as the visibility window. What do you mean? No, we could see it right before
I'm saying yes.
sunrise and right after sunset. Okay.
Yes, for the time frame, for the time that you're going to see it, like what times you can possibly see it. But I'm saying no, it's not. It doesn't behave the same way because when it enters, it doesn't enter into Earth's shadow, so it's always going to be visible as long as it's in the sky and it's dark. Even when it's light, you can see Venus. But regardless, the ISS.
We can see Venus when we're looking. So can we see Venus at midnight?
I mean, it depends on when midnight is for you. And
No,
it doesn't
we
matter.
can't see Venus at midnight, bro.
Yes, you can actually if it's if you're talking about. It doesn't matter.
No, Venus is on the other side of the sun, bro. You say it's now Venus is antipode to the sun? You just say anything, bro.
I've looked it up. I've looked it up. And there's places where they have seen Venus at midnight, dude. Okay, so just leave it alone for a second. What was I saying?
How do you define midnight, Kosher? Kosher, define midnight.
I just told you when you were interrupting me that there's a difference between local midnight, like the clock's midnight.
Okay.
So in places where local
definition for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. No, that's not even the point, though, dude. The point is that the ISS enters and exits Earth's shadow. You know, the only time you're going to see it go completely across the horizon is if the sun was basically visible still, which is not be likely to see the ISS in the first place.
So if you think that throwing in the words Earth's shadow means that you're actually physically reifying the globe instead of the opposite, which you can't do, do you think we're just going to fall for that?
Yeah.
It disappears behind the shadow because it's got to be a ball.
Well, it goes from being the brightest object in the sky.
If we can see Venus at midnight, that means it's the radius. It has to be at least 93 million miles, mathematically, right, Kosher? Because if we're exactly opposite of the sun, no, I'm just saying if we're opposite of the sun, right? Exactly opposite the sun at midnight, or right close to exactly opposite, then the furthest we could see is 0 degrees. So Venus would have to be at least a 93 million mile radius, right, or orbit.
Sometimes you can be an hour and a half outside of when you're opposite the sun when it's midnight for you. So, like I said,
that buys you
an hour and a half.
What?
Yes,
that buys you about 20 million miles. Okay, so is the orbit of Venus 73
Are you talking
million
about
miles?
that actually, or because of time zones?
No, just because of local solar noon and actual noon on the clock sometimes can be off as much as an hour and a half.
It would obviously just be opposite 180 degrees from where the sun is at 12 o'clock somewhere else.
Unless it's not really midnight for you, which is what I'm saying. Like you're midnight.
But then that would just be a time zone thing. So it's not really
not just time.
Out. It's just that we've changed the time.
It's not just time zones or daylight savings, but those are that's true too. But that's what you look at the clock and you look at when noon is. Noon can actually be at 1:15 for you. Sometimes it can be at 11 o'clock, but still your clock will say 12 o'clock at 12 o'clock. So they can be an hour and a half different. So that's not the point, though.
So between calendars and time zones, we are screwed, huh?
No, you're talking about
not you're screwed. We're only talking about the problem that
12-hour nights. You're talking about that.
Yeah, the problem that Brian's bringing up about Venus being seen at midnight is just not even related to what we're talking about. But so we can focus on it, but I don't think there's any
Let's
point.
rename Venus to the midnight star instead of the morning star. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Regardless,
that's a cool name.
Right. Yeah. So the ISS goes from being the brightest object in the sky to at one point or another in your observation, it's going to disappear completely. So
Yeah.
that's pretty unexplainable otherwise. But yeah, it's not Earth shadow. Some kind of
Yeah, it
shadow
only
because it goes
lasts.
from
It
being
only
bright
go
to invisible.
every time I've saw it. It's about 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah. 5 to 7 minutes is I think usually
Yeah, it doesn't go
the
nowhere, no
longest.
matter what the time. Oh, sorry. Good. Sorry.
I'm just the longest about 8 minutes. The longest you can see it in the sky.
But it never gets nowhere near the horizon, bro. Have you seen it?
Yes, I've seen it plenty of
Okay,
times.
what's
And
the closest you've seen it to the horizon? This is a truth
I've seen it
question.
come up. I've seen it come up above the horizon, 10
What?
degrees.
What?
Oh my God,
I
bro.
just asked if we could see that, and you said no. I just
No, I
said.
said from horizon to horizon.
So
You
you
can't see
think you
the
could come
ISS on
over?
the horizon, dude. What are you talking about? Look at.
I
Oh
said
my
degrees.
God.
10 degrees.
Wouldn't people on the other side see it going down on that horizon as you're seeing it come up on that horizon?
Perhaps, yeah, maybe. Probably
Well,
not
then,
though. Yeah, because if I can see it when it's coming up, that must mean that the sun is on the opposite side. So probably maybe this is early in the morning or something. The people on the other side, they are going to see it, or it's going to be above them, but the sun's going to be out already. So, yeah. And you can see it during the day
it's
sometimes,
moving.
but not really.
It's moving. Not the Earth is spinning when it comes to that.
No, both things are happening, but one is much quicker than the other. So the Earth's rotating not as fast as the ISS is moving. So
How fast do the stars in the Big Dipper travel?
what is that? I don't know what that means.
I don't know. How fast do they go? How fast are they spinning? Aren't they moving?
Around one day.
No, that's the Earth's rotation, isn't it?
You want to know how fast those stars from the Earth's perspective? I don't know. Probably worth looking up though, huh? Yeah.
How fast the stars in the Big Dipper are moving? You broke up. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, look it up.
This is important, Kosho.
Yeah, apparently, stars in the Big Dipper. I mean, like I said, NASA or not really NASA, but astronomers would have maybe have record of that from observing them, and I'm sure they have that listed somewhere on Google or Bing.
But you need to know it offhand.
No, so an observation from Earth wouldn't be able to tell you that speed, is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying astronomers. Most astronomers have never even left Earth.
Yeah, how would they take the spin out of the equation? They would just subtract it out.
Well, no. Usually, you determine the speed from. It could be from redshift. It could be from parallax measurements. So you'd have to find out about the specific star and how it was specifically measured. But typically, if it's parallax, then they're done 6 months apart, and the actual rotation of the Earth's not really going to come into play.
So can you get the speed and the distance just from an observation and math without physically measuring it?
Can you determine? Can you describe what physically measuring something is compared to using math and observations?
A tape measure is a physical measurement.
Okay. Well, tape measures don't measure speed, regardless.
I meant for distance. If I'm gonna do speed, I would say like a speedometer.
The speedometer. It's a great tool. Do you know how those work?
I think you have to attach it to an axle or the outside of a tire or something.
Well, yeah, the ones in Germany, a speedometer. I see. I thought you were talking about a speed gun. Yeah, speedometer. Yeah. There's two ways to do a speedometer, but yeah, for a speed gun though, like the ones cops use, those use redshift, and
which
same
those
thing we're
have to
talking
be
about actually.
calibrated, right?
Calibrated for what?
Because like a lot of people get out of speeding tickets because they'll say the cops, laser wasn't calibrated properly or something.
cop was moving when he did it, but I don't know who's gotten out of a ticket when the cop used a speed gun while stationary. I'm not sure. Use red
You can
to determine.
you can ask them to show you the last time the machine was calibrated.
Okay. I don't know what I was saying. I'm not sure what you would calibrate it with or for, because it's just going to use the speed of light and a specific wavelength, and then it's going to determine the wavelength it gets back, and that'll tell it how fast you're moving. So regardless,
you want to hear NASA.gov's
using redshift,
excuse,
that's how you
bro?
think it works.
So is
Using
that how
redshift.
Anybody
Say
interested in
again?
hearing NASA.gov's excuse for why we can't see the ISS from horizon to horizon? Or do you still say we can, Kosho?
I haven't said we can yet.
You
Okay.
said you've seen it.
I said I've seen it 10 degrees above the horizon, but I said you can't see it from horizon to horizon. Not you can't see it on a horizon.
You said, yes, we can. Specifically.
No, I know. Listen to me, dude. Listen, I've not said that you can see it from horizon to horizon. I specifically said you cannot see it from horizon to horizon. However, you can see it above a single horizon, whether it's coming up above a horizon or you know, going down over a horizon. You can't see it from horizon to horizon.
So you still hold the claim that we could see it on the horizon?
10 degrees above the horizon. So that's the lowest I've ever seen it.
30.
But even still, no, I've seen it 10 degrees. But even still, you can't see it. I thought you said you can't see it from. You can't see it from 10 degrees to 10 degrees. Like, you can't see
why
it
are you
go from horizon
weaseling
to
from
horizon.
the horizon to 10 degrees above the horizon? I mean, dude.
I'm just making it. I'm making it clear what I'm making it. I'm making it clear. I'm making it clear what I'm saying, Brian, because you missed it the first time.
Okay,
I already
so we
I
can't
corrected
see
myself
the ISS
after.
on the horizon, right? Just clarify. We can't see the ISS on the horizon, right?
Like I said, 10 degrees is the lowest I've ever been able to observe it or seen it.
Thank
heard
you
about it
for
being
using
observed.
specificity with the 10 degrees because before you did not. You said it comes over the horizon. You've seen it.
I thought I know, and then I checked myself though. I said actually 10 degrees is what I said. I said
You can't see it at 10 degrees, bro. But
Hence
NASA
why I
says
said
the
that again.
reason we can't is because it's moving so fast. That's their only excuse of why we can't see it coming over the horizon.
Kosho, have you seen its balloon? More importantly.
No, not once.
Have you seen it? Sure. Get your telescope and look at it and tell me if it looks anything like what you see on YouTube.
Why do you think you can't? Why do you think you can't see it on the horizon? Or 10 degrees above the horizon?
I don't know.
I was asking you, like, well, why are you saying that then?
Why can't I see any star? I mean, there ain't many stars I could see on the horizon. The bright ones.
Depends on where you are in the world.
Why is that? Why do you say that is? Just out of curiosity.
You can see
Why
it.
can't we see all the stars on the horizon?
Well, it depends on where you are. If you're not in the middle of the ocean, then it'll make the air mass to see those kind of stars. The air mass on the horizon goes up to about 26 times what it is vertically, which means there's 26 times more atmosphere, and completely, if you look straight to your horizon, than there is looking straight up.
How can you justify that on a ball, though? How can you justify that on a ball? Like on a flat Earth, yeah, I'd justify a thick, on the ground or up a few miles, however many, I would justify, looking through a lot of thick atmosphere. But on a globe, it's quickly angling up. So you're not looking through that much atmosphere. So I just wondered.
Yeah, the atmosphere would
what?
angle down away from you, so you would see more stars on the horizon, technically, on a globe.
No. It's standard. It's a good point. It's standard numbers. Like for air mass, you can look at the angle versus the air mass, and it goes up. So just like 10 degrees, I think it's like eight times or something like that, or maybe 15 times.
No, bro, we just discussed
it goes up drastically. It goes up drastically to 26 at the horizon.
No, we just discussed it yesterday at 35,000 feet. That's only like 2.5 degrees.
And that's not what I'm talking about, dude. I'm talking about standing on the ground or anywhere.
Same principle, bro.
No, it's not the same principle. Because I'm talking about standing on the ground and looking straight up. That'd be 90 degrees, and looking, at the cosmological horizon, or the astronomical horizon, which would be 0 degrees. If you're looking like this, then the amount of atmosphere, depending on your angle, is going to vary. And there's a graph that will show you
Okay,
you know what
so how
what
far
the
away is 2 miles? How far away on a globe is the horizon 2 miles high?
when you are 2 miles high, how high is it? 10,000
Like a
10,000 feet?
2 mile cloud. A 2 mile cloud. How far away would that be? Because there ain't much atmosphere past a few miles, couple miles, so you can't use that thickness shit.
125
So how
miles.
far away is a 2 mile cloud?
About 125 miles, 120 miles.
You think a 2 mile cloud is 125 miles away?
If something is 2 miles high, then yes, it's a.
All right. I gotta double check that.
Osha, why is the Chinese government lying to the Chinese people about their fake Chinese space station?
Or I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they are. So.
Reinforce the electric fence.
Space exploration is kind of a waste if the space is fake, and like the purpose for faking it can be done using other means. So it's like, and also if you wanted to fake it, you could do so much easier than actually doing pretend missions going up there.
They
You could
used
just
to
say
tell
you could just say it's impossible to even get up there.
they used to tell people the Earth was flat, so that way they wouldn't leave the land, so they could reign over them. So now they just tell them it's a ball with only a certain amount of land, so that way they can still control it.
But Kosho, what if like they could like skim off a couple $1 million like on an audit budget sheet from like the space station? Would that be like worth the grand lie?
No, if in that same paradigm they can just print the money and do whatever they want with it anyways, and why not just do that? Cut out the middleman.
Because then they'd flood the market, and then your dollar wouldn't be worth anything, like it is now.
I didn't
Probably
know the
because their
psychopaths
space
were
is
that
about to
obvious.
be exposed.
But why is like Mexico also doing it? Like, aren't they pretty like rudimentary in like the space?
I wouldn't trust their space agency. But yeah, I did hear they were doing it.
That sounds racist.
Let's say the word Mexico.
Racist, just
Sorry, prejudice.
I'm not sure.
Well, their lasers have refried beams.
Jesus Christ.
Refried? Why aren't we just trying them fried? Why are we doing this twice?
I think that's not even true. I don't think they're fried once.
Yeah, the beans are so nice, you got to fry them twice.
So the ISS is reflecting the light from the sun, and then it's going into Earth's shadow. So that way I can't see the light being reflected off it anymore.
That's correct.
Or the ISS has a light bulb on it, and they turn it on and off. And it's the size of a football field, yet it's 240 miles away. Yet I could still see, we could get a H figure from it. But if I went 240 miles away, could I see a football field on Earth?
Also, Coach, I just did the math, and it's about 52 miles away for a 2 mile high cloud. 2 degrees is about 52 miles, roughly. So, just so you know. So that atmosphere excuse, throw it out. That's why George Numchuck's never used that, dude. And I've heard since he's passed, and stopped reinforcing that rule, people have started using the thickness of the atmosphere on the globe. But that doesn't fly. There's a reason he didn't use that. Like I said, 2 miles high, you're not gonna have much, thick atmosphere up there, and that's only 50 miles away. When you're talking about stars or orbits and shit like that, I don't think that's a valid excuse. That's why NASA don't even use that excuse. They say because it's going so fast.
Coach, do you think like the amateur ham radio operators that can track satellites with like a $5,000 setup, do you feel like they are lying also?
Coach, we're getting our money's worth out of Coach Show
There it
today,
is.
man. He's
No. There it is. My mic working again. We're back in business, I think. To answer your question, yes, I don't think. Actually, I don't remember what the question was, to be honest with you. But Brian, what you said about the ISS, I did have a response for that. Oh, right. No, that's what I was asking you. I'm sorry. There we go. Brian, can you run me through the numbers real quick for that altitude value that you got?
Yeah, man.
For the horizon distance.
If we're going to use the tangent function, and I put in like 75 miles, and it was way too low. And I just put in 50 miles, put it at about 2.2 degrees.
You said 2 miles.
2 miles high, yeah.
Yeah, 2 miles high is what you told me.
At a distance of about, well, obviously first I put in 125 miles because that's what you said. And no,
why are you doing?
That's barely over 1 degree.
Okay, so here's my problem, dude. Here's the problem. I think the way that you do math is a little bit foreign to the way I understand it. But yeah, when I'm trying to find the distance of the horizon, if I'm given an altitude, I use a function of that altitude. So
it doesn't matter, bro. It's like this. The angles don't lie. So if it says that 2 miles high, if that's my opposite, and my baseline or my adjacent is fucking 125 miles, that'll give me the fucking theta, no matter what. You could try and wizard talk you out of it, bro. Yeah, opposite. 2 miles high, opposite of my theta.
Mm-hmm.
Theta being the fucking spot you're looking from in this scenario. Opposite being 2 miles high, 125 mile adjacent gives you like 1.1 degrees. I said 2 degrees. I mean, you answered the question based on 2 degrees.
Wait, isn't that the it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Listen. My point is, Coach.
No, listen. You just said it was 2 miles high. It's 10,000 feet thereabouts, something like that, right?
10,560 feet.
Yeah, let's round it to 10,000 so we can easily score.
No, we're not going to round it to 10,000.
Brian, hold on.
Why are you rounding shit, bro? It's math. We don't have to.
Because I did it in my head. I didn't use a calculator or whatever you use, so I rounded it. 10,000 and square root's 100 times 1.22, right? According to Quantum Racer's equation, which does work for the geometric horizon, right? That gives you 120. I said it works. I just said that it works for the geometric horizon.
Oh, I thought you said that. I'm sorry.
No, it does. Yeah, so 122 miles. I rounded to 120.
Okay, now here's my point. Here's my general point was this: that you're using the atmospheric thickness, and I'm telling you that even over 50 miles, I mean, you're already up over 2 degrees above the horizon at 50 miles, bro. I don't think you could use atmosphere to block sun reflections, bro, at 50 miles. I'm just saying, man. Anything further than that, and it's exponential. Well, kinda. It's compounding. How about that? It's compounding in height over distance. So once you get further than that, I mean, less than that, man, it's even higher and higher of a degree. I'm just saying.
I'll give you a graph, or you should look it up. The air graph. It'll show you the maximum air mass is 26, and the one straight up, the least air mass is 1, and 26 is very much the maximum. Even just barely above the horizon, it decreases close to, 15, 12, 10, and yeah. So the maximum 26 is really only at the horizon, but it is, yeah. I mean, it does make it very hard to see stars if there's already light pollution, and yeah, so the ISS, you can only see it. You can't see it. It's not expected to be seen at the horizon unless you're someplace where it's extremely visible.
Right, but bro, I can see a lighthouse from farther than that, bro. And you're telling me I can't see a reflection of the sun, bro? You're just saying anything, dude. Just accept
reflection
some shit,
of the
bro.
sun.
You gotta accept
You're not seeing
then, bro.
sunlight. So What is it? Why would you think that would be?
Well, you're throwing out arbitrary numbers like it's 26 on the ground and fucking zero.
That's not
zero
arbitrary.
Bro,
Those are the real numbers.
You've caught Jeremy's roboting bug. Kosho.
Hold on, let me. Oh, I thought it was me.
No, I said
Coach,
Kosho. I said Kosho has caught Jeremy's roboting bug because Jeremy doesn't robot anymore, but Kosho is now starting to robot.
Yo, can we please fix our signals, guys? Come on, let's get it together.
Yeah, it only took Jeremy 3 months. Come on, guys. You should do it quicker than Jeremy did.
Let that be an example. But my point is, Coach, we could see a lighthouse from a couple hundred miles away on the ground, right? From a high altitude. Or from a plane or whatever. But my point is the ISS is supposed to be reflecting sunlight. And the atmosphere is just not an excuse, bro. Come on, man. You got to do better than that. That's a flat Earth excuse for why you wouldn't see something from a distance, not a globe Earth excuse.
Why is that an excuse when that's the excuse you guys use? I'm not even going to argue the.
No, I'm just saying on a flat Earth, like everything's level, so obviously the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker, toward ground level because it's not bending, like reality, right?
Yeah, on the globe Earth, we have the thing called visibility that meteorologists use as well.
Are they referring to sun bounces, sun reflections? So today's visibility for sun bounces is fucking 40 miles. No, I'm just fucking with you, Coach. Go ahead, man. I ain't trying to give you a hard day at work, bro. I know we've been fucking with you today, man. Asking you the tough questions, bro. I know you're just a man trying to make a living, dog. We'll lighten up a little bit, bro. Man, I seen they took off its book off Amazon, like moon skepticism dude from Apollo Detectives. I forgot, but he's an older dude. He worked for Rocketdyne or one of them companies, and he's one of the big globe skeptic proponents. And he questions the moon landing. They took his book off Amazon, and they took his shit off the internet, basically. You see, Coach, this is what y'all are doing, Coach. Your effort, just so you know what's going on in your efforts, is all this arguing and shit and not accepting fucking other people's views and opinions, and you're getting shit fucking removed called hate speech or disinformation. Are you good with that, bro? Are you good with them us when we question things for them to just call it disinformation if a lot of people agree to it and just demarket it and just wipe it from the internet, bro? Are you cool with that, bro? Because that's where your efforts are getting us, bro.
Is it a good idea to spread disinformation?
Way better than book burning, huh? It's so much
it's not
easier now.
disinformation. Yeah, it's way better than book burning.
So that guy's cool with it? That guy's cool with people, a group of people disagreeing with shit and trying to give their views and opinions and put down their evidence and for them to just wipe it? You're good with that, dude?
I think
wait till you're on the other side of that one, bro. Wait till you're on the other side of that one.
Do you want me to answer your question, or do you just want to?
Well, he was okay with the book burnings, apparently, is what he's saying.
I'm not okay with that. I'm saying it's dangerous to spread misinformation. That's been evidenced through history. So
bro,
how do you determine what?
That is if it's real.
Not be able to question shit.
Like the globe.
Yep.
Biggest spread of toxic misinformation in our time. One of the biggest.
Well, what he's effectively saying is that he knows all of the things that are true, and therefore all of the things that aren't conforming to that must be dealt with, which is the exact problem with that mindset.
That's
is that
what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is what you're saying. Well, it is. So
totally, word for word.
Well, to To say the
So
spread
then
of
how do you know what the disinformation is, bro? How do you know what the disinformation is if you don't know what the actual truth is?
Yeah, it's kind of implied in the like a quest to try to like eradicate misinformation means that what you have the correct one and the other people don't, that you're shutting down, right?
Not only that, it
Not
would
necessarily.
imply that the book. Sorry, I'll let you answer. It would imply that the book is actually damaging and threatening to an official narrative. Whereas if it were so obvious that this is a truth that we live on a globe, who cares what book goes on and does where? Does anything, right? Shouldn't be a threat. Shouldn't fucking matter.
Well, has misinformation ever damaged people through history?
Brother, it's okay to question stuff.
Is that a
Not
yes or
fear
a no?
investigation, bro. The truth, the danger is in silencing fucking people looking for the truth. The truth never fears investigation, bro. Bro, that's fundamental fucking democracy shit, dude.
Yeah, but how do you?
What
But
are you
we're not talking
talking about, dude?
We're
Hold
not
on, to
talking about
answer that guy's question, real quick, to answer his question, yes, misinformation has hurt people. People have lost wars over misinformation.
like
Wars have
millions
been
of
lost
people.
over that.
Millions of people have been killed.
Tons of people died because of misinformation. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so maybe
So
we
what's
should.
to say that this is misinformation? What's to say that they were justified in taking his book down?
Is it demonstrable? Has it been falsified?
It's just a question, though, isn't it?
Bro,
No, that's how you would determine what misinformation is.
Bro, just because you don't have eyes to see and we're trying to point it out, obvious fucking bullshittery, bro. I mean, obvious on a child's fucking level. The shit they showed us is fucking embarrassing, bro. The shit that they show us, like the orbiter trying to redock, that's fucking embarrassing, bro. That's bullshit, and we need to get way past that. But I'm telling you where your efforts are getting us. Wait till you're on the other side of that, bro, and you're gonna see the danger is in stopping people from calling out horse shit. Agencies lie, governments lie, corporations lie. That's what they fucking do, bro. Get with the times, bro. We're pointing out and showing you the fakery, and you're just denying it, bro.
But
And now you're
because-
saying it's okay to silence us.
But because
Just
people
think
lie
about it.
doesn't mean that people are lying.
Just think about it. If we're wrong, if we're wrong here, and it actually is a globe, it's no big deal, right? No biggie, no harm, no foul. If we're right, though, it's huge. You know what I'm saying? That has heavy implications.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to demonstrate the damaging nature of misinformation. Like it's very damaging, right?
Okay, so what about the moon investigations would be damaging to someone's health ever?
Well,
quickly.
Conspiracism has been demonstrated to be damaging to many people's lives.
No, moon stuff. Just moon stuff.
So moon stuff stands alone. It's not connected to anything else whatsoever.
So do you justify taking the book down?
The answer would be no. It doesn't stand alone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello. That was a long 2 minutes.
You're hot, Mike, and crypto.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, one sec. I didn't know that was possible. But...
Yo, he said that in his most British accent ever. Yeah, dude, if we're wrong, man, it's no big deal, dude. But, I mean, it's worth looking into. It's also how they claim science is supposed to work. I don't agree with the Globers, but they say you're supposed to falsify things. So, technically, we're trying to falsify things. So, we're actually doing science here. We're trying to falsify stuff.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
So you mentioned conspiracism as some problem or something. So where were you coming from on that? I mean, the thing is, a conspiracy is simply one or more individuals who are grouping together and doing something that is of a criminal act or of a harmful act to others, often doing so in some level of secrecy. Now, obviously, conspiracies exist. Many of them have been absolutely proven to exist. People get together and do things. They do things for money, for agendas, for various purposes. So conspiracies are an absolute fact. They happen all the time, all over the world. There are courtrooms right now full of judges and defendants, trying to either, accuse people of conspiracies or trying to suss out what happened. Oh, this person was murdered. Could it have been more than... all it takes is more than one person. It could be two people that conspired to kill someone or to rob someone or to damage someone's property, whatever it may be. So the world is absolutely full of that. Now, sort of theorizing, if you want to say, or speculating or thinking about is also something that's done all the time around the world. Every court case, every judge, oh, did these 2 people kill that person? Did these 3 people rob that person? They're analyzing that and having quote unquote conspiracy theories to try to figure out what the truth is and what may be going on. So now in terms of, the larger topics of like, if you want to use the term conspiracy in terms of like the governments and what they're doing, I guess to link it back, what you were suggesting that there's some harmfulness about speculating about that. So where were you coming from on that? Like, what would be the problem with
I think spreading misinformation is harmful. And
yeah, but who got together and said it was okay? Who got together and said it's okay to fucking call something misinformation?
And I think conspiracism is natural amongst humans, but it can go.
So somebody think what we're doing is a conspiracy. Some people are saying that that we're committing a conspiracy by showing evidence.
Well, let's
and
let
pointing
him
out.
well, obviously we're not involved in any criminal acts, so no, this is not. There's no conspiracies involved here. We're discussing topics and stuff. But anyways, just at least let him finish his thought.
So I think misinformation spreading is bad. And I think conspiracism, some set of people, some portion of the population is more disposed, more, leans towards more, whatever you want to call it, right? To lean more conspiracist or to be more vulnerable to conspiracism, essentially, to go too far in one direction, essentially, right? To think that the majority of things are now conspiracies, right? So yeah, I think conspiracism is a natural human thing. We're built to do that, right? But it can be taken too far, and now everything is a conspiracy, right? But
you're a conspiracy theorist, bro. You think we're spreading disinformation. So you're a conspiracy theorist, bro. You're theorizing that we are spreading disinformation when we're showing actual evidence and questioning cosmology, which nobody knows what's really going on. So you're a conspiracy theorist, right?
So, like a good example of spreading misinformation was, shit that Henry Ford, was propagating, right? From that fantasy novel, right? Seeing how kind of far that got out of control, right? And that was essentially a conspiracy theory gone way too far, right?
Yeah, but evidence, you can't conceal evidence toward anything. That's dangerous, bro. When we're presenting evidence, whether you agree with it or not, this ain't no he said, she said shit. This is evidence to try and expose obvious fakery, okay, or cosmology, okay. Like Jeremy said, no harm, no foul, bro. We're just idiots. But all we're doing, we're not just spreading, hey, there's a globe, just believe us. We are proving it. I mean, we're proving that Earth is not what they told us, bro. We're showing how they were wrong and the parts they were wrong about. And what you do to something like that is you show where you're right. You don't just conceal evidence, bro. That's all they're doing is concealing evidence. That is dangerous. We're not talking about he said, she said, or this person this person that. This is the ground we walk on, brother.
So there's been like studies, and I'm sure you guys are aware of it, studies into people that lean, one way or the other, and like in an attempt to try and find like commonalities or attributes that they all share. And there's been, people do share, common attributes that tend to be more conspiratorial in mindset.
Well, but in today's world, where the things that have been hidden and were covered up and classified, in today's world where all these things are now coming to the surface and coming to the light, it's almost like they're purposely now spreading disinformation only to discredit those that are finding the truth and the real things. Like, so by definition, right, conspiracy is like something did happen, kind of like what Gio was saying earlier. Like a conspiracy, that means somebody did something, right? They came together, they wanted to do so. That's by definition. So then, but in today's world, now people, through Operation Mockingbird, now people believe that the word conspiracy means it's false, and this is a
Yeah,
Evidence is not disinformation, right? Evidence. If we
Correct.
show evidence, that ain't disinformation. You don't just hide evidence. And by calling it disinformation instead of proving it wrong, I'm sure we're showing evidence. Okay, you don't just say, "Hey, that's disinformation. Ban it." Bro,
Is the theory?
trust me.
this out, too.
Hold on. If I was on the other side, I would still say that's wrong, bro. Look, if you want to bring evidence and show me your evidence, that's fine. I would never be fine with them even banning that the globe is information. Even being a flat earther, that's not the way a democracy works, bro. Evidence is evidence.
Also, it could become a murder investigation if you believe people died in the Challenger explosion.
Why would it be a murder investigation?
Well, I guess I'd like to see the paperwork where the astronauts signed saying I could die at any point, physically, explode or whatever. I don't care how they die. You know what I mean? Maybe there is paperwork.
Is it then
Maybe
a
there's
murder
paperwork that
investigation
says that.
if they didn't sign that?
Yeah, because they didn't tell the people they might die.
Is that how the law works?
Doesn't matter.
I'm
All
sure
astronauts have to sign.
there's a loophole. I'm sure there's a loophole somewhere. My parents are lawyers, so tread carefully.
If your parents are lawyers, does that now mean you know something about the law?
It means I know more than the next guy. Yeah.
So you could probably educate me about this specific instance and how them signing, if they could or could not blow up, would indicate murder.
Well, did NASA's activities result in their deaths? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, but I would assume they all consented, but that's why you brought up, did they sign something or whatever? But
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not only that, those people must have lost their families. Did they pay them money? Did they give them restitution? Did they do anything to help out?
Did NASA point a gun at their head and tell them to get on the rocket?
Well, the good news is nobody died that day. But
I was
since you do
even
believe
if you're that up in the military, you got to
that's what
sign
I'm trying to
disclosure
say.
agreements.
That's why it would be a murder, right? Because if they covered it up and they're still alive, that means that they planned a murder.
it's even worse. Like, it would be a snuff film because they rolled that TV into all the children's classrooms all the way around across the country.
You could get him for attempted murder. That's what you'd get him for.
It's enough film. Ugh.
Do you think does that dude think it's a coincidence? Does he think it's a coincidence that the only time they ever before or since rolled TVs into every person's room, and we didn't even know this until we all got together and talked about it. We didn't know that every state in America, every fucking public school, and they even bought TVs, spent enormous amounts of money so everybody could see this. You think that one effort and there's something like that happens. Do you think that's a coincidence? Because I'm gonna call you a coincidence theorist if you think that's a coincidence.
It's precisely when things go wrong that people start believing the thing. So it's easy. If you wanted to run a mind job on people, you say that there's a failure. You wouldn't say like, "Oh yeah, we succeeded," because everybody like punches holes in that shit.
I was going to say too, Paradolia, we're talking about, I was going to ask you this, like, in terms of conspiracy, that concept. Do you trust the government, or do you think there's corruption and lies and deception and conspiracies within the government?
I think they had happened before.
Okay, so if there's an organization that has control and power in the world, and they, like you just said, even at the minimum have been involved before, let's say. Now, if they've been involved before, the likelihood that they're involved now or in the future would be extremely high as well. So you were trying to say, like, the shadow side of thinking about conspiracies, that it could be, whatever you were describing, like somebody could go too, I'm not sure what you were saying, kind of the idea of like too deep into it or something of that sort. And I suppose there's always a spectrum of balance in people's lives. And, there's like different ways to integrate things. Like somebody could be, balanced and grounded. Somebody else could be a little bit, anyway, so there's a spectrum of how people react to things. But what I was going to say is that if there is a group or organization that are involved in conspiracies, have been in the past, maybe in the present, and maybe in the future, doesn't the conspiracy theorist, as it were, at that point become a very, very valuable asset within the community? Because those are the individuals that can have a keen eye, a keen ability to think, to discern, to decipher, to be able to either have an eye out for things that may be happening in the future, things that have happened in the past, can help others to understand these things that have gone on. So in that sense, don't they become one of the a very valuable and supportive, positive role in the larger community?
Two
I would
words,
say
Paul Revere.
no.
Hold on, sorry. Listen close. 2 words, Paul Revere. Thank you.
I would say no, because I think it exists, like you said, on a spectrum, and so I think we are all built with it, with that ability, right? So I don't think that they possess powers that other people do not have. In fact, I think their kind of analytical abilities might be, possibly in question.
Yeah, but they're in the know. Yeah, I agree that everybody has the capacities to know things, but the ones who know are in the know. Meaning, if you're like a detective, like somebody who's a really good detective, just a little quick side thing. Kurt Cobain, he, they said he committed suicide, and Courtney Love, that whole story. Just very quick thing about that whole story. It's very interesting. But Courtney Love hired a private detective, and that private detective, a bunch of documentaries and interviews with him and everything. That private detective she hired ended up concluding that she had something to do with his death. It's very interesting. So my only point in bringing that up is that private detectives and so on, if they're good at what they do, they have a very keen eye and a keen ability to discern evidence and to suss out what's going on. So my point is that
Courtney Love had something to do with her previous husband dying too.
Oh, what was your point, Joe?
Yeah, but evidence is evidence,
well,
man.
Hold on. My point, to try to look at the term conspiracy theorist in a positive way, I'm saying that a conspiracy theorist, they're like a detective in a sense, meaning the capacity to discern evidence and information, to help bring awareness to others, to elucidate and to research and bring this information, to the forefront to either help prevent future criminal acts that could hurt others, to bring awareness to current ones, to bring reflection on previous ones. I'm just relating that to a very good detective that is able to suss out and, possibly help people from being, hurt in the future.
Yeah.
Right.
But
We're not talking about opinions,
I would argue,
bro. We're not talking about people's opinions. We're talking about evidence.
I would argue that they would not be those people that you purport, because I would argue that they would not have the analytical abilities as other people do, because they think that implausible things are plausible.
Bro, evidence. You start gathering evidence. Opinions. We're not talking about opinions here. We're talking about people with evidence. Okay, y'all turn that into conspiracy theories. Like, bro, if the Earth were a globe, it would have been proven already, and this shit would have been squashed. Fact is, we went out and measured it and shit and showed what's right and what's wrong. It's easy to discern once you see all the evidence. But if nobody can see all the evidence, what they're doing is they are suppressing the evidence. They're not suppressing our fucking opinions, bro. They are suppressing the evidence.
Yeah.
It's grassroots investigators, grassroots researchers, and there is no vetting agency to vet the governments or the big corporations of the world. So there is no other choice but to do grassroots investigation. That's all it is. We're not vigilantes. We're just researchers.
So people that endorse conspiracies, or that score high on endorsing conspiracies, also score high on intuitive thinking styles, and they score lower on analytical thinking styles. So
That's great. So what part of that takes away someone's takes away someone's innate ability to feel love for their fellow man and help them remove the shackles of conformity? Sorry.
It would kind of indicate one's ability to determine the validity of something, or the the reality.
Okay. Isn't that determined by some
research and show evidence?
Hold on. Isn't that determined by someone else or a group of someone else's? Right? So my ability to discern something really only affects me and my survival and my health, my family's health. That's about it. So somebody else telling me what's good for me, they don't know, like I know. Okay? I mean, okay. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not in this to spin my wheels and to talk to you about something that I really want to convince you of, okay? I hope you see that you're being lied to on a massive scale, because it will improve your life. It won't be fun, but once you get past that, the butthurt goes away and you understand what you can actually do to make a real difference here on Earth, instead of just work some menial job and do what I can and da. This is important shit. Very, very crucial.
So to be excluded from communities is improving my life.
No, you're not excluded from any community, bro.
Who's
Our point is
excluded?
the effort you're going through. I'm telling you what they're gaining us, bro. They're gaining and burning information. They're burning evidence. They're suppressing evidence, and that's what your efforts to argue the globe. I've got no problem with that. I enjoy a good debate, and I want to see your evidence. Okay, but would it be cool if I squashed your evidence and said your evidence is just outright claim?
If I
your
limit
evidence,
my
hold on. That your evidence is disinformation. If I just called your evidence for a globe disinformation, would that be right?
if I limit my employment abilities, if I limit my employability, that's improving my life.
So
What are you
can I ask
talking
you a question then?
about,
If
dude?
you
Why
were
are
an
you
employer,
just
you
sitting
wouldn't
here
employ flat earthers.
gaslighting the
And if
whole
you had a
entire?
community, you would exclude flat earthers from that community. Is that what you're saying?
He's saying he can't become a flat earther because his community and his job wouldn't appreciate that.
Doesn't that sound disingenuous? Doesn't that sound like the wrong reason to stick with an idea?
Well, you had said that it would improve my life, right? I don't think that being
Not in that way. I mean, you will wake up, brother. Do you know what that means? It's a
Yeah, what
spiritual
occupation?
experience.
Yeah, I know.
Let me guess. Let me guess. You are not spiritual.
Besides that, what occupation relies on the Earth being a globe? Can you give me a handful of them, please? Because if I'm not mistaken, every occupation that in my world is flat Earth dependent.
Would you say that believing in a flat Earth would limit your employment options?
No,
Believing in a flat Earth. But hold on, believing in a flat Earth will make sure that I arrive to my destination safely. Believing in a flat Earth will make sure I build bridges fucking properly. What do you think?
Brian, hold on a second, man. You guys are just allowing him to not answer questions and just continually
yeah, but
dodge
that's a
questions,
spiritual question, bro. That's
reassess,
pointless.
and
Spiritual is a point that's going to go off in the weeds.
It's fine. Listen, we don't have to go the spiritual route. I just want to make sure that people understand when something touches you like that. And I'll tell you how my life has improved real quick. Mister, I met my wife, current wife, expecting a baby, in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. My life has not done anything but get better because of this truth spreading situation.
What was her name? What was her screen name?
KJ. Now, if I were to be disingenuous, right, I would get bad vibes, bad karma. Things wouldn't be happening well in my life if I were here lying to you on purpose. Guarantee it.
By the way, congratulations, Glat, to you and KJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Wish you and your family well. Hopefully, the birth. You say she's pregnant, or you having a child? Or
yep.
Yeah. Is it
we
your
find
first?
We find out boy or girl on Friday. Yeah, it's my first.
Oh man, wait till you get eye contact, bro. Something you'll never.
I know. I'm gonna lose it.
Fucked.
I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna be a fucking puddle on the ground. You know, she's gonna be the one carrying me out of there.
It's worse than that, bro. A puddle on the ground is putting it kindly. Like, bro, melting. It's crazy. The love you never
I
felt
can't wait.
nothing like it, bro.
Yeah, man. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I'm not even really that much of an emotional person, and I cried when my son was born. Very, very moving.
Jeremy, did you look at that stuff I sent you?
Not yet. I honestly didn't even read the paragraph DM you sent me.
Jeremy, look at the stuff I sent you.
I'm gonna check it. I promise.
Hold on, I'm confused. I want to know how my life would be different if I was a globe earther rather than a flat earther. I don't understand why this guy's telling me that my life is total, like I can't get employment now.
Well, there's one scenario in where you know the truth, and there's another scenario where you think you know the truth, right? So wouldn't you rather know the truth than think you know the truth, and maybe that's not the truth?
Well, obviously, everyone's going to say they want to know the truth, right? But nobody thinks that they don't know the truth, right?
Well, every one of us had to hit that phase. Every single one of us in here, besides the Globers, we had to hit that phase where we weren't sure. We didn't go from globe just straight to flat, bro. You know, come on, you got a brain. You know that's not how it works.
No,
we all had to go through the unsurety phase, and we looked at the evidence, and that's the problem. What they're suppressing is the evidence. So everybody should have the fair choice to globe or flat. None of that should be suppressed. Evidence is evidence. Whether you agree with it, whether you could debunk it, whether you have counter evidence, bro, they're literally suppressing the fucking evidence. I mean, I keep saying it, but that's dangerous.
Yeah, I know, but you think it's evidence though. That's the problem.
Barrett, wait, I want you to specify how my life would be different employment wise, please.
You just said I think my evidence is evidence. What do you mean? I think? Or sorry, go ahead and answer his question. I ain't trying to.
I think your employment options would be limited if you were to state your views on this to potential employers, to be honest.
Okay, well, I'm a contractor, so I'm employed by new people every day, and I talk to them about my views all the time. It's never affected one time of my work.
Me too, and never even once is it. I had a lady
They're actually intrigued, and they're actually interested, and they're not like as skeptical as an anti-flat earther, because those don't exist in the real world, only here on the internet.
They do not exist in the real world. I had one lady said, "Don't go there," like that, and kind of shrug it off and everything. But like she's looked into it some. But people aren't like you guys in real life. They're open to hear evidence.
I mean, if I hired a contractor and he told me about flat Earth, I'd be like, oh, wow.
So what makes you think that if I were looking for a job, one of the things I'd bring up is my beliefs on the shape of the world? Are you kidding me?
I mean, it could
When would
leak
it
out
ever
through your
come up? When would it ever need to come up?
I mean, it could leak out through your professional network, right? Like, oh, Steve is he fucking believes such and such, right?
Everyone knows.
And I'll say this. Then I'll just say this to answer that query. What I would do in that situation, I'd find a company that I'd like to work for, someone who wouldn't turn someone down specifically because of their beliefs.
I don't disagree that you would do that. I'm just saying.
You're just saying you're prejudiced, is what you're saying.
The globe does not equate to real world. Would you hire somebody if you had a mile of a ditch, you had irrigation on your farm, and you had to bring water from one place to another 1 mile, and you had like 5 inches of play, so you had a crucial amount of fucking slope. You had to get every inch right. You wouldn't hire a glober, bro, who's factoring in fucking 8 inches per mile square. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. The Earth is not built based on a globe. Nothing we build in reality is based on a globe, bro. And I'm telling you, it shocked me. Like, how did I not realize this sooner? Like, I've been literally building shit my whole life, and like I said, I've done miles of curb with certain amounts of slope and going by specifications and shit. The Earth is, luckily, if it weren't for flat Earth, people basing their whole lives on flat Earth while simultaneously thinking they live on a globe, then everything would be messy. People wouldn't be arriving safe at destinations. People, bridges built and stuff, bro, would be off, bro. Buildings, bro, everything is treated flat. There's no 8 inches per mile square drop from level, bro. It doesn't exist in the real world. I understand you look at the stars and you think we're trying to figure that out too, bro. But the fact of the matter is, level doesn't curve, bro, in reality.
So, saying it how it is, isn't it, Brian? Like, I don't know if that guy remembers there was a video with all the news anchors, and they were all saying and repeating and parroting exactly the same phrase. I don't know if that's disinformation or propaganda or a mix of both, but that's coming from the globe side, isn't it? And I don't know if he has any evidence, of that sort of caliber to show that there's disinformation coming from the flat earthers.
Ironically,
Bob,
they're talking about
post that
disinformation.
clip,
repeating
Bob,
it.
post that clip, will you, Bob? Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, Brian, gotta cool it off a bit here, bro.
Yeah, post that clip, bro.
Oh man, your mic's clipping. It's loud. You're talking after everyone talks. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, clip that clip.
What'd you say,
You
Jeremy?
bombard them. You bombard them for no reason.
Sorry, I'll drop.
We just want serious
You
answers.
ain't got
I
to
just
drop
want,
out of the whole thing. Go ahead.
I just want to know, like, I'll just give you a scenario. Do you have an air conditioner at your house?
No.
Do you have an appliance at your house?
Yeah.
Okay, I fix that appliance at your house. You have a wonderful experience with me. I charge you the cheapest you've ever been charged before. You like me. At the end of the transaction, after I've received the money, I tell you I'm a flat earther. You're not inviting me back into your house?
I definitely would, for sure. But I'm not saying that in all instances, everywhere, throughout time, no matter what this takes place. I'm just saying that it does take place in some places at some time. It's not going to improve your chances. That's what I'm saying. Like you can avoid it. Yeah, I mean, you could be the best fucking contractor in the planet, and I'm going to invite, I'm going to use you every time until I die. But in certain situations, Fed beliefs are going to limit your potential, limit your earning potential, limit your
Like we
networking
couldn't go
potential.
work for NASA, is what you're saying.
I think what he's saying is he's a bigot, and he would not hire people, or he would be discriminatory based on people's beliefs, opinions.
If I observe an effect taking place, does that now mean that I'm the bigot?
What is the effect you observe when somebody's a flat earther?
Well, they could be chosen like against if they express those views in like a potential role.
They could be what?
Like they could be looked over if like maybe they're potentially, being thought of for employment somewhere.
I wonder if that's
why would you do that to somebody?
If you see their views as being a little bit maybe nonsensical, maybe you would pause in selecting them for a role of.
So
that's not
if I thought hold on just a second. So if I thought that the viewpoint of atheism was nonsensical, then I would be justified and right in not allowing somebody to progress in my business based on that.
I think that happens. Would it
Yes.
be right? I don't know if it'd
There's
be
nothing
right.
wrong with that.
I mean, I know plenty of places that do that, but is it right? I mean, it might be right for your business. Is it legal? Probably not.
So
legal.
why are you gaslighting the whole entire room with this line of
What's
of
gaslighting,
questioning?
Napalm?
Exactly what you're doing, where you're trying to insinuate that the viewpoint of most of this room would get them fired, get them be a hindrance towards their workplace, limit their employment, basically getting people
That's
to
not
question
gaslighting.
their whole entire reality based on this standpoint, which is textbook gaslighting.
Gaslighting is denying reality. I'm not doing that.
Okay, that's not
It isn't
gaslighting.
real.
That's not
You're not.
gaslighting. And also, him pointing out that it might affect something in your life is not the same as him saying that it's right for it to affect your life. Somebody pointing out that if you're a black person, this person they know might treat you poorly is not the same as them saying, I'm glad they would treat you poorly. It's just them pointing out something that might be the case.
No, he's gaslighting.
Exactly. You don't know
The
what
thing you
gaslighting
just
is.
described is not gaslighting. You're incorrect about what that word means. You should maybe go look it up.
Gaslighting means that you're getting someone to question their own reality.
You're denying it. Like we went out to dinner yesterday, and I'm like, no, we didn't. We didn't go out to dinner. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It
I
makes
paid the
someone
bill.
think they're crazy.
It's a manipulation tactic, that uses various tactics to try to get the other person to either question their sanity or to question themselves in a way that, and then you use that as a manipulation tactic. So you are doing that right now for sure, because you're
That's
trying
not
to
true. Gio, listen, that's not him pointing out that it might affect your life is an accurate statement and has nothing to do with gaslighting.
It is
whatsoever.
an indirect.
It absolutely could affect your life. That doesn't make it right or wrong. Okay, he's not in what he just said. He didn't say he agrees with it, that it should affect your life. All he said is that it might affect your life, and it absolutely might. That's not gaslighting. That's accurate. It might affect those things.
It's indirectly doing it though, because it's going to lead you to then question if what I believe in is going to affect me later on in my life. That's why he's saying you're gaslighting him. Like
You're
maybe
now
you
trying to dive into
maybe
his
maybe
mind
you don't
and
maybe you don't understand
You
it.
shouldn't
Maybe
be doing
you
that. But
maybe
even if
you
he
don't
did mean
understand
that,
it.
that doesn't mean he's
I can't hear
gaslighting.
anything, guys.
Yeah, you guys are
Can't hear
talking at the
anything.
same time. But Bob, I do hear what you're saying. The thing is, there's multiple things he was saying. What you're saying is not necessarily gaslighting. The practicality of, other people might be judgmental in a business place or whatever. That I understand what you're saying. But I think the gaslighting part is when he was kind of using that a little bit, that kind of bigoted viewpoint of this kind of insinuating that if you think that the Earth is not a globe in that sense, then you might be a little kooky, you might be a little crazy, you might be a little off. Like all of that is trying to get people who, it's a gaslighting technique that people who, it's kind of like publicly trying to put out this message that anybody who thinks this needs to question their sanity. They might be off the rails. They might not have good reasoning, whatever, all that kind of thing that he was trying.
Yeah, if he's using it to imply that because we're like in a minority, or because a lot of people think differently, that somehow would indicate that we have a defect or a problem, then what he's saying is obviously an issue. But if all he's saying is it might affect your life, to me that sounds like an absolutely accurate statement. It might. There might be people who would allow that to change their decisions about you or their thoughts about you. That could happen.
I don't know if you've been around for the whole conversation with this guy over the past, I don't know how many hours, but it's just been an exercise in just exactly what you're saying most of the time.
And
For
you
him
should
to
might
flat out come out and say to me that I'm unqualified to do my job based on his expert opinion that he has no basis for in the realm of accounting and auditing. So it's kind of funny, actually.
I'll point out that if you're not already questioning what you think about your reality, I think there's a problem. I think that if the thing that prompts that is simply other people saying things about it, and you're not already engaged in trying to find what your reality is, then there was already a problem beforehand. That's not necessarily their fault for pointing out their viewpoint. Just because that might shake your viewpoint does not make their saying it somehow morally wrong or incorrect. I question what I think or what I believe all the time, as we all should be, just to make sure. We should be checking and double checking basically constantly. We should be looking to make sure that we got things correctly, that we are looking at things correctly, that we are taking in all the variables, or at least as many as we are capable of taking in, and analyzing them. We shouldn't be telling
Nobody's
someone that they shouldn't say something because that might cause people to question. People should already be questioning. If they're not, that's a problem. Because why aren't they questioning?
So this might
nobody's
happen.
saying that.
Do we have a real world observation of this happening? Because I think you should might in one hand and shit in the other and find out which one fills up quicker.
Yeah, if we're living in a world where if you find out that someone believes a certain thing or a certain way, and you automatically just pinhole him or her into a box, like that's no different than like some a black manager, and then like he sees a name on an application, and the white guy comes in, he's like, I can't stand white people, so you're not going to get the job. That's no different. If you're like, oh, you're a flat earther, I can't stand those guys, get out of here. Like that's legit. Like that's discrimination. That's
Right. The difference in what Pareidolia was doing is he's insinuating that's something that you can change, right? Like if you have a manager that's discriminatory for somebody based on their age or their race or their gender or something like that, it's slightly different than somebody coming in and saying, hey, questioning your reality, putting forth evidence that may support your ideas, right? And having a solid basis and understanding for this. You probably shouldn't do that because it could hurt you in life. Even though I have no substantial evidence to overturn what you're trying to say, I'm going to say what you're saying is disinformation. And I'm going to tell you that it's going to be a hindrance in your life. That's literally what he's done for the past 2 hours.
Verbatim.
Well, isn't that just kind of like the byline for anybody that's rebellious against authority?
Well, I think it's very easy for him to come in here because he's not answering questions. He's not putting forth any evidence of his own, right? And the room has kind of allowed him to dance around any of that. Right. And he has just basically said, kind of gone along these lines of this theme of disinformation, right? Insinuating that somehow we or the room in general is perpetuating disinformation, right? So he's setting that up as a narrative, and he's been doing that for a few hours.
Yeah, it's basically he's a Karen and he's against free speech.
Absolutely.
Well, let me ask you something. Why are you concerned about a few people on the internet expressing their viewpoints and putting forth their evidence for why somebody else is putting forth misinformation? And instead of looking at the actual misinformation, you're trying to attack those that are exposing it with evidence.
I mean, I explained why I think misinformation is dangerous. I'm not really concerned with what people on the internet believe. I think it could be intriguing to talk with them. You know.
So why don't you go on NASA's forums or start calling NASA and be concerned about their disinformation campaign?
Because
I mean,
they're not disinforming.
Knowing the
really?
wrong thing may be dangerous. It may have no effect at all. Like I said, if we think the Earth's flat, then there's no harm, no foul. It's not affecting my personal life in any way. We're all set. But if I think drinking some crazy chemical is going to heal me and it doesn't, and then I drink it, that's some misinformation that could fuck you up. It all depends on what the info is.
But the thing is, Jeremy, like, we can agree that flat Earth doesn't stand on the merits of itself. It requires
Sure it does.
conspiracism.
Nope, not at all. What do I have to? Why does a conspiracy have to be involved for me to experience the world around me?
So, are there agencies that are telling you lies about the shape of the Earth?
If they are or if they aren't, does it matter as to how I can physically go out and observe the world around me?
Yeah, I mean, it can be ancillary connected. I'm not saying that word right. I'm trying to use the word. I'm trying to use the word ancillary, but to like
ancillary.
Yeah, but like, okay, it's connected. It's like the Earth. All right, I was just gonna say I was trying to say the discussion of the Earth in terms of what it is just nature. It's just the Earth. Now, if one comes to a conclusion that it's not what we're being told on this kind of larger mainstream level, then yes, there could be a discussion that there could be people conspiring to tell us it's something that it's not. But the actual Earth just being what it is doesn't necessarily have to involve anything to do with a conspiracy. It's just nature, cosmology, and there's all the other, science, philosophy, spirituality. There's all the kind of ancillary connected components as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but it would also require conspiracism.
No.
Okay.
Why does it require conspiracism on whose part?
On the part of the believer that the Earth would be flat, right? Because there would be a large conspiracy for X quantity of millennia, right?
No, that's incorrect, actually.
No. Going out and making physical observations and gathering data is not dependent upon anything that anybody has told you, anything that anybody's perpetuated towards you, whether or not they conspired to lie to you. None of that is dependent upon what you can physically do in the world to prove to yourself. So why are you trying to say that these two are dependent upon one another?
So if that's the truth, then why doesn't everybody believe it's a flat Earth?
The same reason not everybody believes that there's one true God with a plan for them. Just because I believe one thing and somebody else tells me something different doesn't mean that group of people are conspiring to convince me otherwise. They actually believe the thing that they're saying, and I believe what I'm saying. That doesn't have to involve conspiracy at any point. So I don't mind saying I'm a Christian, okay? That doesn't mean that I think that all the Muslims are conspiring against me. I don't. I think there's Muslims who actually literally believe the thing that they think, okay? I don't think they're right, but that doesn't mean they're conspiring to convince me otherwise.
That's apples and oranges.
It's not apples and oranges. It literally
depends on where you're born.
To what you're saying. A whole bunch of people believing something else and saying it to me is not the same as them conspiring, and it doesn't in any way require a conspiracy. They may actually believe it.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth isn't determined based on what country you're born in. If you're born in Iran, you're gonna believe whatever Iranians believe. If you're born
Yeah,
in the
that's
West,
not
you're going
true.
to be a Christian. If you believe you're
There's
born in
plenty of
No.
Vietnam, you're going to
Here's the
Here's
thing.
the thing. Can I say something here? Here's the thing. I'd like to say something. By your standard, almost every religion would be a conspiracy because each organization believes they have their own religion. So that means they would all conspire to plot against each other to, just disprove their religions, right?
Not even no, it's worse than that. Not just every religion. Literally every idea, thought, or concept is now considered a conspiracy by his standard because if more than one person thinks it, it's automatically a conspiracy.
Yep. So anything that was
But
taught
his
prior to
contention
hold on.
is his contention is
Anything that was
that for you to no, his contention is that if you are a flat earther, or maybe it's a prerequisite to be a flat earther, you need to assume that these agencies are lying and conspiring to lie and then to hide the reality from you. And reality behind that statement is objective truth doesn't contain any teachings. You can go out, like what I know the other guy's saying, you can go out and look at objective reality and either be informed of what you're looking at or make an assessment of what you're looking at. There's two different responses. In this debate, we're informed on how to respond to what the horizon is, mathematically, geometrically, equations, whatever. The average person responds honestly. They don't see what the globers see in this argument in reality. So that's one objective truth that negates this guy's claim that it has to be a conspiracy, because the mathematics in the model is only relevant in this debate. In reality, when you ask somebody what a horizon is or how far away it is, 30, 40, 50 miles. Oh, the hallway. Yeah, the ground does appear to rise up. They'll admit all of these things genuinely because it's objective truths. The reality in this debate isn't based on objective truths anymore. It's based on sophistry
Can I ask you a
and
question?
and appealing to humiliation and you talk about disinformation. You, sir, don't even probably know your own model. So you come across as the misinformation person yourself.
But his claim necessitates the assumption that at any point that somebody believes something differently than you, it is now a conspiracy if they try to tell you that. That's what it has to rest on that if the assumption is that everyone who claims a globe is you're assuming that it's a conspiracy because they're claiming a globe and you believe something different. That necessitates that
you
now
just don't
everyone
understand.
who does the same thing is part of a conspiracy.
No, you're not. You're misinterpreting what it even means to begin with. The very definition, like the reason why it exists. So, like, you can say that, okay, once upon a time, people got together and said, "Oh, hey guys, we're gonna say it's a globe, okay? Because we got all these different things going on. Okay, blah blah blah." Now, it's not a conspiracy until someone proves or points out, like, wait, they are not being truthful, so they conspired because it's not based on truth. Because the truth wouldn't be a conspiracy. The truth is usually something that's harmful and, like, it's not honest. It's dishonest. So if
You guys
later
are
on,
mixing you're mixing two different definitions. One, you're talking about conspiracy, which by definition is more than two people thinking about the same thing. They are conspiring. That is true. But then when you talk about claims, then you can claim that any, whatever conspiracy, which is two or more people talking about the same thing, is true or false. You're mixing two different things because there's a claim, which is a claim, and there are conspiracies, which that is true. Any two people talking about the same subject, they are conspiring.
okay, but what I'm saying is that you don't say someone later on in life that grows up to believe what these people originally conspired about. That doesn't mean they're even on the conspiracy. That just means that they believe it.
Paradolia,
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Prior to people claiming that the Earth is a globe, would you say that people who started to claim that the Earth was a globe was dependent upon a conspiracy that was perpetuated prior to them claiming that the Earth was a globe?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? So historically, we're reeling it back in, right? You're saying that in some way, shape, or form, you have to be conspiratorial to go out and measure and experience the world in a specific way and come to a conclusion.
No, you don't.
So prior to the idea, anybody having the idea that the Earth was a spherical ball, would you say that anybody who went out, took measurements, and came to the conclusion on their own that the Earth was a ball, would you say that they would be conspiratorially minded because
No.
the whole world would have had to conspire to be lying about the shape of the Earth prior to that?
Yeah, I can't tell you of all the specifics that happened at that time, but if you just go out and measure it, you know, and you're saying it's flat
When you
at
say
that time,
just go out and measure it, can you be more specific?
I don't know what were you saying? Make observations. How did you phrase it?
Well, you said go out and
You-
measure it.
You make an analysis of the world around you and you come to a conclusion. Now, if the whole entire world thought that the Earth was flat and you come to a conclusion that the Earth is a sphere or a globe or it's curving, bending, would you then say to that person who comes to you with this knowledge of the Earth being a ball, you must be conspiratorially minded because the whole entire world would have to be lying to you that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that would be true at that point. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, so when people go out and make an honest assessment right now in this day and age and come to the conclusion that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, is that dependent upon a conspiracy?
I would say that they would be conspiracists now, yes, but not
Oh,
fully
now.
Hold on, let me
Oh,
finish.
wait, that doesn't make sense because
I'm not.
listen. For me to test a claim, like
It's
you
the
say,
middle
go
of
and
my
test it.
sentence, like butting into the beginning of yours.
Go ahead, buddy.
So your measuring stuff doesn't make you a conspiracist now. That's independent of the two. Your belief that the Earth is flat and you're being lied to, and that there's a grand conspiracy of them telling people that the Earth is round. That's where the conspiracism comes in. If you back in the day, you know, X quantity of thousands of years ago, were like, bro, I really think the Earth is round, and these guys are just wrong. The argument could be made that they're not conspiring because they didn't know the Earth was round. They thought the Earth was flat. So it's a difference between now and then and now.
But see, you set it up with the whole conspiratorial aspect of it, right? Because you're the one who's saying, well, everybody in the Department of Defense would have to be in on it and lying. Everybody here would have to be lying. So you set up this storyline of this large conspiracy, not anybody in this room.
I didn't set it up.
More importantly,
I said it's
how
a fact. You have to be
more
a
important.
conspiracist to believe this.
More importantly, how is this conspiratorial? If you were to come across a claim such as flat Earth and you wanted to test that claim, one of the first things that I would want to do is to see if there's a way that I can measure this curvature or rotation. Myself personally, right? This is not conspiratorial, right? This is actually trying to counter a claim that I think is ridiculous. Like you claim that you think flat Earth is ridiculous, right? But have you gone and tested the claims? Now, I went through the process where I went to aviation school. I went back to aviation school. And not only did I not adjust for curvature or spin at a 500 mile radius, the first day of class, my instructor said, "Don't worry, it's flat." But he's not a flat earther, right? So the empirical and objective truth when I operate is over a stationary plane. That's just a fundamental truth. What as you begin to uncover the more detail of the story, is that there is this separation between Euclidean and non-Euclidean. But here's where it gets conspiratorial. I'll agree with you, is when somebody makes an unfalsifiable claim. It's probably the best claim you could ever make about a reality that is unseen to the individual's stature compared to what we're claimed to be living on. In other words, because of our stature, it's really hard to determine this curvature, right? So you need to get really high above to see it because there's no way to physically measure it. So what they say that it's a small sections of Euclidean over vast distances that make up a sphere. So if you're going to at least be honest, at least understand that if you read the beginning, the evolution of the scientific mind, they admit they have to have a presupposition to what the horizon is because it's all planar and stationary. This is another reason why they created relativity. So it cannot be a conspiracy to go through the process and understand how through evolutionary thought they created this model from a stationary horizontal plane Earth.
Right, because you can go out there and do it individually and verify what he's saying. I think that's what's going on here. So when you can go out and verify it individually, that puts the conspiracy off the table because by definition, a conspiracy is at least two people talking about the same subject,
But
or at least agree.
why do they teach the Earth is round in school?
Well,
So
they can teach what they want.
here's what the literature says earlier on, believe it or not. So in Greenwich time, when Greenwich, whatever in England, when they were doing global trade, globalism, global trade, Britain, all that jazz, this is what they wrote in the books back then, apparently. And I read it. This is years ago. I read this, so I'm loose memory here. But the idea was because people were kind of dumb. They needed to pay people to get on the ships, but they were afraid that the ships would go over the edge. So they wanted to prove that they could go over the edge and come back and pay all the people this money to do so. So the idea of global trade, global world, that was the motivation, was particularly to also confuse trade routes and do a lot of those particular things. So there was motivation in the beginning, I see politically, because if you were looking at the church was losing also control over the people because there was other books and other material coming out and people are breaking off from the church. So one way to control another population is to, create another model that's scientific and mathematical and new age, right? So a lot of it, again, and a lot of peasants don't know the math, don't know how to falsify it, don't understand the philosophy behind it. Again, it's just another what you see as the scientific evolution of the mind continues on. You can see how it just, like Tesla said, it's just mathematical garb because you're talking about an unseen reality and you're trying to quantify it.
Why are they perpetuating this lie in the classroom in the universities?
So it's a philosophy. At the end of the day, you can still take the optics of your human eye, make a sphere model out of it, and you can have a philosophy mathematically. You can derive it mathematically because if you have a sexagesimal system, 60 by 60 by 24, you're going to have patterns in it. Those patterns are not based on you. It's just how you quantify the patterns that you see, those cycles you see. So sidereal motion is different than diurnal motion. We have all of these anomalies that we're trying to quantify and give constants to. And that's why we have the model that doesn't work. So I can give you a couple examples on both models that don't work when it comes to measuring star positions or sunrises.
But that wasn't my question.
Nobody's lying. The teachers aren't lying. They believe it too.
It's not like inherently they're going to be malicious because we grew up in the consensus of it. So when you grow up in the consensus of it, you don't even think to question it. And so this is why it's really interesting because there are people that have gone out and asked pilots what their objective reality is. And they all admit that the Earth is stationary and planar. I shouldn't say all, that's a generalization. That's not true. So, but anyway, there's enough, hold on, there's enough of that. So it's not like you're growing up with a malicious lie, and it's not like the globe's a lie. It's a malicious lie, like intent, like it, to me, it's not like there's not any inherent evil to it, but it's what I like about it is the idea is that how was it made? It's made from the idea that it's beyond our senses. We cannot detect it, but we have all these mathematical descriptions and a model to describe it. That is the reality.
Do people know that it is a flat Earth and they're just like this?
Well, let's say what he's
flat Earth is a misnomer. First of all, flat Earth has always been a misnomer and set up.
Let me make a point. So let's say what he's saying is true, that it was just an honest mistake when Galileo and Copernicus came up with the spinning ball model, and we've come to this point where we're like, wow, okay. Well, what I think is interesting is the pushback, like how hard it is to talk about this. So if it was an honest mistake and they were using telescopes and, they were just like, oh, well, gee, I guess it's not, if we go out there and actually look at it and, see water's level and, we can't really, prove with photographs or anything. So the fact that we get so much resistance at this point, I think that kind of puts it off the table as far as it being an honest mistake. You
I
know,
would
there
agree.
are teachers that think that, you know, they've grown up, they've loved Star Wars and the whole space thing and the balls and all that stuff, and they didn't do it intentionally to deceive their students. They were excited about it. They wanted to teach their students, right, the exciting exploration of outer space. But then once you have this evidence come to your table and once you start looking at things for yourself, you go out there, you're like, wait a second, I've never seen a curve on the ocean. Pilots are like, nope, it doesn't work unless it's stationary. And once this comes to the table, you can't go on claiming or assuming that the ball was an honest mistake. At that point, you're like, all right, you got to take your
Exactly.
path.
Exactly. So flat Earth's data, like, how could it be an honest mistake? Like that people were like, we went to outer space, we did spacewalks. How is that an honest mistake?
Well, again, it's something that's unfalsifiable to you and me in this room. We'd have to appeal to authority to it. So to you, a spacewalk is possible because you see it on TV. To me, it requires an element that's beyond physical reality that we can be subjected to. In
Yeah.
other words, if you're going to have these spacesuits, well, then how come there's no spacesuits here in vacuum chambers demonstrated? It's always
Is
only demonstrated. Hold on, it's always demonstrated up there where we can't falsify it. But we have pools that you see that they practice in. So again, there's some shrouded problem, or there's some shrouded mystery in how we could actually verify the information.
yeah.
That's where you come to. So to me, it doesn't mean that can't happen over a planar Earth, because even if you look at the math, the law of science, straight lines and angles to all these positions, and yeah, sure, maybe they claim 22,000 miles and some of the measurements. I can't falsify that stuff,
So
right?
so on a flat Earth, you could enter into orbit.
Well, there are demonstrations, and again, it is another philosophy of what could be happening over a planar surface due to a toroidal type magnetic flux that sits above the surface of the Earth. It looks like a what do you call it? A flower, flower of life, basically. And it can be, if you can take that geometry, and the geometry is transposable between that planar system and a spherical system. In other words, they can transpose between, and that's one wonderful thing about math, and the deception of it is because it's a language to describe a reality that you can't falsify. It's unfalsifiable,
Mm.
and that's the truth. So,
Well, another follow-up question: what's with the photographs they take from space of Earth?
well, you asked me what's the photograph, and when you say that, are we talking 1972? Are we talking the Apollo mission photograph, or was it
Well, like,
1972? Yeah, which
let's
one are we talking about?
let's say like
Because
all photographs.
well, they don't match, right? So which one would you want to use as which one would you want to present as evidence? Because they're all very different. They all have different land masses, land sizes, different clouds. Some are copy and pasted. Like which one would you actually bring to the table?
Well, I'd say
Yeah,
let's bring any of them to the table. But my real question
No,
is
just
why?
bring one. Not any. Just bring one. Your
Yeah.
favorite picture
I know,
ever.
but
And
I'm
if
trying
hold
to
on,
make
it's
a
not.
point. I'm trying to make a
Okay, go
point.
make it. Well, so am I. I'm trying to make a point as well.
Okay,
My point is that whatever you present, you're going to have to realize that what you do present is going to be drastically different from any other photograph that is represented. Plus, you're going to represent that has something that is not genuine in the way it's been processed, and that becomes now into a conversation of what exactly
Okay,
processing is.
for sure. I
So,
agree with you. Now, can I ask, why are they presenting us these photographs of this spherical shaped object they call Earth?
primarily, it's unfalsifiable. It's a great story. There's nothing inherently evil with the spherical Earth in essence, but it's a great moneymaker. It sells a lot
So,
of T-shirts and makes a lot of movies.
so you're
It's
saying they're not
also a
telling us
very
the
good
truth.
way to it's a very good containment
You're saying
vector.
they're not telling us the truth.
Yeah, there
I'm
could
saying
be
that
more
they have.
land.
I'm saying that there are plausible, rational reasons why they can create a model, and perhaps why would they go? Let's say, for instance, if you're trying to prove where you're on, because you're really tiny, you've got to do some things. First of all, you got to create a new set of geometry. Because your Euclidean doesn't work, your non-Euclidean doesn't work, so you have to create a new form of new mathematical understanding to apply the hypothesis or hypotheses or whatever you want to call it. Because the limited tools that we have, presented only one system, which was Euclidean, right? The Earth was Euclidean and stationary. We had to change our tools to test. So our tools gave us a different answer, and that would have been of a spherical nature, right? But that doesn't represent the surface we're on. It represents the sky and outer space. The conflation is taking the sky and outer space and putting it to the surface of the Earth.
So
Now, it apparently works in a model that you can use, but it's the misunderstanding is the model's not perfect. It's riddled with errors, and it really only works compartmentalized. And what I mean by compartmentalized and how it works is because it's based on the individual's
yeah,
observation.
but that's cool. I'm looking at the pictures that they're giving us, though. Why are they giving us those pictures?
Hey, so buddy,
Well,
do you
I just said
Data,
I
before
just
you go
said because
forward, man, because you
if
just
they
went on for like 5 minutes
he,
straight
he
after
asked me a
he
question, right?
claimed that the pictures, right? So
Yeah, he asked me.
does he have a claim as to any of these pictures? You said, what are they lying about the pictures? So would you be able to put forth what you say is a picture, not an image, but a picture of the globe from outer space?
He asked for a reason of why they would present the ball as the model. And my answer is, okay, if you had some
Why are
extra
you entertaining that though?
well, listen, if you had some extra territory that you wanted to keep secret from other people, if you could con
He's
them
just getting
into
you to go into
thinking,
speculation zone, Flack. Do you
well,
have any
listen,
evidence
Yeah.
for extra territory, Flack?
no, he
That's
just
when we
asked.
don't need to go to
Wait,
speculation. We're not interested in
hold on.
speculation right
Can
now,
I
dude.
can I finish the end? He asked
This
the
is what
question of
this is
why.
the thing is those photos are
You're
speculation.
interrupting me.
That's the whole point.
So he
With
asked
his
the
feet to the
question
fire,
of
why are you guys doing the speculation for him, man?
he asked the question of why they would present a ball. And I'm saying if, I'm not saying there is, I'm just saying if there was extra territory and you wanted to keep that secret, if you could convince the population that they're on a ball that somehow isolates them from, outer space,
Yeah,
relativity, whatever, that would be very effective.
I
And
And
understand
so,
funny
that's your
enough,
view of it.
you
Paradolia,
can't
why do you think that the
Here
image that
here's
they presented to
here's
you
why.
is a
Can I
I'll tell you why
factual
they'll do
image?
it.
Can I please just?
I'll give you a concise answer of why they do it is because at the end of the day, if you cannot falsify it, it's unfalsifiable. It's control. Number one. Number two, if you have a religion and your religion is a higher truth, and that higher truth is in this case it's not necessarily the heliocentric model, but that particular outer space, planets, alien races, all that other stuff, then you can create it. You can make it happen.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get at. Now let's wrap it back around to conspiracism. Flat Earth relies on conspiracism. That's what I'm getting at.
It doesn't, because I'm just trying to tell you that literally the reason why I chose Flat Earth Data, the name,
What
because I
did you
thought it was
just say? You said
I
it's
thought it was a
number
joke.
one, control. Number two.
Well, that's what it's always been. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
the
so
shape of the Earth or not. It's
so
control,
who's
the
period.
ball would be
controlling? Who's controlling?
conspiracism too,
Hold on.
That's what's
Who's
weird.
controlling?
No, it's control of the mind. Okay, it's government mind. It's government control,
Yeah,
right? They
and the
control the
ball would be
population,
the
what they
same.
think, what they buy, all that stuff. It's very well
Flat
known.
Earth
So
is dependent upon conspiracism.
no, it's not. I'm just trying to tell you that if you come across a
You literally
claim,
just told me it was.
no, control is why they show you a picture of a ball. Because if you believe it, then you're under their spell. You have no way to test it. I'm
You're
not saying
literally
it's not
telling me
true.
how you're
I'm not saying
conspiracy.
it's not true. I'm saying you have no way to test it. Do you understand? If you don't have any way to test it, you require a belief system at this point. You've now decided to believe. You have no reason because
You're
your brother
proving
thinks it,
my
your
point
sister
for me,
thinks it.
bro.
No, you're not, because you're not understanding that there's no conspiracy to go out and fly a plane, learn how to operate one, and you don't operate for any spinning, any curvature. So objective truth is there's no conspiracy in that. If you're talking about why to question things, that's not to be necessarily conspiratorial. It's
I
just
didn't say it was.
if you cannot falsify it, or if it's an unfalsifiable claim, then you have to believe it. So
Isn't
that's
the
what we're
ball
talking.
conspiratorial though? Isn't the ball conspiratorial? Like, can
Well,
you agree on that? No,
at
not
the end of
you.
the day, no, I
Yeah,
don't think so. I don't think it is conspiratorial, because if you read Ptolemy and you read, like, even Ptolemy admits that he
well,
had to use
no,
a
I'm just saying
presupposition
that
without
there's more
a
than one person. claiming that you're on a ball, so it has to be conspiratorial. Either way.
No, because look, dude, there's no malice in trying to figure out what you live on. Okay, there's
Well, I'm
nothing
just saying if
evil.
it's more than
So if you're
one person,
if you're tiny,
it
and you
is
have
a
opposite star,
conspiracy.
if you're tiny and you have opposite star rotations, if you're tiny and you want to know why you have opposite star rotations, and you go measure all the stars, and then you create a spherical system out of it, and it works for you, well, it's probably a good indication you might live on a sphere, right? But the paradox is it's a stationary planar Earth. So
It
what's
talks like a horse.
interesting? Let me finish. What's interesting is the transpose. You can transpose mathematical geometries between a planar sphere, a planar. What do you call it? Planar sphere. It's like stereographic projection, but it's spherical planar. What the astrolabe is made for. It takes a planar surface and takes a 3D surface and projects it on a 2D plane, and that happens all over the surface. So you could have multiple observers simultaneously using an astrolabe 100 miles apart from each other, and all operating on a planar surface between them, getting the angles to the stars. So the pragmatic practical use is a paradox if you want to go outside of your reality. The outside of your reality claims that you'd be a sphere. So if you want to paint pictures of it, make photographs of it, and make composites of it, which we claim that's why the space pictures are a little wonkies, because they're not true images. They're it's not a photograph, sorry. It's images, which means they're layered animation or time lapsed or small sections stitched together to create a full image. And when you do that, you can slap that on any kind of object,
Like
and
your
there's the
book's
shape.
gonna be like 8 million pages long, dude. Yeah, but one of the unfalsifiable claims is they got us moving through they got the Earth moving through space at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like there's no way you can falsify that.
Well, I mean, how did they determine that they're moving that fast?
Assumptions based on light.
Yeah, relativity math. It's all based on assumptions.
So can you falsify it via the route that they determined it?
No, because if you were honest about your own model, you'd know there's a crisis in cosmology right now in your own self. Understanding that even physics itself can't explain the models, and they're going back to like old theories. So, look, it's flat Earth is not a conspiracy when you go out and you test the claims, and that's the whole point.
I think you
The
have a
whole
problem with labels. You're like, no, it's not a
no,
conspiracy, but it
you're
has all
labeling.
these conspiracy
It's not a
attributes.
conspiracy. Reality is not a conspiracy, dude. It's trying to get together with somebody else to figure out what your reality is.
It's not a conspiracy,
Right?
but they're here to control us.
Okay. No, I see
Well,
what
government
you're
is for
saying.
sure. Churches are for sure. It's just, are you dumb that way? Like, I'm not offensive. I don't want to insult you, but you can't be dumb. Church has been known to control populations. CIA,
all right,
FBI, CSIS,
hold on.
all
I
those
see what he's
government
saying.
agencies. I don't understand what you're trying to say, dude.
Like if someone
What he's
tells me that I'm
saying
a
is
dude,
that flat Earth, you can go out and you can test it individually, but the ball, you have to have a group that agrees with it, right? You can't go out on your own in your own little Cessna plane all by yourself and know that you're landing on a stationary landing strip. And when you fly up in the air, you see flat water. If you're a Navy, submariner, whatever, radar operator, it's all based on a stationary plane. So I think what he's saying is when he says flat Earth's not a conspiracy, it's because you can go out and test it individually. Whereas with the ball, you always got to have a bunch of friends with you saying you got a PhD. Oh, look, we got relativity math. Oh, look, we all do. You don't. Right? That is interesting.
PhD.
One of the observations you can do is see if you can falsify the physical horizon of the globe Earth. There is many observations you can do to test the mathematics. So if you want to go and test the mathematics and try it out, you can go do it.
Pareidolia.
Have you done that, Pareidolia?
What? I didn't hear
Have
you.
you done what Data said?
No.
Do you think, Pareidolia, that Russia, China, and America get along?
To some degree, but not to some degree.
So right now there's like a war, Russia, Ukraine, and America's on Ukraine's side, right?
Yeah.
So they're not really that would be like enemies then with Russia, correct?
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Opposite sides of a war.
Okay, where are you going?
Are they not in a treaty together?
I don't know.
It's the longest standing treaty. Back in the 1800s, they were the ones that blockaded the British.
Check it out. You're not allowed to go past the 66.6 south latitude.
So Paradolia, you haven't done any of the math, right?
No.
You don't know if there's any legitimate pictures. You don't really have any insight
there's
or
legitimate pictures.
investigative, inquisitive mindset as to whether or not what you're being told is or is not correct information. So are you saying basically, since you grew up in a society that told you a thing and you are scared to question that thing must be 100% true even without investigation?
Well, I think there is a subset of people that do have an insufficient analytical mindset. They're more intuitive in nature. I would agree with that.
Yeah, so why do you possess those qualities, do you think?
But that wouldn't be me.
So you haven't investigated, and you seem to not have an analytical mindset, because based on conversations we've had over the past few hours, you don't seem to possess the analytical mindset you would need to be able to properly assess the situation.
Well,
so why do you think that your belief system, based on no actual evidence, just what people have told you, is the correct one?
Well, those that score high in intuitive thinking have a tendency to endorse conspiracism.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, he's talking about
So
conspiracy right there. You have to know the math, and you got to be part of the clique in the group. You got to be part of the club. If you know the math, then you know the truth, right?
And they
Even though
ignore.
individual, you can
why,
go out there,
Zach,
you can.
why do you come in to just basically bolster his conspiracy argument? Why do you
Not at
feel the
all.
need to do that?
Not at all. I'm objective. I look at both views. I try to look at both things
How dare
neutrally.
you?
We need that more.
So what you're saying, Paradolia, is that everybody who would be in this room or considers themselves to have an alternative cosmology in some way, shape, or form, they all test the same? Is that what you're saying?
No.
You're saying they lack analytical skills?
No.
So they have really good analytical skills.
They I don't know how far the deviation is on these studies offhand.
What studies are you referring to?
The studies that would indicate these findings.
Do you have any example of these studies that you're referring to?
I could Google them.
So when you say that people have a propensity to believe conspiracy theories, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, those that endorse conspiracy theories or conspiracism, I forget the language they use, they tend to be more intuitive in nature.
Okay, just to clarify, so this type of individual that you want to categorize having these attributes or characteristics, is there like a limit to the conspiracies? Because I mean, I've heard things that there's cloning going on. They're cloning actors. You got I don't know. I think Gaia is one of them, which apparently there's maybe green aliens living in the center. I mean, there has to be a threshold to
No one here
legitimate
believes.
conspiracies. Like,
Yeah,
we don't believe that shit, dude.
No one here believes that birds are fake. CIA doesn't make birds. Okay,
Well, I
that's
think
ridiculous.
that you guys, after
Oh,
talking to you
yes,
guys,
they do.
after talking to a number of flat earthers, I realize that you're not all the same. So if I take someone's belief from one discussion and I transfer it to another discussion, that individual is usually offended that I make the same assumptions from the previous person's beliefs. I don't think that you guys all think the same thing. I think you're definitely diverse in your views. But.
So
But
why do you
primarily,
come to
it's
this
about
forum?
testability. You have
If
to
you don't,
understand we're about testability. Like, what can we test? What can we get our hands on? What can we look at? What can we compare against? It's not just accepting to accept. That's the unfortunate part,
well, that's what
right?
pareidolia does, but then he projects that lack of actual analytical ability to discern things and go and test for himself. He projects that onto us, which is kind of ironic.
The reason I bring up the birds thing is because not everybody believes all the same stuff. Now, I haven't looked into birds, whatever. The point is they use it out there to make us look stupid. So all you got to do, it doesn't matter if it's true, right? All you got to do is say it like this, in this tone. They think birds are fake. Yeah, they think the CIA makes fucking birds. That's all you got to do. And then
Yeah,
people
he's a
they
flat
look dumb
earther.
forever.
And that's the unfortunate part, because you're missing out from an actual really good conversation. If you get a good bite, it's a very long chew. Some of us have been around here for a few years.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I have a friend who immediately, when a conversation starts to get outside the realm of anything that his television or mainstream news would tell him, it's about 2 sentences before he starts talking about lizard people and all of that stuff, referring to me, right? Like the minute I go off in any type of deviation from what
Yeah.
an approved media source would be providing, like just the slightest deviation, he immediately starts to come with some sort of ad hominem attack about lizard people that I've never even mentioned. Lizard people, I don't even know the.
I know, man. What is it with that comeback? It's
Dude,
like,
dude,
what?
Or
dude.
spaghetti
Did you guys
monster.
look up the?
I'm just
Did you guys
talking
look at
about
the Greek?
level water, and you got to bring up lizard people? It's like, what the hell, dude?
Well, look up Gaia. It's the it's a Greek. It's a Greek god, I think, Gaia. But apparently, the rumor is that this is a billionaire's religion, and it's it's focused towards this hollow Earth stuff. And
Yeah, but
you
we
know what
were
I'm
just
talking about?
talking about flat water. We were just talking about level water. And then this guy has to come up with this lizard shit and like all these gods and deities. And you're like, no, dude, I'm just going out here and I'm looking at how the water on the ocean is flat. I wasn't talking about aliens or lizard people or deities or gods or none of that. I was just like, hey, look, that's kind of weird.
Pareidolia is still there. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Now, am I correct to understand that flat Earth, the connotation of flat Earth is so bad that it's best for an individual in his best interest, according to you, to think that there's aliens and outer planets and galaxies, that one day he can go there to Mars, maybe on Elon's rocket ship, and that there's, maybe there's aliens walking here on Earth. Like, he's really into aliens. Like, he's like got alien
That's
tattoos,
way more
pyramids.
plausible.
But that's what I'm saying. So how come that doesn't enter into your mind as ludicrous or absurd, or because if it is misinformation, disinformation, flat Earth, whatever,
I
alien,
know, yeah.
then wouldn't it be that it's just as damaging to mislead people into believing that there's aliens when there's not?
I would say that there's a gradient. I would say that aliens are pretty far out there for
Refraction.
me. Like,
Wait, let me guess. It's
The church,
relative. It's all
yeah,
relative.
the church
Yeah, yeah,
teaches
yeah, yeah,
demons,
yeah, yeah.
though. The church teaches
aliens.
demons. Demons have been around for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Right? Are
There's
the church
plenty of people.
are the church doing misinformation on demons? Or demons
I
real?
mean, plenty of people believe in God, right? But like, we're a little short on
Or are demons
miracles,
real?
right?
Do you believe
So,
in demons? Do you believe in angels and demons?
are you going to ask me 100 questions, or just want me to answer
Well, I'm
one? Or
curious because you talk about flat Earth being misinformation, but there's so much out there that's way more damaging, because flat Earth is only getting you to ask and to look.
is that a
When
no?
Well, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
Yeah, I think there's a gradient. I think people that believe in aliens wouldn't be as damaging in that sort of setting as you put it, as like maybe if the flat Earth belief would be.
What do you mean by
And
gradient?
how so? Because the
Like,
way I
how
see
does
flat Earth,
gradient
how
apply to theology?
well, he's talking about your character and your belief system, and how it would get other people to believe something that would be damaging to society.
Yeah,
So
and I'm just, I'm,
while flat Earth
how,
will hold in. Well, flat Earth would hold institutions to claim, right? Essentially, that would be the damaging result of flat Earth, is because all these other institutions teaching these other theories.
I think it'd be
right?
damaging to the individual, not to anything else. Like you said, I believe in aliens. Like that's like fairly acceptable. It's like, okay, bro, cool. But if you're like, I believe in flat Earth, you're like, wait, what? You know, so it's
Well,
a
that's
little
what I'm
bit.
saying. That it's a pretty extreme reaction. I mean, there shouldn't be any response to flat Earth. Nobody should care. But there's literally a visceral, programmed response.
Yeah,
Like
I
I've
could see
documented.
your view on that. I can see how you believe that. But looking from
No.
the
I've
other side,
documented it, bro. Like, listen. Like I
can I
said,
can I
my
just
name
finish
Flat
real
Earth
quick?
Data. Well, just understand, my name Flat Earth Data was to mock Flat Earth. It was because at the time it was creating videos of all these retarded flat earthers. So I thought I would do the same, and then I was like, I can't make a video on this because that doesn't make sense. Anyway.
So when you go to church, do you bring in a protractor and a compass and a ruler to make sure it's true?
What, the invisible things in the air?
Yeah, think about that.
Do I measure Jesus or
Well,
God?
when you start bringing gradient, which is a definition of measuring, into a theological discussion, it's just kind of weird.
Well, aliens aren't theologically. It's
Oh, so you
humans
have
on
one?
Earth.
You can, dude, put it on, man. It'll go viral. I want to see this shit.
See what?
Aliens, you know,
Erdolia, do you believe there's aliens?
and
No,
reptilians and all that stuff, you know.
I don't
And how
think
come
that.
every time they
I don't think
present this
there's.
evidence is super pixelated and it's all CGI and like what is this?
I don't think there's aliens how we portray them. I think if the universe is kind of infinite, we couldn't reach another conclusion than that there would be life forms at other planets. Have they visited us? I think that's impossible. Like, I think that's a number of
So you're
interesting
talking about
phenomenon.
extra territory, extra
Okay,
terra
so
that you
may
can
I
might go
interject?
to with a boat instead of a rocket
Just
ship.
he just said earlier about them lying to us about stuff. I think the Pentagon just released a information saying that there's an alien mothership above us sending out probes. This is something like the United States government released, right? So what do you think of that? Like, what's more damaging, flat Earth or that
Why
shit?
are they lying?
So can you put a link for that?
Yeah.
Well, just go look it up. I didn't make it up, man. I saw it like a few times. Now, how legit it is, it doesn't matter. But
Well,
that's
I
some
mean, if
serious.
that's
That's
something
some
I'd like
serious
to see.
I
If
feel
you,
like if the Pentagon came out with something like that, the news would be fucking parroting it right
yeah,
now.
so
I know, right? Like
not
where is it? Like where is it?
it's some fakery.
So Paradolia, when you said if the universe is infinite or ever expanding, you said if, so you don't believe that?
I think they're finding out new things and revising theories every day. So, what is it? The James Webb Telescope
So
found a larger number of galaxies that we didn't know was there.
Well,
That
it
shouldn't have
was
been
the
there.
Big Bang,
so
actually.
when
The Big Bang says that
just go
it's
ahead,
ever
Flag. Just go ahead and talk on that.
Yeah, so it was all over the internet. I'm going to send you a whole bunch of news links. But yeah, this is from Fox News. Pentagon officials suggest alien mothership in our solar system could be sending mini probes. That's from Fox News. The other one is Live Science. Alien mothership lurking in our solar system could be watching us with tiny probes, Pentagon official says. The next one is Washington Examiner. I don't know how legit that one is. Pentagon official claims alien mothership could
Okay,
send a
what?
ship. So, look, dude.
Have you heard of fake news?
Yeah, he
It
just
doesn't.
said Fox News.
No, fake news.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Fox.
MSN.com. Government official says an alien mothership is close to Earth. This is MSN.com. Let me
Can
go.
you
Keep
link
going.
it? Can you put it in text? We can
Just
examine it.
type it in, dude. American military news. Alien mothership may be sending probes to
Why
Earth.
am I
Pentagon UFO chief
gonna look
posts
up
Harvard
your
professor
claim?
in draft paper. Let me keep going here. Let me see what else. Yahoo, it's there too. Greek Reporter, it's there. So it's all over mainstream news. You just probably haven't heard it. Oh, ScienceTimes.com. Pentagon officials thinks that alien mothership roams around our solar system could deploy small probes on Earth. Keep going down. What else?
Oh, that one's gotta be legit. Oh yeah,
Oh,
for sure.
wait, here's Toronto Sun. Toronto Sun,
So,
Canada.
and you believe this? You believe this?
It's possible alien motherships have visited Pentagon officials. No, because what I'm trying to do is refute Buddy's claim that flat Earth is dangerous when you got this kind of shit going on.
But you understand what anybody can say something, and then there's a bunch of articles that will get picked up automatically, and then even news will pick up those articles, even if they're not real. And it's
My
not
case in point.
it
It's
could
not
all just
flat
be
Earth that's being
bullshit. It
picked
could be
up,
an
is it?
article written by
It's not flat Earth. It's
that
not
just
flat Earth
got.
being picked up, is it? No, it's UFOs, Pentagon, UFOs, Pentagon, UFOs, Pentagon. That's what's being picked up, buddy.
And then you can go out if you live near a beach with a ruler, just a little 12-inch ruler in your hand, and you can line up a lighthouse on one side and another lighthouse on the other side, and you know there's about 200 miles in between these two points because you've driven and you've rowed your boat between those points, and then you hold the ruler up, and it's weird. It's flat.
Definitely locally flat, brother.
No, I could believe that it's a ball, but based on the math and the maps they've given us, 25,000 miles around the circumference, 8 miles per 8 inches per mile squared. Based on those metrics, I go out there. There's something missing here. The curve.
So I think the
Where is it?
conversation is surprisingly never on conspiracism in here. It's always on flat Earth.
It's about just testing claims, brother, and being able to present the claims that you test, and then if
Yeah,
you're
I
going
can
to come up
I
with
can
a
agree. I can understand that. But what I'm saying is,
that's the
I think there's
fundamental. That's just, dude. That's it. That's all it is. That's all flat Earth represents. Truly, it's it. It isn't some hate on government. It isn't some hate on anything
yeah, but
else.
it relies on conspiracism.
No, it does
So
not.
wouldn't you think that you would
Because you do not.
investigate what
I just told you can go out there by yourself on a beach and use a ruler, and you can
No,
match up points, and you can prove that the curvature math based on the 25,000 mile circumference of the ball is wrong.
Yeah, but
We
what
don't.
what if an
either it's
individual
100 times
thinks that's
bigger,
the case,
or they screwed up on the math. Either way, it's wrong.
Yeah, so this is what you haven't realized yet. I urge you just to go study the Alchemist and read Ptolemy's work, because he admits it, eh? This is the thing you don't realize. All earlier, even Bernard Riemann, who created manifold geometry, Riemannian geometry for relativity, he even admits that the Earth is all planar, and they needed a new mathematical geometry to represent outer space, and they needed a manifold that was free of any kind of actual matter, so that the mathematical system wouldn't be would be unaffected. But they had all admit this. Even Ptolemy admits that the horizon is a presupposition.
but that's not in contention.
Here's what you have to realize is that if at any point that you get in higher elevation and you move across the Earth, you're moving across a plane. So the paradox is, it's stationary, it's planar everywhere you go. There's no curve, you don't dip, no control for spin or anything. That's reality. How do you know it's a sphere at this point? And what they do is they try to map it at the stars of the skies, and then they give it a spherical nature due to the stars in the skies. That was the conflation. And it's only represented in a model. In reality, you transverse over a planar stationary Earth, dude. That's reality.
But don't you find that surprising that there's no discussion on?
Look, if
the
you understood it at this, your model dictates that for an observer 6 feet high, the horizon, a physical marcator point where things will disappear over the edge, if you will,
I'll take
or
that as a no.
go. What was the question? I didn't hear it.
Why conspiracism is never talked about?
Well, the idea of conspiracism is for what manner? If you realize it's not a group, we don't actually form groups really well. Okay, there's no movement, there's no leader. I don't know if you understand that. It's not a cohesive
What server
movement.
are we in right now?
I think
It's a
he's looking
place.
for the Flat Earth Society, is what he's saying. He's
Yeah.
trying to
So
get it.
you're looking at a place where people come to discuss many things, not just flat Earth, But more importantly, it's a conversation that sometimes is like, the average world doesn't talk about relativity, doesn't talk about geometry, doesn't talk about physics, doesn't talk about math equations. This server does, dude. So this server is like an educational channel. It's not just because of flat Earth. It's people want to actually learn the shit.
Where would you go if you wanted to learn that?
Well, first of all, you'd have to go to the beginning, which I used Library of Congress and started getting the older books. I can't give you any of the titles right now because I'd have to go look them up. One of them is called The Evolution of the Scientific Mind from Newton to Einstein. I believe that's the title, paraphrasing it. But that one clearly will tell you the beginning and why they had to come up and create solutions to what they considered problems, which in this server, you don't get direct rebuttals in that regards from the globe, or you'll get obfuscation and sophistry. So like you're asking me where would I go to get it? In institutions, if I go to a school and I start to talk about how angular resolution is an optical illusion, and we talk about the horizon, well, there's a lot of people that are not going to understand that conversation. So where do you go to have that conversation? I can go to an optometrist, but he himself won't entirely understand the contention. He'll immediately get offended. I'll give you an example, and I'll be done because I know I'm long. Apologize. I asked the optometrist, the hallway. When you look down a really long hallway, there's a convergence. The ground rises up, the ceiling comes down into a vanishing point, or almost there, up depending on the length of the hallway. I said, what causes that? The optical illusion. Oh, refraction, whatever. No big deal. And I'll ask him about the horizon. He says, well, that's Earth curve. And I said, well, wait a second. The ground isn't rising in the hallway and the ceiling isn't coming down in the hallway, but the sky and the ground are doing the same thing. They won't go past that question. It's a hard question for them to answer. And then if you press them on how far away that horizon is in your model, it's only 16,000 feet away. So what do you live on? What do you live on? A tiny, tiny little ball? No, dude. It's your optics that you're measuring, and you're conflating it as a ball.
But what if you ask that very same optometrist about the government control?
No, Paradolia, what you're missing is
I love that. I love that because I have a chiropractor. I have a chiropractor who did not do the space juice or corona juice, whatever you want to call it, because he saw what the government had conspired to do in such a short period of time.
Yeah, but
isn't it weird how chiropractors have become like the most honest doctors when before they were like the dishonest? The other doctors would say, "Oh, you had a chiropractor tell you that. Here, let me give you some pills. Let me prescribe you some drugs here." But now, all of a sudden, the chiropractors are like the honest guys.
Okay, Paradolia, what you're missing is when we go to survey the Earth, we make sure we act as if it's level and it's stationary, it's flat. When we make railroad tracks, we do that. When we drive our cars, we do that. When we take an airplane in the sky, they tell you to treat it as flat, level, stationary. They don't tell you to account for any curvature, nothing. So I think it's a little weird that everything we do for application on a ball, we just treat it as flat and stationary. Don't you think that's a little weird?
Why did they do that?
I know. Maybe
the Earth is not what you've been told it is.
Why do you think that is, Torah or Yah?
Why do I think that is? I think because in my mind, logically, to fly around a ball would be different than flying on a flat plane. Do you agree?
Well, let's say you were on an extremely large ball. Would it benefit you to treat it as though it's a ball, or would it benefit you to treat it as though it's flat, if it's essentially flat for your purposes where you're standing from your perspective?
I don't know if I'm going to go around the whole thing.
You're trying really hard to save that one. You're talking about treating it flat because it's essentially flat because you're on a big sphere. Again, you have to realize it doesn't matter where you go, it's going to be planar. Even if it doesn't matter what you do, that's what it is. It doesn't rotate and it doesn't curve.
If you say it that it's planar, does it make it planar?
Well, why does an airplane
that's the
treat
reality,
it like
bro?
that?
So yeah.
Why would an airplane treat it as planar when you're saying, oh, there's some flat spots on a ball? So there's flat spots on a ball? Is that possible?
How
Or
come
does
they
it
call them
curve all of
airplanes?
it?
Shouldn't they call them air balls? Like, why do they call them
No,
airplanes?
come on,
They
man.
should be
Hold
air
on.
balls,
See, this
right?
is one of
I
my
mean, come on,
This is one
let's
of my
get
most
to it.
favorite arguments that Flat Earth brings up. They're like flat water,
No,
flat
everything
plains,
we do,
flat Earth.
everything we do on the earth, when plane surveyors do their job, they don't take account any curvature. And then they build buildings. When an airplane takes off from a runway, he doesn't imagine the earth is spinning at a certain way. So if he's going to travel from north to south, it doesn't even bother him.
Surveyors don't take in the shape of the earth.
A planar surveyor, a plane surveyor.
Yeah, 250
What-
miles of planar surveying, right?
What do
You can treat the
planar
Earth as
survey?
flat.
You've never
So you
heard of a
don't know.
plane surveyor?
Yeah, you don't know what planar surveying is. It's up to 250 kilometers, and you treat the Earth as flat.
What type of tools do they use?
Here we go.
Theodolites, buddy.
I'm
Do
just
they
going to start.
detect curvature? Plane surveyors, are they detecting curvature, or is it your geodetic surveyors that are going ahead and adding map and
The
all
next
kinds of?
time I board a 747, I'm going to call it an air ball. It's a huge air ball.
Dude,
That's
plane is a wanderer, man. So why would we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, even though it's a spinning ball?
That was my question.
Well, you would get your answer,
Very
wouldn't you,
good
by
question.
the way you treat something and how you operate it? It would be very indicative of what your environment was, which is if you didn't have to adjust for rotation, that means it would be stationary. And if you didn't have to adjust for curvature, it mean it would be planar.
So if you're flying an airplane and they're like, "Bro, treat it like it's a ball," then what would you change?
People would
Well,
die.
if hypothetically, if
You would
for
just
instance,
crash into the ground.
hypothetically, the plane, because it's independent of the shape of the Earth, I can fly up and down valleys, hills, and mountains, right? Because it works off the wind. Doesn't give a shit at the shape of the Earth. That's why I can fly over mountains. I would have to fly to the contour. The rate of curve is what I would have to do. So let's say I was approaching a valley, and that valley had a curve to it. I would actually follow the curve of that valley as I moved down. That's what I could physically do with an airplane to control how it flies based on the environment I'm in. So if the environment I'm in it has curve to it, I would have to fly around that curve. If my environment has planar, then I would have to fly planar to it. It would be just the natural function of
You'd be
reality.
aware of it then.
At what rate would you need to follow?
It doesn't matter what at rate. What I suggest you do is just
Oh.
ask pilots in your real life,
So the
not
size
in your
of the
piece of paper.
ball wouldn't matter.
No, because
if
you
you're-
think
if
it's
you're-
1 degree per 69 miles, which is a rate thing you took off the sky, and now you're applying that to the Earth.
That's even worse because at the end of the day, they when you fly small aircraft, you actually use the 60-to-1 rule, which is have to do with wind drift, which has nothing to do with curve, nothing to do with spin, none of it. It's Euclidean straight lines and angles.
So it's almost as if it's not curving.
Yeah, so that's the argument, right? So the argument is you don't adjust for any curve, you don't adjust for any spin. You follow that, right? So the empirical objective reality, it doesn't matter what at height, you treat it as it's stationary and planar. That's the objective truth in it all. There's a paradox is that you claim to have this rate of drop, rate of fall, but it's only due to optics. And then you also have the apparent opposite rotations that you claim can only happen on a sphere. So you have justification to the inference is there, the moon's round, the sun's round, but you're not addressing the paradox. The paradox is there's no physical curve in the Earth and it doesn't spin.
If there's any pilots in here, they already know this, but all the other guys here, just think about it like this: the control tower, when they're talking into the air traffic controllers when they're coming in, there's no adjustment for the Doppler effect based on just their communications of the radio tower and their positions, because the Doppler effect, if you were on a spinning point, which the radio tower would be positioned on, it would have to account for the Doppler effect. But they don't. Ever.
Now, do you feel like the government has tried to cover that fact up?
When you try to say cover it up, they're not going through the effort to cover anything up. It's been a system and a mold set before them for the last how many years? So if there is a certain set of populace that are unaware of the actual reality, for instance, the Greeks couldn't fly planes. No wonder they thought boats were going over the edge at 3 miles away. It's a false assumption of reality, right? Because technology makes the Earth flat. This is the whole argument. We can fly on a planar surface. We can use cameras that prove the horizon is not a Mercator point due to sphericity of an Earth,
Where you
but an
think
optical
you prove it.
position due to, well, angular resolution and refraction. So you have all of these things that show that the Earth is stationary and planar in reality. That doesn't match the mathematics.
You think that's what's taking place.
No, because it's been tested. Many people have tested it, the rate of curvature, and it's something that you can test as well. This is what surveyors claim to do and claim to achieve with spherical excess. We've looked at all the math, looked at all the numbers. There's a lot of questionable content there. At some point, when you grow into something, you become a willful idiot. So everybody in power that has passed the torch have been willful idiots. They themselves have been misled. That doesn't make them malicious. It doesn't make them evil. It doesn't make them bad. It just makes them willful idiots. And
Well, what
this
about
world is ran by them.
Yeah, I can understand your argument there, but I'm trying to figure out like the people that are actively lying. Like you can't be like both, right? You can't
Then
be
you have to look
willful
at the
idiot.
motivation for you have to look at the motivation for actively lying. It would be spying, espionage, resources. You'd have to look at what the motivation is. So we know that societies, marketing, whatever, big tech, they like to control the mind of the individual. They know this by social media.
Yeah.
They know it by the algorithms they created.
I got
right?
it. Got it.
So,
Got it.
okay,
But
so that's where we're at. It's called the post-truth new world. Okay.
yeah,
The
got you. But what I'm saying is, there's too many people that would be required for that. Not everybody's a willful idiot that like.
That's
born
called
into it, night.
compartmentalization.
Too many
not-
based
this
on
guy-
your claim.
Hey,
That
can I get in real
that's
quick?
a pretty broad claim.
Hey, I wanted to address this guy about
So what exactly, and
conspiracy
that's
theories.
the problem.
Hey, real quick about conspiracy theories. It seems like this guy, believes everything that the TV tells him. It seems that way because he doesn't believe any nefarious acts have been out there. But I just want to bring attention to him that there is a false flag that was called Operation Northwood. Yes. And it was a plan to blow up a airplane and blame it on Castro, kill Americans, and they were about to initiate it. Now, he seems to think that his government can do no wrong. Everything that he's believed and been taught about the globe is 100% true. He believes it all. There's no fringe anything. It's all black and white. There's no gray areas. And the fact is that there are nefarious people in this world. They do use money as power, and they have been caught with nefarious acts like all these operations. And it's been divulged, and we have it as evidence.
I have a
So
question
what do you
for
say about that? Operation Northwood.
Yeah, I have a question. If something has taken place, must that thing now be taking place if it has happened before?
It would only mean if it happened once, it's going to happen again, or it is happening.
Yeah, pattern recognition is very important. And there's plenty of husbands that work in the military that come home and their wife says, "What'd you do today?" And he says, "Sorry, hon, that's classified."
Well, if an earthquake has happened before, does that mean an earthquake is happening now?
It will mean that it will
What the
happen
hell
now
are
and it
you
will
talking
happen in the future. Yes.
Oh, like what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I think this argument is interesting because it's the same argument that I hear over
It's
and over.
not
and
an
over.
argument.
No, it is because
This is a total straw man.
There's no argument, dude. Dude,
Can
I finish, or is that illegal?
What's your position that your government is 100% innocent? Is this your position?
The argument is that I hear
that is your position. Your position
because
is there's no fault. I'm going to ask you one question, okay? I'm
going to finish my point.
out of a percentage of
let him
100,
finish
how
real
much
quick,
how much
Data.
do you think your government lies to
Let
stay
him
in power?
finish his point, Data.
So the point is presented that because the government has lied before, therefore they are lying now.
They are scheming
Great.
to lie now.
I'm glad he
Absolutely.
brought
Yep.
this up.
I
No,
don't
let's
like
break
it.
this down. Let's break it down because how many times have they been caught in these types of acts? Not like some little white lie, but we're talking, lives lost, injured party, where there could be,
Okay.
serious
Yeah.
implications placed on it. Okay,
I
it's
follow you.
not
I
some
follow.
just
Yeah, let's say
great.
they've done it twice. Let's say they've done it 10 times. Let's say they've done it 100 times. Does that now mean they're doing it now?
I would
It
say
could
that's a
be.
pretty good indicator that it would
Yeah.
happen again because of the moral aptitude that it happened in the past. The moral
Who would
aptitude
stop
shows
them?
you that there is a cause and a reason for concern and to be wary of the behavior. And this is what we see daily. The acceptance of the politicians being able to get away with what they get away with now is beyond repairable or
Yes,
beyond
Who would
repair.
stop
this is
them?
what I classify as a logical leap. Because someone has lied to me, therefore they are currently lying to me on a
You're
large
missing.
scale.
No, you're taking the logical leap.
Yeah,
We're saying to you that this stuff is happening and has happened and will happen in the future.
and what you're doing is being dull.
Not only because it happened before, but this is what governments do.
The preponderance of
And
evidence
hold on,
points to them being
to
dishonest.
say that governments don't do bad things or good people don't do bad things to maintain power, that's also false. Anybody who
Why do we
works
have
in
such
undercover,
closed-minded people in here?
anybody who works in
Let Data finish.
anybody
Please.
who works in undercover, right? One of the hardest jobs ever to do, okay, is to lie every day and then not come home and share it. Good people doing bad
Yeah,
things
you
for
gotta lie out
for,
there in the
for
field, and
good
then you gotta
reasons.
lie when you get
Anyway,
off. It's great.
it's a hard life. But this guy to think that this doesn't exist. This is what. Listen, do you know that governments take it's written in history. Governments take orphans and raise them up and then put them in positions of power. Do you realize governments have been doing this for
There's a
millennium?
word. There's a
Okay,
word
now
for pareidolia. It's called gullible. Is what you're saying you are. You're gullible. Like you won't look at pattern recognition and figure out that something could end up wrong in the future. You're
my
just
name is
saying, "Oh,
Paradolia.
everything's all good." Hey, by the way, you dropped your pocket.
Yeah, my name's Paradolia. So
Like when you
I
state
might
the obvious and
Now,
it gets denied, what's the point having those people in it?
so you don't create an echo chamber.
Yeah, that's annoying.
What,
Echo
just people
chambers.
coming here
He,
to
We're
deny
trying.
reality?
We're
it can
trying.
What's,
accept.
what's the
He's
point?
Yeah,
correct
we're
though.
trying to navigate the
It
path
can
here.
escalate. It can escalate. The theory, the conspiracy, it can escalate to the point where everything is a conspiracy. He's correct with that. But that's not where these people in this room are.
That's an irresponsible blanket statement.
hey, can I make my final point to Paradolia real quick, Data? I let you finish, but my point with Operation Northwoods is that is the true conspiracy theory. This is my claim that those are the actual conspirings to harm people. Now, when the term was popularized, it's been around for a while, but they popularized it with JFK, right? Oh, there's this fringe group that doesn't believe the government, believe that the government did it, and it's just another tactic by these globe defenders, because these guys have always been around. This is nothing new, because what they're doing is they're defending their beliefs, their belief system. When you attach your identity to a belief system, you will defend it to death, because it puts you in a tribal mentality. And there's a whole book on it about it's just called Tribal. And people get in these groups, and it doesn't matter if it's red or blue, Democrat, Republican, San Francisco 49ers, or whoever their rival is. The Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles. That type of group, those two groups are going to fight to the death. This is the
That's
same thing
reverse
he's
psychology.
doing.
That's what they do.
It's
with
not reverse psychology, dude.
No, listen.
It's belief
Republican,
defending.
Democrat, Republican, Democrat. The conspiracy is actually true because if you get two people together and they want to grow a garden, they're conspiring to grow a garden. Okay, that's reality. That's true.
You're
But if
missing
you
my
want
point,
to say it's
dude.
bad, listen, if you want to say a conspiracy is by definition negative or positive, you're kind of missing the point of the definition of the actual conspiracy because
No,
what
there's
you're
a
doing is you're
difference
just getting
between
along with your
conspire.
neighbors. You're like, what? Hold on. You're going to conspire with your friends to grow a garden. Okay? That's still a
Conspiracy and
conspiracy.
conspiracy theory are two different terms, and they're two different things
Right.
I'm talking about. I am
Right.
not
But
talking
that's what I was
about
trying to say is it's a
conspiring to
reverse
do something.
psychology to make
I
you
am
think that if
talking
you get
about
together with your friends or
Okay.
neighbors to grow a garden, you're bad.
that's not what I'm talking about, dude. You're bringing up some red herring, dude. I'm bringing up a specific
Not
term
at all. I'm
called
trying to separate the
conspiracy theory.
definition of conspiracy because everybody in here, whoever keeps
That's
bringing this up, says that conspiracies are by nature evil and vindictive and it's bad and naughty, bad, 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 naughty. But the reality is, if you just agree with two or more people, the definition of conspiracy to grow a garden, okay, that doesn't mean you're bad.
No, you are so let me read this to you, okay? A secret plan by a group to do something
yes.
unlawful or harmful. That is the actual definition. So if you're gonna tell me like there's nothing wrong with the conspiracy, dude, by definition, it's harmful or unlawful. You're just in here just spewing a lie right now, bro. I gotta correct you on that, but I'll shut up.
Yeah. Real quick. Let me add on to that, APOC. And if you look on Wiki, there's a difference between conspiracy and conspiracy theory because there could be, two people conspiring to commit, any crime, right?
Why is
Conspiracy
it
to
always
commit
bad?
assault
See,
and
can't you
battery.
guys realize that? Why can't you
Hold
realize
on,
that
let me
every
finish,
time it's
dude. You're
bad?
clipping me. You're clipping
No.
me. So let me just read the definition on Wiki is a conspiracy theory is an explanation for an event or situation that asserts the existence of a conspiracy by powerful and sinister groups, often political in motivation, when other explanations are more probable. Now, this is a defense for these guys to attach a word to put to make a certain group appear fringe, crazy, and even like lunatics. They're painting them as bad people. It's just stereotyping, dude. It's discrimination.
Yeah, we already know that's what he
It
does.
What
Anyway,
you're
it's
saying, if I
pareidolia.
get along with my neighbors to grow a garden and there's two or more of us, which is the definition of
dude.
a conspiracy of one singular
No,
thought,
no,
We're
dude.
not talking
then I'm a
about
naughty
two
asshole.
people getting
Not,
together.
Yeah, look at
We're
look at look
talking
at look at
about God,
look at hold
man.
just real quick. You are using the term wrong here in this situation. If you and your neighbor say, "Hey, let's grow a garden," that's not conspire. That's not conspiring. That's not a conspiracy. What a conspiracy would
yes,
be
it is.
if
You're
you
conspiring to grow a garden.
listen.
That's the definition,
You're
man.
Just hear
APOC,
me out. Let me finish.
you're
Let me
missing
finish.
one word.
Let me finish.
Theory.
Yeah. No, hold on. No,
Conspiracy theory.
hold on. No.
Is it
Because
an opium garden?
just hold on. Here's what would make that a conspiracy. Whoever is talking about a garden, this would make it a conspiracy. Hey, let's grow a garden and we're gonna grow plants that are gonna kill somebody. That would be a conspiracy because again, by definition, it's a group
It
of
has to be
people.
naughty and bad.
It
Apparently, for
has to
you, it
be
has to be negative,
by
negative,
definition.
bad,
Listen,
bad.
dude, by definition, it is unlawful or harmful. Yes, to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, there's a problem. There's a problem with what you're saying.
Post it. Put it up there in the chat.
Hey, hold
Post it.
on. Just let me address him real quick. The problem with what you're saying is with the last word in the definition that you're giving, harmful. That's not an objective term, it's subjective. Anybody can determine that anything is harmful in whatever situation they come up with in their head. So that makes the definition useless if it relies or if it allows for anything that's harmful, because the government could decide that growing a garden of sunflowers is harmful because they paid people to do a study that says that sunflowers are going to kill us in the next 50 years. Okay. So using that word as part of the definition makes the definition literally worthless.
Okay, you can say that all you want. I'm just saying, by definition, the term conspiracy, look it up, dude. Conspiracy. It's
Dude,
unlawful or
All right,
harmful.
hey, we're off in the
you're
weeds with the
missing one key
conspiracy.
word, dude.
We're
It's
off in
a
the weeds.
conspiracy theory is an
But
explanation
you're
for
adding
an event
other, you're
or
adding theory,
situation
conspiracy,
that
whatever. You're adding
asserts
everything to
the
it.
existence of a conspiracy by powerful and
Stick
sinister
to
groups,
conspiracy. What's up?
often political. Dude, you're clipping me, bro. Like,
Yeah, guys, let's go one at a time. You're doing good. Good convo. Let's keep it that way.
I just wanted to get it back to Paradolia was saying, like,
no,
you know,
I wanted to
Okay, finish off and then he'll go next.
by a powerful and sinister group, often political in motivation. So it's not two neighbors conspiring to grow a garden and hurt somebody. It's a explanation for an event or situation that asserts the existence of a conspiracy by powerful and sinister groups. It's saying your neighbors are getting together and saying, hey, those people are going to grow that garden for this and that reason, a sinister reason, not just to grow a garden, just to grow one. It's a negative motive.
Yeah. Hold on. So the definition of when you throw theory in there, that is just saying we have we're assuming, like, we're gonna put together these pieces, and this is what's gonna make us think that this is why something is a conspiracy. This is the theory why we think it's a conspiracy.
Yeah,
So, like,
that's
let's say,
like it's
let's say you build the garden, okay, and then you grew a plant that's like it's harmful or it's unlawful. Let's say you grew a garden that now you're growing opium and you're not supposed to be growing opium. That's a conspiracy in itself. Now the theory part of it would be someone on the outside saying, hey, I think they grew it to sell it on the streets. That would be the conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I can agree with that totally.
Exactly.
But when you
That's
start
my
mixing
point.
them up,
Thank you,
can't
APOC.
say it's definitive.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, the original plotting and planning of doing so. So in other words, in the court of law, if you're going to get charged with conspiracy, that means you did something that somebody probably theorized, like, hey, I think they're causing conspiracies over there.
No,
Then you
but
would
it's always
investigate it. Well, go ahead.
It's always attached with there's always other words. It's not just, you're never charged with just conspiracy.
No, that's false.
Sure you are. Yeah, that's true.
No, that's false.
You can be charged
They
with
always attach these other things, and that's my point here. As I'm saying, conspiracy by itself is neutral. You're just getting along, doing the same thing.
Right, it's
You might be
conspiracy
going
to commit murder, conspiracy
Can I
to
go
do.
now?
Oh, wait.
But that's not the point, though.
Do I not have the floor? So the only point I was trying to make is the definition of conspiracy by itself is just two or more people agreeing on the same endeavor, and then that's when you get charged, and nobody's ever been charged with just conspiracy because that's by itself it's innate. It's like
That's irrelevant because this guy.
Hold on. It could be good or bad.
I thought you were finished.
But that's when they attach other things to it, like conspiracy to do this, conspiracy this and that and this and that and this. But nobody's ever charged with conspiracy by itself because that's by definition kind of neutral. You're just you're just agreeing.
So that's irrelevant because this guy is defending his government, and we're trying to say that his government is doing negative things like nefarious has nefarious motives, and he's defending that, saying, with his defense was saying, hey, if they done something once, does that mean they're gonna do it again, or they're really bad?
Perfect.
That sounds like a battered woman in a horrible toxic relationship.
That's exactly right. That's what I was just trying to get at. I was going to ask him if his girlfriend cheats on you. If your girlfriend cheats on you, how many times do you let her cheat on you?
That's actually not what I said. What
No,
I said was,
it's not a girlfriend cheating. Hey, it's not a girlfriend cheating.
Go ahead, Paradolia, man. These guys won't even let you get in. Go ahead, bro.
That's right. Yeah, what I said was, if it happens, does that mean that it's currently happening? And does it mean that it's currently happening on a grand scale? Like he talked about Operation Northwood. Operation Northwood, it wasn't even done. It wasn't even put into motion.
But they still conspired to do it. It was stopped. Yeah, I'll give you that. But the conspiracy still happened. So like this, in other words, if two guys are like going to go steal a car, but they don't go do it, but they still conspired. They're like, they planned it. They're like, okay, you go at this time and you be my lookout. Like, okay, but then they didn't go through with it. But they still conspired to do so. Now, if you get charged with conspiracy, that means you can, because you can actually still get like charged for like, that's what they call like let's say you were gonna murder someone but you didn't, you can still get charged with like attempted murder even because you conspired about it. Let's say you like text somebody, there was like a paper trail, you're like hiring people like to come kill somebody, you can get charged with conspiracy because you planned to do it, you got together and conspired to do it. Now, just because you didn't do it, well, then that's why you didn't get charged with murder. You got charged with conspiracy to cause murder, but you didn't get charged with murder. So, but it still stands on its own. It's if you conspire with somebody else to do something, that is a conspiracy. Then the person on the outside, the detectives who are gathering up all the information, now they have a conspiracy theory, and then they're going to use that evidence to now prosecute you with conspiracy. You understand that?
Me? I never.
It's a conspiracy to commit whatever they come up with. So they can't charge you with just conspiring because that's just people getting along to put their bike chain together. You know, you got two buddies going down the street. One of them, their chain breaks off. He doesn't know how to do it. The other guy pulls over and he's like, "All right, here, let me show you how to put your chain back on your bike." They're conspiring to get the bike going.
No,
That doesn't mean
you're
it's
not
bad, dude.
understanding the definition, bro. If look at if I conspire, it's not even conspiring. If I am in agreement with my kids to let's go cut the yard, that doesn't mean it's a conspiracy. You cannot
That's
invoke
exactly
that
what it is.
word.
That is
No,
the
conspiracy
definition
by
of conspiracy is.
definition is harmful or unlawful. What do you
No,
not
that's a
understand
theory.
about that?
Attaching the theory to it.
It's pointless.
Can we go back to? I'd like to address that point though, or if you want to say that your beaten wife or whatever, like a girl cheats on you, and you said they're not doing it at this time. Does that mean they can't? It's impossible for them to ever do it again. Like even though they planned it but didn't do it, does that mean that they won't plan something else?
No, I didn't say that.
No.
Was the case.
Can I respond, because I think he's the one that actually. Well, somebody brought up that point, and it's like what he was saying. Hey, if the government does it once, does that mean they're going to do it again? That's the type of attitude that somebody would defend, like say an abusive relationship, a woman that's the boyfriend beats her up. Like I have this one friend on Facebook, and man, she showed a picture of her face after being abused, and she said, "I've hid this for years." So this is what you're doing, is you're actually hiding their true nature for years, and you're just basically taking a blind eye to all these bad things that they're doing, and they're saying, but they did it once. Does that mean they're going to do it again? Maybe he won't do it. Maybe he won't hit me again.
Well, if the abusive boyfriend takes a swing but stops himself mid-swing, does that mean that he is now being beaten up?
What are you
This
talking
guy
about?
has
That's
no argument, man.
demonstrating.
Listen, Paradolia, come up with an argument, please,
I'm
because you're
trying
just
to.
wasting time
I'm.
now. Listen, abusive relationships. You look, you're going to be
So
suspicious. You're
where's
going to
You
always
know.
think. You're always going to think there's something. Maybe you'll trust is lost, right? So if the government's lied to you once, the trust is lost. That is a reasonable and rational understanding to have as a result of the consequences of being lied to, right? So if you have a government being lying to you, or the political parties are lying to you, the politicians are lying to you,
I
you're not
agree.
going to trust them.
I
So
agree.
what is your contention then?
My contention is that it's not necessarily now taking place because it did take place at one time.
It always takes place now because it has to, because it took place before. So it
No,
always has
no,
to
no,
be
no, no,
taking
no. It
place.
doesn't need
It
to be
always
taking
has to,
place
because
now.
listen, time is not stagnant. It doesn't stand still. Governments don't stand still. The way that they operate is they grow. So any power, any what do you want to call it? Government, whatever branch, like liberal, Democrat versus Republican, whatever branch, you grow government to maintain power. You grow government by creating problems and therefore creating solutions, so that you hire more people so government can get more taxes. This is what is building the lack of trust in more and more people, is the fact that government is getting out of hand. It's getting too big.
I think it's fair to say that right now, as we speak, our very own government here in the United States is conspiring to rig elections in other countries for their agendas to be carried through. They're also putting in place laws that are going to harm us in one way or another, and also can even be unlawful. So they even have other people, other countries, do their dirty work. And it's also like there's a lot of bombs and drones being flown all over the countries, and it's all part of one huge conspiracy, but it's
That sounds
factual.
like a lot of fear. That sounds like a lot of fear.
I
I don't know.
don't care. I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it. I don't care about it. But I'm just saying that doesn't negate the fact that it actually is happening as we speak. Because I guarantee you it is. I guarantee it.
You know,
Look,
government
this
is like.
guy's trying to.
Right?
Go ahead, bro.
Operations and agendas don't stop because we get up to have our cereal and breakfast and make eggs.
You
Okay.
guys have the power to throw it off, but you keep like bowing and licking their boots, like the government's gonna tell you how to live and shit. Why don't you go out and
No,
do it?
it's not the situation, dude. The situation is
Not in my
it's gonna
world.
get
I'll tell you that.
worse before it gets better.
Hey, look, I think this guy is looking for, like, forgiveness for the government, right? Because it's like, well, they're not doing it now. They did it once, but I'm wondering, like, does he think that, the government went to some rehabilitation program for, like, alcohol? You know how alcoholics go and go to a rehab.
That's
He's like,
funny.
"Well, we didn't go to a rehab." Yeah, it's rationalizing this obvious nefarious behavior of the government's, like, Operation Midnight Climax. They got busted drugging. The CIA got busted drugging Johns as they were, being with prostitutes, and they were giving them drugs. It's like in the MK Ultra stuff, and it's like, well, they're not doing all that bad stuff now.
Yeah, they're
So
doing it
what
right
if the
now.
government gave you authority over yourself? Like, do you understand? Like, do you comprehend the ideology of government? What if you had ultimate authority over yourself?
I get what you're saying, but that's not going to negate the fact
Where
that
would you
our
be?
government is
Right?
doing
Where
it.
would you be?
It doesn't negate the
Power.
fact,
Whatever,
though.
dude. No, I'm talking about a government that is absolutely authoritatively established and secure in of itself, and that is you individually.
I
What
get what
what
you're
do you do
saying.
now? What do you
I
do now?
totally understand. I totally understand what you're saying. Again, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't negate the fact that the government wouldn't do
Government,
it
you.
or isn't doing it
You.
right now.
It starts with you. If you want to say some guy on TV is
No,
making all this
no, because
right,
in
that's
no
your deal.
look, no. I'll tell you why that's false. And because in no way, shape, or form was I a part of or agree to bringing in drugs from Colombia into America to fund a war from
Yeah, but
for
you didn't do
Nicaragua.
that, did you? Were you out there doing it, man? Was that you?
Listen,
Were you out there doing
that's
it?
what I'm saying.
You
That's
don't
what I'm
blame
saying.
yourself.
No, you're not getting it. What? You're double talking. I'm
No,
saying that
what I'm telling
you're
you is
you're
the
saying I'm
true
part of the
government
government.
starts within you
Yeah,
first.
yeah, okay,
You
okay.
are your own government.
Okay,
So to
okay.
claim that your ailments and diseases have happened because somebody thousands of miles away you've never met have been trading drugs and yada yada yada, and you call it our government or the whatever. But I'm just saying the actual real government, it's Latin, mind control. It starts within you. You are the ultimate authority.
Okay, you're saying those are just
That's
words.
it.
You're
Start
okay.
there.
Okay. That's fair. You declared it. You put a period at the end. Great. You made a statement. But I'm going to say again, that doesn't even. That's not even what we're talking about, though. That's like a non sequitur or whatever the fuck you call it. It's not what we're non sequitur. We're not even talking about that. We're not saying that you are not your own government. That was never stated. What we are
So you're
saying.
saying the government or our government somehow has power over us and we have to lick their boots. And I'm telling you, it starts from within.
Irrelevant.
Okay. I get
That's right.
again. I get what you're saying. I'm not licking anyone's boots, but they're still smuggling in drugs. Bottom line, and this is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm agreeing to it. I'm not a part of it. I'm not a mule. I'm not putting. Well, I am. I guess no. Actually, you're right. We are putting money into the system, which helps facilitate these programs. Maybe you're right. Okay, I stand corrected. I digress. My bad. Because ultimately, if you are not happy with the country funding, unconstitutional wars, but yet you go and buy milk, bread, and gasoline for your vehicle, and you pay your light bill. Well, honestly, you're kind of indirectly supporting it through your money, but we're not agreeing with it. I think that's a difference there.
Hey, I think it's important, real quick, to reel it back into kind of, the main point is, this guy is defending his government, and I think he's getting the easy way out of us. I think he's getting the easy way out of us, arguing over defining terms, and I think we should just highlight, the importance of this whole, discussion is, because it started way back with money. I was hearing a lot, a few hours ago they were talking about money and what you could do with money, and does that make you evil, and is the government evil for controlling the money? And but he's defending his government, with the with the clenched fist. He's not going to let it go. He's not going to stop defending his government. They can do no wrong. So I think we should focus there instead of arguing amongst ourselves about what a term means. I mean, because it's and maybe include him a little more, because we haven't heard him talk for about 15 minutes while we're arguing about conspiracy, which is ridiculous.
I agree, because it's clearly defined. It is a negative term. Clearly, there's like no if ands or buts. That's it. It is what it is. I mean, if you put it in the sense of sports, all right, like if the quarterback's job is to either throw the ball or hand it off for them to get a first down, then it's pretty self-evident. Yes, that is what they're doing. That's what they have to do to get that to happen. So if there's things that are going to happen that are unlawful and harmful, then we would call that a conspiracy. That's it.
The problem with your analogy is that the rules of like a sports game are agreed upon beforehand, whereas the definition or the concept of what is harmful or negative is not necessarily agreed on beforehand. Like I said, that's a useless term if it's going by the definition you're providing, because anybody at any time can decide among themselves that something is harmful. It makes it worthless.
Yeah, I could see what he's saying, exactly what he just said. So, by definition, if you have to go outside of yourself and to conspire with at least two or more individuals that want to agree that whatever you're saying is true or false or whatever, blah, 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 that is by definition negative. I could totally see what you're saying there, Apoc. I don't know how to say your name. That's what I was trying to say is like, um, it doesn't, you can attach the labels and the description of the navigation of two or more people deciding whatever, but that is, I could see what he's saying. I think that's what he was saying is if you're conspiring at all, that could be negative because you're going outside of your own self individual ability to discern things all by yourself. I could see that. So cheers, dude.
Yeah, I mean, one of the definitions of conspiracy here is an unlawful, harmful, or evil plan formulated in secret by two or more persons. A combination of persons for such unlawful, harmful, or evil purpose. In law, it's an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime, fraud, or other wrongful act.
Exactly.
But that's a pretense and an assumption of unlawfulness, and I agree with that. But
That's what the word means. That's what the word means, though. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, but if I apply it to going to grow a garden or mow the lawn with my friends and buddies,
that would not be. No, that would not be a conspiracy. No, it would not.
Okay.
It would not
The definition that you're reading right now, that might be true. That's how it is defined in that way. That doesn't mean that is always been the definition, and it doesn't mean that it is a useful definition. It's the one that we're able to find right now. Like,
well, actually, I mean, in the list of
personally right now that you wouldn't actually agree with the definition that they have right now.
Well, in the list of the definitions here, the one that, like, in terms of it is connected to it being like unlawful or harmful or for evil purpose, like, you know, two or more conspiring, and then it's there's the law one as well. However, there is another one here which is like any occurrence in action, combining and bringing about a given result. So actually, flag, I take that. I was more referring to the law one, but I wasn't really thinking how, because I was kind of thinking of a little bit one-sided. The part of conspiracy that does involve like the harmful or evil type intention. But yeah, that is true that you can also like, there's even a what is it like? You know how they have different like groups of animals and there's different names for them. One of them, they call it a conspiracy. It's like a group of, what are they? They're like monkeys or something. What's the one?
I know, right?
It's like
I can't remember, but I know what you're talking
geese or something. No, that's a gaggle. The geese is a gaggle.
Right. You got ducks and birds conspiring because they work together.
Lemurs.
And then they're automatically evil. I'm like, okay, I'm just not going to buy this.
It's lemurs. Yeah, lemurs. A group of lemurs is called a conspiracy. But yeah, so you're right. There is the meaning of conspiracy where it could just be like you could, I guess, use it in terms of like, all right, we're going to go, my friends and I are going to go play golf. We're going to go to the golf course and play golf, and we're going to conspire to play golf. Although, yeah, but we usually don't use the term in that way, it seems, as commonly.
Yeah, but in our argument, the way we were using it was how it's, because we're talking about the government at this point.
You're using it.
Yeah, when it comes to the government, in my viewpoint, any term of the word conspiracy involved with them is, in my viewpoint, of harmful and criminal and evil intention.
Right. Because you're talking about any concurrence in action, combination, and bringing about a given result. That's what you're talking about, and that's what he's talking about. But that wasn't the contention. The contention was us using the word conspiracy in its negative form. Because that's what it usually is.
Yeah. Trying to think any other usages that I've heard where people are using conspiracy to not mean, you know, like the evil plan type thing. You know what I mean? Like, when is it used in like a neutral way?
I know it's hard. You got to start talking about, I conspired with this guy the other day to mow the lawn. They're like, oh shit, you asshole. And you're like, what?
Oh my God. I know. They'd be like, wait, you guys playing the moon landing?
I know. I went over here and I played some golf. We all conspired to try to get the best score on baseball. We played racquetball, whatever. We still conspired. I guess I'm an asshole. My bad.
Oh, maybe the word conspired is used a little bit more for that rather than conspiracy, it seems. like conspiring to, like, kind of used in like like even in kind of like joking ways that people do it, like in like lighthearted ways they use that term. Like maybe something like if like let's say a husband has like a whole night planned like at a restaurant for his wife or his partner, and he's like, after she finds out that he's going to surprise her with something like that or whatever it may be, she might be like, oh, you like conspired to not tell me or something like that. Or it might just be like a playful way, but it doesn't need, it's just using kind of a neutralish way.
You conspired with your wife to make a baby. How dare you? You're evil.
Well, I think being aware of like very like real conspiracies that are going on, it is like kind of a dark realm in a sense, because these entities are doing very dark things. So
yeah, they're assholes. That's for sure. They're focusing negative energy, but what I think is weird is like this community, like when we freaking start focusing and conspiring information, why is there automatically an evil label attached?
What do you mean? Just sharing information or talking about other entities?
Well, if we start sharing information and they don't like it, they'll call us conspiracy theorists.
You see that?
Automatically bad, right?
I know. Dude, did you see that? You know Weird Al Yankovic?
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, I always liked him growing up and listening to his music and stuff. I mean, he wasn't like in like a, well, no, there was a time when I used to, like when I was growing up, where I did get his albums and listen to him. Although I wasn't like super into him, but I did like his music and had a couple of his albums. Yeah, I always thought he was really clever, and a lot of the early stuff he did. Anyways, have you seen that? Like, he really kind of went south with it. Like he did that one. It's called like
aluminum foil one.
Yeah.
Aluminum foil. Oh, dude, I love that fucking video.
It is funny, but it's like it just taps into that classic like ridiculing and like kind of like what's it called? Well, like kind of characterizing, but also like putting that like programming that you're supposed to think they're crazy or whatever.
Yeah, he even ends it with it's a big conspiracy. He even ends it with that.
How is it this guy has not aged? Like I've been checking this guy out for like 30 years, man. He looks almost exactly the same as he did like in the 80s.
Hey, I have a request.
What's going on here?
How are you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Charlie?
I want to know his diet. I want to know what Weird Al Yankovic's eating, dude, because he hasn't changed literally a bit for like 30 years.
I just posted it. It is pretty funny. He says at one point, he's like, doesn't he say Illuminati? And he's like, it's a big conspiracy. Yeah, he says that's pretty funny.
I think in his lyrics, he says,
I don't want a piece of it. If that's his diet, I'm just like, dude, hey, God, I guarantee he's just eating. I don't know. I can't. I don't know. But he hasn't changed for like 30 years, dude.
I think you've said that. Yeah. I mean, he looks aged to me a bit, but yeah, he does seem to be aging less so. He does he's got kind of a youthful spirit to him.
Yeah, laughter, dude. There's nothing that will extend your shit more than laughter. In my humble opinion.
Can anyone here remember how they first got introduced to Flat Earth?
Yeah, I do remember.
How did that?
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's got their journey, their story.
So, I mean, besides like me hearing about it when I was a kid, right? Like on textbooks and shit. I think in my adult life when I actually encountered it was, so there's this old YouTuber called Tiger Dan, and he had a bunch of videos about why the Earth was flat. I mean, he's since changed his mind, but I remember watching.
Well, he didn't really change his mind. He kind of disappeared, is what happened.
No, he changed his mind.
Well, He made a couple. There was a couple strange videos where he was starting to reverse some of his things, not all of it, and then all of a sudden he just disappeared. It was a bit bizarre, but that's interesting. You knew about him, yeah. That was the old days.
Well, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he set out to make a flat Earth map, and he wanted to do so by taking all of the world's most well-known airports and, given the distance between them, fit them on a flat map, and then he realized he couldn't do it.
How do you get the distance?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Well,
How would you get the distance?
How do I get the distance?
I don't know. How would you do it? Yeah.
How would how would I get the distances between airports? I don't know. I would take videos of flights between two airports by amateur pilots, and I would time it, and I would integrate their velocity over time. I think that's a pretty good way to do it that doesn't
Yeah.
rely on just like fetching that information from the internet or using like a globe to actually measure out the distances.
Yeah. What if they're in a jet stream?
I mean, you can sort of make a good estimate, right? Any measurement is going to have some uncertainty attached to it that would make any sort of errors sort of be accounted for. You know, you not only need to have one, right? You have to do multiple.
Anybody else how they started believing in flat Earth?
Well, I've
We
been into
didn't.
conspiracies for
It's not a
decades,
matter.
but
Sorry.
well, I've been into conspiracies for decades. The moon landings, 9/11. Like I knew the moon landings were fake since the '90s, right, Charlie? But yeah, and then they just kept pushing me. YouTube knew I was in a conspiracy, so they kept pushing flat Earth videos. I mean, like these people are fucking idiots. There's no way the Earth is flat.
You know,
And then
Jeremy, I would take your claim, since you're addressing me directly, and I know you're doing it sort of jokingly, but I would take the claims a lot more seriously if you guys could demonstrate that you have a deep understanding of the claim that the Earth is a globe and the math and science behind it, math and physics behind it, right?
dude, I understand it more than some of your own guys do. Most of your own.
I don't think you. Well, sure, I'm sure there are some globers who just don't understand it at all. I'll grant you that. The problem is like when people repeatedly ask, okay, well, if I give you like a basic physics problem, right, and I ask you to calculate the answer, would you be able to do it? Like, I'm sorry, like 95% of you guys just can't do it.
Dude, do you know how many times I tried to go out and ball? Do you know how many freaking times? Do you know how many thousands of hours I put in to go out and try to prove the ball? That's
I don't know you
personally. That's what led me here, and I'm like, wait a second. You know, after repeated failures, over and over and over and over and over and over. That's why I'm here, because I'm like, okay, it's Occam's razor.
Okay, so I
You know?
take it by what
Like
your
you
comment
go
is
out
that
there and you try to prove the ball, and you fail like 1,000 times, and you put thousands of hours into it. You get to a point where you're like, maybe it's not a freaking ball.
So, have you considered doubting your own faculties?
Yeah, I just want to address the thing.
That's how I started.
That's such a shill thing to say. That is such.
You know what's funny about
thing.
that? That's actually what that's what Ruhif actually says. I don't know, is he in here? Maybe he's not here. And I'm not talking poorly upon him, so I will say it because he said it many times on the live stream. He says that if he, let's say came to the conclusion that indeed the Earth is actually stationary and planar, doesn't have the curvature, that he would feel like he had gone crazy because he would question his ability to actually decipher, have logic and reason, because he came to the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, if you try to get them to prove the ball, they inevitably end up here.
Well,
Charlie
said something about questioning your own faculties, and so Charlie's. Charlie. Here's what I would say to that. Would you consider that perhaps that could be a projection of your own, like some complex you have within yourself, and it's not other people's faculties that are problematic, but that you're questioning your own, perhaps?
Absolutely, sure.
Would you say, Charlie, having an acute understanding of what rigorous experiment would be versus not understanding that would be of importance in this?
Yes, absolutely.
If you didn't have a rigorous understanding of what a rigorous experiment would be, do you think you could end up at some wrong conclusions?
You could, yeah.
Would it aid you in any way to maybe receive some sort of training that would allow you to more accurately perform experiments that would aid you in the shape of the Earth?
Probably.
If you don't have those and you're unaware that they exist and you attempt to perform experiments over and over and over again, do you feel like you'd arrive at the correct conclusion?
I don't know. I need more context, right?
Is the training biased?
I for sure see it possible that the lack of those would give you some false answers, right? Where you falsely believe that you reached a conclusion which you actually shouldn't have.
Everything I do personally, objectively, in my first-hand witness account, therefore is fact.
Did you just say
And it cannot be
objectively
false.
in your first-hand person witness account?
Yes. If I'm witnessing it myself, by definition, it cannot be false.
But you just said first-hand account objectively. Is that?
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Like
that would be subjectively.
Yep.
You
So I've
subject
had
me to your theories? Is that what you're saying? I'm just saying, if I go out by myself individually and I measure things with what I have available personally, individually, how can I claim that what I'm seeing is false? That's just freaking weird. I'll never go along with that.
What he said that, right? I think what he's saying, right, is that you don't. There's no reason for you to trust your senses or that you're doing things correctly. Like if you're not accounting for the possibility of you being wrong, it's not science.
Correct is an objective statement. If I go out there and I know how to turn a bolt and turn a wrench every time, every day, and then somebody comes in here and tells me I'm doing it different based on their math, and I'm stupid because I'm not doing it the right way, and then when I do it the way they tell me to do it, it doesn't actually work.
So I mean, I have an open challenge to a few individuals here, right? I think the last one I did it was if he agrees, right, and he has to agree beforehand. He can't just go and do it, right? With me, he has to agree. I would pay him. I think I said a $500, or I might have said $1,000. If he can pass the SAT physics subject test, I will reimburse him for his cost of taking the test, and I will send him $1,000. Right, and he refuses.
Dude, I'm trying to be nice.
But
I'm
he
really trying to be nice.
profusely says over and over again that he understands the claim that Globers make it. He understands the physics that they propose. So I don't know how those two things are.
The
thing is, dude, I just don't think that's going to satisfy you at the end of the day, man. Because I mean, whether someone else can take a test or not seems very limited to any actual value to anyone else.
Well,
Like,
I agree, which is why I offer.
I mean, is this just to
right?
feed an ego, or what's the core of this?
Well, I agree with you, which is why I offered him $1,000, right? Why not just do it if it's so?
That makes it even worse, actually.
Well, Gio, you can understand that, like the point, like if you're making a large quantity of claims that are based upon knowledge of physics, right? It should be effortless to pass a test, especially if you're being paid $1,000
Well,
to
you
do
started
it.
with a claim.
But what does that prove though? Okay, so for instance, you're telling someone go take a test of the knowledge that any type of that academia will provide for somebody to study, and then they say how far is how does this work, and then tells you okay, this is how it works. Now you can come up with the right answer based upon what they're telling you that answer is, but how does that prove, like, to yourself, like what you're even doing is true? So for instance, like when they say
I think you're misunderstanding why I suggest that they go take the test, right?
Okay.
The
The
reason I suggest that they take the test the reason I suggest that they go take the test, like Whitsitt in particular, is because he claims that he understands the globe argument, but he disagrees with it, right?
There's
And
no argument.
I claim that he doesn't understand it. And he says,
Okay.
no, I understand the physics and I understand the math.
So what do you not?
So hold on. So if he understands global physics and he understands global maths, then he should be able to just go take the test, regurgitate whatever global physics and math there is, and be able to earn himself $1,000. And it doesn't prove himself correct, and it doesn't disprove the globe, but he proves that he at least understands the point that he is trying to debunk.
Dude,
we understand your globe model better. We understand your globe model
listen
better
to
than
this
you.
guy. Sorry, Jeremy.
Dude,
Listen to this guy talk about this bullshit.
Here, the thing is,
Dave Weiss is.
Hold on a second, Flag. I don't know if you can hear us or something, but there's something going on where like you start speaking and then your mic echoes and it feeds back, and then someone else is speaking and then you can't hear them, and then all we hear is like a looping echo thing. I don't know, Flag, if you're able to maybe do something different with your mic. But go ahead, Jeremy. I'll unmute you in a second, man. But yeah, it was echoing, and so yeah, if there's something, or just really be conscious not to speak when other people are speaking, maybe, because when that happens, it loops and echoes, and then we can't even hear you or them, so you're not actually being heard as well. So we need to fix it somehow. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Charlie, we understand. Some of us on this side, probably with it. Myself,
my
Gia,
bad.
a lot of us understand the globe model better than most of your own guys do.
Prove it.
Yeah, my bad, guys. I
Make
mean,
money
I
from
think there's kind of a weird delay going. My bad.
With what?
Well, Jeremy,
what is
I
wrong?
would say, Jeremy, or to ask Charlie, or I'm asking you now, what is the contention? Like, what are you saying we don't understand? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know about you specifically, right? But on the topic of Whitsitt, right? He doesn't know how to do basic physics, basic high
But
school
he's
level
using
physics.
your
Which are
math.
the ones that are used.
That's the thing
when
about
the-
with
hold-
he
hold on.
uses
Hold
your
on,
math.
man. Hold on, Charlie. Hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Flack, what are you doing?
So when Whitsitt tries to argue points about physics, and then I say, oh, well, hold on. You're trying to make an argument about the math and the physics doesn't work out. I want to watch you do it. Like, do the physics. Why doesn't it work out? He just runs away from it. He refuses to do it. So it is absolutely relevant that he demonstrate that he actually understands his opposition's point, because he doesn't. It's clear he doesn't.
Charlie, how would you accept that being done? Would it be like a live video?
No. So I don't know if you're familiar with how these tests are administered. So you actually have to register. There's an actual organization that the place where you register at, I believe it's called College Board or College something. This is the same places that deal out like the AP tests, right? So you sign up. They only happen, I think, quarterly. Then you go to a place where the test is administered somewhere in your region, right? And there are proctors that actually make sure that you don't cheat, right? And before you take the test, or I believe you can also do it after.
Yeah,
you give emails to this organization that will email out the results to whoever it is you ask the results to be forwarded, right? So it's not like, I don't want him to take a practice test at home, or I don't want like an amateur to watch him take this test. No, I want him to actually officially take the SAT physics subject test, right? And I've told him,
dude, this is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not
Who
relevant.
cares?
Dude. I mean,
Who
a lot of
cares?
people are
It's
taking
irrelevant
it,
because
yeah.
it's inconvenient for you guys.
You got
a globe physics problem?
Yeah, I've taken that. A lot of people have taken that, dude. It's not a big deal. We can move on to an actual topic, man.
Then he should be able to take it and take
It
$1,000.
doesn't matter, dude. The discussion is happening right here and right now. So if you were going to have a discussion with him, or if it was going to be a debate, or just a more casual discussion, whatever it may be, the knowledge is brought to the forefront every single day. So that is what it counts. The truth, knowledge, experimentation, data, research, all of that. Bring that to the table. Being fixated on whether somebody did a test at some point in their life doesn't really serve any actual purpose in the discussion.
Well, hold on. I don't think that it's not about taking the test or whatever. It's about whether or not he actually knows our argument. Like the globe side or whatever.
Yeah, but he does.
Gio,
wait, who are you talking about?
Gio,
Who are you talking about?
what's a subject that you're knowledgeable in, Gio?
Seriously, man.
Like some
Seriously.
some
Let
topic
me
you're
put it
knowledgeable,
to you
like is it
bluntly, bro,
cars or like programming?
bro.
Just pick a
Listen,
subject that you're knowledgeable on. I want to give
stop
you an analogy.
talking, bro. Stop talking. Listen, we don't care what you think we should do to satisfy you. Do you understand that?
Dude, SE.
I
we've
don't
talked
care
before.
what you think, bro, and I think I speak for a lot of people. We don't care what you think. How's that? You're not important, bro.
I know you don't care, SE. Thank you very much.
You're
Gio.
very welcome. Now stop being freaking arrogant.
He's
Okay?
not being arrogant though. It's just that if you argue a point, right? Isn't it good to know, that to actually know the argument, right? Like I think what we want is just to know that he knows like our argument, because I'm pretty sure you'd be mad, right, if I was to like argue a point that you guys are making and I don't even know anything about it. Like I'm just kind of making up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that would that's just not really productive,
Dude,
right?
is there an
exactly where
argument
I'm
you
trying to
have?
go.
Is there an argument you have? Because if there is, we can talk about it. If not, and if we don't know, you can show us that we don't know about it.
Jeremy.
If not, let's move
Jeremy,
on.
what's something that you're an expert in that you would consider yourself to be an expert in?
Oh my lord! Come on,
I mean,
stop
this
it.
guy, dude. We got to get back to the actual conversation, man. Like
I
we
think-
were. Hold on. We
I
were talking about a
promise you that
conversation.
if you humor
This
me-
got derailed in you talking about. I don't know who you were talking about. You're trying to offer. You want people to go take tests, and that's your fixation. That's really not what the discussion
no.
currently
I
is
want
about.
people to
So
demonstrate that
if
they know
that's
what they're
your
talking
if
about.
that's
That's
your
what I
like
want.
secret interest or whatever, that's fine. Do it on your own time, but. It's not really relevant at this moment. Like if you have fixations on people taking tests and you just want to see test results, I guess
you can tell
that
yourself
could be,
that
that could
because
be
it's
your
convenient
hobby
for
or
you.
whatever, but it's not really relevant to the actual discussion.
You can tell yourself that because it's super inconvenient for your point, right? So you can tell
Dude,
yourself
I've
that over and
taken
over
that
and over
test.
and over again.
I took
Hold
that.
On, hold on.
Yeah, I've taken that test you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Really? Excellent. Then you would have no problem in forwarding me the results, right, from your SAT physics
Dude, I took
Who
it.
are
Oh my
you,
God, how
dude?
many
Who are
years
you
ago?
to ask that shit?
I mean,
Listen
what
to
the
the
fuck?
arrogance
certain
of
emails
this
don't go
dude,
away.
man.
So why don't you forward me the results?
I'm trying to even think how many years. What? It's been 23 years, 24. It's been so
You
long.
took the SAT physics test 20 years ago?
Yes, my friend.
I'm not even sure it existed back then.
Yep.
Yes, it did.
In the
Who
year
are
2000,
The entire SAT panel, absolutely, in all the subjects. I had to get into my undergrad, and then I had to have all that to get into grad school.
Wow, this dude
You
I
got an
just jumped
argument?
back
Some
in.
kind of
Like, this guy's a live one, huh?
All right,
Like,
never mind. It
Charlie,
seems
you
like
got
it's
like an argument or
it
something,
has
or
been.
do you have something you want to discuss?
Yeah,
Real,
again, you keep
something we
saying
can
it's not an
sink our
argument,
teeth
but
into?
it is a perfect.
you
It is
just
a
you just want to
perfectly valid
make sure that
argument.
you just
to
want to make
demand-
sure that people scored well on their SATs, that they were properly indoctrinated by the system.
Hey,
Is that
Charlie.
it?
Yeah, that's
Charlie.
exactly my point, bro. That's exactly.
Charlie,
my point.
good way to fix
you totally characterized my point correctly, and now
good way to fix this, Charlie, is to just grow the bounty and let the money do the talking.
What do you mean?
Yeah, pick
let the
a
money do the
subject.
talking? I
Show
don't
us how
understand.
smart you are, Charlie. Should pick a subject. Let's go.
No, like
Enough
if
of this.
people
Enough of
could
this.
add
You're
on.
smarter than us. Pick a subject. Let's talk.
That's not even the
What do you wanna
point,
talk
though. He's
about?
not trying to prove he's
Jesus
smarter
Christ.
or anything.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
No,
He's
his
trying
whole
to say.
point is just to make sure.
Moron.
How about
like
you
no one-
guys
trying to
feel,
say-
man?
It's like no one fucking listens in these discussions. Jeez
Of course
No,
Louise.
no,
they're flat earthers. They don't listen.
He's trying to say, look, I'm smarter. I'm smarter than Witsit. I took an SAT test. Look at me, haha. I'm a smart dude. Now, if you
I've
wanna,
never
if you
taken
wanna
the SAT
converse with
physics
me,
subject test.
why are you interrupting me? He's saying, if you want to converse with me, prove to me that you're as smart as me, or you know my model as smart as I do, so you can converse with me, dude. I'm trying to keep my cool with you, bro. You're an arrogant dude. You're an arrogant dude.
So again, SE, I'll ask you, what is something that you consider yourself to be like very knowledgeable in or an expert in?
Nothing.
Okay, that's fine. Somebody else.
I'm an expert at carpentry.
Excellent, carpentry.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to
Not
say
only houses, homes and home exteriors, building, all of that. Yeah.
Sure. So if I were to say something like, oh, if you glue these two pieces of wood together in this particular way, it will hold 10,000 tons of weight. right?
What are you talking
And then
about?
if you were to go, and then
Who
if
joins,
you,
who joins
and
for
you were
that
to
might
go,
need to hold
hold on,
10,000 pounds of weight. But
You guys,
hold on,
let's
and
let
then
hold
you
on,
were to
let's let,
go,
hold on a
hey,
second,
well,
Charlie. Hold on a second. I'm only muting you just to mod for a second. Let's let Charlie and Lou go back and forth. Just for a second. All right. So Flack,
I just
I
want to,
wanted
I want to
wanted to hear.
reiterate too that I just got here. Like I missed the whole heated up part, like how it got to this point.
Yeah, well,
But
it started off good. We were talking about like where we first started hearing about the Earth being a stationary plane and all of that, and people were kind of telling their stories. And then all of a sudden, Charlie went into this whole thing about Witsit, and he needs Witsit. He wants Witsit to take an SAT test. And then that kind of went into like some kind of like shit show territory there for a bit. And then now we're trying to get
I
back
can kind
on
of place
something.
that, like, because Witsit does talk about how he scores well and da 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 da, and he wants to challenge him on that. But is Witsit here? Are you talking to Witsit? Like,
no,
why?
I brought Witsit up as an example, right? My original point was I would take claims from Jeremy, from everybody else here who's a flat earther that says, oh, I understand the globe model better than most globers, right? So then I would go, okay, prove that you do, right?
Oh,
Prove to me
look,
that you can do glober math and glober physics.
no,
And
if
when you
you're
can't deliver,
taking
then
based off of that, hold on. If you're going to take it based off of that statement, better than most Globers, like that's not hard to do. Like most
I
flat
agree.
earthers know more. Most flat earthers know more about the so-called globe
Exactly.
than your average normal person. Like
Sure.
they don't really know shit about their model.
Sure, but you're not listening. Like usually when they say this to me, it's in response to me actually showing them real physics and real math, and they're like, "You're doing it wrong. You don't know what you're doing." And I'm like, "Okay, demonstrate to me what I'm doing wrong, like using actual math and physics."
Flat
And they
Earthers
just run
never
away.
tell
They just can't.
Globers they're doing it wrong. That never happens, dude. No.
I don't know
What
about
we do
that.
is we go out there
I'm
and we're
pretty
like,
sure
oh,
I
this is
bumped it.
weird. What I'm measuring myself doesn't match up to your shit. And then the Globers are like, oh. And then they try to do this reverse psychology where we're saying that they're doing it wrong when we're not. We're just going out trying to verify what they say is happening, and it fails 100% of the time.
Yeah, you
So
guys try to take us down these rabbit holes like of logic where you use sophistry and so on, which I know that's going to sound a little bit Witsit like, but it's absolutely true. You guys try to use sophistry in order to take the conversation down a road that really doesn't matter. The point is that you claim that the ball is of a certain size, it has a radius, and that we should be able to geometrically find, we should be able to find that curvature. When you actually break it down, we should be able to. So when we actually go out there in the physical world and we look for that curve, and when we find none, now you guys have a problem, and that's like it measures flat, like it looks flat, it measures flat, we experience it as flat, like you can come up with all kinds of excuses, but our point is very simple and plain. Like
I understand. If you go out and you measure the Earth and you measure flat, and you say, "Oh, I can only conclude that the Earth is flat," that's fine. But don't go out and say, "Oh, I understand the globe model and I understand the math and physics that the globers are doing."
well,
Because you don't.
we've dug further into it than the vast majority of people who believe in the globe. Now, if you think you're some kind of globe expert, maybe you know more about the globe and the heliocentric model, which has never ever been presented, by the way. Like nobody's ever seen a heliocentric model ever.
Can you tell us
Charlie,
what we don't understand, Charlie? Can you tell us what we don't understand? What you think we don't understand about your model, please?
Yeah. So like basic Newtonian physics.
That's
Basic
not an
Newtonian
answer.
physics, like what? Mass attracts mass?
F equals ma, arithmetic, algebra, some basic calculus.
Everything from Newton other than mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just Newton, right? It's all of the mathematics and all of the physics that has been built before that. That's not just Newton, right?
But how about if I was to tell you, look, Newton stuff doesn't really matter right now because the current cosmological model talks about the fabric of space-time, the bending thereof,
That's
and the
fine.
mass flowing. So what's your What's your beef with?
That's fine. If you want to say, I don't understand the globe model, but it doesn't matter because it's wrong, that's fine. Don't say you understand the globe model.
Can I ask you this? Have you ever tried to poke holes in the heliocentric belief?
Of course I have, all the time. I try to poke holes into all of my beliefs every single day. Believe it or not, I know you don't believe me when I say that, but that actually does happen. It's one of the reasons why I think I might be like.
Some of the questions? What are some of the questions that you've had, like where you were like, "Whoa, that seems a little odd. Like how does that work? That doesn't make sense." Because there's a ton of them. So what are one or two of them?
So as SC Montreal loves to point out, he even made a YouTube video about this. I'm a solipsist. Okay, do you know what that means?
I should. It's kind of like sophistry, but not exactly. No, solips. You're kind of
nothing to do with sophistry. Solipsism
No.
means that I can't trust.
Very
my
selfish.
inherently.
Very selfish, self-centered.
Yeah. So I was right on when I said egotistical. Yeah, self-centered, egotistical. So yeah, and those people tend to use sophistry in order to try to win their argument.
So you think that's an honest characterization of what solipsism means?
They're interconnected.
It's literally the quality of being very self-centered or selfish, or in philosophy, the view or theory that the self is all that can be known to exist.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, just to break it down, I would argue that almost everybody in this argument, globe and flat Earth side, are that way. Almost everybody.
No, I mean, holy shit, you guys can't even.
But Charlie,
of words. Solipsism means, okay.
I just said what it
the
means.
only, yeah, I mean, yeah, you said it right.
I'm posting something on it right now. That gives a decent little kind of image and a little description as well.
But Charlie,
this is Charlie.
This is beautiful.
This is what you're saying, Charlie?
That's an editorialized version of solipsism, and you know it. Like, why, bro? Why, if you're so sure that I'm wrong, why can't you put up like an honest description of what I actually believe in and beat me at that, as opposed to having to resort to
all right? What's your point?
Of what I actually am, right? Like, why do you have to weaken me to beat me? Like, why can't you just beat me as I am?
Bro, what's the right?
Why can't you guys be like Goku? All right,
self-admittedly, you're a solipsist. You're solips. How do you say that? Solipsist.
Solipsism, or the individual will be a solipsist. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
it's when you can't prove anything.
You're a self-admitted solipsist. What's your point?
Solipsism holds the knowledge of anything.
Because he asked me if there is ever a point where I question stuff, right? Solipsism is probably fundamentally in philosophy the most the philosophy that probably questions your reality the most, where you're constantly asking questions and doubting if what you perceive is actually something you can trust.
But Charlie, isn't it?
You're unsure if water exists in our reality. You don't even know. That's solipsism. Yeah,
sure. But I'm not 100%
Charlie,
sure that water exists. Sure.
But Charlie, is it safe to say though that in order to question something, it has to have a foundation that you are receiving knowledge of something and there's an understanding of it, and thus this is why you're questioning it? So, like, for instance, you can't say you know nothing about physics, yet you're poking holes in all the physics. Like that's like it's ironic to me that you say that, because I would say, well,
that would have to do with the egotistical side of being a solipsist.
Why?
Because I'm saying is that if I listen to everything you gave me as an example, as an application to where this is this and that is that, but then if I'm questioning that would have to be, well, I'm getting what you're saying, but if it isn't making sense, then I'm going to question it. Doesn't mean I don't know what you're saying. It means maybe I do understand what you're trying to say, but if I'm able to poke holes into it, that might mean I actually do understand it, but it doesn't make sense right now as the way you're saying it. Does that make sense?
No, it didn't at all.
All right. Well, then if that doesn't make sense to you, then okay, I can see why you have your view and your opinion. Because, but all I'm saying is that, yeah, exactly, exactly. So, but here's the thing: if we have an understanding, because we all went through the school systems, I'm assuming. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, No, I guess just could you just keep it concise maybe and just say the point? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just going to say this: we've all been through the school system, so to say that you don't understand the way the ball works, actually, I think everyone in here has a pretty good understanding of what we've been taught, and we all graduated and got out of school, right? Well, I dropped out, but I went back for my GD, anyways. We understood it, and we passed the test, and we did what we had to do. But I think that's arrogant to say, like, oh, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. No, I think we do know. That's why we're questioning it.
I'd still like an answer. I'd still like an answer. I'd still like an answer to my question that I asked you about, like, what have you questioned? You know, you say you question things all the time, but and then you went all very vague and said that you're a solipsist, and that you question things all the time, but it didn't.
Do
get
you really
to
not
any
see how
point.
saying I'm a solipsist answers your question about questioning everything all the time?
No. You can't just. That's a very vague answer. I wanted a specific. I wanted to hear something about your globe model that you questioned.
Solipsism is more than questioning everything. It's you can never know anything.
And you can't even communicate it. It would never be.
That's the problem with it. That's
you can never know anything.
Well, let me just read this. Because it was.
Why don't we let everybody else tell you what my position is?
You guys, please just hold him to this. I want to hear one thing that he questioned about it.
All right, let's do that first. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so I think the easiest example that comes to mind is how the fuck the distance to the sun, for example, was calculated or derived and / measured.
Okay, how are you satisfied?
I didn't know.
How were you satisfied by the answer you were given?
I could not figure out how the fuck I would personally calculate the distance to the sun, right? And then I thought, okay, well, I'm gonna look up what the official claim is as to how it was done. And lo and behold, it was the transit of, I believe, Venus in front of the sun.
No. First, it starts. Oh, hold on. Venus is partially correct. So, it was first based off of the assumption that Venus was approximately the same size as Earth, and then using the transit of Venus, they were then able to derive a distance to the sun.
Sure. And then you can go, okay, well, is that actually possible? Well, given their assumptions, does the math work out the same way as it was published in the...
When did we measure Venus?
No, I agree with you. It's an assumption, right? But you can make conclusions based off of the assumption, and the conclusion is therefore contingent on the assumption, right?
We don't
to accept the conclusion, all you have to do is prove the assumption, right?
No, we don't make conclusions based on assumptions.
We absolutely do all the fucking time.
No.
For example, we know what would happen if N
based
if
what we can
an NP was equal to P or NP would not be equal
It's
to NP.
happening.
We know which one the
again.
answer
Yeah.
is.
Hold on, Flag. It's happening again where you're talking the same time as someone else, and all we hear is like chopped up echoing sounds. I don't know where we were at. Charlie, were you still? We all got to kind of keep it concise to a degree. You know, like it's one thing to go on for a little longer, but because the thing is, like, if you go on for too long, then it kind of loses the room and no one has anything to respond to. So, Charlie, try to you were in the distance, Venus and distance to the sun. Go ahead.
I mean, again, I question stuff all the fucking time.
Well,
all the fucking time.
You questioned it, but you were easily satisfied, right? Like,
no, I wasn't even done because you guys interrupted me again.
No, but here. Hold on, you guys, you and I are talking about this.
Sure.
When it comes to that, you just admitted that it is an assumption of the size of Venus, and also admitted that we didn't measure it at the time.
We had estimates, but yeah.
Estimates, assumptions.
So, Lunatic, do you agree that if all of the assumptions in this published paper were true,
I'm trying to hold you to.
Then their claim. Right. I'm trying to explain to you.
Were you rigorous with your skepticism? No, you were not. You easily accepted the explanation. I do know.
No, you do not know. You do not know.
Explanation.
You have no idea how rigorous I am with my checking. You don't know me.
Okay, go ahead and give me the details then about how they know the size of Venus.
Well, I'm trying to, but you keep speaking up every time I do, and then you claim that I never did.
I'll stop now. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you agree with me that if all of the assumptions that this paper presented are true, then their claim of the distance to the sun being x would necessarily be true.
It would still be an estimate, but it would be a very educated guess. It would be based off of logic. Yeah, if
Sure.
it was
Okay.
true.
Excellent.
But
Excellent.
you didn't have that, and you
Sure.
don't have
Sure.
that.
So therefore, I no longer have to doubt. I can't doubt their line of argument anymore. I can only doubt their assumptions, right? Because the question
This
of
is
the
still
distance to
based
the
off.
sun.
Now, all you're doing is adding more assumptions. Like you're in logic. Like you can't progress step by step by step based off of assumption.
You absolutely can.
No, you cannot.
That is
Look,
exactly what logic. That is exactly what propositional logic is. If A,
You're
then therefore B.
you
you're
have to, in
conclusions
order
are
to
We don't
know
know
that
what
it's
A is,
correct,
but
you have to actually validate and measure. You have to have like real solid evidence. You can't just say, okay, it like in a mental experiment or in a mental, like just a thought line of logic. Sure, you can just go on forever. Stoners are good at this, Like, dude, if this was true, then we could do that. And then if we could do that, then we could do whatever else,
Yep.
Like you could just keep doing that. It doesn't make it reality. It's just the logic of some stoner, okay? Or some scientist, like some
Right.
scientism.
But why are you shifting the conversation to that? You asked me, okay, what was the last thing that I doubted with respect to like the
He's
goat?
not.
And
I was
I'm
trying to
answering
find
to
out.
you.
I was trying to find out what you questioned, and you basically you told me that it was the distance to the sun, and
Sure.
you were given an explanation based off of nothing but assumption and a logic train of assumptions. But you have
Boom.
nothing. You have no
No,
measurement.
it wasn't a train of assumptions. It was a set of assumptions, and then from that they derived what must be true within some error bars.
I think it's fair to call it a
Therefore-
train. I think it's fair to call it a train. It's a train of
Yeah,
assumptions.
whatever.
Therefore, the question of the distance to the sun being what the official number is has been reduced to: is the radius of Venus comparable to the radius of the Earth?
Charlie,
It-
can you
it
admit,
necessarily has been reduced to that.
your standing is based on assumptions?
Yeah, that's the first assumption. That's what Lou pointed out. Well, let's bring it back to this. Okay, so we'll get into it, but okay, the distance to the sun. The original thing is something that you questioned. So are you saying that originally you questioned the distance to the sun? You then were given this explanation.
I questioned the ability of us to measure the distance to the sun because I couldn't think of a mechanism to do that.
Okay, that is a very logical. Yeah, that sounds to me very logical and of sound mind. So you first questioned it, then you looked into it, and you first were told that you had to assume the size of Venus. So far, this checks out to you?
Yes.
All right.
Because listen, I could have also taken it this way, right? Let's say we don't know the size of Venus. Okay, let's say we don't know.
Right,
the
you
size
don't.
Of
You don't. We don't have to say
okay.
it. We don't know the size of
Sure.
Venus.
Let's say we don't know the size of Venus. Then therefore, the transit of Venus in front of the sun forces a relationship between the distance to the sun and the size of Venus. Right? Now the size of Venus relative to the distance of the sun can't just be any two random values, right? They have to be one fixes the other, right?
Can you admit this is
You
all
understand
based
that?
on assumptions?
Well, I mean, he's not even done yet. Let him freaking finish. I'm trying to listen to this.
He is admitting that, except he thinks that that's perfectly logical and fine.
I'm sure he's gonna get to a point, but like you guys have to let him make it. Like I'm trying to
Well,
listen
he
here.
still based his point on
All
assumptions.
right, White Knight.
I don't know that.
No, I'm not a white knight. I'm literally trying to fucking listen. You guys keep interrupting him.
He's doing just
I'm
fine
literally
on
trying to
his
hear
own. He
this.
doesn't need
Guys,
you to help him.
Stop. Let's
All right,
keep it
Charlie,
moving
just say
here.
it again. Say it one more time. Go ahead.
I mean, I was just making the point that even if you don't know the size of Venus, like you say, okay, the size of Venus is just X. It could be whatever it is. There is now a forced relationship between X and the distance of the sun, right? Such that if you were to determine the distance to the sun, you know X, or the other way around. If you know
This is how they came to the astronomical unit. Yeah. You know that, right? This is how they established the AU.
What you're saying? The AU is equal to the distance to the sun by definition. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what this has to do with Venus at all. But
It has to do with the transit of Venus. That's how they founded the AU.
the AU has to.
They assumed the size of Venus, and then derived a distance to the sun, which is also how they derived the astronomical unit.
No, they didn't. Oh my god, they didn't derive the astronomical unit.
Okay, that's how they decided it.
They defined one AU to be the distance to the sun. Jesus, you don't need to measure it to decide that that's one AU.
I want to see this measuring tape. I got to see this thing.
Oh Jesus, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's so
I mean,
funny.
to be fair, Lou's probably had about six beers right now. You're talking to a drunk person, by the way. You should know that. Lou's probably half. He's probably half gone by now, right, Lou?
You think so?
Yeah, you sound it. Usually.
Okay, so you're assuming that. No, I have had a few beers, but no, I'm not fucking.
I'm just saying.
Ooh, is it beer time? Should I go get a beer? I have a few Modelo's in the fridge.
No, nobody.
Dude, Andy, what the fuck are you doing?
Nobody moves, nobody get hurt.
Have I said anything that didn't fit to the conversation that wasn't logical?
I'm just pointing it out to the audience, Chief. That's all.
Oh, you just want to point out? You want to point out to the audience that they shouldn't listen to me because I've been known to have beers from time to time?
Well, a drunk person's not going to debate too well, are they? That's my point.
I mean,
an asshole's not going to be a fucking good guy from time to time either.
I don't think his ability is significantly diminished by having a beer.
Why would you even fucking say such a thing like that? It had no reason. It didn't fit.
Let's all relax.
Guys, back on topic.
Yeah, let's get. All right, so the Venus.
You assume the size of Venus.
I mean, I question myself all the time.
We didn't know the size of Venus. They made it up. Then what?
So I mean, I'll give you another example of something that I doubted. I mean, fuck, I don't remember the numbers.
Size of Uranus.
Since I haven't.
Wait, but we can't necessarily pass by that one. The first thing you questioned was the distance to the sun.
Yeah,
and
I'm giving you another, because the implication here was that I don't doubt enough, right? And I'm listing off a bunch of things that I don't doubt. Another one was
I mean, is that the step you believed it on?
Of the Earth.
Hold on. Is that the step you believed it on when they assumed the size of Venus and then took the transit?
Stop interrupting.
I'm not interrupting. I'm trying to nail this down right here. You said you questioned
We can go back to it, right? So
why go forward?
Another one was the curvature of the Earth. There's a very oft-cited figure
deflection
of the curvature of the Earth that fixes where the horizon should be, and I know from empirical experience that cannot be the case, right?
Okay, cool. So we guessed the size of Venus. You were questioning the distance to the sun. We guessed what size Venus was because we didn't know it.
No. I questioned whether or not it could be done, measuring the distance to the sun, because I couldn't think of a mechanism to do it.
So when they guessed the size of Venus and all that, you were just cool with that? All right, we'll just assume the size of Venus and we're good. I'm out. Job well done.
No, you're not understanding.
Wait,
what
didn't
I
that also
doubted
come from
was
Earth's
the ability.
radius? How did they get Earth's radius first?
What I doubted was the ability to fix, to come up with a relationship to the distance to the sun, right? Because I couldn't think of one. But lo and behold, one was presented to me and I changed my mind.
So is it coming apparent to you, Charlie, that we do know your model? Is it coming more and more apparent to you?
No, you don't, because again, you cannot do the math.
Yeah.
You can't do the math, right? SU Montreal, I will extend my same offer to you. I'll bring it down to I don't know, $500. If you agree to it right now and you sign up right now and you set me to be a recipient of the SAT physics subject test, and you pass the test and you demonstrate that to me, I will give you $500, but you have to agree to it now. You have to agree to it.
I wouldn't give you a toothpick.
Who cares if we can do the test or not? I got 4 math guys on deck right now. Give me a math problem. I'll have the answer for you eventually. It doesn't matter if we can do the math or not.
Yeah, who cares?
No. I don't want you typing into ChatGPT. I want you to take it under proper test conditions where there's like a proctor actually there making sure that you're not cheating.
So Charlie,
it doesn't matter if you know the math.
Is this your coping mechanism? We caught you like we called you out now, right? We're showing you how your model works, right? Is this your coping
I'm seething so hard right now.
Charlie, it would help if you could finish the analogy with Lou that was interrupted regarding gluing the boards together, because I think that would kind of drive home the reason it's important.
Yeah, let's go back to there. Lou, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm typing to Andy because I'm still trying to figure out like why he if I said something wrong or whatever. Anyway, go ahead. What's up?
No, dude, you're all good.
I think they wanted me to finish the wood analogy, right? As to why it is that I keep bringing up this fucking test.
I mean,
because you said you're a carpenter, right? And you know a fair bit amount of carpentry.
You're putting up $500 for
You
this.
asked
You're the
if
only one that cares about this test.
anybody was an expert on anything. The person that it's Montreal said that he wasn't an expert on anything. I spoke up and said, "Yeah, there's something I'm an expert on." You know, like what about it?
So if I were to say, "Hey, I'm also an expert in carpentry. I'm a super knowledgeable expert in carpentry," and I were to say, if I were to say, if you glue these two pieces of wood together in this certain way, it can hold 10,000 tons of weight. Like you'd probably go, yeah, like you're the one person you had would probably go.
because you can prove that.
I doubt
you can prove
that.
that.
I doubt that. I know a fair bit amount about carpentry.
It depends how thick the wood is.
Hold on, guys. I don't want to have to mute people, but let's try to keep this clean so we can hear what's being said. Charlie, you do got to keep it somewhat concise, though, bro. But go ahead.
Okay, Louis, is it true that you would sort of doubt my claim, given that you're sort of an expert in the top?
No, because you can prove that.
Patrick, I didn't ask you. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, telling you, the difference is you can prove that. You can't prove your existence is back here. You can't prove all
Jesus
that.
Christ.
It makes all the
Can
difference.
someone fucking mute him, please?
It's like saying, "Oh, I can hire a plumber to take the shit out of my toilet bowl." You
Guys,
can prove that.
Hold on.
Here's the thing about when it comes to glue joints.
He's trying to make a electrostatic comparison.
Yeah, you guys. I'm just gonna kind of host / mod this. So, all right, only Lou and Charlie speak for at least like 5 to 7 minutes or however long. Just all right. Go ahead.
It shouldn't take that long. But here's the thing about glue joints. So, a properly glued joint could possibly hold 10,000 pounds. But I would want to know. I would want to know. I would want to know how you did it. Like, I would want to know what materials you used. I would want to know. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing a gut joint, like that's not going to happen. But
let me tell you exactly how I do it. I take 2 2x4s that are.
No, we don't need to get into the carpentry. I'm just saying. So this needs to get more into your point. I would ask the proper questions that an expert would ask. Somebody who's done this before, they would go, "Whoa, 10,000 pounds!
Okay, Louis,
that's one hell of a load."
Lou, let me remove the ambiguity by please being quiet for 10 more seconds and listening.
Okay.
It's 2 pieces of oak. They're both a meter long. I take some Elmer's glue, and I put them at 90 degrees from each other, and I put glue in between them, and I stick them together for 5 minutes. And then I now claim if I stand this up in like a triangle shape, it'll be able to hold 10,000 tons. You would probably go, and I think most people here would go.
Of course, in that case, in that scenario, I'd say no, impossible.
Okay. So now you would start to doubt my claim that I'm an expert in carpentry, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then would it not be appropriate for you to ask me a question about carpentry to probe my knowledge in carpentry?
Yeah. In fact, I've been doing that to you about your, ideas of the heliocentric model since I got here.
Thank you. I rest my case. Do you need me to connect the dots there for you?
No, I get it. I know what you're saying, but I don't see how that answers my question to you.
I would just ask you to prove it. To prove that.
Yeah, I personally was multitasking, and that sounded a little bit cryptic. I wasn't personally paying attention, but do you want to just say what you're talking about, Charlie?
Say what? What are you
that was the crescendo, right? That was your mic drop moment? All right, if it's your mic drop moment, then just make sure it's clear.
I mean, it's kind of like having to explain a joke, right? It sort of kills it if you weren't listening.
No. You have to. In this case, this isn't a joke. So, go ahead and kill it.
So I have to connect the dots. That's fine. So
kill it.
No, yeah, okay, that's fine. So okay. So let me walk you through the scenario again. I pretend that I'm an expert in carpentry. I make an outlandish claim. An actual expert in carpentry doubts my claim, and to see if I actually am an expert in carpentry, he asks me a question that an expert carpenter should know. And the fact that I can't do it sort of calls into question whether or not I'm an expert carpenter, right? I'm doing the exact same thing, but with physics. I'm doing the exact same thing, but with physics. Whitsitt claims he understands physics at a very advanced level, right? But he says things that in my ears are clearly bullshit. So therefore, I ask him, hey, can you please demonstrate your expertise in this subject? And he can't do it. Therefore, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or at least it draws a heavy question as to whether or not he actually understands the opposing side's claim. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think it's a controversial thing to say. I'm surprised that you disagree that much with it.
You want him to take the SATs, but you're a solipsist. How do you even know the SATs exist, or Whitsitt, or us right now?
I have high certainty that they do.
Yeah, how do you know that the $1,000 that you're not going to give him exists?
Well, that's not. Come on, guys. You guys are being silly now.
The problem with his
Why not make
analogy.
it all your money if you don't care about anything?
The problem with his analogy is this: we can actually calculate how much wood it takes to hold a certain amount of weight. So yeah, you could just do the math and you can, you come up with an answer. But that doesn't take away from the fact that you're trying to make it seem like he can't do it and he has to take a test to know this to be fact. But now rewind the tape. What if he did look into everything and he knows he could come up with the answer? He just you just give him a second so he could just plug in the figures. So you're like making like a challenge that doesn't even like make sense, to be honest.
So again, this is why I offer the $1,000 to him, right? If he is so sure that he could do it, right? Why not just take the money from me and shut me up, right? And
That's
demonstrate to all these fucking globers that are I guess just shills that he can take the challenge.
Okay, Charlie. Let's say Whitsitt takes the test and passes it. Does that make you a flat earther?
No.
Okay, so then why would he do it then?
For the $1,000?
Because it demonstrates that he knows. Because it demonstrates that he understands the physics of the side he is attempting to debunk. Right now, he doesn't even have that. Right? It's very difficult if you're like, for example, a lawyer, to argue against your opponent's case if you don't even understand your opponent's argument.
Okay, but we are saying that we all do understand this model because we've
I
all
don't care
been
if you
taught
say
it.
it. I want you to demonstrate that you do.
Wait, Charlie, real fast. Hold on, Charlie, real fast. Wait, was the reward $1,000? I'm confused. Was that what it was? You said $1,000?
So it's not just an open challenge, but yes, it was to specific individuals, and they have to agree to it beforehand. And I need to see them actually sign up. But yes, it was $1,000.
Yeah. So to the other guy, why wouldn't he take it? It was Apocryphon, right? Apocryphon. Why wouldn't Whitsitt take it? That's literally a free $1,000 right there.
I'm allergic to money.
Yeah, that's the stupidest shit. Like, no joke. If someone was like, "Hey, I'll give you $1,000, to do something that you already know," I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm fucking taking that." That's literally like, holy shit.
But we were on a topic there for a minute, and somehow it's been derailed back into like Charlie's fixation on Whitsitt taking tests. I mean,
right. Which really means that the whole time
it fucking demonstrates you guys that Whitsitt
it really just means that this whole time we've been stretching SATs this entire hour.
Was that your goal? Hold on, real quick, Charlie. Was that your goal to like have us like clear the floor for you and like start a real conversation just so you can bring it back to your fixation on Whitsitt taking the test?
Yeah, exactly that.
And
my goal is to expose a charlatan.
Where's this $1,000 at? Where's this $1,000 at? So far, it's just fictitious. Doesn't exist. I think I heard Whitsitt say that, especially.
My bank account disagrees.
I think I heard the very conversation of this guy actually trying to challenge Whitsitt, as he's calling it, with his $1,000 that so far doesn't exist.
Well, if I was Whitsitt, I'd be like, "Hey, okay, let's figure out a way to get that $1,000, where I can."
You'll never be Whitsitt. Let's just get that over with, and let's just go with Whitsitt.
Well, I don't want to be Whitsitt.
Not here,
I don't want to be Whitsitt.
Yeah, hang on, Arma. Hang on, Arma. And since Whitsitt's not here, let's just go with the closest thing Whitsitt said was, first of all, this guy hasn't posted $1,000 yet, so why would I even agree to anything he's freaking saying? Because he sounds like a fool.
I mean,
pretty close to what Whitsitt said.
Well, Arma, what about this? What about the fact that it might even seem a little like disingenuous and disrespectful for you to like try to challenge me only because I'm poking holes in your belief in your falsehood. So like, for instance, I know I'm an iron worker. I know steel. So if you want to give me a challenge, you're right. It's easy money. But at the same time, I just be like, yo, fuck off, dude. I know what I'm talking about. I don't have to prove myself to you because who are you that I have to prove myself? And I think that's more
I don't
what's
believe
his
for a
mind is.
second that if it was right in front of you and I was holding the money in my hand and I told you, jump and I'll give you $1,000, that you would say, oh, I don't have to prove myself to you. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
With that same logic, who's won the 3 Bitcoin off of David Weiss?
Doubt you have $1,000.
Well, that's why we should. I mean,
Who's won the 3 Bitcoin off of David Weiss then? If you're following this logic,
wait, what?
Exactly.
Yeah, 3
Dave,
Bitcoin.
Why haven't you collected 3
Bitcoin?
Bitcoins?
Where is this 3 Bitcoin coming from?
The 3 Bitcoins that are offered for any Glober to prove this, and this.
Okay,
Why
hold
haven't you
on. Who?
It's $100,000 for one
Hold on.
proof.
Number one, I have a few questions about it. Who has offered it, right? And can I
Dave
contact
Weiss. He's
them?
been doing it 3 years.
Excellent. Who?
David Weiss. They just said like 3
David
times.
Weiss.
Excellent. So are you telling me right now that if I contact David Weiss,
Yes.
David Weiss will agree to put these 3 Bitcoins with an arbiter, because I don't trust fucking David Weiss. I want the 3 Bitcoin to be with an arbiter.
Why don't you trust him? You don't even know who he is.
I am willing to put the $1,000 up with an arbiter. I'm willing to go like a betting site that has arbiters and give him the $1,000. I'm absolutely willing to do that. So don't accuse me of not being able to do that.
Yeah. Also, it's not even equivalent because with that thing, right, proving, whatever it was, right, that's kind of subjective, right? Like, okay, I don't think that's
one globe.
But with the test, though, I feel like the test speaks for itself. You either, pass it or you don't. You can't really weasel your way out of that.
So if he passes it, does he gain your respect? Is that what it's about?
He gains $1,000.
No.
And
More
he
importantly,
has
does he gain your respect?
He gains he gains my acknowledgement that he understands the physics behind the globe.
But also, hold on. Hear this though. Hold on. Hear this though. Hold on. Hear this though. He also gains, all right, people, the people's trust, whatever. Like in these these chats, whatever, the live stream, because at the end of the day, you guys aren't arguing against the Globers. You're arguing to wake up people, right? So if Witsit does this, right, then a lot of people are going to gain confidence in Witsit. So,
all right, here's what I'll say. This is why I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it matters, and I think this discussion is a complete derail from the actual real discussion we could be having on an actual topic, which we were talking about a topic a minute ago, and then we've gone into this whole thing. The reason I'll say that, one reason, is that I've taken that test, and I'm here right now. It makes no difference. If Witsit took it, whether or not, it makes no difference. Bring your knowledge to the table. Bring something. Have an actual discussion, or bring your research, bring your evidence, bring whatever it may be, or if it's a more casual discussion, your mind, your thoughts, your spirit, your emotions, whatever it may be, to the table. Fixating on whether someone else took a test, like, what are you really going to get out of that, Charlie? Like, even if Witsit took it, he's still going to be Witsit. He's still going to have all of his viewpoints. He's going to say what he says. It makes no difference.
How do you not understand that I've already gotten what I wanted? Of course,
your only association with him would be obviously related to this topic. So you have to bring your actual skill and knowledge to the table. You can't just bail out on some test that you need someone else to take with money. You have to actually bring your knowledge and information to the table.
I don't need him to take. I don't need him to take the test. I already got what I wanted from the challenge, which I know he's not going to take because I know he doesn't have the ability. What I gain is showing everybody in the room that he's a charlatan. That's what I gain. I've already gained it. I don't need him to take a test.
He's a what?
This is just a charlatan.
Call him a charlatan.
Charlatan.
Wow.
Guys, one at a time, guys, please. This is all out chaos for everyone.
Words right there.
He's a charlatan.
A charlatan?
That's harsh. That's a little shill talk.
Right there.
That's a little shill talk. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good.
It means a person falsely claiming to have special knowledge.
Charlie, you know what a tell is? You know what a tell is?
Like a nervous tick?
Like when you play poker, like Rakia, our buddy here, is a poker player. He knows what a tell is.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. You know what your tell is?
Go ahead.
Whenever you
$1,000.
corner, you bring up a test and $1,000.
Every time we debate, I don't know why you're in here talking all big and bad. Every time we debate, I body you. Like, what's the point?
I'm
Weren't
okay
we
with you
talking
thinking
about
that. I'm
Venus?
okay with you telling yourself that. You can
It's
tell
all
I thought we were
recorded.
talking
It's
about
all been
Venus
recorded
and
now.
the distance to the sun.
Charlie, your tell is articulate arguments. I've got you pinned.
Maybe make a solipsist argument where nothing exists, or how about your when you thought
I've
Venus
never
was the
said
same
that.
size? What do you think solipsism is?
Well,
he's not a solipsist.
No, we were actually on the Venus thing. So hold on, Charlie. The original thing. Let's go
Yeah,
back
but that's
to that.
boring.
All right. Well, hold on.
Boring.
All right. Well, everyone can choose whether they want to continue or not. If they feel that that's fine.
I want to choose to call this guy out right now. Anybody who's willing to bet $1,000, right? Let's just say that he's willing to bet $1,000.
How about 3 Bitcoins?
Has
3
probably
Bitcoins. That's worth way more.
I'm almost done.
Back.
Has almost probably 4,000 or 5,000, maybe even $9,000-$10,000 on their person at the moment. Do you have that right now, guy?
Oh, dude, we're not going down this road.
Can you define
Charlie,
right? Can you define on their person?
Whatever this.
I'm
Yeah.
willing to bet right now that you don't have $1,000 on you. Like you don't have $1,000 to bet because you're not carrying around
Do you want to see my bank account right
Yeah,
now?
why are we even
Let's
let's
use the proper
This
amount.
is just
David.
degrading. Hold on a second. This is completely going off the rails. So I just muted a few people.
Yeah,
Rocky, we're not doing some beef show, dude. That's not what this server's for. So, all right, Charlie.
Yeah, no beef.
You were talking about the distance. We don't have to talk about the distance of the sun, but I don't want to just listen to people beefing and trying to do some exposing like Jerry Springer show or something, whatever that was. All right, so Charlie, the distance to the sun. How did assuming the size of Venus somehow give you confidence that the distance to the sun was accurate?
That's what I want to know.
You're not listening. You're not listening. What I said was,
Come up with
I
something better.
doubted that they would be able to come up with a way to measure the distance to the sun, right? And then what I changed my mind on was the discovery from my part that there actually is a way using parallax of another planet passing in front of the sun. That's what I changed my
And
mind.
you assume the size of that planet. You have to assume the size of that planet.
Yeah,
So
what you're
that's
saying,
just
man,
lock tight good.
this is the conversation we were having that I brought up with you. So you're saying that you were somehow satisfied by the answer you were given. And even though you were satisfied by an assumption based off an assumption.
Flower tortillas. No, flower, right side middle.
Right side middle.
Hot mic.
Hot mic, go ahead, Lou.
Hot mic.
As I already said it, you guys didn't hear me or what?
No, we heard there was just a little hot mic at the end. Yeah, so Charlie, did you hear him? So what? Did you hear what he said?
I'm sorry. What? I was distracted by the sound.
What was the answer that satisfied you when you were using an assumption based upon an assumption? How was that explanation satisfying that they did indeed measure the distance 93 million miles to a sun?
Okay, you're not listening. You're questioning a claim that I didn't make.
That's not true. You made it.
That's why we're talking about it.
Okay, Gio, let me ask you. What do you think my main point was with the?
Oh, here we go.
thing
Avoiding the question and
transfer
asking other questions, right?
Yeah, because he's
keep getting backed into that corner,
asking
and
me
then you
to
have to-
respond to a claim that I didn't make.
Your main point is that you consider assumptions okay when you're doing science. You can just assume that Venus is the size of the Earth, and that will give you your final result. That's your assumption. That's what you're saying. And it makes perfect sense to you. And I get it makes perfect sense to you. It makes perfect sense to a lot of people.
Over here. It's a pocket phone burping.
Sorry, bro.
Armor,
I
you're
thought I
kinda
was
hot
muted.
I wasn't. No, was that? No, I was saying he's burping. A pocket phone was hot micing. He was burping. He was belching.
All right. Sorry, I
He
was
was going hot
burping.
micing. Yeah,
I just took a huge drink of my michelada, and oh my god, that like built up some burps. Sorry, my bad. I'll mute
You should
myself.
stop hot micing.
I'd like to ask Charlie a question, if I may.
I guess we'll do a topic change because that just was a dead end. Like Lou asked him the question about his claim of the distance to the sun, and then Charlie just dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Drop the ball.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, whatever. The Venus thing, it's like anything you got for the distance to the sun is an assumption. You can't name one way that's not an assumption.
You're right. I'm a solipsist. Ultimately, everything rests on, for example, the assumption
You're also a
that I can
sophist.
ingest data with my eyes, right?
Well, I'd have to attack you for
Solipsism
got
is
me on that one.
ridiculous, though. You don't even know if your eyes, the sun, anything exists in the solipsism world.
Correct.
No one says
You can never know anything.
Correct. Well, that's not
That's
true.
fair.
There is one thing that I do know in my
What do you
solipsist
know?
world that I
What do you
exist.
know? Okay, that's it. That's the only thing you can know.
That's the only thing that I know with 100% certainty. Yes.
How about that
That's
others
ridiculous.
exist?
I want to
You
hear
just
this.
know who your mother was, your
I mean,
father
I'm the
was.
same way, honestly. I mean,
No, this is just a reason to talk.
Right, because
This
I've
is
never
not
read
something
any
he actually
philosophy
believes.
like ever at all.
I
Do you
took
know
a
your
philosophy
name?
class because I was so interested. I was
Okay,
like, you know what,
Essie,
this is for
you're
me.
good to go. Essie.
I took one just because I was like, man, this is my
You
shit
know what
right
I'm
here.
curious? I'm curious. Let's say somebody takes this test, right, and passes it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that change the fact that they have no freaking clue, let's say, about the Big Bang, for example?
No.
How would that change in your mind that they got it absolutely wrong?
It wouldn't.
So what's your beef with this test? Why do you seek such
I guess I have to
importance in
repeat it again.
an SAT test?
I guess I have to repeat again.
This is like a
why-
movie,
Why
and
do
we're
you
back
pretend to
to
be a
the
Just
test.
solipsist?
like Montreal, it's
This is
just
literally
his
a
beef
movie.
it's just his beef that he has with
hey,
Witsit.
Gio,
No,
it's
but I
fucking
just can't wrap my
Gio.
brain around
It's
that. It just
Groundhog Day.
boggles my mind.
All right. Does somebody else want to
I
explain
know it
to him
is.
what my point
I
is?
mean,
Because
not
I'm
to even
sort
go
of-
back on it, but like I was gonna say this actually because now it got
Groundhog
brought up.
Day.
It's like a grown man going on the internet demanding that another grown man takes an SAT test from high school.
Yeah,
Oh
bro.
my god,
Like it's
demanding it. I'm
insane.
offering to him to give him $1,000 because it's so easy for him, right?
dude, that was high school, bro, years ago.
No, I didn't have $1,000 in high school, dude.
No, I'm saying that test. That's who that test is given to. Graduates, like between
Yeah,
high
so it should
school
be
going to
super easy.
undergrad. It's
I
a
agree.
it's a test that generally seniors take to get into undergrad.
Correct. It should be super easy for him to take it, given that he, by his own account, he's an expert in this subject.
No one needs to
By the way,
prove anything
what,
new, Charlie. We don't care what you think.
what triggered this entire thing, right, was Witsit made the claim that if you have two objects, one
Do
of
you know
which
how low
orbits
this
together,
conversation is? Have it with
claim
Witsit, man.
that the
No,
mass.
it's not
the
about
original
ideas. All you want to talk about is other people. Talk
Guys,
about ideas.
I blame you, SE. I blame you for taking us back into it.
It's
But
my
Yeah,
fault.
you-
No,
for
no.
anything, yeah.
If y'all want me to come back in, I will. But if y'all are going to let this guy talk about Witsit that is not here, I'm going to come and make a fool.
Don't come.
all right, well, Rocky, how
I
about
thought he was
have your
breathing heavy.
how about say your piece, but maybe in a constructive way that can help us move on.
Well,
from this. Save
okay.
us, please.
For 30 minutes, this guy talked about a person, Witsit, who's he said his name like 30 times, and no one called him out on it. So when I called him out on it, I got muted. So let's move on to maybe away from this guy because he doesn't seem to have a topic. Even if it did, he can't know it's true or not because he's whatever he labeled himself. So he can have an excuse to not know anything.
Yeah, we're all getting
I mean, we
sucked
tried to
into
get
we're
him
all
into it.
getting
We tried
sucked
to
into
get
his
him into the
argument.
Venus argument. We tried to get him into the Venus. Go ahead, guys.
Go ahead. No, you're. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. Right. We were trying to figure out like what I wanted to know like what he actually was skeptical about. I tried to pull him into that. But he wants to discuss like whether or not Witsit
Pacofon's a frog now.
is as smart as he
Sorry.
says he is.
Croaking over here.
Okay, since my fault, let me bring it back. We have your whole premise, Charlie, your whole model, right, is based on the assumption of Venus. Can we start there? Can you not see the fault in your whole? Let me finish. Your whole house is built on faulty foundations. How about we start there? Venus.
You can think that that's fine. I'm not
Well, no, but
interested
for
in-
real, does that? No, I'm just asking the question. Not even in like trying to square off in a debate thing right now. I'm just asking you honestly, as a person, when you looked into that and became aware of that, does that fit in terms of what you think would be solid logic to use an assumption to then claim a distance?
To conclude that there is a certain relationship between the assumption and the distance, yes, absolutely, that's totally fine. Right, because then
I know there's a ratio there. I understand that part of it. But using the assumption to then think the ratio is absolutely true, is that logic to you that seems sound?
No, of course not, right? It is if A, then B, not, if A, then B, but I know B is true. No, that doesn't work. It's if A, then B. See, the way that this actually works for me, and I think for most scientists and engineers, is that you build, with these papers and with these constraints and with these measurements, you build relationships between quantities that are all,
Yeah, but look, that would be
in the
that would be
ether,
your
right, and then you find two sets of relationships that actually have a common relationship, so one will constrain another, right? Like, for example, obviously the distance to planets and their size is related to their angular size, right? So you can go out to the sky and you can measure the angular size of Venus, for example, with a telescope, and therefore you've established a relationship between the distance to Venus and its radius.
Yeah, check this out.
It can no longer be any two values, the distance to Venus and its
So,
radius, right?
so I'm fine with you saying if A, then B.
Yeah.
Now, you cannot continue on past that till you verify if A is true.
I disagree entirely. I lived my entire life with if A, then B, with statements A that I believe with high certainty but don't know.
But wait, hold on.
I'm a solipsist, you know
that. Wait. You've been talking about assumptions. So then now you're telling me it's based on if. So how can you assume an if?
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. And whenever I say if
How does that work?
Whenever I say if A, that means A is an assumption.
If A, then B. Right. If is an assumption. A is the assumption. So now, if you want to go on to C, you have to make sure that A is correct.
You can't even go to B. Hold on. You can't even go to B if you don't know A.
Correct.
Right. And you have to assume that whatever is whatever to even go there.
So if all you
we're not going to assume nothing.
Okay, so if all you know is I think, therefore I am, you can never go to B, ever, anywhere.
Like if you under the framework that if I don't know anything, that therefore I can't make any conclusions, then you're right. If I took that philosophy, if I accepted that philosophy, then I would be catatonic. I wouldn't be able to make any conclusions.
Are you not a solipsist?
I'm okay not knowing things. I'm okay like having different degrees of certainties for things and being able to make conclusions based on that. Right? Like otherwise, I assume therefore since you subscribe to that you never gamble, right? Because otherwise you'd be having to use assumptions to make conclusions.
I gamble.
Why? Why would you? Why are you making assumptions?
I'm a risk taker.
Why are you accepting assumptions?
Because I can beat the odds.
It doesn't matter. The thing is, there's things that I can know. You can't know anything.
My assumptions beat the odds too. Right?
No, you listen. I know things about reality. All right, you can't know anything. You don't know anything about reality. I don't know why we're even talking to you.
What game do you like to play or gamble?
I like to play the game where every time we debate, I destroy you. That's the game.
Okay, awesome. Can you make like a non-silly and childlike answer to my question? What game do you like to
I mean, what can I ask you, Jeremy? What is destroying another man? What does that mean to you?
It means fucking him in the ass. That's what it means.
I mean, if you're fine with that, Jeremy, I mean, I'm not judging,
I want to know what Jeremy means when he says I can body you.
It sounds like a Saturday
every
night
time we
show.
debate, I feel like
I think Charlie took it up a notch there. I think it was not
every time me and Charlie debate, I feel like I walk away.
Hey Charlie, don't be knocking on Kosho Saturday nights, bro. That's not cool.
I think what Jeremy meant. I think what Jeremy meant is when you come at him, you will be destroyed. He can just sit there and chill.
I mean, every time me and Charlie debate, and we have many times in the past, I feel like I've come out very victorious by far.
That's great.
All right. In the actual intellectual content of the discussion.
Global destruction, yeah.
Yeah, you guys have gone deep on some. Remember that relativity that one night? Oh man, you guys went deep on that. And yeah, you did come out victorious. Charlie, you have to admit, you came up empty-handed at the end of that one.
Bro, get the body bags
I am
out.
okay with you thinking that.
With all due respect,
Gio,
it's all right. But I mean, Jeremy has been in this a lot longer. I think he probably has a lot more experience than you in that sense.
I am not interested in the Jerry Springer aspects of debates. So if you count that as winning, you can have it. I don't care about that.
Jerry Springer.
Right? Like I acknowledge that sure, you guys come up with witty comebacks better than I do. I don't give a fuck, right? I don't give a fuck.
Listen, do you know the distance to the sun, Charlie?
I don't give a fuck if you can come up with a witty comeback because that has no bearing
Well,
on.
hold on, bro. The part of it that I think can be fun is like the idea of like intellectually sparring. You know, when you spar, it's like fencing where you're not like putting swords through each other.